hit high and deep out into right center field. A chance to leave the yard. It is gone! Into the Rangers bullpen. Robbie Grossman with the Rangers' first home run of the season. He's tied it up at 5.
Take it.
Me?
Yeah.
Good.
CIC, Choppy and Control Friday.
Good morning, Metroplex. Tolos all day, every day on 105.3 The Fan.
Maybe I need a new intro.
You think so?
Yeah.
I think so. Did you notice, Sean Sharif, the pace of play around Major League Baseball yesterday?
I loved it. I don't know whether it was just Degrom. If I could get Corey Seager for all-time at-bats, I would have that. He don't want to step out, and he's getting on base nonstop, at least after one game. But Degrom just standing in there, and everyone just commented yesterday that would have been a 4-hour game easy. CJ jinxed it on the TV broadcast. He's like, we're going to get this in 3:05 with how many runs scored?
18.
18 runs scored. 22 hits, 11 pitchers. That thing was almost done in 3 hours. I absolutely loved it.
So I went and looked and you know, here's the odd thing about perception when it comes to Major League Baseball, about just anything. Last year, the average game time was 3 hours and 6 minutes. I watched probably somewhere around 7 games yesterday, in and out of about 7 different games. I have the baseball package, which really is a good
big flex there.
It's a really good, like, $120. You get the MLB TV one, so it's the streaming.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's great value.
Can you get Bally with it?
Yeah. Well, baseball's
You're blacked out locally, aren't you?
Yeah, baseball's got really dumb blackout restrictions, so you can't watch. I feel bad for the people in Iowa. Like, Iowa's blacked out of, like, they're blacked out of the Cubs, Twins, Royals, Cardinals, White Sox. Like, they can't watch anything. So I was in and out of about 7 games, and it felt like the games were flying. But they only shaved 8 minutes off the average time from yesterday. The average game time yesterday was 2:58, and last year was 3:06. That was stunning to me. But it felt like this Ranger game flew by. This was a 4-hour game in any other season.
So 2:58 for the whole league yesterday?
For the day, yeah, for the day. So you had 3:07, 2:33. You had 5 games over 3 hours. You had 4 at 2:30 or less, and then the other 6 were somewhere in the 2:31 to 3 hours. But you had one game that was like, it was like 3:38, kind of threw everything off, kind of added up to it a little bit. But I thought it was a speedy day, and that Ranger game flew by. To me, it did. Perception-wise, it flew by.
It flew by after the first 4 innings. Like, I texted when we were watching it, and obviously there was a 9-run inning there where they had, 2-3 pitching changes or whatever it was for Philadelphia. But, like, we were through 4 innings, and it's like, we're 2 hours into this game after 4 innings. This feels like it's very much got a chance to be a 4-hour game. But then it was like hour and 10 minutes for the final 5 innings or whatever it was. And so,
and it's not even the time for me. I don't know about you guys, but like for me, it's the pace too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a stat that there was a ball in play every 4 minutes last year. And they project that this year with the pace of play, that there'll be a ball in play every 2 minutes. That's the hope. But the problem is the game is still the same. The Giants-Yankees, I mean, both pitchers had 10 strikeouts by the end of the 5th inning. Like, that's just that, there's nothing you can do about that. You can do all the pace of play that you want, but you can't change the style of play, which is big fly, big swing, big pitch, big miss.
Everybody just hacking.
But I'm all right with as long as the pace is faster. I watched some of the Yankee game. Garrett Cole would just get the ball, bam, strikeout. On the other side, Giants, bam, strikeout. Degrom against Trey Turner, I almost timed that with the 3 strikes. It was a 3-pitch.
Yeah, it was a 3-pitch strikeout.
It was a 3-pitch strikeout to Trey Turner. It felt faster. It felt quicker. I'm a little disappointed. It's only 8 minutes less across the board. For the Rangers themselves, I mean, our game had the 3rd most runs scored on the entire day. But I think overall, a success early on and get balls in play. Did the TV broadcast get lucky with Rob Manfred during that inning because they got to keep Manfred for a long time. Otherwise, it probably would have carried over. He said the biggest surprise that caught them off guard was the larger bases and more steal attempts. What's going to happen with the stolen base numbers going up because that distance is shortened just a little bit from the bases being bigger. So
4 inches.
More steals.
4
Bobby
inches
knows
matters.
that would be a win for Bobby any day. But more steals.
FU2 on this Friday.
Quicker pace.
Size matters, right?
Quicker action. It's those lulls. It's like the free throws in the NBA. I'm like, let's get rid of the free throws. When the game completely stops down for 2 free throw attempts or make it a 1-and-1, I don't know. But that stop down with baseball and free throws, that to me is the problem.
I thought I'd notice the pitch clock more, like on a pitch by pitch basis.
I love that I don't notice it.
No,
though,
yeah,
right?
and I thought I was going to be much more aware of. Like, it just felt like yesterday everybody was working at a quick pace. Like, it felt like the pitchers were just working quickly, but it didn't feel like anything where it's an issue of, oh my gosh, we're kind of rushed here, and we got to get this pitch. Like, it felt like it was comfortable for all of them, which is good. I was concerned that when you were watching it, it was almost going to have like an uncomfortable feeling for the pitchers, that you could tell it was new and it was an adjustment, and they all seemed to have adapted really, really well. Degrom did, for sure. Other than, other than
After Trey Turner.
Yeah.
It didn't.
Other than all the bloops and the loose command with the fastball and stuff like that. But other than that, it was great.
Other than that, it was fantastic. So when about the speed, I went up to make a shake. Okay. And all it does is it's a scoop, 12 ounces of water, and shake it up. That's it. Very quick. And I can't remember who was up at, but I get up, and I go to make this shake, and I come back, and there's a new hitter up. I'm like, let me rewind this. Guys, it was 5 pitches. Making a shake is like 40 seconds. It was 5 pitches.
Who do you think it favors more in terms of a rhythm for the hitter or the pitcher with this clock?
I assume it's the pitcher if he's dealing.
I'd guess pitcher, because the batters have always been the batters had always talked about how difficult it was to face Burley, because Burley was that quick. Burley was generally, I think he was 14 seconds was his delivery time.
Yeah.
And guys talked about how fast, and you get guys all the time that are frustrated when pitchers start quick pitching and then pacing up too fast. They feel like you're breaking unwritten rules. So I would guess it's the pitcher is favored in it.
Now, if the pitcher's not pitching very well and he's struggling, I bet you he wants a little bit of a break. There was one, I think it was Rafael Devers, took a big hack, fouled it off, leaves the box, adjusts his batting gloves, comes back in, and they call a strike on him. And I'm like, you can't even step out of the box anymore. You can't even adjust your batting gloves anymore. You can't do anything like that. And if they're going to be that strict about it, it's really going to make guys struggle. I mean, there's going to be some adjustments because he's already gone through a month of this, but it was my understanding that in these new amendments to the rules, they said that if you take like a big hack, that you can step out. They're going to give you a second on the clock.
There's going to be like some growing pains and just getting things logistically right, and they'll have it's almost like I don't like all these penalties and all these little nitpicky things that'll be, this guy stepped out, did this, it's an automatic strike, or this happened, and so it's an automatic ball, and they're being very rigid with it. But it feels almost like you're disciplining like your kids at a young age, where it's like you're doing this now and you're being rigid with it so that they get to learn what's right and that they know what's right and that it'll become normal for them.
And the first pitcher ever called for a violation in the history of Major League Baseball is
Marcus Stroman.
Marcus Stroman.
The dude with the longest delivery in the history of baseball. I mean, he juggles, then he moonwalks, and then he finally sets up and throws the ball.
That was the Yelich. It was a 1-2 pitch. Ends up getting even. Yelich ended up walking. So it benefited him in that situation.
Good, I hate Stroman.
From Toronto.
Yeah. It's just he's just a... Oh, I was about to use a word I don't think I can actually use on air. I've never tried to use it.
Oh, wow.
Jerk?
It rhymes with guts, only there's a P in the front of it. So I didn't know if I could say that. I didn't think I could. But that's what he is. That's what he is. Stroman, just in general, I hate his whole demeanor on the mound, and
You can't use that word?
I thought you could use that word.
It's in reference to, it's a body part. So.
Oh, I thought you were saying.
I would definitely stay away from it. I would. Maybe
I thought
the
you were saying-
540
I'll
crowd.
say during the break what the word was. Maybe we're thinking about different words.
I'm thinking
here.
like it putts.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of.
That's what I was thinking.
That's what I was saying.
He just
Did
dumped
you just dump me?
Yeah, I don't think you could say that.
I don't think that's one of the words.
Like a dince, like a
a
ditzy
ditz,
person, a ditz.
Well, it means that. That's what that. It's a part.
All right,
but you
I'm gonna double check that.
I think you're wrong, Bobby. Bobby's usually right on these things.
No, that is what it is.
No. You're right that that's what it means. But I think you're wrong that we could. I think we could say.
I didn't say we couldn't. I just said I don't think we can. I don't know. It seems like look. I mean, remember what I was told was just as bad as the F word a couple weeks back. I mean,
you got told that was
no another word.
Anything?
A stupid or worthless person engaging in inconsequential or unproductive activity. Too much putzing around up there would ruin them. I'm not some 2-bit blank. Sorry if you dump me again. Who doesn't know the differences between Uzo and Dom Perignon? That is the dictionary.com reference.
We're out of delay now, so we're live.
Did they really reference Uzo in the definition?
Uzo and Dom Perignon.
Have you had that? Have you had Uzo?
That's my dad's drink.
No.
It's like
It's licorice,
Greek
right?
Windex. Yeah, it's licorice. It's strong. You'd love it.
Ugh.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. How did the great Jake do at the ballpark in his first performance? Let's break down every pitch of Jake Degrom's debut
Every pitch.
in a Texas Rangers uniform next.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece.
What do we make of Jacob Degrom's first Rangers appearance? First inning. I don't know that you can see anything wrong with the first inning.
It was beautiful.
Bust.
You think it's a bust?
Bust.
Call him bust already?
Although he got more innings than Verlander. That's a win.
Man, the poor Mets. I don't feel bad for them at all. But Trey Turner struck out. Kyle Schwarber flied out to center. JT Realmuto struck out looking in a very, very easy first inning for Jake DeGrom in, let's see,
10 pitches.
10 pitches.
And then Marcus Semien takes 10 pitches in his first at bat in the bottom of the first.
That's
So
right.
They run it up just as much. Which, by the way, your prediction was true in the song.
Oh,
I bet Jake D strikes out JT Realmuto.
That's right.
You got
he did. He did. So I went back and I kind of looked at both of these, at some of the big hits in the second inning, and then in the third inning, and then one the fourth, right? On how he spotted his pitches and where he was.
Yeah,
I know, right? So I thought he missed his spot by about a ball or two on the home run. That was still a good piece of hitting. The guy kept his hands in, but he wanted that one on the upper quartile of the quartile.
Yeah,
that one, Bobby.
Yep.
On the upper outer quartile.
Shout out Jim Irsay.
It was much more over it wasn't over the heart of the plate, but it was about a ball or two over the plate. Trey Turner, he nailed his spot on that swing down the right field line. I wonder if he just didn't take enough off of it because it was at 91, and Turner was able to get the knob of the bat out. If he takes 1 mile an hour off, I think 1 mile an hour, it's a completely different result. Completely different because he hit his spot. It was low and away. It was in a good spot. It was a very difficult pitch to hit. Tip your hat, move on. And then with Marsh, he wanted it high. It was a little bit lower, I think, than he wanted it. It happens. He wasn't sharp he wasn't sharp. Let's be fair, right? Mm-hmm. He wasn't sharp. That does not mean that there were still a lot of good things that came from this. Like he showed his dominance in the first inning. It sucks that he was only able to get 4. You don't want that. Mm-hmm. But he didn't get hurt. Hey, he didn't get hurt. Could have been worse.
I mean, we only got 9 more of these starts left.
Right. We got it. Yeah, I know.
I think Dave Raymond said this on the TV broadcast. I had to rewind it like 3 times. How many times did a Rangers pitcher throw 100 miles per hour last year?
2.
2?
I don't know. I'm just throwing a number out there.
That's it? 2 times? We were in that bad of shape? How many times do you think?
I'm going to go get
Peyton?
the papers.
38.
38 times. What do you think?
38 times. It's got to be more than that. There's 10,000 pitches in the season. I will say 150.
2.
Damn! I was just throwing out a number.
Twice.
No.
Rangers pitchers threw 100 miles per hour or faster twice last year. DeGrom beats it 4 outs into the season. Isn't that unreal? Did I mishear that?
It wasn't even 4 outs in the season. It was like 4 pitches. Because, I mean, he hit 100 on the first, twice, I think, on the first 3. And then I think he threw that one that was, you remember, 101 where he almost sailed it on the first pitch to the second guy. That was the biggest thing. To me, with DeGrom, you saw how, really electric his stuff is. And it's nasty. He just didn't have command yesterday.
And they dinked him and dunked him a little bit.
Well, and here's the thing. This is every hit he gave up yesterday. You've got double to right, homer to right center, triple to right, double to right, double to right.
So far, the silver lining is he didn't give up a single.
But right to right-handed batters. Everything was behind. They were not catching up to it. They weren't squaring it up, pulling it. They weren't hitting it to everything was driven to right. And there were some chippies in there. Now, obviously, he gave up the home run. That's good contact. Castellanos, I think, got pretty good contact on the ball. But there were some bloops. The 2 triples, I mean, if they're not playing if they're not playing to just keep the runner at third on that second triple, that ball probably doesn't get past first base.
He was also staying away. Which helps aid the guys going the other way. I think that was by design. Because if you're expecting a fastball, a major leaguer is just not going to be behind on something. If they're expecting fastball, they could time. As Michael Young, you say they could time a jet.
But that's the thing though. I think the dangerous thing about Degrom for a lot of hitters is it's that put away pitch is the slider. And so they have to be guarded against the slider. And then when the heat comes, it's 10 miles per hour faster. You're looking for 91, 92 with movement, and it's 101.
No, the choices are you're excited or worried after watching him out on the mound. The only answer is excited. I mean, and it's good they got him off the hook, but all the extra base hits, it doesn't look good statistically. But if you actually watch the game or listen to it right here on 105.3 The Fan, there were some dinks. You know that there were some dunks as well. It was back-to-back triples. I think Manfred was on while all this was happening on TV, as there were back-to-back triples. Then there was a wild pitch. Then there was a bloop double. It was the fourth extra base hit off of him, and he was not particularly thrilled after the game with his stuff in that Ranger debut.
I didn't make some pitches when I needed to. Obviously, I'm not thrilled with how I threw the ball, but, the guys did a good job there in the bottom of the fourth to put up, 9 runs and then continue to add on. So, my outing I'm not thrilled with. Didn't make pitches when I needed to, but the most important thing is we got to win. So, like I said, they did a good job putting together good at-bats, sticking to their game plan and, getting to NOLA there.
So, since the start of 2019, how many times has Jacob Degrom given up 4 earned runs?
Well, he started 12 games.
Why don't you just say 2 again?
So it was
2.
So he started 12 games, just averaged 12
games over the last 4 years.
3. Good. But in 2019,
I thought we were saying total.
In 2019, he had, he was over 200 innings in 2019.
Okay, I'm gonna say 4 runs. He's done it 6 times.
6 on the dot.
What in the world?
6 on the dot.
I'm gonna go get lottery numbers today, people.
2 Adderalls, baby. That's the key.
He did it.
They haven't even kicked in yet. Maybe I shouldn't take the Adderall anymore.
He did it 0 times in 2020 in 13 starts. He did it, looks like 1 time 0 times in 2021 as well. And then in 2022, he did it like twice or once. He gave it 5. That's it. Like it's remarkable what he does.
I think this is his first time giving up a run in an opening day start.
What? Like his first start of the season or starting on opening day?
Opening day start. Sandler had a stat about how filthy he was in terms of opening day starts. It may have been the last 4 opening day starts. This was the first time that he actually gave up a run. There's another crazy statistic.
Yeah. 2021, he went 6 innings on opening day, no runs. 2020, on opening day, he went 5 innings, no runs. 2019, on opening day, he went 6 innings, no runs.
Wow.
Look
at that.
So do we marvel at that, or do we go, holy cow, it's that bad? He's already given up 4 runs in his first start. You know what it is, though? I think there's a different energy, between pitching for the Mets and in New York, and then you come to the Rangers. Like, there's a little bit of pressure on Jacob Degrom that he's probably not used to pitching for the Rangers.
Absolutely. You don't get this kind of pressure anywhere, do you?
No. And so I think that's the thing.
It was 3 career opening day starts and had not allowed a run. That was what it was.
I guess in 2018, it must have been Syndergaard or somebody else. I doubt Matt Harvey was still there then. But because in 2018, it was March 31st, he pitched. Terrible. He pitched 5 2/3, allowed 1 earned. Just awful. I mean, you can't have that kind of. You can't do that. That kind of pitcher performance. You just can't have.
I think the command clearly wasn't there. I'm hoping that's just due to the ramp up. The fact that he didn't get the same work that he normally would, but he had the wild pitch. He had the fastballs that were elevating. Sometimes the sliders were he had some stuff that was skipping, some stuff that was clearly missing his target zone. But you could tell how filthy it is, the stuff that he's working with, just by the fact that all the swinging strikes, all the swing and miss stuff, and a generous corner that he was getting from the ump.
Yeah. That ump was very generous. It's like the college umpire who apologized yesterday and said he made it personal. So there you go. Rangers 1-0 thanks to that 4th inning. That was fun. And whose guy, Robbie Grossman, was that?
It was Bobby's Robbie.
I
That's
told
his
you
new
yesterday.
nickname, Bobby's Robbie.
I said it. I said MVP. Watch. Just sit there and watch.
He's the team MVP.
And yesterday, he came through.
I can see that. Let's get you set for the Final Four.
Yeah.
Final Four weekend. There's 2 Final Fours. One's right here. Did you notice the big ball? Did you notice the ball with the basketball and all the team logos on it?
No.
Driving in?
No.
It's the women's Final Four in town.
Oh!
Yeah.
Shout out Reggie and KG.
Both Final Fours in the great state of Texas. Let's get you set for the Final Four next.
Coming up at 10, continue your workday with the KNC Masterpiece. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. The Mean Green win the NIT. It is over in Las Vegas, and they're going crazy on the floor at Orleans Arena. 68-61. They're going to cut down the Nets in Vegas.
That's UNT Radio. I had no idea they cut down the Nets. I had no idea they do net cutting at the NIT.
They got to the championship.
The lice champions of college basketball.
The lice?
Yeah, the Nits, right?
Huh?
Nits, NIT. Isn't that what that is?
Did Nits give you lice?
What are nits?
We're talking about beanies?
When you pick out the lice, those little things are called nits.
I thought you
Look,
were
it's
talking
I'm too far advanced for you guys, okay?
I thought you were talking about your wife randomly checking children who are always around her for head disease.
She thinks she made that mom upset, by the way.
Yeah.
She's like, she hasn't talked to her since.
Yeah, I think so.
Why?
Number one, don't touch my child. Number two, definitely don't sift through their scalp. Don't be rubbing your fingers through my child's hair, insinuating that I'm a dirty parent not washing their hair with little ticks or
It
whatever the
wasn't
hell.
like that. It was like she had been out of town, and so she was like, oh, this probably happened when you're out of town. And she said, okay.
Come over here and give me a lice check what your wife did.
Okay, so for those listening at home on the radio dial, Bobby is going over to Sean and sifting through his hair.
Look at that. RJ, would you be offended by any of this? She said her head was the parent there? Was the other parent there as she did that?
No, she was on a plane. And so Kristen was trying to check it so that she could tell her, like, hey, when you get here, like, you probably want to go take her to the doctor.
Yeah. So imagine when mommy calls you from out of town. Hey, sweetheart, how was your day? Oh, Mrs. Belt. She thinks I need to go get checked.
Yeah, she lands in Costa Rica ready for a vacation, only to find out that her daughter has lice. And I think the general rule of thumb, I don't know, maybe you guys disagree, there's just generally keep your hands off other people's kids.
Yeah.
Like that's kind of a rule to follow.
There's two types of parenting I'm being told. One, I'm gonna do you the favor by telling the kid what to do when you're not around. I mean, I'm going out with my buddy John and Taylor tonight, and Taylor, she's like a strict mom.
Those are made up names.
If there's another kid around acting up, she'll be like, "Don't do that." And she's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get him right for the future." And I'm like,
that was my dad growing up. My dad was parenting other people's children and having no qualms about it.
Yeah. Did he ever get checked?
No. People didn't check my dad.
Yeah, last name Belt. I don't know.
My dad was literally the dad that he was literally get off my lawn guy. He was, if you skateboard on the sidewalk, get off the skateboard. We're gonna read a book. Go read a book. Hey, you're on my property. You're gonna fall. You're gonna break your head. I'm gonna get sued. Go read a book.
Your dad was the dad from the Twisted Sister. We're not gonna take it video.
Yeah, 100%. Peyton, you have the floor. 68-61. Do you have anything that you want to add on this wonderful UNT? You had an interesting idea too, but you have the floor.
The 69th best team in the country this
Nice.
year. NIT champions, baby. It just feels so good to be back on top. I mean, it's unfortunate that we're probably going to lose our...
back on top?
Well, we were CBI champions back when I was a senior in college.
Well.
You know what that stands for.
Yeah,
College Basketball Invitational. Yeah, that's a championship as well. And we beat Purdue a couple years ago in March Madness. That put us on top.
Yeah, but Fairleigh Dickinson did it too, so what's it matter?
Yeah, but you don't even know where they are. So
Exactly
How
my
much of
point.
this did you watch?
the first half. Well, I
first half.
Well, I protested the second half because why on earth are we starting a championship game at 8:30? No team is in the West Coast. I get the games in Vegas, but why are we starting at 8:30? It's ridiculous. No game should start past 7 o'clock Central Time.
I agree. That's why, though, because it's in Vegas. I'm glad they changed the CBI from its original name, the College Basketball Tournament, the CBT, which has a much different connotation on the dark web. So I'm glad they changed it. But good for you. You had an interesting idea, though, on what should happen to the winners of the NIT.
Yeah, I just think that because teams drop out of that tournament, good teams like North Carolina and stuff that don't want to play in the NIT, they drop their names out of the hat. If you win the NIT, you should automatically qualify for the March Madness tournament next season. It gives people a chance and really gets people in the tournament and makes it competitive again. You want competition, make it worth something because you don't get anything at the end.
But you have a totally different team.
What if
Doesn't matter.
That's it. That's it. It kind of matters.
What if your whole starting lineup is seniors, and so then the next year you're like a team that's 10 games under 500, but hey, you earned the bid.
It's a free pass.
I mean,
I'm just saying it'd be worth watching, because now I'm not just celebrating a NIT championship. I'm celebrating that next year I'm going to be able to watch my team in March Madness.
I feel like this is just because UNT won it that you're arguing for this.
And now your head coach has bailed, right?
Yeah, it looks like he's going to your squad, your part of town, Sean.
Get your little guns up, Sean.
It's reported 6-year, $18 million deal. Not sure it's finalized yet, but Grant McCaslin gone after 6 seasons in Denton.
Trader, or are you supporting him?
No support. I mean he's the best men's basketball head coach we've ever had. I mean, I think he went to 4 postseasons in 6 years, won a March Madness game for the first time ever, I believe. Technically, won a couple championships, CBI and NIT, won a couple Conference USA championships. I mean, the guy was successful. He's got to get his money now.
It's a little odd how this happened, like hours after the game. Well, like, are we supposed to believe that the
tampering?
Right? That the Tech AD called to congratulate him and said, "Oh, by the way, do you want to come work here?"
They kept it quiet.
Yeah, they did.
They kept it very quiet.
I mean, it was. I think people in like the college hoops circles saw this one coming, but yeah, they definitely kept it quiet from as they say in the prison life, the Gen Pop.
Is that what they
call
say?
it, Gen Pop. Okay, Final Four this weekend. Final Four Saturday night in Houston. It'll be FAU taking on San Diego State, and it'll be Miami taking on UConn in what is going to be, either way you shake it, a David versus Goliath Final Four.
Versus.
Is that what it is? Is it versus?
Love versus.
My pet peeves
when they get the rappers in there.
My pet peeves are verse, like the Mavs verse Hornets versus, and then I could care less.
I think you've corrected me on that before. Yes. He always corrects me on saying, and the fan text does too, on saying end out. I don't know why I say end out. It's
end out
instead of end up. Like you end out doing this.
You end out.
Yeah.
Okay. And also when you give the score backwards, like they lost 0-2.
Oh, I hate that.
Troy did that. Maybe why he's not working here anymore. Sports reference.
It's often, not often.
What?
Yeah, it's often.
It's often?
I'm telling you, I got in trouble
like
for it.
OFFEN?
Yes,
not
I got
often?
in trouble with that so many times doing UNT radio. The news director would come in there and say, he'd say, Mr. Russell, do you find yourself well-spoken? I go, yeah, of course I do. He's like, what's this word right here? And I say, oh, it's often. He goes, incorrect. I go, I don't know how else to pronounce it. He goes, it's often. And he says, I work for the Associated Press, so I know how it's pronounced. And ever since then, I said
now
often.
You're at UNT. You should have told him, go round up the foreigners. Call back.
Like if you go to the dictionary,
Gather the foreigners.
In the dictionary, it says often.
Yeah.
Yeah, screw your AP style book. Nobody cares.
I think it's more of a broadcasting thing too. Like it just I don't know. It sounds better. He told me, and I said, yes, sir, and I went along with it.
Wow.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Generally the T is silent in like soften, hasten.
Yeah, it's not soft.
It's hasten.
Hasten, right? Is it hasten?
It's hasten.
Hasten, no
It's
T.
hasten.
Hasten.
And soften. And it says the phonetic is AAFN, often.
But you brought up the question about this in terms of like the no-name Final Four. So is it disappointing? The build-up disappointing?
Yes.
What build-up?
Right.
Richard Deitch said this is going to be the lowest rated Final Four. And I had two thoughts. My first thought was like, hey, who cares? Like, we care, right? Media care. Fans don't care about ratings. Fans don't care about TV ratings.
But the point is trying to say whether they care about watching it. Is this a must tune in for you on Saturday for the Final Four?
It's a requirement because we're in Sports Talk Radio. If I was not in Sports Talk Radio, I would not be watching the Final Four this weekend. I just don't care about the matchups. You want a Cinderella story. Everybody wants a Cinderella story to an extent. Mm-hmm. You want one of them making it to the Elite Eight or maybe one making it to the Final Four. You do not want, San Diego State, FAU, Miami, and Miami, UConn obviously
Power
bigger
5,
schools, but Miami's not been a big-time basketball school. UConn's historic, and UConn's, to me, been the best team throughout the tournament. And so, I mean, that's good, but it's this reverse where you don't have one Cinderella team. It feels like you have one legit team.
I'm totally in. This year, I don't care that you don't have a 1, a 2, a 3 seed in it. I think there's a couple reasons. One, because I didn't watch any college basketball during the regular season like the rest of the country outside of the nosebleeds. I'm not missing that big-time team that I know. Number two, when you see these top seeds like Alabama, who else was a Purdue?
Purdue, Alabama, Houston, they were big.
Purdue's been a good program. Houston's been a solid program, but who's the heavyweight team that would have made you change your statement where you're like, okay, I'm definitely watching? Besides the Longs.
Kansas was a 1 seed too.
Kansas was a 1 seed. Yeah, your 2 seeds. I mean, Marquette was a 2.
Yeah, it's kind of like in our era of college basketball growing up, not heavyweight programs. So those two things contribute for me, and I'm like, I'm in. I'm in because of the importance of it. I'm actually happier that it's 4 versus 5, and we don't have like 1 versus 9. If it was like 1 versus 8, and I'm like blowout central, blowouts coming, then I'm not as tuned in. But FAU, San Diego State, I just want competitive. I want a competitive game. That's it. I don't care this year that we don't have the heavyweights. And it's been the best tournament of all time.
If you look at teams that were good, probably the dream prestige matchup, looking through all the brackets right now, would have been, at least from history, Kansas, Indiana, Arizona, Duke.
Are you talking like the historic teams?
Like in terms of if you just want to talk about prestige and getting people in who are like, oh my gosh, look at these historic programs and I associate Indiana basketball with success and Duke basketball and Arizona. Like that probably would have been what they were rooting for. And all of those teams were top 4 seed. Well, Duke was 5. But all outside of Duke, those were top 4 seeds. And so you could have realistically gotten it. Instead, we're getting a bunch of, San Diego State and FAU.
The alternative is last year. So last year, the Final Four, I don't think it gets more blue blood than last year. It was Kansas, Carolina, Duke, and Villanova.
Looked like a West Coast voting map.
Careful, that could get you indicted.
Yeah, right.
Oh no, you have to say the porn star.
Yeah. But that is the bluest of blue blood Final Four that you're going to find. I mean, maybe take Villanova out, put UCLA or Kentucky in.
Yeah.
But for the most part, I mean, that's like, holy cow. And, this year is the complete and polar opposite. You have 3 teams making their first Final Four, and then you've got UConn, who has been to this is like 6 or 7. And they've won the last 2 championships that were in the state of Texas.
What's your excitement level?
The moment Tennessee got knocked out, I lost a little bit of excitement in the tournament in general. That happens every year for me. It happens. It doesn't matter what it is. Doesn't matter what sport it is. The moment my team is out, I do lose a little bit of the excitement. Do you guys feel the same?
Yeah.
When American University doesn't make it, but he gets knocked out, I'm out.
When the Cowboys get knocked out, you lose a little bit of excitement.
No doubt.
Yeah, of course.
That's why I want the Mavs to make the playoffs, so I can be interested in the NBA playoffs longer.
Right. So I lose a little bit, but I mean, look, I am not excited to see UConn win by 30 in the championship game if that happens. That doesn't excite me. I don't think it'll happen. San Diego State is the most criminally underrated team outside of UConn. UConn's the most criminally underrated because they were 4 seed, but San Diego State's been great all year long.
I mean, the spreads are 3 and 5.5. That's all I care about.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all I care about this year. If you told me that Wembanyama is going to be in Bronny, right? They're on teams next year. I want those teams to advance as far as possible. But the most noteworthy star in the tournament just declared from Alabama, that was left out, Brandon Miller, out of the Elite 8. And unless you can give me 2 or 3 other stars, then it doesn't matter to me that they're not there.
I'll be honest, I can't I don't think anybody can name a player in the tournament in the Final Four.
I can't.
Nope.
I can't.
Peyton?
Nothing.
Khalid El Amin.
Not but right? I mean, but do we don't care? We've we've gotten past that. We haven't known players in the NCAA tournament for for 25 years.
But we do know players in the NCAA tournament if, like we said, some of these more prestigious teams get down. Like, because I think we do.
Yes.
There were certain players that I think we were familiar with on each program.
We would know Sasser. We would know Brandon Miller. We would know
Marcus Carr. Like, you know people like that.
Shebue for Kentucky. Like, we would know some of these guys. But when you get down to FAU, like, I'm sorry. I know they were like 33-3 or whatever. I didn't spend a ton of time watching FAU basketball. San Diego State's on too late at night. Miami is a program I've never paid attention to. And then UConn was great in the beginning, completely got inconsistent, and then became the most dominant force at the end. So, I don't know. I'm excited.
Yep.
Degenerate picks coming up at 7:20. Did Rob Manfred hit it out of the park?
See what you did there.
I did. Next on the Fan.
here, brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Heim takes off. Here's the pitch. It's hit high and deep out into left field. Carrying well. Cave goes back. He looks up. It's gone! Opposite field home run for Brad Miller. We just talked about it. He homered on opening day last year. He does it again today. Rangers lead 11-6.
Matt Hicks, the call. The game you heard right here. Rangers 11-7 winners on opening day over the Philadelphia Phillies. That is hit. Brad Miller has a 1250 OPS, Sean. Oh, baby.
Sustainable.
Making Peyton Russell look good with that Rangers explosion in the fourth inning. What were you thinking when it was 5-zip?
This is over.
Team tank.
Yeah.
Stop it. Man, I was thinking, man, maybe the Mets aren't the most cursed franchise in the league. Maybe the Rangers are.
Oh my gosh. Well, and at first, you got the long at bat to start, then you got the Seager walk, and then after that, Nola set down 8 in a row or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And I just had a feeling okay, this is the day where they're getting no hit.
I mean, he was unhittable until that explosion. He really was. And I'll tell you the thing that I'll be honest, I thought, man, we're going to wind up having we're going to get blown out here, and we're not even going to be able to get to enjoy a fast game because it was 2 hours at that point in.
Yeah.
It just kind of dragged by. But what it what it did do is, it did show that offense is, it's not bad. I think we completely underrated the offense last year. It was a top 6 or 7 offense, which is that's in the AL.
Yeah.
That's midway, but Simeon got off to an awful start.
Yes.
And it still wasn't that bad. When did he hit his first homer? In May?
Yeah, it was late May. He went basically the first 2 months of the season.
45 games. And their offense still was not bad. So, I think there's a lot to look forward to from offensive side.
Jonah Heim, 2-run double. Bobby Grossman with the 3-run homer. Bobby Grossman. Simeon. And then the bloops and the dinks and the dunks started evening out a little bit, right? Simeon with a bloop single. Lowe had the bases loaded tapper that scored Josh Smith for the 5-4 lead. Pass ball taking place. I thought that ball was foul tipped. I was like, Adolis tipped that. I think it was Adolis that was up. But no argument from Filthy. And then Garcia with the 2-run single. And bam, it's 9-5. Rangers win. Explosion in the 4th inning.
Yeah, and that's I was just going back through and taking some notes based off of what we're looking at last night. So last year, the Rangers were 21st in walk rate as an offense. And yesterday, they were incredibly patient. They drew 6 walks. They showed some really good discipline. There were a lot of long at bats. Like I said, Marcus Simeon starts off the game with a 10-pitch at bat. Corey Seager, when he got that single in the 4th inning, that was the leadoff at bat in that inning, and he had a 10-pitch at bat that then led to the single. In fact, Corey Seager yesterday in 5 plate appearances, he saw 32 pitches.
Woo!
Which is just a ridiculous amount. He had 10. All of his at bats were at least 5 pitches. It was 6, 10, 6, 5. The patience there at the top is so valuable with what Simeon and Seager do to help, especially in an era where pitchers aren't going longer. Draw that starter out, get him out of the ball game. And so I think in general, you just saw them spoiling a lot of pitches, showing a lot of patience. That 4th inning, Philadelphia threw 60 pitches, which is just,
it's crazy.
It's that's almost what Degrom's pitch limit was supposed to be for yesterday, which was 65.
Bubba Thompson with that catch.
Yep.
He had an earlier opportunity, but then he got one that would have gotten out of the yard. So showing off the athleticism in center field.
Oh,
fun.
It was fun. Boy, speaking of catches, did you see the catch of the Angels game yesterday?
No.
Oh.
He wasn't looking.
He wasn't looking.
Mm-mm. Yeah, we just said we didn't see it.
No, it's you might be able to find it on Twitter. Shohei's pitching, and this guy laces the ball to right, and the right fielder goes back, and he reaches his hand, and I don't know how he bent this way, but he reaches his hand behind his head. It was a wild play.
Oh my gosh, already 2 million views on Twitter. Let's see here.
It was a great play. Sean's looking at it now.
Oh my gosh. He just threw it like he had that catches. He's just throwing his glove up like hopefully it's right here.
The replay is better. I mean, watch for the replay because they slow it down and stuff. I mean, he's looking at the wall when he throws his glove up.
How do you explain this?
I don't know. That's the thing. Like it's.
How do you explain this over the radio for those who didn't see it?
So he's go ahead.
It's literally like imagine the way an outfielder is tracking a ball. They're kind of running with their shoulder facing home plate. Okay,
but it was right at him, so he was going straight back.
He I think he misjudged the ball. And so what happened is that he was too far and it was going back behind his back shoulder, his glove hand, his left hand. And so he's turning around his back to home plate and just throws his glove up, hoping the ball's there and not going to get past him. And it went right into his glove. That's like, look, anytime you can get Shohei Ohtani, who I think a lot of people agree is probably the biggest, he's the biggest freak probably right now. Whether he's the best baseball player, he's the biggest freak in terms of his skill set in Major League Baseball. And he's literally standing on home plate with his hands on his head and looks genuinely shocked that play just happened.
10 strikeouts through 6, but they lost.
They lost. He got the no decision.
Called all his pitches.
He did. He did call all his
Pitchcom.
pitches. The Pitchcom.
He called it. Yeah.
All right. Explain to me what the hell this damn beeper is that slowed down this game yesterday with the Rangers. So what is this? What is Pitchcom?
Is it different than last year's?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I know the Rangers were fiddling with, because there was some story up last week, 2 weeks ago, that said the Rangers were working with a new Pitchcom unit, but I don't know if it's like a new provider or there's some sort of difference with it. But they were having trouble with it yesterday. Jonah Heim was.
So it's basically a way for the pitcher and catcher to communicate without having to give signs, so the Astros can't win World Series.
Yeah, now we all get to buzz each other.
Right.
Okay, so how's it work? I'm on the mound. How we communicate?
I assume it sounds like, according to the show, that either the pitcher or the catcher can have the unit that you type something. The pitcher. You'll see pitchers hold a glove up to their ear if they're on the road so they can hear it. So honestly, I have no idea how this thing works.
They blink Morse code at each other, basically.
No, but seriously, how is Shohei communicating a pitch to the catcher, or is he hearing it? Is he feeling it? The beeps? I don't know how it works. But yesterday, Pitchcom broke during the Ranger game. I thought they were checking Degrom's hat. I was like, yo, he's getting shelled. You don't got to check him.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
So it does. It's, have you ever seen those bone conductor speakers? Have you ever seen bone conductor speakers where you can put speakers on the back of your skull and you don't have to have my ears. It's the same thing. Apparently it's something in your hat and it basically sends the signal through there. So you're receiving it through your hat.
All right. So this thing is on the catcher's.
Typically it's on the catcher. I'm
left wristband. So is he pressing buttons?
Yes, he's pressing buttons.
Okay.
And that's going to tell you location or, what pitch.
And then it's speaking.
It's speaking. They hear something along the lines of high fastball, low curveball. They hear direction and pitch.
So I guess Shohei had this on him, and which I'm surprised by, because you would think that pitchers aren't supposed to wear a lot of things on their body. They're not supposed to wear. I mean, you can't.
Foreign substance chop.
So that's really how it works. It's like this. It's kind of like a beeper, and it speaks in. It's in your hat, and it speaks into the pitcher. But I guess you could do it the other reverse way, and have it speak into the catcher. But be that as it may,
you can reverse anything if you're creative enough.
I guess you could.
Yeah,
I guess you could. On Bobby's Robbie, and Robbie Grossman hit a home run yesterday as the Rangers won 11-7.
Mm-hmm.
As we said that Jake, when Baum hit the home run and a couple of the other hits, he missed his spot. I don't think Nola missed his spot on that one. I thought it was just a really good piece of hitting. He wanted it up and in, and he got it up and in, or upper part of the strike zone. It looked like it was right where the catcher's glove wanted it, and Grossman just put good wood on it. Had a good swing. Look at that.
Sorry, you could have just said barrel. You had to say that. What am I supposed to do? It's a Friday, but no. In general, I think all of it was the bloops did even out a little bit, like Sean had said, but I think in general, you just saw really patient hitting. Great. I loved the approach of the hitters yesterday in general. The way they were spoiling off pitches, the way that they were, able to barrel some things up. Like you talk about there with Grossman, you get, Brad Miller. This is all it's all encouraging stuff, especially from if you can get good production out of the outfield and the DH. This team will make the playoffs. If they are hitting well in the outfield and if they're getting batting out of those 4 spots, consistent, reliable hitting, they'll be good because the infield's set. Like you should be. If you are disappointing in the infield with your bat, then you've just got you've got unpredictable problems. But as long as Young, who drew a big walk in that 4th inning, you've got Josh Young coming along, who showed some pop last year. We already know what Simeon, Seager, Lowe can do. Hyman, Garver is a good tandem at catcher. Then yeah, I mean I think this is absolutely a team that can compete as long as you're going to get that sort of production from Brad Miller and Bobby Grossman.
I just love that they could explode like that against Nola, right? Mm-hmm. You got an ace on the other side. They explode like that. So a very encouraging win. And then they're off today.
That I hate. I hate. All the momentum that the sport got today, if you think it got to momentum today, is gone tomorrow. And I get why they do it. They do it so so in case of a rain out, because a lot of these games are in like northern cities. Guess what? There wasn't a rain out yesterday.
They tried here in Texas.
Had
to close that roof.
The weather was really pretty good yesterday across the sport.
And then Sandler with this note: last time a Rangers manager won his debut was who?
I saw the tweet.
His Ranger debut.
Oh man!
Debut with the
Ted
Rangers.
Williams.
I'll say Buck Showalter.
It was Buck Showalter in 2003. I forgot that Spittle emailed that to us.
Was that your?
No,
was it 04? That was the team. That was the team.
04, yeah. 03 is when Buck got here, but 04 was when they really outdid expectations.
03 was the A-Rod MVP on a last place team year.
Yes, and then 04 was the first year with Soriano here, and I think that was the year they had 6 guys hit 20 home runs.
I love Bochy already. Did you see him trying to run down the first base line for the intros? I'm like, oh, that looks like it hurts.
Almost he just tipped over with that big head of his.
He just doesn't look like or sound like a dude that managed a dynasty. I'm trying to think of someone else who
very unassuming,
doesn't look the part, seems like an awesome guy. Sounds like someone you want to sit down, have a drink with, have
any sport,
3 smokes. Yeah.
Andy Reid.
Okay, that's a good one. Who's Jordan Love?
Who? Good player, great player.
Boy, the Chiefs have the market corner on not knowing who anybody else is in the NFL.
Who else?
Well, Travis Kelce, audio we'll get to a little bit.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah. Do we think that's play? Do we think that works?
Yeah, I think it works with the way we set it up.
Poor Mike McCarthy. They did him dirty. I won't spoil, but man, Travis and Jason Kelce did Mike McCarthy dirty.
Okay, let's do that next.
Yeah.
Let's play this Travis Kelce audio. Does Travis Kelce know who any NFL head coach is? That's coming up next here at 105.3 The Fan. But first, let's get you out to Platinum Ford. Oh baby, the all new Platinum Ford location in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist owned store. Gilchrist Automotive. Good morning, Metroplex 105.3 The Fan. It is Sean and RJ. It is Final Four weekend. I'm excited about that. Degenerate coming up 1 hour from now. Let's just say that.
Do you get you ever heard the phrase never get high on your own supply?
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Do you follow that rule with your degenerate picks? Like, are you just giving us degenerate picks, but you're not out there actually necessarily making parlays on each one of them?
No, I bet quite a bit. I will never bet on my team. I will never bet a Cowboy game. I will never bet a Tennessee football game, basketball. I'll never bet on my team.
Will you bet against them?
Yes, I'll bet against them because I feel like I know. You know.
And it's a hedge. It's a win-win. You win money or your team wins.
I bet and lost the Duke Tennessee game. I bet Duke, and I knew I think I bet like $100 on Duke, and I don't usually go that high. Yeah, with the spread, Duke was a 3-point favorite. So I bet $100, and I knew if Tennessee lost by 3, that I was at least gonna drown my sorrows in an extra $100 in my pocket. Yeah. And if they lost, I just said I paid $100 for this win.
Oh,
so
that's a good way to think about it, is that this is the sacrifice I had to make to the basketball gods. I had to buy this victory.
This is the cost of victory. The price. There's a price on victory. There's a price.
Oh yeah, NBA will tell you that.
Yeah, they absolutely will. Okay, this is fantastic audio. I think. I hope you guys agree. What the hell do I know? Travis Kelce, is Bobby the best tight end in the NFL?
Second best, behind George Kittle.
So he and his brother have this podcast, and in this podcast they are going over the coach's photo from the coaches meetings that we talked about this week, where you've got a couple of guys in suits, and you've got the 2 guys in shorts were Belichick and Andy Reid, just the don't give a damn coaches. Then you've got,
because God knows Sean Payton couldn't wear shorts.
Well, Sean Payton could not wear shorts.
You made the entire internet in DFW look at that man's junk.
And Choppy's just like, look at that hog.
I was guilty of it as well. You made all of DFW say, damn you for making us look.
Oh, yeah.
Right at his midsection.
Thank you. Yeah, Sean Payton, he's packing, man. He's got a hammer down there. I wonder how that changes in the altitude in Denver. Yeah. But I'll admit, even we struggled with a couple of the coaches. There was a couple in the back row to the right. We were like, who is that?
Yeah.
It's all the new guys. It's all the new coordinators.
So I think the point of this is, yes, it's best to watch it so you can see who he's struggling with, but just the sound of him not knowing is good enough for radio.
Yeah,
I think we can play it.
All right, so let's try this out, and I'll retweet the actual video of the Kelce brothers. So Jason is asking Travis,
who's been in the league for a while.
It's not a rookie.
Yeah,
not a rookie. Can you name these NFL head coaches?
We show players this picture, and they have to name each coach in this picture. Let's give it a Travis Kelce try right now.
I'm the worst with names, but I can tell you team.
Starting on the left.
Chargers, Giants.
Yep.
San Fran. Who the f*** is that guy?
No chance you're getting this one. 0% chance.
No. Jets. After Jets. Nothing. I've never seen that man in my f***ing life.
This is so good.
I mean, 3 in a row. I have no idea who those dudes are.
That was our offensive coordinator, Shane Steichen for the Colts. Come on, Travis.
Who's next to Dougie P? Who the f***
You should
is
know that one. You should definitely know that
I know
one.
D'Amico. Who's the other one?
You should know him because he's arguably your biggest rival.
Oh, that's Cincy. He's a dog.
Start with Matt Foley.
Cowboy.
Okay, pause it.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. What does that mean? Is
It's
that the
it's
down by the
Chris
river?
Farley
Okay.
Yeah. Which now that he says it,
Dude, I thought RJ got him with the Buzz Lightyear thing, with the astronaut outfit, with
Buzz
the helmet,
Foley.
but then freaking Jason Kelce. He's got all the Cowboys stuff lined up. He's smart. He knows what he's doing. He's becoming even more of a hero in Filthy because of comments like this. What did he call Jerry the other day? What was the Harry Potter reference, Peyton?
Oh, he's in Slytherin.
No, but he's a Lord
Voldemort. Voldemort. Yeah.
Voldemort.
Isn't that the guy without a nose?
No nose guy. Pale, bald. Yeah.
Yeah.
They gave Jerry no nose.
So he got Jerry, Harry Potter, and he got Chris Farley from Mike McCarthy.
Man.
All right, so who has he missed so far?
All right, so he's missed. It looks like.
And by the way, he's not even naming names. He's just naming teams.
Yeah.
I don't know the names of the coach. I know that's the team.
It looked like he missed Arthur Smith. Did he say Falcon? I don't think he said Falcon.
no, but they didn't play each single one of them in that cut up. But he missed for sure Shane Steichen with the Colts. He missed Zach Taylor with the Bengals.
Yes, he's a dog.
He missed Eberflus. I don't even know who some of these guys are.
I forgot Eberflus. No way I would have remembered Eberflus was the Bears head coach.
So are you guys looking at the picture right now?
Yeah,
Yes.
I am.
Okay. So Sean Payton looks like a giant in this photo,
Yeah,
right?
RJ already told us.
No, you know what I'm saying. He looks like a giant in this photo. I just had to Google. He's 5'11". How short are the rest of the NFL head coaches next to him?
Well,
Or is he
Sean's
just
he's a little-
sitting forward?
He's a little thick too.
He is sitting forward.
like-
he is
do
sitting
those-
up, yeah.
I mean, like Belichick must be 4'6" based off of this.
Yeah.
He's also, he's slouched. You could tell. I mean, Sean McVay's very small. I think he's like 5'9". I can't figure out the guy next to Eberflus and between Eberflus and Zach Taylor. I can't figure out who that is. I know people said it may be Stefanski, but it's not. I mean, he's a daddy anyway. It's definitely not him. But so he has missed on the back row. So half the coaches, he has missed 6 of the team. Not even names. He had other teams. He's missed 6 of them.
Yeah.
So he definitely missed Eberflus. He missed Arthur Smith. He missed Zach Taylor. And he missed 2 other guys that I don't know. All right. He's gotten through the bottom row. He started with the Cowboys, who he calls Matt Foley. Let's continue. The next one he doesn't have.
Oh, that's Cincy. He's a dog.
Start with Matt Foley.
Cowboy. Matt Foley. Again, never seen this fucking guy in my life.
It's my defensive coordinator.
Miami. God. There's no way that guy coaches in the NFL, man. Then Pete Carroll, Harbaugh, obviously, the next Rivera, Broncos country, let's ride. Gordon Bombay, we got the Packers, and then no clue, and then Bills.
So he called Sean McVay Gordon Bombay.
Quack, quack.
But, I mean...
After Mike McDaniel, right to left between Pete Carroll. Who is that?
I think that's Stefanski. Is
Stefanski,
that
yeah.
Stefanski?
And he also did not know Jason's D coordinator in Philly.
Who he played in the Super Bowl.
Gannon. He played Gannon, who went to Indy.
Like, he had to have...
So the one on the far left, second top row that y'all were talking about earlier, that was the first one he missed, right?
No.
That was the first one that he was unable to name, is when they went off. That was Kevin O'Connell.
Kevin O'Connell.
From the Vikings.
Okay. I mean, I guess the question here, first off, that's hilarious. But how many sports would miss like this?
It's a good question, man. Like, I would think a player... No, rookie, I get it. But I would think... But
I guarantee you if we sat down Jaden Hardy, if he was, did we interview Jaden? No, we had Josh Green. If we asked Josh Green to name the NBA coach's photo, we should have Kevin Gray or Chris Arnold do this in the Mavs locker room. They'd miss. And baseball, everybody would miss like this, I believe.
Which would we do best at individually? I feel like I'm
NFL.
NFL.
And I couldn't name all these guys.
No.
I thought I can normally name all of them.
I haven't caught up with the turnover. Like if they're a new head coach, I cannot spot them. And then there's maybe one or two others that I'm not recognizing.
Forget spotting them. I know that you can't name. You miss a third of NBA coaches, the names.
Yeah,
just naming them or baseball managers. You miss a third in both leagues. Guaranteed.
If you gave me the name of every manager in baseball, I could probably figure it out.
Yeah, you might have a chance.
I could not do that in the NBA. I think we could all do it in the NFL. If you gave us the name.
Yes.
If you gave us the name, we could figure out the team. If you gave us the team, I don't know that we could figure out the name on all these guys.
Like, I can't off the top of my head instantly, and I watch the NBA a good amount. I can't instantly name you the Pistons head coach, the Hornets head coach, the Magic head coach, and the Wizards head coach. Four out of the 5 teams, bottom of the East. I'm just looking straight in a row. I can't rip them off.
Isn't the Magic head coach the old Mavs assistant, Jamal Mosley?
Yes, good job. Now
sure, I'll take your word for it.
He is. Name the others.
I don't know.
Yeah.
No, I think just picture wise, like faces.
Who's Cleveland's head coach?
If I see faces, I don't remember his name. I don't remember his name. It's no, I know. I can't do it.
Shut up, Bobby.
Now, if you show me the,
he said,
Shut up, Bobby.
He played that. No, if you gave me like a picture of the NBA head coaches, I feel like I could name the faces more than I could name the faces of MLB managers. Even though I think maybe name more names of MLB managers. I don't know that I can, because you're not going to see their faces as much with the MLB. They're sitting in the dugout. It's whatever like quick shot you get of them looking dejected after like a 3-run homer. That's all you get.
If you gave me, like, I don't know that if you gave me, I know he played. If you gave me a photo of Kevin Cash, I'm not sure I'd be able to tell you who it is. No. Even though I played and I watched him play. Maybe I could. I don't know.
No, that is odd, because that's the other thing is they're oftentimes wearing, like Kevin Cash
oftentimes, not often.
You end out looking at these photos, and I think that when you get baseball players too, they're usually in these like they're in their batting helmet or their cap, whatever. So then we see the picture. It does change a person, man.
What if I asked you which one of these NFL head coaches had a burner account?
Well, Matt Foley, but
no. Did you know who it is?
Yes, I do. I saw the headline, but I assume.
The dog. Zach Taylor has a burner account?
That's the report out there. Zach Taylor has a burner Twitter account, which I could not believe. An NFL coach having a burner account?
You got to be kidding me.
They say John Daniels did.
Over half. I promise you, over half of the NFL head coaches have one. They all.
You promise? Over half?
Promise.
So what, you think they go on Twitter and type their name in the search bar?
I don't think they necessarily do anything like that. I don't they all probably use them differently. Many of them I would guess
just have your media person gather. Shanahan did that for newspaper clippings. Kansas City,
all teams do. All teams do. But I think they still want to see what the conversation is out there. And so they just a lot of them don't even engage. They don't tweet anything from the burner. I think they just use it to look.
Yeah,
I totally agree. I don't know why they wouldn't just hire somebody. I think it's a relatively bad look for a head coach to have a burner account. It looks insecure, and it looks like how much free time do you have? That's what we say about KD, right? You got enough free time. Like, you know, obviously you should have a life, but like fans of teams don't look at it like that. Like, why do you have free time to get on Twitter and Google search your name with a burner account and then go defend yourself?
Who was the 76ers executive that had one a couple years back? You remember what a big controversy that was?
Colangelo.
Yes.
I think it was Jerry Colangelo's kid, Brian. Brian Colangelo had one. Yeah.
That was it, Brian Colangelo. And he would tweet like super defensive arguments and stuff like he was active on there. And so, I mean, a basketball executive, I bet you plenty of the head coaches have them.
I am stunned, but I'm with you, Sean. Like, why don't you just have a social media team do it? And even if they do it, why do you need a burner?
And of all coaches who probably have the least amount of insults thrown their way in the past 2 years, it's Zach Taylor.
Yeah. What's he done? He's gone to a conference championship game and a Super Bowl. What's he insecure about?
Wait till it gets bad.
Maybe he uses it for just like social purposes, like he's trying to pick up chicks or something.
Like Doc Rivers?
Yeah. Like all those Doc Rivers likes. Dear Lord.
Like all the porn stars? Get indicted?
Looks like Peyton's OnlyFans list.
Oh, man. It's running out of time. Run out of time, Peyton. Run out of time with that OnlyFans account. Okay, there's your, I put that on Twitter, the Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce video. Headlines next. The Rangers win. Final four. Get you set for your day next to the Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco. From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's a ball that's lifted high into the air, deep center field. Bubba Thompson back to the track. He's at the wall. He leaps, and he makes the grab. He takes a home run away from Jake Cave.
Hicksy with the call in a game you heard right here. Rangers get an 11-7 victory in the opener in a game they trailed 5-0 midway through a 9-run explosion, Sean Sharif, for the Texas Rangers in the fourth inning. They added 2 more in the fifth. 10 hits, 11 runs. I call that efficiency.
Man, if this offense can be nice, then they can make the playoffs. Maybe causing Peyton Russell to look like a baseball genius.
I give you one mulligan, guys, to change your record. One mulligan based off of yesterday. After today, it's final.
I sided with you.
I mean, obviously Corey Seager was fantastic, but in the fourth inning it was Heim, it was Grossman, it was Lowe, who was their player of the year anyway. Josh Smith scoring for the 5-4 lead. Adolis doing his thing. I mean, all hell broke loose with the chaos after it looked like the storyline this morning was going to be all that hype. Are you serious, Jacob Degrom? And instead, the storyline is the Ranger offense having his back and taking him off the hook for the L.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say when you said, man, if this lineup can hit like that, Peyton's going to look like a genius. It's like, yeah, well, as long as, the entire rotation doesn't come out there with a 12.27 ERA, that would be nice. But look, I think the good thing is about Degrom clearly had filthy stuff. Like the stuff was electric. The fact that he was getting the fastball up to 101, 100 consistently. The slider had really good break to it, really good bite. Everything was, he was getting a lot of swings and misses, 7 strikeouts in the 3 2/3. It's just he got hit a little bit. Some bad luck hits too.
Well, he missed a spot on the home run. He wanted it a little bit out, a little bit more outside. It was kind of out over the plate. I thought Turner did a really nice piece of hitting. Maybe he could have taken I bet you that ball was literally 1 mile an hour slower. He probably swings in front of it. It was just a good piece of hitting.
How freaking awesome was that first at bat, what he did to Trey Turner?
Bang, bang, bang.
Trey
Beautiful.
Turner, WBC hero, bang, bang, bang. Gone.
Yeah. How did the great Jake feel about his outing?
I didn't make some pitches when I needed to. Obviously, I'm not thrilled with how I threw the ball, but, the guys did a good job there in the bottom of the fourth to put up, 9 runs and then continue to add on. So, my outing I'm not thrilled with. Didn't make pitches when I needed to, but the most important thing is we got to win. So, like I said, they did a good job putting together good at-bats, sticking to their game plan and, getting to Nola there.
The first 4 hitters in the Rangers order had 6 hits. Woo! That's pretty good. You're going to win a lot of baseball games in the top first 4 years because the first 4 in the order, usually your best hitters, and your best hitters generally have some extra base hits, and they did. But look, that is tremendous efficiency on offense. 10 hits to get 11 runs. 11-7. And, of course, they get to keep the momentum up with a game today.
Yeah! Right?
No?
Damn it.
I didn't think he was coming back out either. I'm trying to find his total pitches. It's not low.
For who?
DeGrom.
DeGrom was at 74. Was that what he got up to?
All right. I didn't think he was going back out. And then he went back out for 74. That was higher than what we were talking about with Sandler yesterday.
Yeah, that was higher. Look, they got he did not have great command. But he also has missed a lot of time in the last 2 years. I don't think this is anything to worry about. When he was hitting his spots yesterday, he was unhittable. Yeah, he was unhittable when he's hitting the spots.
Look, you and I are on the same page. I think it's going to end up being a bad signing. I don't trust his injury history.
Yeah, in year 5, 4, right? Or 3. Maybe now. Who knows?
Could be now.
Yeah.
It could be now or next year. But damn, does it make a difference as a fan to have a guy like that out there that you can watch.
By the way, that top of the order you mentioned, Chop, 6 hits from the first 4. When you put in the 3 walks, too, they were 500 on-base percentage yesterday. Got on base 9 times in 18 plate appearances.
That's how you win games, man. That's how you put up a 9 spot in 1 inning.
In 3 hours.
My favorite part, by the way, we only get these generally very early in the year, or like when a guy first gets called up. But we have the rare infinity ERA from Soto for the Phillies, because he went in there, didn't get a single out, gave up 3 earned runs, so he has an infinity ERA.
Is that what they call it?
Yeah. If you go look at the box score, it says INF for his ERA. It means like he's just never going to stop giving up runs.
They play at 3:05 tomorrow. Game you can hear right here. It'll also be on Fox TV. Nathan Eovaldi and Zach Wheeler. That's a good pitching matchup. You might see 100 on the radar gun more than a few times in that game.
I mean, you're really excited about Eovaldi.
I am. I think he is, to me, I liken him to like Marlins AJ Burnett. When he is on, there may not be a guy with better pure stuff in the game when he's on.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when he's not on, he might give up 7 runs.
You know who else
and he
used
might
to be that way?
get hurt.
Rich Harden used to be that way.
Rich Harden did.
Rich Harden was a guy who, like, he could either perfect game or he could walk 6 in the first inning.
Is that Atlanta?
He was Oakland, was where he
And
really
then
came.
Atlanta.
He was here in Texas. They almost had a combined no-hitter against Minnesota when Rich Harden was here. I think they gave it up with 2 outs. Phillies gave up a single or something like that. But Harden had to come out of the game in a no-hitter in the 5th inning because he had thrown 100 pitches through 5 innings in a no-hitter because he had walked so many guys.
All right, let's go around MLB a little bit. The first home run of the baseball season came from the guy who hit the most home runs in American League history last year.
Pitch is swung on and hit in the air to center field and deep. Back goes Yastrzemski on the track at the wall. She is gone. Unbelievable. Aaron Judge in his first at-bat of the year hits a home run to dead center. It is a Judgian blast. All rise. Here comes the Judge.
Yankees radio with the call. They win 5-0. The story, though, is obviously around baseball. It is the pitch clock. It is the pace of play. It is everything. I read it wrong. My time was wrong. I said 2:58 earlier in the show.
Yeah.
It was actually 2:45.
Okay.
And last year was 3:06. So that is 6 and 15. It's 21 minutes.
I was a little sad earlier when you said it was only an 8-minute difference. I was like, what? It didn't feel like that. So I'm glad it's in the 20s. I actually got the odds from Vegas on yesterday. Pitch clock violations on opening day. Over under was set at 8.5. Batter's box violations yesterday was set at over under 4.5. So 8.5 for the pitchers was the over under yesterday, and for the batters 4.5.
I think we hit the under though.
I was
right?
gonna say
On
we
both.
were under on both. By the way, I just want to jump back really quickly to the Aaron Judge call there. Of all the things that could have happened in baseball yesterday, does Aaron Judge hitting a home run in his first at bat not rank like on the lowest scale of things that would have been unbelievable? And yet Sterling is going through that call going, unbelievable. Aaron Judge hits a home run in his first at bat.
He
hit 62 of them last year.
Leave him alone.
I'm not going to leave him alone.
Leave him alone.
Did you notice around the game a couple of things? One, did you notice more stolen bases?
No. I mean, maybe there was.
The pickoff rule, right? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, the pickoff rule.
I love it.
And they kind of broke this down a little bit yesterday in the Rangers broadcast. There was only 2 stolen bases in the Rangers game. I know. I saw the stat in spring training. In spring training this year, there were 275 more steals than there was in 2021.
Wow.
In spring training.
People stole 275 bases, period, in spring training?
They stole 767 bases in spring training this year.
Jeez.
That's remarkable, and that's because of the bigger bases.
Yep.
Harold Reynolds said on MLB Network the other day, a majority of stolen base outs are bang, bang within 4 inches of the bag. And that's exactly what they made the new bases, 4 inches bigger. So you have essentially those one-time outs are now stolen bases. And you're going to get more stolen bases and fewer caught stealing. I do wonder how this changes the game.
21 steals yesterday.
Is that high?
That's what I got to figure out what the total number was last year.
That's 1.5 a game. That's not as much as I would have expected.
Now, the Orioles had 5 of them.
They're trying to get 40-40 guys.
I think that's good.
It's fantastic. The stolen base is another way to create action within the game. It's just another way to do it. You want to show off these guys' speed and athleticism. I was noticing some of that yesterday. Like, oh, that's an athletic dude. That's been a problem in baseball. All the athletes are going to play football. All the athletes are going to play basketball. More action, more speed, more running. Base hits mattering more with a guy in a scoring position on second base. I love it. It's going to be great, I think.
I agree. I think it's going to be really good. I think it's going to be really good for the sport. I hope they do more hit and runs.
Yes.
I hope this just get guys going.
Yeah.
Last year, baseball had a ball in play every 4 minutes. Their hope, but that's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine an actual play in football being run every 4 minutes. They're hoping this year it's every 2 minutes. I still think that's too low. But
this is the equivalent of the Warriors offense versus the Harden Rockets offense, where it's just ISO, stand around, watch James, versus everybody in motion, more movement, more flow, more people touching the ball. That's what the Steph offense did for the NBA in Golden State, and we just need more action, more movement, more things happening, more activity in baseball, and I think we're off to a good start.
Major League Baseball, as a collective, averaged 15 steals a game last year. 15 successful steals a game. And they had 21 yesterday.
Not 15 a game.
Or a day, yeah, sorry.
And they had how many?
6.
They had
21.
21 yesterday.
6
So-
more. So that's
Success.
almost a 50%
Now, I
increase.
wonder if they ran more or they just had more success doing it, because I don't know what the attempts are, but
I don't know.
Let's just say it was a success.
Let's just say it was a success. Just like, what a segue, the UNT men's basketball season.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. The Mean Green win the NIT. It is over in Las Vegas, and they're going crazy on the floor at Orleans Arena. 68-61. They're going to cut down the Nets in Vegas.
little overmodulated there on the audio,
Oh,
guys.
stop it, you nerd.
Tell DJ the DJ. Let him slap you again.
Watch those mics. We'll call her Vida from now on.
UNT Radio, 68-61. The Mean Green are the NIT champs. We will crown a final well, we won't crown a champ this weekend. We will in the women's draw. But in the men's, that gets going tomorrow night. Florida Atlantic and San Diego State in the Final Four. 5:09 on CBS. Miami and UConn, 7:49. I wonder the ratings for this. I wonder how many people are going to be interested in San Diego State FAU. I know you two are split.
I'm in. I'm excited for it. I'll be day drinking for it.
I'm in because I have to for my job, but otherwise I probably would not be watching.
And did you say UConn is cursed?
UConn is cursed, and they deserve it. They are not bringing Jonathan the Husky to the game. That is their mascot. Why are they not bringing Jonathan the Husky to the game? Well, according to Jonathan the Husky's Twitter account, he has one. He's a dog. He said he can't fit on the airplane. He can't fit in the seat in front of him. He requires 2 seats for his handlers as well. Okay, I'll bite.
His handlers?
Yeah.
Just like Jonathan?
Just like Jonathan, right. But here's the thing. They're not flying Delta. They're not flying American or Southwest. They're taking the New England Patriots team plane that fields 53 giant men, staff, media on the plane. And you're telling me a college basketball team can't find room for a 50-pound dog?
I could picture like, hey, they go to Bill. Bill, they wanna use the team plane. All right, but they can't bring the dog. I don't want the dog peeing on this.
But Bill's got a husky. We saw it in the draft on that day with that weird kitchen table that he has.
I support this. Let's keep dogs off planes. Let's get them off.
Oh, man.
Let's get them off.
I'm with you on that one.
The support animal stuff. I'm kidding. I could probably get in major trouble for that.
I know.
I've never had to sit next to one, but I would dread it.
Careful.
Have
You're
you
going
heard-
to get canceled from a BSM article. Sean Sharif hates dogs.
That's right. And he gave his away. He gave away his crippled dog.
No.
Meanwhile, his boss, Gavin Spittle, takes them all in, and Sharif gives them away. Have you sat next to one? Have you had an annoying incident?
No, I've never had a dog.
Right? It's not like they're barking like kids crying on a plane.
No, I haven't really heard a dog. Now, usually, like I've seen them. I've seen dogs like in the row next to me where they've got this big. I've seen like a golden retriever on board before. But you see these videos of people bringing on those. What are those miniature horses called? Are they Shetland ponies? That's what it is. You've seen that. It's just like, come on,
Dump him.
What are we doing here? No, don't dump that. I didn't say the other word.
Miniature horses. That's what I would call them.
Yep. Women's draw is tonight. It's right here. It's in Dallas. Women's Final Four.
Peyton's going to be there.
Caitlin Clark and Iowa are the nightcap.
Caitlin Clark might be. I haven't watched her play. I don't know. I can't speak to her game. She may be the biggest star left of the final 8 teams.
There's no doubt. She's a bigger star than anything in the men's tournament right now. She is fantastic. That's going to be a game. If you like, they played number 1 South Carolina. South Carolina like never loses. They're 36-0.
Is the Get Right doing their show from there?
Yeah, I think so.
Or are we getting blocked by another station?
Yeah,
going out there.
Yeah, no, they were planning on it, but they got blocked. Somebody placed a phone call.
The first game is LSU and Virginia Tech. They didn't stagger the times. These games were at 6 and 8. These games take 2 hours. Like, why would they do that? So number 3 LSU, number 1 Virginia Tech. And then the number 2 Iowa and number 1 South Carolina. We got your Degenerate coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, and we also play a new game.
Oh,
What the Fan? Coming up next on The Fan.
And it is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
Coming up in about 20 minutes, we are going to have degenerate action for you on the Final Four, the men's Final Four. We will have that for you coming up in about 20 minutes. It is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We have a guest in the studio. Say your name, Corey Majors.
Crap. I forgot my name now. Sorry,
Dang,
Chop.
man.
You look happy from yesterday.
Dude, it was awesome. It was got the new Hurtado lid straight from Brandon. Really appreciate that.
Did they blow up yesterday?
They were so busy. So busy yesterday.
Let me see the back of it.
That's,
that goes great with the You're Appreciated hoodies.
Dude, you're married.
Perfect.
Yeah. Let me see the back of it. Yeah, man, it was a glorious
Throw that
day.
thing back.
Having opening day be on our station. It's such a badass thing. Like, we're the only station that gets to do that. Nobody else gets to do that crap. It was really cool to be out there. And as the baseball show of record on the station, you threw that out there the other day, Sean. I appreciate that. With Mike and Derek, it was really nice to have Steve Buechele, Ian Kinsler. I'll tell you this. I've never interviewed Ian Kinsler before. Ever. I always kind of was weary about who he was. He was awesome.
Really?
Like, he was so cool. So it was great to talk to him.
Did you tell him, like, hey, I was kind of weary of who you were, and now I'm not?
No, but he validated a story that I've always had. If you have like a minute for me to tell it.
Expressway.
We got 35 of them.
Awesome. Okay. So one day my father-in-law and I were watching the Rangers and Angels play. There's a foul ball into, first base territory. He runs over and chases it down, and when he catches it, he's literally 2 feet from Angels fans on the front row. And they stick their hand out like, hey, throw us the ball. And he looks at him and he shakes his head and runs back to the dugout. And my father-in-law and I were like, he is so competitive, he won't even give another fan the ball.
Yeah.
As I was telling him this story, I was like, hey, I saw this. Is this what happened? He starts to smile. And Kevin's like, you can see on that smile, he knows what you're talking about. He was like, I know exactly what you're talking about. And then he said, hey, the way I look at it is that Angels fan isn't getting a ball. Let me go find a kid with a Rangers cap on and make his day. And I was like, that's awesome. I like that guy, man.
You could tell Ian was a prickly individual.
Yes.
I thought you were going to say he's the one who hit the pop-up.
I saw Ian throw a ball to somebody during batting practice, and some adult who was trying to throw it to a little girl, and some adult reached over and snatched it, and he stopped out at, hey! He's like, give it to her, and made him give her the ball.
Did Derek and Mike recover? Because they seemed to, in crosstalk, Derek seemed like, the reality hit that maybe he's not going to be playing out there anymore.
I'll be very honest. I don't think Derek ever did. I don't think Derek ever.
Was sad?
Yeah, he was sad most of the day, and I'll let him kind of express that and talk about it next week. But he left around 2. We went till 2:30, and he went down to the field with the Rangers. So he was kind of hanging out with the guys, his old teammates and everything. So that was nice. Mike locked it in and realized that, hey, Hurtado's on the way. I gotta focus if I want to be able to eat later. So
and what'd you bring in here? What's in the fridge?
We have the 2-foot hamburger. It's over at section 132. So I ran over there to get it. Chiafalo is gonna eat it today. Yeah, you can go ahead and mark that. And he's gonna have it. I don't know exactly what time, but that's his bet payoff for the day. So I was tasked with bringing one home. God. It sat in the fridge overnight.
Yeah.
So all that cheese and jalapenos and chili are just rolling all over the place. Yeah, dude.
All sogged up,
soggy.
sogged up into the bread.
You saw it was wrapped up with foil when I brought it in.
It looks like the Boomstick hot dog.
Gotta wrap it up.
I had to walk out of the stadium just with no foil. Just carrying it around.
It at home?
And it's
exposed to the elements.
Yeah. And
in
I
your
put
car?
Put it in the car. There was nowhere to put it that worked, that it wouldn't fall over. So I had to stick it in the floor. And I got all the way home, and as I turned into the driveway, it kind of tipped over into the floorboard a little bit. But don't tell him. Don't let him know that.
We have that the bomb hot sauce in there. We should in a little section of it, just put a couple drops in there.
He'll have a heart attack.
And then he's in the middle of eating it, just thinking it's whatever, and then he just bites into his mouth's on fire.
Oh, no. That'd be a heart attack. Okay, we got a little game action for you here. It's called What the Fan.
Love
Peyton,
action.
What the hell is this game?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so what the fan here? It's look, I feel like there's a lot of untold, and Corey, you can play as well if you want.
Awesome.
There's a lot of untold stories here, but up on the 11th floor here, Odyssey, between the employees here at 105.3 The Fan, that I kind of want to, peel back the curtain a little bit and find out something about it. So this is a game where I will ask just what if questions, would you rather questions, and you just have to pick an answer and explain why of someone that works up here at the Fan. So it can be bosses and stuff. It can be hosts, producers, whoever.
Video coordinators.
Yes, it can be Ryan and Carter too if you want. It just can't be like, you can't throw TJ's boss in there, even though I know you want to.
Well, we don't know who it is yet.
Ooh, maybe they're listening. Maybe they can call in. But yeah, so just keep it up here on the 11th floor and we'll have some fun with it. Okay. So I'll go around the room. I'll start with you, Sean. Would you rather spend a 12-hour car ride with Chris Arnold or Gavin Dawson with no music? You get no music at all. 12 hours.
With both of them or just with Gavin?
You got to pick one or the other. You're driving. They're in the passenger seat. 12 hours.
12 hours, either CA or Dawson with no music?
No music at all. It's just, if you can talk or it's dead silent.
You ever ridden with Dawson before?
No. I've always dreaded it.
Dead silence.
Is it?
Yeah. Every once in a while he'll throw in, like, because we rode out to the Angels game in Oxnard.
Yeah.
He'll throw out a fact and then it's back to just chilling.
One could be zero conversation. One could be it wouldn't be a dead air of 1 dead second of air.
God.
I'll pick Chris Arnold.
Man,
I'm just not I'm not a comfortable with silence person for that long.
I could just picture driving on that ride to Angels game with Dawson. Yeah, that Topanga Canyon. So I got the name for the girl on the.
That's it.
World.
Yes. That's exactly. And quiet for the next 45 minutes.
I would pick CA. Everybody vote on the text line what you would do. 877-881-1053. I just don't know how you get CA to take a break for maybe 30 minutes. I don't know. I'd ask every show up here to call him to put him on for their show to give me a 15 or 20 minute break.
Are we all supposed to answer these? Or you're gonna just ask Sean?
No. So Sean had his answer, then RJ goes,
okay, gotcha.
Bobby, then Corey.
Okay. I would. Ooh, man, it's tough. I think I would rather the silence from the standpoint that there would come a point with a car ride with CA where it's just like, I need you to be quiet, and I'm very uncomfortable with confrontation, and I don't want to have to say, dude, I need you to be quiet.
Yeah.
I can't do that, so I would have to go with the silence, knowing full well I probably would be in an insane asylum by the end of the trip.
You also say that you're different depending on whether you're driving or riding shotgun.
Yeah, I have no personality in the passenger seat. I don't know where to put my hands. I don't know what to do with my body. If I'm driving, I'm fine.
Yeah, you were irritated by my passenger seat energy. I think when we were in Phoenix, yeah, you didn't like that at all. Especially because I don't defer to you on the music. You were driving, but I was like, let's change this song, and so that I can tell you didn't like. This is CA, because if there's no music and Gavin's not necessarily gonna want to talk, and I don't want to just pull it out of him.
Yeah.
Then I'm gonna go CA because just the sound of the tires on the road would be a little too eerie, and I'd probably start hearing sounds in the car and going, oh my gosh, the car's gonna break down. Then I'd start panicking.
I do have one thing that Dawson and I both play Warzone. We play a lot of Call of Duty, so we could literally talk about that game the entire drive. So
okay.
I would roll with that.
Oh no, you can talk with Dawson.
Yeah.
If he wants to talk, you can talk to him about anything.
You should drag it out of him.
And that's exactly. I know we can talk about this.
I gotta say. So wait, are we driving in this situation, or it can?
Yeah, you're the driver.
Oh,
you're
okay.
the driver.
Well, then I was gonna say, if I'm in the passenger seat, I just get really drunk beforehand, and then it can be Dawson. Because at the Super Bowl party, the couple times I've gotten drunk, I just loudly talk to Dawson, and he entertains it and starts talking back eventually.
And you are a loud talker.
Yeah,
it's very loud. Yeah,
so loud.
Very loud.
Okay, next one.
Oh.
Who wants to be a millionaire? I like that.
Let me call Dawson for my help answer.
Regis Philbin here.
Which fan host is most likely to jump in and help you in a fight? You're in a bar fight. Who's jumping in and having your back? Sean?
Well, it sounds like I haven't seen it for myself. I got one minor tiff with him, but I'm going to judge off of everything that's been told to me that it would be Eric Chiafalo. That's what people have said. Chiafalo would jump in and probably have your back. I do think if you got Corey a little bit buzzed, I think Corey would jump in too if he was hyped up. So I'll go Corey second, Eric Chiafalo 1. That would be my vote. I'm trying to think who else. Like if you told me Lucius and Bassick, but you got to count on them. Are they definitely jumping in? Do I know that they're jumping in, or I have to rely on them?
You have to rely that they are definitely in.
Yeah. So if you pick Lucius and he goes, "Nah, man, sorry," then you're getting jumped.
Yeah, I don't trust that Bassick is definitely in. I don't know if Lucius is definitely in. I think Chiafalo would jump in. I think Corey would jump in.
Okay.
Now, if you're telling me they're definitely in, I'm probably picking Lucius and Mike. Mike's one of those guys you have to kill him. You literally have to murder him and have him stop breathing in order for the fight to end. I'm totally convinced of that.
Yeah, you got to make sure you're not getting Dr. Banner with Mike, that he's just not interested. You need the Hulk to come out.
I think Chiafalo. I think he would absolutely jump in. Although I wonder now, as a dad of like 7 kids, or now with his snip, does he have the same testosterone level as before? I don't know. I don't know what that does.
Right.
Yeah. But they only took one of them though, so he's still got the other one left.
He was like 3 octaves higher the other day when I was on G-Bag.
Yeah.
I feel like Holland may jump in for you too.
Definitely. Oh yeah.
Oh, the left hook.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Are we allowed to count Holland?
He's part of the show.
Okay.
Part of the baseball show record.
Let's see. So it's just willingness to jump in, right? It's not necessarily like who would you
Willingness
want.
and ability.
Okay.
Because you want to win the fight too. You don't want to lose it.
Eric would jump in. Eric would be ready to jump in and fight. I think Sean would be willing to jump in and fight. Chop, I think, would be like, "Oh, you shouldn't have done that. Should have gotten mixed up in that. That's your fault. You gotta, you gotta deal with the consequences of your action. I wouldn't expect you to jump in for me. I'm not gonna jump in for you. We all just worry about ourselves here. I think Corey would jump in. Yeah, Corey, Sean, Eric are the ones that come to mind. But I will say, I'm offended neither one of you said I would jump. I would absolutely jump in.
Well, you would bring another weapon probably in there.
Yeah, especially if it was in a Papacitos parking lot. I definitely
would. Yeah, he would jump in.
I'd throw you into the mix. I definitely would throw you into the mix.
I walked Sean to the car once to get him away from a biker gang at a fan event, so I know he's down to scrap.
When was this?
This is at a fan bowl.
Those cyclists were not bikers, Corey.
Like the second one, no, it was a different biker gang. Trust me.
I've had a couple of car incidents. One at the AAC. Someone was sitting.
Oh my God, I remember that.
That was like my first year here.
We were leaving a playoff game, right?
Yeah. I think it was. I was like, get off the car.
We were just sitting there talking to this dude for like a minute, like trying to figure out what he was doing. And Sean out of nowhere just comes up with get the F off his car, dude.
See, here's my thing. I think Sean's the one that's most likely to instigate it.
Yeah,
based on that and the Jay Glazer night.
I apologize for that.
But I'm going to say, because I know for a fact, Kevin he's looking for a fight.
Kevin Hagelin?
Kevin's looking for a fight.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, talk to him. You can tell.
But he would physically fight?
Have you heard Hagelin's Blockbuster story, the shoplifter?
I think so.
When he was working at Blockbuster, somebody went out,
right?
got in the car. He kicked their window out before they drove off.
And remember, when we were Knights, he took the full 20-yard run from Jesse Holly and got knocked out. So that. He is looking for a fight. So definitely you want to have Kevin on your side just because he's going to bring that, and then Sean. And Chiafalo, my thing with Eric is he might be distracted with something else. Like just something else catches his eye and he's kind of over there. But he's always down to be there for you as a friend.
Next one.
$250,000 question here.
Which fan host would you not trust with your kids for an entire weekend? Like you don't think they're going to watch them correctly, they're not going to take care of them, or you think something's going to happen to the kids?
Woolchuck.
Wait your turn.
You go first.
Yeah, Woolchuck. He's a single guy. He
seems really trustworthy.
He is. Yeah,
he'd get drunk for sure. He'd invite over a Bumble date or something like that.
Yeah, that's I don't know. He's got some party stuff on his mind right now. So I'm going to go with Woolchuck. I love the guy. He's great to hang around.
I don't know that I have a quick answer on this. I feel like I would trust everybody. Choppy has kids. Bobby has kids. Corey has kids. Kevin has kids. I think I would trust Mike.
It's got to be one of the early 20s Joeys or Peytons.
Reggie?
Reggie's really good with Lucy. I think Reggie would be really good with
Reggie's
kids.
so Reggie's just overly responsible, I feel like. And so,
I guess it would probably be Choppy just in case he was raging.
You could do the bosses too.
Like
that could be an answer as well.
Like if I was getting drunk.
Yeah, you were getting drunk.
well,
Spill's pulling bits with the kids.
I trust Spittle. I would trust Tim Collins. I don't have an obvious one for that.
Okay, so you guys haven't worked with him as much. I think you have, Corey. But I think the easy answer here, after kind of evaluating everybody at the station, it's Ruben. I would not let. I would let.
Why?
Because Ruben's just kind of like I love Ruben, but Ruben's like a early 20s goofball who's just like, I just don't know how.
How do you think Peyton would be?
I think he'd be kind of aloof with. Well, I mean, like,
I'm a nice guy. I can do it.
You're nice. I don't know if you're
It's very possible my kids just get lost in his spacious mansion and he can't find them. So, I mean, he has butlers that he can assign, to watch the kids.
They 100% would be addicted to like Chef Boyardee by the end of the day, by the end of the weekend.
Ramen noodles.
I don't have a
I don't have a good. I would say, I guess Peyton.
Peyton is the one you would least.
Would be the one not. Bad choice, but
Joey?
Now, what would your answer be, Choppy, if it's like maybe instilling certain values during the course of watching your children?
Choppy.
This is going to turn into a political thing.
I was kidding. It was a joke. Don't answer, Chop.
All right, next one.
All right, this one, Corey can't answer it.
Hey, where's the music? Where's the music?
Oh, that's right.
What president appeared on Laughing?
If Mike Bassick joined the show today, how long would he last? I need days.
On
weeks.
this show?
Yeah. Do you think he could just would he be here till the end of things, or do you think he'd call it quits?
No, it would be at me and Mike. It would end.
Ooh.
No possible way. I wouldn't be able to deal with when he comes in. Look, this is a long answer for me.
Oh yeah.
I think Mike is like, he's like a secret weapon. And Corey, you can speak. If anything, so there's two ways in sports radio, right? When you become old and bitter and jaded, you want other people to talk and fill time. When you still are like, yes, I'm in love, like, you want to talk. I think Corey's still so in love with it. I'll text Mike and I'm like, you got to let the others talk a little bit. But Mike's topics are extremely interesting. Yep. He's really passionate. Like, Mike doesn't seem like he puts any work into it, but he comes in with these crazy Rangers and Mavericks topics, and he thinks of really creative things that he's really passionate about. My epic blow up with Mike would be when Moody's in. If he feels like I'm cutting him off one day when he cuts everyone else off. If I like challenge him, right? It's like Broadus and Mike. How much can you really challenge them in a fight? I know I can take it to any level with Bobby, and we're still going to be good. Mike and I be able to recover from that. If Mike checks out for a segment, if he's taking a phone call, I'd have a problem with that.
You would have to have baseball nuggets too.
Yes, baseball nuggets. That's a good thing, but it would not last. It would definitely not last a year. No way.
6 months.
Yeah.
6 months.
Ooh. Because of me. Wow. I'm blaming myself. Because of me.
It's just, and it's like, I mean, content wise on the air, I think it'd be great.
Yes.
But yeah, I think it's just in general, the personality types. I just don't know that it's a fit. Yeah. But I mean, it would be entertaining radio.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he can last. I think Bassick's generally good for a little bit. I don't think the crazy would come out for about 6 months.
Yeah,
I think you can get a solid year out of him.
Yeah.
By the way, that was my question. I sent that question over in front of Mike, and he laughed and thought it was hilarious.
You sent what question?
That specific question.
And what was his answer? What did he think?
He thought it was hilarious. He was like, "Yeah." He was like, "I'm kind of difficult sometimes."
So what is it like? And by the way, something's working. 1 or 2 every single month in the ratings for the KMC Masterpiece. Ass. 1 or 2 in the Metroplex, not just for sports, all shows.
He is I can call him anytime and ask him anything. He's very genuine. He cares a lot.
Yeah.
I think you're right on the, like, I want these things too. I want, there's part of, Kevin and I had the show for a long time.
Yeah.
And now we're trying to work the other person in on the wheel. But when he goes Mavs and he just like, you're like, hey, Mike, what's a positive? And he's like, oh yeah, I got a positive too.
Yeah.
He can talk for an entire hour without ever stopping.
Yeah.
And that is a bonus sometimes when you come in hungover and you're just like, I don't want to do it all today, so you do it.
I just want to revise an answer because I realized I neglected the most rage-filled, loyal person at this station. The person who would first jump in along in the fight would also be Jared Sandler. I forgot to mention him. Sandler would.
Oh yeah,
he would tear somebody's ankles up.
Attack their knees, baby.
Jeff Van Gundy.
Sean, the thing that Mike and I think we bonded over the most, and this is the most fun, is that once we decide the show's going to go off the rails and it's time to kick Kevin in the junk for the next hour, he's in. He recognizes when my bit goes, and we go full bore, and then the Tolos jump in on the fan text. And Kevin's lost control, and it's fun for us.
I heard it the other day with Holland in the very beginning when y'all were, I don't even know what you were talking about, but I felt Kevin's anxiety level rising. Y'all would just screw him with him. All right, how many more you got?
That's all we got right now.
All right.
Not bad.
I got to go poop.
All right.
Can't say that on the air.
I got to go number 2.
What? The Fan. Right here with Peyton Russell hosting with the Reg here on DFW Sports Station.
Okay, should we do a little degenerate action here?
Whatever you want.
Yeah, let's do a degenerate.
I love degenerate.
Thanks, Corey.
We are making money. We've been making money all tournament long.
Last weekend was a 7-4. Solid weekend.
Yeah.
It's a solid trip around the block. So I have 2 selections for you. I'm going to play both games. I'm going to play both games tonight. I am going to take FAU San Diego State over 131.5. Now, interestingly enough, the unders have really dominated this tournament, but I'm taking the over in this game. I think this game ends in a 1-point game.
Now, these games are tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow night. Yep. Tomorrow night.
And that's 131.5, you said?
131.5. I think this is a Ken Palm has it as a 67-66 final, so it's 133. You're getting a 1.5 there. So give me the over 131.5. And as much as I would love to see a good game, and as much as I would love to see UConn be cursed because of Jonathan the Husky of not bringing their dog, the mascot. They should have brought the mascot. I am going to take UConn minus the 5.5 against Miami. I just think that is way too good of value. UConn has been, without question, the best team in this tournament.
Yeah, what their average margin of victory so far is like 23 or something. I mean, I think their smallest victory was 15 points.
Didn't someone win big time money off of you last week?
Yeah, well, I think it was the Thursday.
It was the first
16.
night of the Sweet 16.
He bet $1,000 on a 3-team parlay
that you suggested.
That I suggested. I suggested the 3 teams. I didn't say do a parlay. He put $1,000 on it, and he won $6,000.
And you know what's great though? That may be a savvier better than Chop though, because Chop did give out 4 of them, and the guy said, "Well, I'm not going to take that one. I'll 3-team parlay this one," and the one he discarded was a loss. So
yeah, it was the Duke game. It was Duke Tennessee.
He did pick the correct ones that you had given out.
Yeah, he picked the correct ones. So good on him. That's why you Tola.
Yeah,
that's why you listen to the Degenerate. So here we go. UConn minus 5.5. FAU San Diego State. The over is 131. Have you ever been asked to switch seats on an airplane?
No. The Pat Doney rule of life.
Which is?
He always just gives up his window seat. He always gives it up as a great patron.
Asked by like a couple that's like, we're split up. Can you move with like that kind of a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. I think that seems like a ballsy question to me.
I would say, I know I would say yes if it was a person and their young child.
I'd say yes. I would never ask it.
You would never ask.
No, I'd be like,
if your daughter's terrified, she's scared. Daddy, no.
I know better than to put her on a flight. I would probably at that point, instead of switching seats, I would just go like, okay, we got to just eat this cost and buy a new flight.
What's the age cutoff where you're saying no? Let's say it's like 2 17-year-olds versus a 7-year-old and a parent. I'm switching for the 7-year-old and the parent.
Oh yeah, I'm switching. Like I'm probably switching for anybody who asks, but yeah.
It's hard to say no to that in any situation.
Yeah, I agree. Now I've done it. I've never asked. I've switched when somebody asked.
And do you ask? Can you ask? I mean, you just look like a jerk, right? If you say no, but do you ask? Is it a middle seat I'm switching to? Do you find that out first? That you have to sit on the aisle or the window?
Right.
Very important.
So that's the interesting thing. And the reason we're bringing this up, there was a lady on a flight. Now, it also matters to me what the seat is. I would not switch to a middle. I don't. You know what? I guess I would. I think I have switched to a middle before.
You definitely would. You'd be heated.
I was heated, but I did it anyway. But you know me. I can't say no to people.
Right.
So I just say yes, and I deal with the inconvenience. But this woman, a young girl, was not a young girl, but like a mid-20s, early 30s girl.
Yeah.
Was asked by a mom she had a window seat. Her toddler was in the middle.
Okay.
She was asked to move to this other woman's seat. The other woman's seat was a middle. And she said, hell to the F no. Mind you, this was a transatlantic flight to Japan. So it's like over 10 hours.
Oh.
So she had to make the decision. One, like, first of all, why would you want to sit next to somebody else's toddler if you're her? Like, that kid could be asking you for, all kinds of, whatever. If you want to sleep, who knows? It's a lot of people are saying on social media, why would this woman want to sit next to this other person's toddler? But second of all, would you switch to a middle? Like, what would you do in this situation?
I wouldn't want to, but I feel like you're pressured.
Yeah.
It's like getting asked something in front of people, or like we can pressure Jerry Jones into saying yes to basically anything on air in the moment, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Jerry, you want to take a question from a Tolo caller once a week? Yeah, I love that. Behind the scenes, I don't know. And then you're asked in front of people, especially if you're sitting by yourself. It's hard to say no to that. That stinks.
So it's like the arena proposal. Even if you don't want to say yes, you just go yes, and then you get off and go, by the way, I'm not marrying you. You asked me in front of 20,000 people, but I'm not marrying you.
You have to say yes to that situation.
Yes.
Girl. Even if you don't plan on breaking up, you just you want to delay, you're not ready, you still have to say yes.
I respect the person who does say no in front of all those people. It's like, you are incredibly brave.
So this passenger, she was even more upset because she was surrounded by others. So this mom was a part of a tour group. So she was surrounded by other people in the tour group that she didn't ask. She asked this other lady. So she said no. She sat next to a 2-year-old, looks like a 2-year-old girl on a trans-Pacific flight from Japan. My goodness. How big? Do you consider yourself a sore loser?
Oh, I am. Yeah.
Bobby definitely is. It depends on what.
It depends on what?
I mean, everything for me. Like I mean, if I lose a game on here, if I lose professionally, if I get
Are
angry.
your kids sore losers?
I mean, I don't know. I raised winners, so they don't really lose a lot. The youngest is. The middle one is pretty good about it.
Are your kids sore losers?
No. I mean,
I could see Julian being one.
Julian gets, he gets upset a little bit when he's playing Fortnite. He doesn't get upset when he's playing baseball and he loses.
Okay.
He gets upset when he does poorly. I've trained them the right way, Sean, to only worry about themselves and not worry about the outcome of the game from a team perspective. That's all.
I would say professionally, I'm a sore loser, no doubt. If we go out and play horse, I'm not going to have a meltdown if I lose.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are like that.
Well, I guess what does it mean, sore? Like, I'm not going to outwardly, you cheated,
Like,
but
it's gonna
internally,
bother you.
it'll linger with me.
It's not going to linger with me.
Yeah.
Professionally, stuff that happens up here, rating stuff, yes, I'm a very sore loser.
I still I remember every single game we've played on this show that I've lost, and it's been upsetting.
It gets you. To me, it's like, I try to tell my kids, like, even if you try to learn something from everything, learn something from every loss, right? Whatever. I know it's kind of corny.
It is very corny.
Bobby, when's your birthday?
Like the date?
Yeah.
June 15th.
Oh, okay. And Sean, you're November 21st?
November 21.
All right.
Good job.
21.
Peyton, you and I, September 20th?
That's right.
Okay, let's see if we are on the list of the zodiac signs that are the most sore losers.
Oh, I'm a Gemini.
Aries, March 21 to April 19th.
Okay.
Is the sorest of the sore.
Sorest.
They're the first sign in the zodiac that has this. They come out of the gate of the womb wanting more, wanting to be first, wanting it now, and wanting to always win. It's their Darwinian style, as they say.
Wow. And what are those dates?
March 21 to April 19th.
Okay.
All right. Next one.
When was
Lee.
Michael? Well, I'm trying to think of the most alpha athletes. Michael Jordan's birthday, February 17th.
Yep.
Okay. Peyton Manning's is?
Micah Parsons,
March
May 26th.
May 26th?
Yep.
And Peyton?
I have no idea. I think it's March something.
All right.
Next one. Leo. July 23rd to August 22nd. Right in the middle of Cowboys training camp.
Peyton Manning, March 24th.
Okay.
So he would be in Aries.
Mm-hmm. Boy, he doesn't look like a sore loser to me.
He doesn't lose. Except for playoff games.
Brady looks like the sore loser. That's why he always wins.
Yeah.
And finally,
I know mine's in here. I know Scorpio's in here.
Scorpio.
Yes. Yes.
Yep.
Stinger. Stinger.
I'm going to read this one to you. And boy, tell me this isn't. Big on intensity, short on sharing, concerned with sex, death, and shadows. The competitiveness is reminiscent of shark pups that cannibalize their litter mates in utero.
Good Lord.
To ensure their own survival. In life, as in Game of Thrones, you win or you die, and in the case of Scorpio, you deliver death stares when you get boxed out of something.
Cannibalize. Man, I wish your name was pronounced Shan. Then we could call you the Shannibal.
Shannibal. There you go.
Examples of Scorpios.
Sean Sharif.
Elton John, who took to the petty pages of Facebook to lambast Madonna for beating him out for a Golden Globe.
Love it.
Evan Lysacek. I'm sorry. Yo, this is my guy. Plushenko, Yevgeny Plushenko, the figure skater.
Yeah.
I love male figure skating. Well, he lost
All
his
about
gold
it.
medal to Evan Lysacek in 2010, and he was just very upset about it. Tore up, sore loser.
Tore up from the floor up.
Yep, there you go. So we've got a couple of sore losers here. Well, one in the group, and that appears to be Sean Sharif.
Slater buys so much into those. She called me. She said, "Oh, you're two-faced," when she found out I was a Gemini. I was like,
let's go
I
back.
think she's a Scorpio.
I don't know what she is. She's November 4th, but I don't know what that is.
She's a sore loser, though, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Rangers on they got the 11-7 win. They are on Sunday Night Baseball over the weekend. Let's talk about that game with the great Carl Ravich of ESPN next.
Yeah. But look, you got
in studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers 11-7 opening day victory over the Philadelphia Phillies. Jake Degrom did not factor into the decision in this one. Gave up
refund.
Get a refund. But 4 runs, a big fly, a bomb, and it was not the best start for Jake. But the Rangers do get 9 runs, 9 in the 4th, 2 more in the 5th, and they wind up winning this one 11-7. Sunday night baseball. Carl Ravich will be on the call. He joins us here on 105 through the Fan. Carl, good morning. How are we today?
We are doing great. How are you guys doing today?
Not too bad, not too bad. I guess the first thing I want to know is not how was Roger Clemens. How was Meg the Stallion last night? My
not
goodness.
Great. Not great. That was not I would not put that in the highlights. If we're doing a top 10 list of the game last night, not sure it makes the list. Not sure what she was actually doing. I did see her underneath. I mean, the 2 people I've seen underneath now working on first pitches in my career, and it's been a long one. One was the President of the United States, George Bush, after 9/11, who came out and threw a strike, and he did it very quickly and literally nailed it. And then there was Megan the Stallion underneath, who was working hard to throw the ball to somebody who was catching it and never really got it there, and then went out on the mound and somehow wanted all of us to, I guess, wallow in this experience with her. And I'm not sure why we were doing that. So that was not pitch clock designed. That was a frustrating part of it.
What about Roger Clemens? I was kind of interested to see how he was going to do on a broadcast. You never could tell with athletes and how they're going to, they're going to be able to analyze the game and give opinions and stuff. How was Roger?
Yeah, I would say that I was very pleased with it. We had dinner with him the night before. Wow. Look, you're talking about a guy that won 7 Cy Youngs. He's behind Cy Young and Walter Johnson on the pitcher career WAR list, which is now the metric that's often used to kind of assign a player's value. He's 3rd on the list ever as far as pitchers go, and it's not really close. So you are sitting next to one of the greatest to ever do it. You do wonder, is he going to make it about himself? Like, how much is he going to actually say? Well, how's this going to go? He seemed very humbled by the experience, seemed to really enjoy the entire process of being on the field, of talking with the managers before the game. I think in the end, guys, I think he loves to just be in baseball, to talk baseball. He's one of those guys. I'm guessing Nolan Ryan would be the same. They just want to sit and they just want to talk, tell stories, observe. He's very astute. He knows pitching. He picked up right away on Ryan Presley shaking his arm, which is, I'm not sure a lot of people do, but as a pitcher, and the pitcher's out there and he throws a pitch and he's kind of trying to loosen something up, he was all over that. I would describe it as a very, very good, positive experience for somebody that's not been in a booth before. He was great. It was a lot of fun.
Carl, this is kind of a nerdy broadcast question, but we were talking about it with Jeter the other day joining A-Rod. When you're working with Clemens or someone new as a star analyst, how do you coach them up or talk to them about saying things? Not being generic, risk ticking someone off and getting very critical. How does that work? And who have you had those experiences with behind the scenes where they're like, I don't care if I say something, I'm just going to be honest about it?
Yeah. Well, my God, I mean, having done Baseball Tonight for so many years, I think I've worked with over 50 different analysts.
Yeah.
Sitting here doing the games, my goal is to make them as comfortable as possible, meaning, Roger, this is going to be a conversation. You don't need to dominate it. This is a conversation. Literally, if you can, fall back on every one of your experiences and share them with the people at home. Because a lot of times the athletes don't even realize that what they have to say is going to be impactful or meaningful to the viewer because they've lived it. Like, well, how's that important? Why would anybody find that interesting? And our goal is to make them realize who you are and what your experiences have been, and your ability to relate to what's going on out there with Dylan Cease and what's going on out there with Ronaldo Lopez or Ryan Presley, whoever's on the mound, Jacob Degrom. You are their window. And again, be as comfortable as you can be. This is a conversation. I think that's served me really well over the years, is to rely on my analysts and to make them feel like I'm as curious as the viewer is at home. I feel like I can ask the same questions that somebody sitting at home would ask. And especially when they say something, when Roger says something and I don't quite either think he's making the point that he wants to make, or I don't even understand exactly what he's saying. He talked about the cutouts last night on the infield dirt, and Raul Ibanez happened to be in the booth with us. And even Raul said, I thought he was talking about the infield dirt around the bases, when in fact he was talking about just the entire infield dirt. And given where the bases are, and is every one of them uniform now? Because you have to have, the infielders need their feet on the dirt. Well, if some field has dirt deeper than another field, it gives that team an advantage. And I think that's what Clemens was getting at. But Raul said, well, so I thought he was talking about this, and Roger had to clarify it. Make him comfortable. It's only a conversation. This is not your expertise. You're a player. You did that so well, better than anybody. Now we're inviting you into our world. It's our job to make them comfortable. And he was that way. He sat back. I mean, the other part of it is body language. You guys don't get a chance to see. But he wasn't anxious. He was kind of sitting back in his chair, taking it all in, watching. And when there was something that really excited him, he just jumped in. It wasn't, there was no yellow light or red light. If he was going, he's going. And I may have been in the middle of the sentence, or Eduardo, he's going. He's got something, and go ahead, buddy. No worries on my end or anyone else's.
You didn't have to pull the Kevin Harlan on him.
No, I didn't hit. No hands went up. He was smart, but he's also watched a few games in his day. He knows. Oh boy, Yordan Alvarez just hit one up there. He probably said wow or ouch. I mean, one thing about sitting there with him, you recognize, regardless of the Astros or White Sox, when a hitter did something against the pitcher, he didn't like that very much.
Carl, this is the first Sunday night baseball game coming up this weekend for the Rangers in, I believe it was 6 or 7 years. They haven't been featured a lot, obviously, because of some of their struggles in recent history. They've loaded up, spent nearly $1 billion on contracts over the last couple off seasons, getting Jacob Degrom, getting Marcus Semien, getting Corey Seager. Where do the Rangers, do you think, fit in the conversation heading into this season of the most intriguing teams? Not necessarily that they're all going to put it together and be the best right away, but in terms of the most intriguing teams heading into this year.
Yeah, on the interest level, they're up there. And I think they probably should. We all thought they'd be a little bit better last year. I think the move to bring Bochy in, one of the selling points for a guy like that has to be, we are going to do everything we can, meaning we're going to spend a lot of money to be competitive. Because I don't see Bochy, getting off of his, whether it's boat, couch, golf course, whatever it is winery, whatever it is that he really likes to do, to come back and be part of a team that's not going to be competitive. And it doesn't mean this year that they have to be competitive, but I find the Rangers to be in that same conversation of the Chicago Cubs. There are teams that you look at, and one of the questions we're always asked, okay, well, give us a dark horse. Who could be interesting? The Rangers are that team, partly because of the manager, partly because I think some of the guys last year weren't yet comfortable in that environment on a new team. They should hit the crap out of the baseball. They should score a lot. And you bring in a guy like Degrom, and immediately, if he's healthy, and I know we started this whole segment with you guys talking about Jacob, in the end, did Jacob Degrom walk off the field on his own terms? And the answer is yes. Did he have to walk off with a trainer? No. That's a huge, huge step forward, because there's all sorts of anxiety, I still think, and will be, when he goes to the mound, until he is able to prove he can give you 25 to 30 starts instead of 7 to 10. So that's a huge part of this thing. But boy, if he's healthy and he's your leader, you certainly are in the conversation with other teams. Their biggest challenge are Houston and Seattle. That's a problem now, because Seattle's really good, and Houston obviously is the defending champion, and they're stacked, and they're not even healthy. I mean, last night we watched a game without Altuve and Brantley. Whole different ball game when Ronaldo Lopez is is facing Yainer Diaz and not Jose Altuve or Michael Brantley.
Were you really surprised with DeGrom's struggles yesterday with his line?
Not really. I mean, look, day 2 after opening day is always an overreaction type day. No, I wasn't. The fact that he could throw his pitches and seem to do it pain-free is huge because there were at-bats, especially against Turner. I know he had the triple, but there were other at-bats where he struck him out and he looked foolish. Jacob Degrom, when he's right, makes anybody in the game look foolish. And there were a few of those plate appearances in which the guys walk back and you're like, well, he had no chance. We've seen Jacob Degrom at his best and guys walk back like they have no chance. Dylan Cease was that guy last night for much of the game. The guys had no chance. The swings were awful. He retired 19 in a row at one point. That's DeGrom every start when he's right.
Carl Ravich, ESPN, join us here at 105 through the fan. Got the call, Rangers, Phillies, Sunday Night Baseball. I wanted to get your take on around the league yesterday, the new changes and everything. I think from baseball, this is the best probably 3-week stretch baseball's had in a long time.
Yeah,
positive PR wise statement. But how did you think the changes manifested yesterday on the field?
Well, there were a hell of a lot more stolen base attempts, which is huge. Here's the thing that I observed yesterday calling the game. I observed that the pitch clock was something I didn't even pay much attention to at all. I mean, we had to inform the audience of it. But that game was played at a pace that I think, and I don't know how old you guys are, but I'm 58. That game was played at a pace and with a crispness, and look, you had 2 really good starting pitchers, and that always helps, that I grew up with. And I think part of this erosion of popularity of this game has to do with, I have 2 boys who are both in their 20s who grew up watching home runs, strikeouts, 3.5 to 4 hour games, especially in the Northeast when the Yankees Red Sox seemingly played every day. And it's easy to sort of turn on something like that. Like, it is boring. It's not fun. There's not enough action. If you told one of my kids that somebody once stole 100 bases in a season, they'd be like, get the hell out of here. That's impossible. And that was certainly being done. So in a lot of ways, there's a generation that has been brought up on a game that's really hard to embrace. If now you have a 4 or 5 year old boy or girl and they start to watch baseball, think about the impact that games that we saw yesterday would have on them. Is it sticky? Will they stick with it because that was a 2.5 hour game? And I saw, Yordan Alvarez hit one to the moon. I saw Trey Turner hit a triple. I saw a number of great defensive plays. Ohtani's team loses because of a great play in center field, robbing Mike Trout. There were just a lot of things yesterday that reminded me of this is why people watch baseball. So there's a generation that kind of grew up on a product that wasn't what it should have been. And I think yesterday we began to get back to that product, which I hope translates into more people being interested and recognizing going to a ball game for 2.5 hours, 3 hours if it is an ideal form of entertainment. There's a lot of good stuff that goes on that hasn't been going on. So those are the takeaways. A lot more steals. The pitch clock to me was almost irrelevant. That's the pace that we should be playing at. And it wasn't one of those where, unless there's a pitch clock violation, and like in Seattle, the crowd started to get on the pitcher and use that pitch clock to get into his head. Literally started to count down. That's great. You got crowd involvement. It's wonderful. It was a very positive day for those reasons for me.
6 o'clock Sunday Night Baseball. Carl Ravich will have the call. Rangers and.
Let me ask you guys a quick question. You have the Final Four of the women. You have Swift in there for 3 days and a Sunday Night Baseball game and a series. Is there any place to get a seat at a restaurant? Is there a hotel room?
Sean's got you covered.
Sean does.
Carl, if you give your producer
we've
your
got the
cell,
number.
I'll get you the #1 steakhouse in Dallas and maybe the country. If you're comfortable with that, my best friend runs the whole thing. I can hook you up. Tonight or tomorrow?
We're rolling. Buster Olney and I are rolling down there today.
Okay.
Either one of those two. Maybe tomorrow's easier because actually tonight's the Final Four. So maybe tonight's easier because the women's Final Four is playing. So
Okay.
I have to think about what night's better. But if that's a standing offer, I'm all in on it. I just can't believe how much stuff's going on there.
Yeah, it's a standing offer. I got you covered. We'll put you on hold, and I'll set you up tonight or tomorrow for you and Buster because he's coming on Monday. He's been great to us, and I promise you the meal of your life. Thank you for coming on.
Anytime, guys. Thank you.
There you go. Carl Ravich on the Diamond Factory hotline. But I feel like I've grown up on Carl Ravich, and he never ages.
He doesn't. He doesn't age. The photo that Ryan put up there on the screen, it could have been from 20 years ago. And I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known.
Gorgeous man. Gorgeous man.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Gorgeous. Speaking of Taylor Swift, he mentioned all the stuff going on this weekend.
Oh.
How Taylor Swift
Tay-tay
is going to ruin your Rangers sports weekend. That's coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. But first, let's get you up to Gaylord, Michigan, the Gaylord Golf Mecca. It is my favorite trip of the year. Every single year, I head on up to Gaylord, Michigan. And why do I do that? Simple.
Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them today, 214-333-3333.
Here's the 2-0. That ball is hit high and deep out into right center field. A chance to leave the yard. It is gone! Into the Rangers bullpen. Robbie Grossman with the Rangers' first home run of the season. He's tied it up at 5.
Hixie with the goal.
MVP. MVP.
On a game you heard right here, Rangers 11-7 over Philadelphia. Bobby's Robbie with the big blast to the home run there on a good pitch. That was a good pitch. Nola hit a spot, man. That was a good pitch. Grossman just did a great job of getting his hands in.
Turned the whole season around.
The whole season got turned around that one pitch.
I mean, really, like I don't think that's hyperbole. I think you look at it and you say, this season would be wildly different if he didn't hit that home run.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. I mean, you're 0-1 to 1-0 on that one pitch.
I mean, it's literally the biggest discrepancy you can have in your winning percentage.
We, in all seriousness, we need to get to the bottom of this Bally thing. This blew up on my social media.
Okay, so
what happened?
Bobby, I think you can explain this better than any of us. My understanding is that there's a streaming problem that Bally's having right now?
So it's not even a streaming problem, I guess. So this is why, full disclosure, when everybody else started going to the single platform like Bally streaming app, there were way too many stipulations to it that I saw. When it was like, oh, you got to be on your home Wi-Fi and this, and there's only one log. And so it was like, well, I can't even watch this. I can't use it to watch the Rangers remote. There's no point. And so my cable package has Bally on it. Mm-hmm. And so it's the only reason I pay for cable is just to have Bally. But I guess yesterday people were unable to watch the game on the app, even connected to their home Wi-Fi. And it's because Bally was saying that they don't have and I'm assuming this has to do with issues relating to the Diamond Sports collapse or potential bankruptcy or whatever
Diamond
else.
Is the parent company?
Yeah, that they don't have the licensing to be allowed to stream that on there. Now, I'm trying to remember, Bally Sports Plus was not launched by the time the baseball season ended last year, right?
I have no idea.
I don't think it was launched yet as an option to watch on the app. And so I think it's just people expected it to be there because they did have those rights with basketball and they don't with baseball. And so people were expecting they were set up, they were going to be able to see it, but whenever you try to watch it through the app, you can't get it.
Some of the Tolos writing me yesterday with their experience. Let's get to 77. Yesterday I bought Bally's monthly subscription like it says on TexasRangers.com. And after paying $19.99 and the login to watch it, it says I'm unable to view in my area and I'm in DFW. Yeah. So that was his experience. Tolo Jeff, this is legitimately directly from Bally's website. I paid $159 for a year subscription and cannot get the Rangers. And I asked, are there other Tolos experiencing this? And I got a ton of replies. Yes.
So baseball's always had very odd blackout restrictions. Not odd, just they're getting in the way. They get in the way.
It sounds like a red tape thing because Bally's clearly able to broadcast the game, but because it is a stream and it's not a television, they don't have the rights to do that. They don't have the rights to stream it. And that's what they were telling people on Twitter all day yesterday is, we don't currently have the rights to deliver Rangers games on Bally Sports Plus, but we hope to have them in the future.
Like I want, I get the MLB baseball extra innings package through MLB TV. So it's like $100. It's like $100, $120.
That's how you're using those degenerate winnings,
right? Absolutely.
Right. You know, nice write-off for you.
If I knew how to do that. If someone didn't already file taxes in my name, maybe I'd be able to write it off. Or whatever.
Damn.
You know, but my son uses it, so he watches he'll go to the app, and so I went on the app, this morning, last night. Just if you just go to the app, it's got like a lot of things you can do on it. You could get breakdowns of every hit. So, like for example, the Robbie Grossman home run. There's a breakdown of exactly where the pitch was, and it showed the pitch in incremental movements and launch angle. It's got a lot of cool stuff to it that you pay for, but I can't watch a Ranger game on it because of the blackout.
Right.
I have to watch it on either my TV at home or the stream, DirecTV stream or whatever on my phone, which that worked. That worked, but it's just I hate that people can't watch these games. We don't care about your problems, Bally. We don't we want to watch the game.
And that's the thing, is this an MLB restriction or is this a Bally that's I guess what I'm wondering. Is this something related to Bally or is this related to something with what the league is doing?
Tino Gonzalez. Yep, missed the game. I watched baseball religiously up until the past 4 to 5 years. The RSNs are making it difficult. Christopher was listening to it on the Fan and will watch the replay on MLB TV app later through T-Mobile for free. I know that Fubo TV has it, but didn't want to spend extra money. Pete, Bally's didn't have it. It was a blackout on my dish on Baseball Network, but for some reason could watch it on my dish anywhere with the app on my phone. I watched on Bally via my DirecTV stream app. No issues. That from Dallas Card Shop. Yes, it was blacked out in DFW. That from Tater. Apparently, Bally doesn't have the streaming rights. I refuse to pay to watch my local sports teams. Bring back Fox Sports Southwest. These are all the different listeners who are chiming in to my Twitter.
It's a mess.
It's ridiculous.
It's a mess. Fortunately,
hurts us too. It really hurts us because if you're listening, why would you listen to us talk about a Ranger game that you can't watch?
Yep.
Why would you do that?
Yep.
So it stings us. I hate it.
I hate it too. And a lot of and it's not just Bally, Masson and Nesson and Yes. So they're doing the thing where you can just buy the network for the games.
Yeah.
And it's $20 a month. And in Boston or New York where you're they live and die by the Yankees and the Red Sox, you might get a lot of people to buy that, but you shouldn't have to buy that. You should just get it as part of your normal cable package, and you could see everybody wanted to watch Jacob Degrom yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bring back KDFI, baby. KDFI 27.
Fortunately.
Bring back the Bill Jones, Tom Grieve broadcasts. I want it all back.
Bill Jones off.
Wow. Fortunately, tomorrow and on Sunday, you can watch him on ESPN and on Fox. But if you're
Bring back Steve Dennis.
There you go. If you
need a crotchety old dinosaur for baseball, bring back Steve.
Bill Jones reminds me so much of Jimmy Stewart.
Oh, man, I got a Steve Dennis story to tell you in the break. If you're going to the game tomorrow night or Sunday, Bobby's got some tips for you because not only is Peyton Russell's XFL Arlington Renegades in town, but so are the Swifties.
They're not just in town. I mean, they live here. They've burrowed here. The Swifties exist everywhere. They're omnipotent and they are angry. And
Sandler and his wife are Swifties.
Yeah, though they are. Yeah, he goes out of town to watch Swift concerts. But we will, of course, have Rangers Phillies. It's opening weekend right there.
I love how Jared goes. We weren't really that interested in going to the Taylor Swift concert. We just won the lottery for it.
Yeah.
We just participated. They didn't just fall into his lap. We had to call up and be the 10th caller.
I was born on 3rd. I'm not claiming I hit a triple. Yeah, that whole energy there. Yeah.
Dang, man. Get ready for that text message.
I'm just kidding. I'm talking about he won the lottery, didn't pay for him. Arlington, you've got the Rangers and Phillies at the Globe. You've got Taylor Swift at AT&T Stadium. And, of course, Peyton Russell and, 2,000 of his closest friends there at Choctaw. And so it's going to be a packed weekend there. So WFAA had a traffic tips set up for you yesterday on their website. So this is for anybody driving through Arlington this week or heading to these events. If you're driving to any of those events, no parking zones activated starting yesterday. And they last through Sunday. Yeah. And so they say you need to check out the maps on the city's website before you leave. The Rangers also have their parking map on their website, texasrangers.com. and you can look at prices and everything else. Rideshare services for Globe Life Field will be at Chapman Cutoff, which is just east of the ballpark off of Stadium Drive. The rideshare designation for drop-off and pickup at AT&T Stadium is Lot 15, which is just west of the stadium off Randall Mill. It's actually, if you know where that little gas station is across from the stadium, they're right there at Randall Mill. It's behind that gas station because I know where it is because I've had to be picked up there before. And they say whatever you do, and I've gotten burned by this, whatever you do, never accept a ride from a driver who asks if you need one. You should only get into a marked taxi or car that you confirm is being driven by a legit rideshare driver. I've been offered this ride, and it was the most questionable setup I've ever had. And it was because I was trying to leave the Cowboys game. I'd Ubered out there, and it was just hell trying to get out of there and pick up a rideshare. And so this guy was just like, do you want a ride? And so they'll sit there and they'll open up the app, see what the charge is, and then they'll just charge you that. And they've got a card reader in there, and I ended up getting like triple charged for the ride.
Wow.
I had to dispute it, get it cleaned up. It was very bad.
I'd be worried about way more things than just getting triple charged if I get into some rando's car.
I mean, you're getting
Bobby
into some
still
randos.
probably tipped him.
$20.
I think I did, but I didn't know I'd been triple charged at the time. They also say for those of you living in Arlington, or if you have to drive through it, you really need to find a route that avoids I-30 from 360 to Cooper Street. Same for Division and Randall Mill. I think this is interesting.
Man, real quick.
Yeah.
I live by the Speedway and I live right off 114 on race weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I hate where I live on race weekend. It is impossible to get anywhere.
Yeah, just in general, and I know those roads out there, like that go by it, they're already not the easiest roads, even when they're open.
Yeah.
And so, but what's interesting is they talked to a resident who lives in one of the surrounding neighborhoods there at AT&T Stadium. So because it's going to be such a traffic magnet out there, this guy's neighborhood behind AT&T Stadium has no parking warning signs on the street, to where even residents are not allowed to park on the street this weekend because of the Taylor Swift concert. So you can't park in front of your own house because Taylor Swift has just ruined traffic and ruined life in Arlington.
That apartment complex, I think they're like gray buildings. It's right across from AT&T Stadium. It's at the corner there of AT&T Way and maybe it's Ballpark or Randall Mill or whatever. Even if you park they will tow you in that lot. You have to get special passes from the people who live there in order to even park there. It is crazy. So this is through Sunday.
Yep, through Sunday. And then we can finally all breathe again. We can come out of hiding when the Swifties leave.
What do we have in below the belt?
One NFL owner says international expansion is on the horizon.
You're not going to go off on Daniel Jones is better than Dak? I kind of want to hear that on a Friday.
We can talk about how
Forget
terrible Greg
football.
Jennings.
Yeah.
We can talk about
we don't
several.
care about Frankfurt.
We're gonna scream about Dak Prescott and stupid Greg Jennings next on the Fan.
All right, let's first get you over to.
Me take off my belt.
Is Greg Jennings a hot take artist, or is he just dumb? We're going to talk about that now on Below the Belt.
All right.
So Greg Jennings was on FS1. I need to, I guess, complain to Hellman about this. Just be like, what is your network doing?
Yeah.
Like, ever since you left there, it's just the LaShawn McCoys
left
until he's just off the show out of football season. Yeah. LaShawn McCoy, Greg Jennings, Rick Bucher, Jason Taylor's sister. They're all they're all running amok. They're all going crazy. He was the one thing holding that network down in terms of sanity.
The straw.
He and I are similar that way. Like, I hold this station down with sanity with Dak.
Wow. Oh,
as all of you come,
bro, you're losing that argument.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm losing that.
It's slowly fading out of your hands.
No.
The Jello is slowly falling through your Jerry Jones fingers.
Look, if it's that was just a disgusting mental image I had in my head from how you described that.
Jello.
These are not the that's not what Gavin means when he says theater of the mind. He doesn't want us to think of Jerry holding Jello. But when we look at the conversation around Dak, I think, it's easier to have firing power. It's easier to have stuff to back up what you're saying based off of how he played last year. Absolutely. But
scale of 1 to 10, how would you rank his 2022 season?
6.
I was thinking 5, 6, somewhere there. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, and it's like there were way too many turnovers. He needs to be better. Now, like, we know 6 of those were like bouncing off of somebody's hands or whatever else, and so. But even still, even if you take those away, you're still throwing like 9 interceptions in 11 games. It's too many. You can't turn the ball over like that. And he wasn't good enough in moments where they really needed him to be. But I don't think that's enough to, as you guys always complain about, it's 1 year. 1 year, can't make judgment off 1 year.
I agree, that's fair.
I instead take a look and say, realistically, we're talking about 6 years of pretty strong data that says who he is.
Yeah.
And so I still feel really good. Speaking of 1 year, there's another quarterback in this NFC East. No, not Jalen Hurts. Daniel Jones. And just a year ago, the New York Giants had the opportunity to cash in on his 5th-year option and lock him in. And teams just do that generally, even with quarterbacks they're not very high on. Because it's just like, we should probably cash that in the event that something happens because it's going to be cheaper than having to pay the quarterback. Giants were so disenchanted with Daniel Jones that they didn't even pick up that 5th-year option, and then they had to just outright negotiate a new deal this offseason, paid him the $40 million or whatever that he got. And after that 1 year of play where he was good, he was solid, he was not great, it's now causing all these hot takes like Dan Orlovsky to say Daniel Jones is better than Dak Prescott, and now Greg Jennings has joined this chorus.
I'm going to say something that I have said. Yes. And I don't want to hear anything until the end of this.
Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm going to say something that I've said. No matter what he says the rest of the way. Okay, it's not hot take.
He
it
made
is that
the
he's
present
dumb.
and the past be one.
My gosh. Okay, start it over again.
How is that different from saying I've said this before and I'll say it again?
Because I'm going to say something that I have said is just, it sounds dumb.
Okay.
And then what he says after that is dumb. So it gives me, it's called pretext, Sean. Play it.
I'm going to say something that I have said. Yes. And I don't want to hear anything until the end of this. Daniel Jones is a top 10 quarterback.
Oh, what?
Daniel Jones is a top 10 quarterback.
Wow.
I said it.
In what league?
And I say it with my chest.
Yeah.
But the progression is there. When we see guys progressing, we automatically want them to do it the way that Joe Burrow has done it, the way that Justin Herbert has done it. That wasn't Daniel Jones. And that's okay, because he's gotten paid. He's going to keep his head down. He's going to continue to work. You bring in a guy like Darren Waller, obviously you're going to improve if he can stay healthy. He's a great asset to that offense. Daniel Jones' production will continue to improve. He will be one of the better quarterbacks. I'm
You
not
just
gonna
said top 10.
No, hold.
Let's say consistent again.
He will be the second best quarterback in his division.
Behind Jalen Hurts?
Behind Jalen Hurts.
So he's better than Dak Prescott?
He's better than Dak Prescott.
Okay. So I respect the hustle. You're trying to make a name for yourself in this business, Greg Jennings. You don't want to just be the Greg Jennings on a broken leg viral Madden guy. Like, that's how people remember you more than your playing career, so I understand it. But let's look at the fact that pretty good measure of quarterback play is QBR. It's pretty all-encompassing. I think QBR, passer rating, I think you can take those. Even adjusted net yards per attempt, that's another good one that helps you, kind of takes everything into account about what you're doing. So when we look at last year, the quarterback rating for the passer rating, not the QBR, the passer rating for Daniel Jones last year was 92.5. For his career, it's 86.5. Dak's career passer rating is 97.8. Everything lumped in there together. His career passer rating is 5 points higher than what Daniel Jones was last year. In fact, he's had his 5th year. Yeah, yep, that's right, Jerry. He has had 5 seasons. Five times Dak has produced a passer rating of 96.9 or above. Okay, right there. QBR, Daniel Jones, a 60.8. Not a bad number, Chop.
No, not a bad number at all.
It's solid. Nice. It's a solid number right there. Dak last year played a little bit below. He was 57.9. For his career, though, Dak has 4 seasons of a QBR of 69 or above, which is a huge jump. A 60 to a 69 is a huge jump. Yeah. Dak has done it 4 separate times. In fact, I think since Dak entered the league, I think it's still accurate. It was last year. I don't remember if anything changed this year, but it was like Mahomes and Dak were the only 2 quarterbacks in the NFL to finish top 4 in QBR 3 different times.
Look, what you're speaking to is consistency. There's a lot of people who don't have enough respect for consistency. Mm-hmm. You know, when you look at Tiger Woods, when you look at LeBron James, we'll be doing that for 20 years. Sometimes I don't think that gets the respect that it deserves. So you get these, little flash years. And for Daniel Jones, it's 15 touchdowns and 5 picks the air.
He was good.
15 and 5. All right, so just tell me about, I've never watched football before. Mm-hmm. You watch more football than me. Tell me about Daniel Jones as a player. I just want to see what y'all say. I've never watched football. What type of player is he?
I think he's a very athletic. He's an athletic football player. He's an athletic quarterback.
Yep.
Inconsistencies with some of his throws. Good, but I don't think I ever see difference maker out of him.
Tell me about his traits.
He is the one that stands out, and people, I think, brush this off a lot of times and say that it's a backhanded one. It is not. This is a very important trait to have a quarterback. He is tough as hell. Yes. He is incredibly tough. He takes hits. He gets up. He'll stand in the pocket. He'll deliver the throw. The traits I look for with him, he's tough. He's reasonably accurate. He's mobile. He's athletic. He will not turn the ball over generally.
The fumble problem he had.
He has the fumbles. I'm talking about more as a passer.
Yeah.
But he will not put the ball in bad spots. He's also not going to press the ball downfield and challenge you that way. So he is a guy who limits mistakes and wins with athleticism, good touch, and toughness.
I would say, like RJ, running, I think of first. Running, athleticism, and is he going to beat me with his arm? Is he a dangerous playmaker with his arm? So far, I would say no. And if he's going to take care of the football, he can run you to some wins.
Can he develop into that? You said you don't think he's shown that he can beat you with his arm. Have you seen anything that tells you he can develop into that?
I was more of a Daniel Jones fan early on than most.
Yes, right. That first game against Tampa, you were all in on that.
Well, the whole Danny Dimes thing, I'm seeing touch throws. I'm seeing throws down the field. Maybe he could develop into it. I don't know if I see, whoa, that's arm talent. Mm-hmm. Whoa, that's amazing accuracy. But look, man, let's not be disrespectful to consistency. And Dak Prescott has been a lot more consistent. Availability and consistency
are I think the 2 most underrated parts of not just sports, of life. If you're available, if you're always there and you're consistent, I think people massively overlook those traits.
Yeah, I mean, those matter. I mean, look, the Cowboys made a ton of personnel decisions last year based off of those points. That was how they built a lot of what they did last year. And I think that what you see in terms of this comparison, this ridiculous one right now here about Dak versus Daniel Jones, is that I don't think you can even reasonably say that while Dak had a down year last year, and we were talking about Daniel Jones having a career year last year, I still don't think you can say Daniel Jones was definitively better than Dak last year.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, QBR would say he was
slightly so, but remember when it's a 2-point difference,
yeah,
and you're talking about 6 of those interceptions not being on Dak, reasonably, it's going to be different.
I would have, and I think they keep that proprietary, the QBR formula. So I don't know. Do they count those as his interceptions? I have no idea.
It's factored different. So they generally, it depends. A lot of the like option route stuff, they cannot read that, so they will not count that.
What's more upsetting to you, Greg Jennings saying this, Daniel Jones is better than Dak, or whoever said Ronald Jones? That's not a replacement. That's
Bill Barnwell.
Bill Barnwell. Your boy Roberto saying Ronald Jones, you still need to replace Zeke because Ronald Jones is not it.
Which, look, if you want to...
I'm going to read this for you. Go ahead. I'll get this pulled up.
If you want to say that Ronald Jones is not a good back to have in a tandem, if that's your evaluation of the player, fine. Like, I'm not going to, scream with you over it. I think he's solid, and I think he can be part of a rotation. But if you don't think that's the guy, fine. But to include the Cowboys in a list of, as ESPN headlined it yesterday, it was on the front page, and the tease into the article said the 7 teams who have lost the most this offseason and still need to repair.
Wow.
And you open it up, and the headline from Barnwell, 7 teams with roster holes, what's next? And this is weird because he talked about how the key to fixing the Cowboys is making their running game better. Now he's talking about, man, the Cowboys have lost Zeke. I mean, he's not glowing about Zeke, but it's like, that's a significant loss.
McGovern, Zeke.
I mean,
yesterday Carlos Watkins went where?
Arizona. Yeah. So I think when it's bizarre because Barnwell's always been one of these leading edge analytic guys who's always been very pro Dak as well, very big into the modern passing game, everything else. To throw Zeke into there as like one of the biggest losses that teams haven't replaced this year. It's like, who kidnapped Barnwell?
I'll read you what he said. He goes, Jones has been a solid runner in the past, but fumbling and inability to make an impact as a receiver has limited him. With just over $300,000 guaranteed in his 1-year deal, there's a reasonable chance he doesn't make the roster in September. Like, could you imagine not getting not even making the roster?
Yeah, I can imagine it because he couldn't be one of the top 2 backs in Kansas City.
18 carries last year, 38 yards.
Yeah.
All of these signings pretty much that they've made, not the trades, but all these signings that they've made, I could see they're contingencies. And if they're here and they can contribute, great. It's James Washington last year.
Yes.
And so, but I don't understand it. And it says, when it says what could be next under that section where Barnwell's like, hey, what's the next steps potentially? The first line of his what could be next is Elliott's return. Why?
Yeah, I would hope not.
What is, like, how do you think this is some sort of loss for them? He was a remarkably inefficient player last year. And not just last year, but the last couple of years.
He has been responsible for a league worse minus 150 yards rush yards over expectation on runs outside the tackles.
Is the market,
in the past 2 years?
My gosh.
Are any Cowboy fans admitting that they were wrong on the fan text? Did we get any Cooper Rush admissions after the market spoke? And is anyone saying, I can't believe Zeke hasn't been signed? The market is speaking the truth.
No.
Any admissions?
No.
Okay.
Now, you know what's funny here is, too, it says if it's not Elliott returning, the Cowboys could look toward a market that still includes, and the first name
Joseph Randall?
The first name he throws out is Leonard Fournette. So I don't know.
The underwear thief?
I have no clue what's up with Bill Barnwell and his obsession with 3.3 yards per carry.
Wow. All right, there's Below the Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. All baseball, 9 o'clock. The all baseball, 9 o'clock. Degrom, the Rangers offense, the MLB changes, 105.2 mile an hour pitch.
Robbie Grossman.
Next on The Fan. But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the 3-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Got him with the Slambio. And game one is in the books. The Rangers capture an 11-7 victory over the Phillies on opening day. What a day it was.
Hicksy with the call. Fist bump, fist bump, fist bump. 105 to the fan. And it's an all baseball 9 o'clock hour, boys and girls. Let's do this. Rangers 11-7 over the Phils on the opener. Jake Degrom did not have the opener that we had all expected, but they do get the win, which we all expected. So it all evened out.
Exactly. It played out exactly as we thought. And he started to have the opener we all expected. I got to say, after that 3-pitch strikeout to start the game, you get in your head really quick and get really excited really fast. And so after the 3-pitch strikeout, I literally in my head went, oh my gosh, what if he throws an immaculate inning? Like he might throw 6 straight strikes here and just get out of here with 9 strikes. Pretty close.
10 pitches for the first inning.
10 pitches, got out of there with 2 strikeouts, touched 101, hit 100 a couple times. Slider looked great. It was beautiful until the Phillies actually started barreling the pitches up. But
threw more 100-mile-per-hour pitches yesterday than the Rangers had all of last year. I think I heard that on the TV broadcast. 2 pitches last year of 100 miles per hour or more, and Jacob Degrom took that out in the first inning.
First inning, right there. Took it out. And look, there was excitement around the ballpark. You could tell the place sounded energized. And then, Philadelphia scored a couple of runs. And that comes a little bit of the wind comes out of the sails. They score a couple more. It's 5-zip. And
I will say, even though I was an advocate for the dome and the roof because of the heat, it doesn't feel as much like opening day when the roof is on there. It's darker, it's dingier. They don't have that afternoon
It feels
sun.
sterile.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think that's just that is they had to make a decision, right? You're going to give up something with a dome when you don't have the natural light. You're going to give up something, and is it worth it to them to get? Look, I've changed my tune. I like the new stadium. I said I would never go in there.
Wow.
But then the World Series came here in COVID, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to go to a World Series game.
And now you prefer dome.
No, I prefer the old park still. I still prefer the old park. I didn't mind sitting out there in the heat.
Always prefer uncovered.
Yeah, I always prefer to be uncovered.
Yeah, me too.
But just ask Sean, we sleep in the same hotel room. I'm always sleeping naked.
Those are the old intercom poor days.
Oh, yeah, that's right, Sean.
we now have individual rooms with the new Odyssey company.
Okay. So what do we make of Jake Degrom's start? Are we concerned or still excitement, one game, whatever?
Hiccup. That's it. It was a hiccup. Carl Ravich, who joined us from ESPN at 8 o'clock, and he's going to have the call of Sunday Night Baseball, he was acting like we should be throwing a parade this morning that he walked off the field without a trainer. Like, that was the win.
It's pretty concerning. Pretty concerning that's the national narrative.
Yeah, that's the national narrative. And it is the narrative, but no, excited that the stuff is there, that he threw, over 70 pitches?
73.
So, hiccup, he's going to be just fine as long as he's healthy. No worry.
3 2/3, 6 hits, 5 runs, all earned, 7 strikeouts, a home run, a 12.27 ERA. That's high. This is he doesn't give up runs on opening day. He had never had one, never given up a run on an opening day. Sandler had that stat. To me, I'm not worried. He missed his spots on the home run. The ball was a little bit. He wanted it more outside and up. It was kind of out over the plate. I thought Turner did a really nice piece of hitting, and he had too much on the off speed pitch, and then with Marsh with that hit, that was a little bit more out over the plate. He wanted it a little higher. It happens. He wasn't sharp on day one. I don't think pitchers are generally sharp, this time of year. Maybe they're not at their peak command. Who knows?
I just got to hear Bochy's voice once this morning. I got to hear Boch talking about his ace.
Probably wasn't quite as sharp today. That's fair to say. They did throw out some good at bats, but also, he had some bad luck too with some balls that got through. But you know what? The guys rallied, and what an inning! Just had some great at bats in that big inning there, and that's a great win, especially on the opener. It's so exciting out there. The guys were all excited, and again, after a tough start, it's a great way to finish it.
This is the best thing that could have happened. Jake, you ain't the savior here, man.
Bochy
It's
is.
not just you and a bunch of scrubs. We're gonna bail you out game 1, but we need you to actually perform up to the contract. Bring it for game 2 after what the Rangers did in that awesome, crazy, chaotic 4th inning.
Look, here's one thing I'll just say very quickly about Bruce Bochy, is that if the Cowboys happen to draft Quentin Johnston, they are missing a real opportunity to have Quentin Johnston interview Bruce Bochy for social media.
Yes.
Oh, the deep voice.
Oh
group.
my
Yeah.
gosh, it'd be fantastic. But it is good to see with Degrom that the stuff was electric. The stuff was clearly good movement. The velocity was there, touching 100, 101. The fact that he was able to go past the 65-ish pitch mark that they had there. Still, I mean, what was 7 strikeouts that he had in the game?
7 Ks. And he only went about, 8 pitches past the 65?
Yeah, 7 strikeouts.
Right?
Everything was hit to right. It was a right-handed batter.
Probably by design.
Right.
He was staying away a lot.
There was some slider stuff, but there was some stuff that guys were just behind on. They were behind on a couple of the fastballs and things like that. And so it's encouraging to see. There are encouraging aspects of it. You just look at it and go, okay, he's got to get that command under control.
Franchise record for runs in a single inning on opening day coming in that 4th inning with Bobby's boy, Grossman.
Robbie Grossman.
Hitting the big shot. And then you had dribblers and pass balls going the Rangers' way in order to go ahead and take the lead. 12, I think they sent up 12 hitters. 12 hitters in the inning in that 4th.
What did we think of the pace of play?
Loved it. Loved it, especially early on. CJ Nikowski. No one loves it more than him.
No.
CJ talking about making dinner reservations, getting to dinner reservations with Rob Manfred there in the booth. And I tweeted CJ, I'm like, you jinxed it. He goes, we're going to score 18 runs in 3 hours and 5 minutes. We're going to have 18 runs, 22 hits, and 11 pitchers in 3:05. And Raymond was like, this game last year would have been 4 hours easy. And then I told CJ, way to screw it up. You jinxed it as it went a little bit over that.
An 18-run game is generally 4 hours when you score 18 runs. Let's see. Especially when you have 11 pitchers.
Yep.
All right,
and a Pitchcom problem.
And a Pitchcom problem. Like that's generally going to be a 4-hour game. And it lasted, 3:07? And that's, you just can't, that's great. It's fantastic. The average time of the game yesterday around Major League Baseball was 2 hours and 45 minutes. There were 5 games that were over 3 hours. There were 4 games that were 2:30 or less. Whew. And then the rest of them, I think there's 6 others, if my math's right, between 2:31 and 3. The league average was 3:06 last year. So they on opening day, they shaved 21 minutes off. That's 5 shy of the average spring game, which is 26.
That's a sitcom episode. Extra things you can fit into your day.
Yeah. I love it. I think you talk about the stolen base attempts that are going up, the stolen bases, more action. I like how people still try to cheat Seager with the shift by putting the shortstop right next to second base. You can't cross second base, but put him right next to. I like to get the stats on that as well, either after yesterday or after the weekend. How many hits got through that would not have been last year because of the shift?
Okay, well, real quick on the stolen bases. In spring training alone, they had 767 stolen bases. In 2021, they had 492 in spring. That's 275 more steals. They were only caught 15 more times. That's a remarkable increase and success rate. In terms of the shift, that's a good question. Did you notice what happened in the Royals game?
No, I'm not watching the Kansas City Royals.
It was Gallo was up. I think it was Royals. Gallo was up for sure.
Shout out Dayton Moore though in the Rangers organization, my boy.
So Gallo's up, and obviously you can't shift on the infield. So what the Royals did, they brought the right fielder in to play where the second baseman was going out in his short right,
and put the center fielder over.
They put the center fielder in right center and the left fielder in left center, and they did the shift that way. Now, the outfielder didn't field the ground ball cleanly because he's an outfielder, and Gallo was able to get the first. But this is like Jurassic Park. Life finds a way. They're finding a way to shift without shifting. I hate it, but what are you gonna do?
So you're leaving left or center field compromised?
Well, both really, because you're playing left center, right center.
Left center, right center.
So what you're doing is the center fielder's moving over to right center, and so I guess you're also leaving down the line in right compromised. But they're banking on if he gets the ball elevated and pulls it, it's going to be a home run. So let's just cut down the line drives and the ground balls.
Wow, I hate that.
Shady.
It is shady.
Shady.
It's against the spirit of the game.
Yeah.
For a league that is so hung up on the spirit and the unwritten rules, breaking the spirit of the game. But I mean, Derek Holland texted us, what was it, yesterday when he was talking about the shift? He's like, the shift stuff doesn't even matter so much because like teams are just gonna do things like that. Like they're just gonna trick it up with their outfielders and shift and things like that.
They're gonna, and they did. They did yesterday. But I didn't see the Ranger game. I'll tell you, like Seager's gonna bat 300 this year, I think, or 290. Let's just put the number at 290. He's going to get helped so immensely by this shift change unless they start doing it. If that thing that happened in the Royals game continues and that becomes the new norm, we may have to rethink how much the shift's actually going to help these guys.
You have to draw imaginary lines on the field where you can't cross over. There's going to be markers. There's going to be dots that you can't cross over. You play a certain position.
Yeah,
like Twister.
Yeah, because guys, they have a lot of these players will have. You'll see players in the outfield. They either take their hat off and they've got something written on the inside of their hat.
Mm-hmm.
It's the scouting report on where to position for each player.
Yep.
Or you'll see, you'll see them take a note card out of their back pocket, and they've got scouting reports on there on where to position for guys. So you'll see guys. Obviously they're already shifting in the outfield, and look, you can't. There's nothing you can do. If they're going to play in, they're going to play shallow, then they're going to give you the right field corner. Then knock yourself out, man.
Would have been nice if Nelson Cruz would have had one of those note cards in his pocket in Game 6 of the World Series.
I think it's on Wash, man. Didn't Wash not tell him? You got to remind these guys at every play.
No. I'm just
doubles.
I'm kidding. No doubles is one, and then in the 10th inning, it's on Wash for playing too deep and letting Lance Berkman single score 2 runs.
Shut up, Bobby. I just love that Heim, Grossman, Lowe, Josh Smith. These are some of the names responsible for the rally. You think you know what you're going to get in Seager and Simeon. What about the other guys? Obviously, Nathaniel Lowe is a stud from last year, but the other guys getting it done, and then Bubba Thompson, athleticism, that was a home run. He robbed that in center field with Bubba out there in the outfield. Fun, exciting, fast, a lot of optimism. I have a lot of optimism moving forward, not just for the team, but the game. This is a very important time for baseball to recover.
Yeah.
And to go ahead and bring people back. And I think it's off to a near perfect start, starting from spring training.
Baseball's really had dumb bad luck. And a lot of it's their own doing over the last 30 years. Rob Manfred.
I'll tell you what, though, Rob Manfred to me, man, he sounded like a boob. That's the perfect word. He just sounded like a boob yesterday talking in the booth.
He's just an attorney.
Yeah, I'm like, is he a diehard baseball guy?
He likes baseball, but no, he's not
he
like. I think he does.
He hates the game.
Is there any sport? Is there any commissioner that you think loves their sport?
Goodell does. Goodell loves the NFL. David Stern loved the NBA. I don't know about Adam Silver, but it's sort of the same line. I feel like Manfred here is the same line everybody used to give about Gary Bettman in the NHL, where it's like he doesn't even like it. He clearly doesn't like this sport.
He has to like it.
I think he has to
Does
like
he?
it.
He just has to be a CEO.
Well, he is.
Why do you think he turned everything over to Theo Epstein? Hey, fix the game. I don't know.
That's fair.
Did he?
Yeah,
Theo Epstein's been in charge of a lot of these rule changes.
Oh. He's like, Theo, you ruined baseball with the analytics. Fix it.
Yeah.
Fix what you ruined. Oh man.
Fix this.
What happened around the rest of the sport? Well, let's see. There was a couple of big flies. There was a bunch of steals, and there was a 105-mile-an-hour pitch.
Oh.
And we'll get you set for the Final Four. It's next on The Fan.
But first, the same exact message.
our weight loss, that's Soda. And by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Time takes off. Here's the pitch. It's hit high and deep out into left field. Carrying well. Cave goes back. He looks up. It's gone! Opposite field home run for Brad Miller. We just talked about it. He homered on opening day last year. He does it again today. Rangers lead 11-6.
Oh, and he's got a 1250 OPS. Woo! Oh, baby. After one game. Hey, MVP. Put him in the category right now.
No, slow down. We still got Robbie Grossman here.
right.
All right.
Still do.
We've got our own Ohtani Trout connection.
Man. How about that's Hixie with the call. Game you heard right here. Rangers win 11-7 over the Phillies on opening day. How about this stat? I don't know if you saw this stat from about Ohtani.
Have you seen this? You heard about this?
See this? So last night, he pitched against the A's. Granted, it's the A's.
Mm-hmm.
Since 1901, 26 times on opening day has a pitcher had 10 strikeouts or more and 0 runs allowed in a game. 26 times since 1901 on opening day. Only one of them is lost. And, of course, it was the Angels.
My Lord. That was the game with the crazy catch, right?
Yeah. Great catch out in right field.
Yeah.
It was an amazing play, but it's play of the year. It's play of the year.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's what goes underseen, like in all the conversation about poor Ohtani, is like he's getting miracle plays in his defense, saving him from his what would be a terrible ERA.
How many losses did they have to get to really entertain trading him? A fire sale.
And they almost did last year.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what you could trade him for.
And what's the money going to be?
So they're saying it starts at 5. They're saying the contract negotiations start at $500 million.
$500 million.
For how many years?
I mean, I would assume 10.
Yeah, you think that high? Not like 12, 50 a year for 10 years? What was Judge?
Judge got 9 for 3-something, for 330, 340.
Yeah, so wouldn't it be more like what was Soto asking for, like 14 years for like $500 million or whatever it was?
I mean, look,
I would guess it'd be more like 14 years.
You're getting a pitcher and a hitter. You're getting a top 10 pitcher and a top 10 hitter in the game. How is that not worth $50 million a year to somebody?
Because age.
Can't sustain it.
And am I going to stop him from pitching once he has that first major arm injury? Knock on wood.
Yeah, no.
He's 28.
Knock on Corian.
How long is this going to continue?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they're saying that the bidding starts at $500 million. A lot of people are saying that the Dodgers are the team that he's probably going to go to.
But we're never going to see this again in our lifetime, right? Or do you think this is the genesis of something? Do you think this is a repeat?
Man, look,
this is crazy. He's the biggest, the fastest, the strongest, stud hitter, and lights out pitcher.
Like is he Dirk? Or not just Dirk, but just in general, that like revolution of like the big men that shot the 3, and then how like the entire generation of big men came up shooting the 3 like Karl Anthony Towns. Like that became a thing that people saw, and it's like, oh, this is the way you can play. So does it just encourage more people to go, I can do both? I'm going to do both.
A couple of things. One, it's interesting. A lot of the Angel players, the young players that are single, live down like near the beach. He found the closest apartment complex that he could find, closest house to the stadium. So he can go there as like he's always there.
Like kiss ass.
He's like all this guy does is work. All he does. And I'll tell you, I think this is something new, but I think youth baseball is going to prevent it from happening for U.S. kids. That's much my opinion. They can't wait to get you to specialize in something in the U.S.
Yeah.
Like, if you're a pitcher, they don't want you, they want the amount of pitcher-only players that you have on these select teams. It's crazy, and it's just the way it is. They want, if you're a catcher, they don't want you to, pitch. They just try to specialize you. And I just wonder if in the U.S., the way the structure of youth baseball is in the high school game, if it's going to allow players to be dual specialty. That's why I think baseball needs less specialists.
Yeah.
It needs more Ohtanis, more athletes.
I think Mike's talked about this before, where he said that like, hey, I was a really good hitter in high school, but like they want you to focus on one thing, and that there are a lot of major league players who were good at both and had to just pick one thing to do. I mean, like you see kind of that adjustment. Matt Bush, he was a guy who obviously came in, was a really good reliever here, but I mean, he was drafted as like a shortstop, like as the #1 pick years ago. And so, I mean, there have been guys that have had the talent to do both. It's just they're usually told, hey, commit to one thing. This is what you're doing.
Let's go around the game a little bit more. Hunter Green, did you see this? A 105.2 mile an hour pitch.
Wow.
How are you supposed to be able to see that?
I don't know.
Did you hear Tom House say that Nolan Ryan in today's game would throw 105 to 107? 105 to 107, and he was alluding to the radar gun.
Sure.
Technicalities a little bit, but that's what he said yesterday as Nolan was out there in Arlington.
Yeah, I don't know how you see it. I don't know how you hit it. Andrew McCutchen, it's the fastest pitch since Aroldis Chapman had 105.2.
Wow.
They both pitched for the Reds of all teams.
Of course.
And the hitter was Andrew McCutchen for both at-bats.
Yeah, and Andrew McCutchen almost died on the Aroldis Chapman one.
Yeah.
Because the Aroldis Chapman one, he was just wildly throwing it, and it like he had to jump out of the way. He looked terrified for his life on that one. Yesterday, he just took the pitch right down the middle.
Now, I wonder what it would have been like, what the speed of the pitch would have been with the radar gun, like you said, that Nolan used. So, like, Nolan's, the guns, the radar guns in Nolan's day, they basically got the speed close to the plate. The guns and the radar, when like Bassick played, it was like, halfway. Now the radar gun gets the ball as soon as it leaves your hand. So it's at the most optimal peak speed. Now you don't get the late kick maybe, but I wonder what Nolan, I think Tom's House is right. I think Nolan throws 105, 107 in his heyday with that. But that's an incredible pick. I can't even fathom 105.2. I faced Derek. I stood in the box against Derek.
Derek Holland.
Yeah, and he was probably throwing, I think that day he threw 92. And
you're lefty.
And I'm a lefty, so I was already quaking in my boots.
Yeah.
And look, I hadn't seen a live baseball pitch since high school, since my senior year of high school. And I blinked. I couldn't even, I was not even going to swing. I just wanted to load it up and time it. I couldn't even load and time the thing. All right. I can't imagine 13 miles an hour more.
And then it breaking.
And then it moving.
Then it moving.
I couldn't imagine that. Like what these guys do is next level.
I think Mark DeRosa had said in the past, like I've heard him talk about pitch speeds, and he had said that like 91, 92, you can still see the seams usually when the ball's coming in.
You can hear them.
And he's like 94, 95, you start getting up there and it's like, okay, this is starting to be difficult. And he said once you get up to like the high 90s, it's just a blur is coming at you.
Terrifying. I'd be terrified.
Terrified. Oh, absolutely. Another thing around the sport, the Yankees made this request to Major League Baseball. I don't know if you heard about this.
The numbers?
Yeah, and they're doing it for their own selfish reasons, but I do think it brings up a larger point. So they're running out of jersey numbers. They have 22 retired numbers, which, I mean, some of these aren't really, I don't believe, like, should be retired.
Stop retiring Pau Gasol. You don't have to get new numbers.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to disagree with you there. Like, I don't think Jorge Posada is a retired jersey guy. I know he has 4 World Series rings, and he was part of the core, whatever.
Would you say he's like the Derek Fisher of the Yankees? Or the Robert Horry? You had Pettit. You had Posada. You had Tino. I mean, I'm leaving out Jeter. I'm talking about the role players, quote unquote role players.
Yeah, but Tino's not retired.
Okay. Pettit, dude. It feels like who's the first person you just said?
Posada was really good. Like I think Posada was more important than Derek Fisher was. Maybe Posada like on that first Lakers team, but Posada's like Glenn Rice. Like maybe
better
more
than Glenn Rice.
Yeah, it's hard to pick who he is. I mean, he was a good player. There's no doubt about it. He was a really good player. But I don't know. I just think like teams like the Yankees and the Lakers, the Cowboys should have a higher standard of who they retire. Like you've got to be able to put that person in the same sentence as Magic Johnson or Babe Ruth or Roger Staubach, and I just don't think you could put Jorge Posada in the same conversation. But the point of this is they did request Major League Baseball to get rid of manager numbers. Managers wear numbers on the backs of their jersey.
Yeah.
If they even wear a jersey anymore. Most of the time, these guys are wearing a windbreaker.
Looks so stupid.
And it does look stupid. So I just get rid of the jersey numbers will allow it to open it up to some of these managers are wearing like number 11 or whatever. Now, look, if you're wearing like 67, like no, whatever.
Right.
But or maybe just stop retiring everybody's damn number.
Watching Bruce Bochy run out down the first base line yesterday, number one was painful. But number two, and this is an insult at Bochy, it's just silly. It's silly watching these grown men wear these pajamas.
I didn't need to see Charlie Manuel. I didn't need to see Charlie Manuel years ago, looking like the Penguin out there in his in his baseball pants.
You want the Tom Landry of baseball? You want them all out there in like suits in the dugout?
How amazing if just for one day in the NBA we could get the coaches to wear jerseys,
to wear uniforms,
sleeves or no sleeves.
Oh my gosh,
sleeves or no sleeves, and you just got to wear the jersey tucked in to either shorts, full uniform.
But what
NBA jersey?
The guys on the bench, they will wear the sweatsuits or whatever. So like
they've allowed them to totally be casual.
I think they should. I think he should wear like the NBA coaches wear like the Romo sweatsuits that he was wearing when he was on the bench that game. Like they should just be like that.
I do think a lot of the NFL coaches look a little sloppy. I don't say unprofessional, but like they look like gym teachers, right? And I'm not saying they should wear like a suit, but I don't want baseball managers necessarily out there in like their, Adam Sandler gym shorts, going out there either. But I don't know that you need to see these, 70-year-old men in baseball pants. I don't know.
And I'm sure they hate it. I would hate it.
Oh, in the summertime?
Put me in a uniform.
I'm sure they absolutely hate it.
Yeah.
Hate it. But baseball rules. Baseball rules, man. That's the way it is. Get rid of the uniform numbers. Get rid of the numbers. Okay. Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on 105 through the Fan. Basics Crosstalk, baby.
He's excited.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He is here. He is ready to go. Corey Major's been in here since like 7 o'clock. That's coming up next in the Fan.
All right, first, let me set.
High into the air, deep center field. Bubba Thompson back to the track. He's at the wall. He leaps, and he makes the grab. He takes a home run away from Jake Cave.
All right, 1-0. Corey, you can't go 162-0 unless
you win the first one.
Unless you win the first one.
Point.
The Rangers' perfect season.
Kids will love that yesterday.
Is still alive. Now, I know that we're playing Mike Bassick music. I know we came back with a Rangers highlight, but I was listening to your show, and I wanted a further discussion on the Bobby Belt segment.
We never talked about tipping from yesterday. That was really interesting.
Now, before we do this, Corey, I sometimes forget this. I'm going to be very professional here. Corey, what's coming up on the K&C Masterpiece?
Right out of the gate, for better or worse, your complete overreactions to yesterday's win. 162-0 is mine. And we also have Masterpiece of the Week today at 1:30. That is Mike's favorite segment because it means we are almost done with the show for the week.
Yes.
And it's funny.
All right, so you guys were talking running back and talking Ezekiel Elliott. Was it Barlow, Bobby? Barnwell.
Joe
Barlow.
Okay, not Kevin Barlow, the running back.
Nope. Kevin Barlow, Joe Barlow, they probably would all have better analysis.
Okay.
What about Bill Barnwell?
No.
So you guys were talking running back and talking Ronald Jones, Ezekiel Elliott, and I found it very interesting. So I'm going to throw out kind of my theory on what's going to happen over the next 18 months with the running back situation. I'd love your comment.
By the way, did you guys get the same, because I know you're all over the text and Twitch on your show. Did you get the same Zeke sympathy when he got released as we did?
I was surprised.
Right? I thought everyone was ready for him to be gone, and now it's like Hall of Fame, Ring of Honor. What are you doing, Cowboys? Did you get that?
Kevin,
Hall of Fame.
Kevin was out of town, I think, whenever that came down.
Yeah.
He was on his vacation.
Yeah, because I was going to say, I don't recall that, but I guess that makes sense.
Yes, Sean, we did get a lot of that. A lot of
more Zeke love than you thought.
Yeah, and I liked the guy. I shook his hand.
Do you think those are the same people that are like, we need to get rid of him, we need to cut his contract, and then after it happens, they're like, I feel bad for him?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Soft his hands. Remember how soft those hands
well,
were?
and he told you could
soft are your hands?
You could rock a crop top.
They're not very soft.
not soft
I have
at
a
all.
man's hand.
Yeah.
Oh!
So my theory is
It wasn't intentional.
the Cowboys are looking at, and this is where Bobby Belt can help me out here, that the Cowboys in the 2nd through 4th round are going to draft a running back. Because Tony Pollard is going to be here for 1 year as the main running back. The draft pick will be his backup. Ronald Jones will be released in training camp at the end of it. I don't think he's going to be a Dallas Cowboy because he can't help you on special teams, and the third back has to be able to help you on special teams. Your draft pick might be able to help you on special teams. You're kind of okay if he's a 3rd round pick doing special teams rather than if you drafted Bijan Robinson, obviously he's not going to do special team stuff.
Or another Texas running back.
So, Bobby, who are the Cowboys possibly really liking in the 2nd through 4th round of running back, who I think will be the starting running back in 2024 through 2027?
So they do like A-Chain. Jeff Blasco, the running backs coach, was at Texas A&M for his pro day the other day.
I think they're high in the other Texas back, though, too.
They really like Roshan Johnson.
Was he Emmett since the other one's Barry?
Yeah.
Wow. Man, I have heard your rants against that for a while now. I enjoy it.
He's losing his mind. No, he's a little more Barry Foster, I'd say.
Duncanville's own.
Barry Foster,
Yeah.
All right.
No, when you...
Zach, right?
Yeah, and Zeke is Bam Morris.
Arkansas.
No, when you...
I think of Bam Morris.
Yeah, Bam Morris. Whenever I think Roshan Johnson is a guy they like a lot. He's a bigger back, complete player, former quarterback. He was a quarterback convert, and Kendre Miller, who we interviewed from TCU the other day. They like him a lot.
I like all that. Now, Sean, I'm going to ask you this. If you were drafting in the Cowboys room and you were looking at running backs and putting your running backs in order, would you look at somebody who's a better complement to Tony Pollard, or overall I just know he's going to be a starter when we need a starter?
Starter. I agree with you. Tony Pollard going to get run at the ground, use him up, see you later, next.
And that's one of the issues that I kind of run into with, I know he went to my school with A-Chain, is I don't know if he can be a full-time starting back. I think he's excellent, and I'm not saying he can't. I just can't tell you like, oh yeah, so come 24, he could be your dude.
Yeah, and I mean, he's not... The Cowboys have always liked the bigger, more like stout backs, and that's not A-Chain.
Nope.
A-Chain's a smaller guy. I mean, they still like him. They had a formal visit with him at the Combine. He's got like track star speed.
He's shockingly fast.
He's literally he's a 4.2 kind of guy. But they like generally, like if you just look over the last few years, the guys they've picked. Tony Pollard, 5'11", 215. Zeke, his 6 feet, depending on what year of his career, 220. You've got Bo Scarborough was 6'3". Darius Jackson was 6'2". They draft bigger backs because they want guys who can run, catch, block. You can run inside, you can bounce outside. Like they want all of it. And so guys like Roschon Johnson, Roschon Johnson's like 6'1", 225. He'll catch the ball, he'll block, he'll run. Those are the type of guys they look for.
All right, now moving on subjects. I was looking yesterday at a lot of box scores of Major League Baseball, and I found myself looking at time of game in all of them. I just wanted to see in game one, what did it look like? And I'll give you examples. I wish I had the exact times, but I can remember them somewhat in my head. The New York Yankees won 5-0, and I believe the game was about 2.5 hours.
Ooh.
Garrett Cole obviously pitched a great game.
It was 232.
232. Now, here's another one that I think is a great example. The Rangers would be a great example of this too. But the Baltimore-Boston game was a 10-9 game, and the Red Sox walked 9 players. That's a lot of walks.
That was the 3-hour, 38-minute game, I think. That was the longest one.
I feel like I'm for the clock. I know that I saw Will Clark not for it, like on an Instagram deal with Eric Burns.
Derek is not for it.
I totally get why there's certain people who aren't for it. But in a 10-9 game with 9 walks on one side, 20 plus hits, 19 runs, that would have been last year. I believe you can add an hour to that game.
Yeah, definitely over 4, right?
Well, yeah, because
Our game.
Yeah, the Rangers had 11 pitchers. This game, the Rangers-Phillies game, used 11 pitchers and 18 runs. That is a very long game. The Giants-Yankees game flew by. Both pitchers had 10 strikeouts by the end of the 5th. Strikeouts take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
That's a long game. Even though it was like a low-scoring game relatively with a lot of strikeouts, that's still a long game because of the amount of strikeouts.
What was the average time cut?
It was 21 minutes off the average from last year.
Yesterday.
That's great.
That's great.
That is great.
Spring training was 26. Yesterday was 21 sliced off.
And I think it will get a little bit better as pitchers get arm strength and they're able to throw 100 pitches in a game, so you won't have as many pitching changes. Because if you think about it, to your point, Chop, watching the Ranger game, Degrom got taken out in the middle of an inning. Nola got taken out in the middle of an inning. So sometimes when you make pitching changes and it's in between innings, it really doesn't add much time.
Right.
It adds 15 seconds to the game because it takes a little bit longer. They give the guy, I think, 2 minutes to warm up instead of 1:45 in between innings because he's coming from a bullpen. So, I just was finding myself looking at all the box scores and going to time of game to see if it helped. And I do believe it truly did. Now, I never thought about this. There's so many things that are happening now in what Bob Costas and MLB Network are calling the era of ready baseball. And I love the term.
Play ready golf. Play ready golf.
And so in ready baseball, CJ Nikowski brought something up that a couple of players have mentioned to him, and he said it would be distracting to him, and that's probably why he wasn't a hitter and a pitcher. When you're hitting, there's 2 shot clocks, I'll call them, or, whatever you want to call them, hit clocks.
Yeah.
When the pitcher starts his motion and is getting ready to throw the ball, because that's when the clock goes off, it blacks out. So you have this neon red 6, 5, 4, and then it, boom, blacks out on you. And he's like, a couple of hitters, they said, it is a little distracting that in your peripheral vision, you have clocks immediately going off when the pitcher is about ready to release the ball. Now, obviously, there's a lot of offense in a lot of games yesterday. Obviously, it didn't affect the Rangers too much and didn't affect the Phillies too much, but is interesting in kind of maybe little things of like how much do players get used to the clocks being in their peripheral vision and then it doesn't matter to them, or do you have to, I don't know, move the clocks a little bit out of the hitter's view, but then the hitter has to kind of peek.
Yeah, they still need to be able to see it. Like, and I'll tell you, I think it was Devers that got called on a pitch clock violation.
Yeah,
he took a man hack at that ball, fouled it back. Like, I think when you take a big swing, you can't even adjust your gloves anymore. There's not enough time. You can't leave the box. I think when you take a swing, you should be able to leave the box.
He was looking down and kicking his cleats.
Yeah.
And he got called for the violation. There was a runner in scoring position. Boston was coming back in the 9th. It was a 10-9 game. strikeout could have affected. First hitter ever called out. First pitcher called for a violation is?
Was it Stroman?
Yes.
Stroman. You know, and to me, because he was in the box when it hits, number 7 seconds or whatever.
Yeah.
To me, if you're in the box, that should be good enough. If you're not ready to hit, that's not the pitcher's problem.
Yeah, the pitcher could maybe quick pitch you and get the ball by you as you're not ready.
Yeah, if you're farting around in the box, you're not looking. I mean, just let the pitcher throw it.
Yeah.
It just felt like the pace. I mean, RJ's right. It's not game time. It's pace. And it was, all right, let's go. Next thing.
I
Next
liked
thing.
hearing Boo talk about yesterday. Like, he thinks that the defense will be better because guys have less time to say, like, drift into the stands because they need to be ready, like, immediately. They got to bam.
Talking to Bannister, obviously, years ago, he talked to us about Elvis Andrus. And, like, 2015, obviously, a crossroads in his career when that Game 5 happened and he had 3 errors, even though they all weren't called errors, 3 major errors in the 7th or 8th inning.
Something along those
right,
lines.
late in the game where the game looks like the Rangers are going to go to the ALCS. And he was a drifter. Now, I don't know if he still is. And what I mean by that is mentally he would drift away from the game. And so they had to work on mentally, how do we let him drift away from the game? Because his brain doesn't seem to be able to just lock in and stay locked in. And he would say, I think Banny, and I learned this to try to maybe help out kids too. Hey, when the pitch is over and the pitcher gets the ball back, because obviously, especially in kids baseball, there can be times where the catcher doesn't throw it back to the pitcher and you have to back up the throw. So it's like after the pitcher catches the ball, just let them do whatever they want. Have 5 seconds to look into the outfield, but he's also like, also just keep moving around. Just make a circle, like walk in a little bit of a circle, like unload your brain for 5 to 10 seconds and then reload your brain. So you don't have to stay locked in for the whole inning. I'm asking you, like on 10-second spurts, stay locked in for 10 seconds, lock out for 10 seconds. And I thought, well, that's interesting, a way to tell. I don't need you even locked in for the 15 minutes you're on the field for this inning. I just need you locked in every 10 seconds.
Are we that much in an ADD world?
Yes.
I just need you for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Right? It's like, what
Use
did you
that as
say?
a drop.
Was it in school or meetings or breaks? Shut up.
Oh, yeah. Like the average human attention span's like 6 minutes.
Real quick, anything super fun this weekend you guys got going?
Oh, 8 a.m. baseball tomorrow, baby.
What city?
We are in Arlington.
Taylor Swift.
The
Melissa.
city of...
what time's your flight?
Is that still in Texas?
What time's your flight,
Is it
man?
Melissa, Oklahoma?
The site of my new home purchase is apparently in lockdown. So shout out
no.
Gavin Dawson. So we'll see if we can get out of this hostage shooter situation.
Oh,
Because you moved there because of him. And then he moved out
I
as soon as
followed
you
the
moved
shooter.
in? Okay.
Oh, Dawson. Yeah.
Well, all right. Coming up next, the
Day
KNC
drinking tomorrow. Hit me up if
masterpiece.
you're out and about in Dallas. Day drinking tomorrow.
The baseball show of record, is that what we're going with?
I like it, man.
All right.
Oh, that's what I called us. The
Thanks to
other day.
Sean.
Oh.
Sean's the one that
I
said
don't
it
know.
first, so I'm going to use
We're going
it.
to talk a lot of baseball.
Yeah.
Coming up on 105.3 The Fan.
The latest from the Star in Frisco. KNCN studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Back in the studio after an amazing opening day. Not only were the Rangers victorious, but I want to thank all the Tolos, Twolos, YouTubers before the show, during the show, after the show. Just inundated with people who liked the station, had kind things to say. It was super cool. And my first shout out for Shout Out Friday is to y'all for making that a very enjoyable day.
Well, that's cool, Kevin. Like,
oh no.
Some people can live in the past and dwell on it. But we're looking forward right now.
Okay.
Yesterday was good. I guess we do have to talk about yesterday's game. So you know what? That was smart of you to open the show.
You just told me not to live in the past.
By thanking the that was smart of you. The more I think about it, the better I think it was that you said, hey, this is the way we're starting this sucker today. Because, man, all I want to do is entertain the Tolos all day long. And Mike, he's here for it. You can see it in his face right now. He is. Turn your mic on. There you go.
I am really excited about this as I'm just looking up stats.
Yep.
And I love this segment because we did do this early on in the Mavericks season. And one of them was, I think we're better at rebounding.
Yes, I remember after the first 3 games, I was like, you know what? I think we could be average at rebounding. Well,
and we're the worst.
Well, the Rangers are better at rebounding than the Mavericks. Like in the middle of a game. Did that not happen?
Man, that's a good point. And I
did think at 5-0, I was like, well, we can get them next game because it's tough to score a lot of runs against Aaron Nola and the Phillies.
Maybe next year.
For sure. And then Jared on the Fan and the Odyssey app hit me with the stat that this is only I believe the second time the Rangers have ever scored 9 runs in an inning on opening day, matching 1992. And they also won that game, which you would hope.
And the World Series that year, right?
No, they didn't.
92,
this
the
year's
year
different.
Well, Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
That is definitely a good 500 years. But they're 2-0 in opening day games where they scored 9 or more in an inning, which you kind of would be like, I hope so, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you score 9 runs in an inning and lose a game, that's got to hurt.
Mike called me and was like, hey, have you gotten home yet? And I was like, well,
you're buying a 2-foot burger.
I was buying the 2-foot burger. Kevin was there with me.
How long was the line to buy the 2-foot burger?
It was long, but it moved shockingly quickly. Like, sometimes, I know I joke about Whataburger. This is not a dig against Whataburger. At the stadium, sometimes you'll see a line and you're like, you have to kind of value check it. You're like, do I want to miss an inning and a half? Do I want to miss 2 innings or whatever? So this was before the game started, and the line actually moved pretty quick. And then multiple people are like, hey, where did you get that?
That's what I kind of wanted to talk about, because as we were walking out, Mike, we were in center field, and then I don't even know exactly, it's section 132. So that's where the 2-foot burger is.
Not far from where, just right underneath it.
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah, and it's and man, Pluckers was right next to it and everything. So I grabbed that thing, all that meat, and we're walking. It's got a handle on it, dude.
Hold on.
It has a handle on it. Okay, it's like carrying a briefcase around. I thought I needed a handcuffs and some glasses, dude. And so we're walking out. Kevin's not lying. Well, we got stopped by 20, 30 people, or like more than that, just saying, Toto, baby, as they're walking to their seats. But it was, people wanted to know where to find that Boomstick burger. And it looks, listen.
We talked to at least 2 people who they weren't just asking for fun.
No.
That was like their mission. They go, okay, got it. And they like headed right in that direction.
And Corey, real quick, I have bought the Boomstick hot dog at the old ballpark twice.
Yeah.
And I bought it because I was with my family of 5.
Yes.
And so we cut the hot dog in 5s.
You could feed a family with this
also
thing.
5ths. Yeah.
In 5s. I like in 5s.
5s.
Yeah, in 5s.
Yeah, come on, dude.
Yeah, you just have to put an S on the end. I think that's what makes it plural.
Yeah, like the 55th pick. In the
So
NFL
this
draft.
burger, I'm assuming, is the same thing.
Don't start with me.
You order this burger for a family of 4 or a family of 5.
Yes.
Is what I'm assuming.
Yes, I could definitely take my whole group, the Majors mob, and we could definitely walk in there and eat that and be good for the rest of the game. And from the 806, I stood in line almost an hour for Hurtados before the game. It was awesome. So that, like, to add to that, there's so many cool little elements in that place that I still don't know. I haven't gotten to yet.
Hurtado's was amazing. Is Chiafalo going to eat that whole thing during the show?
Yes.
Is that?
I think
He has 3 hours.
Okay, so the length of a game.
Or however
games
much
are shorter now.
I think however much opening day was, I was listening to the segment. I think they decided whatever the length of opening day was.
Okay, and so he lucked out there.
Yes.
It was a longer game as
Right.
opposed to your Garrett Cole game. And you're like, good luck, buddy.
I watch competitive eaters. Slowly eating does not help
Yeah.
you at all. It's actually worse.
Yeah.
So they're taught if you're going to eat a 2-foot long burger,
eat it fast.
You have to eat as fast as you can. If you're like, I'm going to eat 2 burgers at 3 o'clock, then 2 burgers at 4 o'clock, and then 4 burgers at 5 o'clock, your stomach won't be able to do it. You have to try to eat it like within 30 minutes because your brain won't realize how full it is yet.
Yes.
And now obviously there's training that goes into it, but you have to eat as fast as you can before your body and your brain connect to each other and go, hey, stop eating.
I will say this, though. I had to drive home with it in the car, and it smelled fantastic. There were moments I wanted to reach over and pinch off a piece and eat some.
Because since the game was going, G-Bag wasn't right up here to bring it to them.
And then when I wrapped it up to make sure that it was protected, and I put it in my fridge in the garage, because I have 3 fridges, Kevin. I don't know if you know this about me.
Is that fancier? What's fancier, Corey's 3 fridges or Reggie's 3 TVs in the same room?
I love this question.
Also, I wish you could see the defeated face on Corey and the lady at the place when he goes, hey, do you have like any cellophane or anything
Some
like that?
saran wrap.
She looks sad. Corey looks sad.
I just didn't want it to like fall out. Like somebody did bump into me and I almost lost it. And I was like, oh, so I didn't want it to fall out while I was driving home.
That had to be tough to carry.
No kidding.
That with 2 feet of burger.
Yeah, it's got a great handle on it.
No, you're right.
But I
You're
did
right.
I did put it in the fridge, and then the smell, when I opened the fridge this morning, it smelled like the ballpark. I
What's
was like,
on
oh,
it?
That's glorious. Chili, cheese.
Nacho cheese?
Nacho cheese.
All right.
Burger. Jalapeno. I think there are onion rings on it.
Yeah.
And I think that's it. I'm not
Mike, are you
completely
feeling
sure.
this burger, man?
But and there's also a window.
That's a good burger.
There's a big window where you can watch all of them being made.
Yeah.
So
Do they still make the foot-long dog?
Yep.
I mean, the 2-foot long.
The Boomstick, yes. Yeah, they definitely do. So it was really fun. I think even though, like, I wish if I hadn't had that and had to get it home in the fridge quickly, I would have stuck around longer to, like, chat with the Tolos because there were so many Tolos
That's a
out
lot
there.
of Nolan Ryan beef that he's going to be
so
eating
much
today.
beef.
Now,
This
that
is
being
a good
said,
question.
He needs more cattle.
For the 817, I really have to know how you're going to warm that up. That thought has gone
Yeah,
through
how
my
are you
mind
putting that? Are you cutting it in the
multiple
microwave?
times.
Okay, Mike, I'm not doing it. But I
That
see what
feels
you're
like
asking.
a Chiafalo and G-Bag
Yeah,
problem.
they need to cut. They're going to have to cut it up. We don't have a 2-foot wide microwave. It just doesn't exist. What?
I don't think
somewhere is there a
877
2-foot long
show me
microwave?
a
I don't think
I don't know.
ovens, yes.
Yeah.
But
Like those
I don't.
pizza, you need one of those pizza ovens, right?
Yeah, but that's an oven. It's not
Yeah.
a microwave.
I don't know how they're going to do this.
Nobody's ever made a microwave that big.
Can you imagine when the Rangers called up the people who make food? And this is years ago, but they are like, here's what we need. Can you make approximately this year 250,000 to 350,000 2-foot long hot dogs? And they're like, what in the world? Like, we do the foot long, but now we're doing 2-foot long dogs?
And they're like, you know what? Don't question us. These things are going to sell like hot dogs. And then they did.
Yeah.
They did sell like hot dogs.
Absolutely. And you know what? I like seeing this already from the 254. Been having a bad day, and y'all immediately put a smile on my face. Appreciate that, fellas. Tolo, 877-881-1053. You know what? I might have a bold idea right here. It is a shout-out Friday. What would you think if I pivoted to something completely different than the segment we were going to do?
Oh, man. I was going to say,
It's kind of serious,
the
though.
Rangers OPS, they're averaging this year 952 OPS.
The whole team is going to be an all-star.
And they're averaging 11 runs a game.
Yeah, that's the best
Good point.
in the American League, according
right.
to stats so far. Nobody has scored more runs
Hold
on
So what
average
is that? We're gonna
per
have
game. Per game.
1,782 runs for the year?
Oh,
Something
you
like
do
that?
the math, dude.
I think
Is
maybe
that right?
that's
The
right.
Rangers are third in total bases with 17 so far this year.
Okay, really. So still some things to work on. We will loop back around to this, but it's a shout out Friday, right? And somebody said, "What about Degrom's ERA?" Fair enough. We'll get to that.
It's only one game.
Is the only negative thing I saw, and it doesn't even have to be like a negative against anybody, but I think this is fair. Really missed Eric Nadel yesterday on the radio.
Yeah.
So you know what?
But can I add this?
Sure.
As somebody who worked with Jared on pre and post game, Kevin,
Yes. Me too.
We've watched him grow. He's grown with us, man.
Yeah.
And like I was very proud and happy for him to be able to do it. Like there's this sad side. There's also this really positive side because Eric does love Jared too in that same respect. He wants to see him succeed and do great at this. And Jared is really good at what he does. And we also see the other side of all the work that he puts in to make sure he's prepared for it. So 100%. I could never question that dude's work ethic. And I've been saying since Matt Hicks strolled into this area, that dude is a gem of a broadcaster. He said
he did more prep with less time. I was like, that is a good strategy. Multiple people have asked how much the burger cost. It was $35 plus tax, but also
and tip. I also tip. And Kevin was like, "You tipped way too much."
Well, you tipped $5, and I was look at my face. I have to admit, I was surprised.
They gave you automatic percentages, and the percentages were already like $10 and $12.
I have to admit, I was surprised.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know if I've ever tipped at a ball game.
That is my
unless I'm sitting in my seat, the person that comes down and is
but just
walking,
like at the walk-up
stand.
But
if I go to the stand, I don't know if I've ever tipped before. Like I was just like, I would need nachos and 2 Cokes or whatever.
Yeah.
I just give them the money and I'm like, I came to you.
But I also don't ever recall the tip option being very prevalent. But I did see it, and Corey's like, I got lots of money, $5.
They flip that iPad around, man. They guilt you.
That is my way of. So I don't donate lots of money every year.
Okay.
So that's my way of, in my mind, donating is people that work want to get paid. So pay them. Pay them what they're worth, Kevin.
I agree. I'm also a really big fan of the low-key way they spin that screen around. They go, all right, there's a couple questions for you.
And they walk off.
The question is tip. Is like, and like, do you have a rewards account or whatever?
Did you see this? Richie and Ennis found a full-size combo oven that has a 2-foot microwave on it. It's for $28,000.
I don't know.
Let's get it from the station.
So the fan here has to buy a $28,000 microwave today.
All right, let's get to that. And for the 817, how many do you think they actually sell in a game? Like, it's hard to say based off of opening day. Like, opening day, things are totally different. There was a crap ton of people in that line. But the reason why I brought up Eric Nadel is we talked about a couple weeks ago the mental health issues that he's going through and why he's not able to start the season. There's another one, Daniel Bard, the Rockies player, and he is on the injured list.
Saw that, yeah.
Because he's been having mental health issues
since the World Baseball Classic,
exactly.
right?
It's because of throwing balls.
Yes.
Like that's, I mean, sometimes we think we don't know what's going on with Luka off the court, right? I mean,
yes.
And so his isn't, I don't think, on the court mental issues. It could be, but we don't know. As this was on a big stage, he couldn't throw the ball where he wanted to. And that's why he had to retire before.
7 years. He was gone for 7 years from Major League Baseball. And the quote he had, because he went to the injured list with anxiety. And so the quote he had was, "It's a hard thing to admit, but I've been through this before. I have enough going on outside the game to realize what's important. I'm extremely grateful to be in an organization that understands these things and is accepting." And so the accepting part is what I really like. And so I just wanted to give a shout out. I know it's really blanket, but a shout out to all the people who keep going despite their mental health struggles, or the people that know themselves enough to say, I need to pause, or I need to stop, or I need to get help, or whatever the case is. Because going to get help, or for me, going to the talking doctor, it's not a sign of weakness. It's a sign of, I understand what is happening and what I'm going to try to do to attack it, fix it, whatever your preferred terminology.
And I have no idea how many times Daniel Bard has asked this question, or if he's asked it to him himself. This is, what if I wouldn't have gone to the World Baseball Classic?
Yeah.
Like, I think that would be a question that you would have inside of you right now, is when things go wrong and it mentally messes you up.
Yeah.
What if I wouldn't have gone to that would I be perfect right now? Or would I have on opening day? Or was this about to happen in my life? It didn't matter if it was World Baseball Classic or if it was opening day or a few days after end of the season. Was this going to happen with my brain and the way that I see the game of baseball being on the mound? Or was it the pressure of being on Team USA that took me to this? I can't do this, and I know he's trying to get over I can't do this pretty much because, reading Rick Ankiel's book, this is what happened to him, and I think most people, now he's old enough, Rick Ankiel, that most people don't know who I'm talking about.
He was going to be a dude,
but he was
the dude.
He was as good or better than Clayton Kershaw, just to give you an idea, and he stopped being able to throw strikes in the playoffs against the Atlanta Braves, and it ruined him, and then he had to be a hitter. He did make it to the major leagues as a hitter, so.
Now, a couple cool shout-outs from the 469. Shout-out to my cousin Karina celebrating her first birthday with her son. That is fantastic. And then from the 469, shout-out Friday. It's a great shout-out. Also a little aggressive. Wife and me just closed and moved into our first house this week, and y'all are invited and can't say no. Not joking.
I'm in, JP. You know I'm in. By the way, Trey Evans, good Tolo that tweets us a lot, just tweeted us and said Bard hit Altuve in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah,
so,
that's right.
we do need to thank him for that, right?
I don't know if this is the moment for that.
I am not advocating injuries and rooting for injuries. I just want that to be clear.
Or if that spiraled his mental health and stuff.
Well, I guess when Altuve gets back on the field, then he'll be back to being normal, right? Once he sees, he's fine, then he'll be okay.
And also shout out to Conference USA, where it feels like it's a done deal that Florida Atlantic's going to win the national
UNT
championship because Conference USA won the CBI, UNT won the NIT, and so it feels like Florida Atlantic's got this in the bag this weekend, or I guess on Monday.
Everything goes my way is the way I felt yesterday. Mm-hmm. Everything went so great yesterday.
Having a parade in Denton.
Probably. It'll be right down Fry Street. Just enjoying all of it, man. But yesterday, Kevin, we were out at the ballpark inside the stadium for opening day baseball. It's such an inviting place. They tell everybody, come on in and have fun with us. That's what they want out there, and we got to do it. We got to be part of it yesterday. And then the Rangers win. And then UNT wins. Oh. I got to eat a beef rib yesterday from Hurtado.
Oh, yeah.
Did UNT come back? Was it an easy win? I'm sorry I didn't follow the game.
It was really close down the stretch.
Yeah, it was close all game. It was kind of one of those all game long kind of closes. And then, Kevin, I got to go see all of my kids, both Carter and Lucy's work at their school last night. And got to watch some more shrinking. So, it just turned out to be an amazing day for me.
March 30th. Corey Majors Day.
Yeah.
From now on, mark it down.
I like it.
On the calendar, Corey Majors Day, March 30th.
Man, that could be a great future combo platter.
Yes.
It's Corey Majors Day. Give us a sports opinion, and what about Corey?
Yeah,
you can just say something about Corey. Instead, today, don't forget, it is National Tater Day. We will have that coming up at 12:20. It's going to be a blast. Coming up next, though. Would the Mavs season really be better if it weren't for the fourth quarter? We did the research and have the results. Next, right here on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation, it is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Doncic guarded by Harris. Gets past Harris, goes inside. Blocked by Embiid. Joel Embiid with the defensive play.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. On a shout-out Friday, I will have to, I guess, edit this one. I've been separated from the 214 from my son's mother for 10 years. We had millions of arguments, and yesterday I got my first apology from her for being a B. So shout out to her. I don't know if she phrased it like exactly like that. It is possible. So shout out to all the people who realized that they made mistakes.
Did that person accept the apology?
He did say shout out, so I think so. That would be my guess. All right. So we've talked a lot about the Mavericks in the fourth quarter and how that's kind of derailed their season. So I've got a couple of ways to look at this.
Oh, I thought you were going to have a couple ways to fix it. I was like, awesome. Finally, somebody can fix it.
I mean, you can look at clutch three-point shooting and be like, hey, we need to really narrow the group that's
easy
taking
fix.
These three-pointers.
Send them to the talking doctor and let them learn.
You know what? That's a good point. Talking doctor.
Do you want
helps
the
a lot.
stats?
Yeah.
So this is
my fix, so I'll tell you ahead of time.
Gotcha.
This is from Josh Bowie on Twitter, and Rod Nelson, who I know is a Tolo, was getting questioned on Tim Hardaway Jr.'s shooting, and this person's like, he's a really good shooter, especially in the clutch. There's nothing to back up that he's not. And so Josh Bowie goes and he says, Mavericks three-point shooting in the clutch this season. So he goes and looks up the stat. So the person who shot the most is Luka Doncic. He is 7 of 34 for 20.6% this year in clutch three-point shooting. The next person, amount of shots, Reggie Bullock, 9 of 30 for 30% this year in clutch three-point shooting.
So that's somebody I'm okay.
Okay. Number 3, even though 9 of 30 doesn't seem great in the looks that he gets.
I hear you. I would just say, like, probably in these scenarios, I bet across the board, league average shooting is down in clutch.
Tim Hardaway Jr. has taken 23 clutch three-pointers this year. He has made 3 of them. He is 13% in shooting a 3. So you need a 3 to go in late in the game for a do-or-die situation, and Tim Hardaway Jr. right now this year will make it 13% of the time.
Yeah.
Kyrie Irving, I believe this also includes Brooklyn, because there's no way he's taken 18 clutch three-pointers for the Mavs so far. He is 5 of 18 for 28%. Spencer Dinwiddie, not here. Dorian Finney-Smith, 40%, not here. Christian Wood, 4 of 13 for 31%. Josh Green, 2 of 8 for 25%. Maxi Kleba, 4 of 8 for 50%, which is really weird. I would have never guessed.
Great.
But he does refuse to shoot the ball most of the time.
Maybe that's why that number is significantly lower than the rest.
And I know it's only 2 times. Jaden Hardy is 2 of 2 for 100% in his clutch three-point shot.
So there's the fix, Corey.
Don't give him the ball whenever it's clutch time. That's the fix for me.
I mean, look, I know numbers don't always tell every bit of the story, but that is not good. That is not good at all. However, I can present this to you a couple of different ways. The Mavericks have played 77 games this year. How many times in those 77 games do you think they've outscored their opponents in the fourth quarter?
77 games, outscored their opponent
in the fourth quarter. I went through every single one of these.
30 and 43. 30 times.
13.
Oh my gosh. That's so low. It's 33. So
okay. I thought this was
sometimes
one of those,
if you're down by 18, you might
I just thought
outscore
this
them
was
by
one of those
8.
You can't believe it kind of stats, so that's why I was really going.
There's a stat coming up that you can't
so
believe.
33 and 40.
Yes. And so, well, actually, it's
they tied some.
It's 33 they outscored, 39 they got outscored, and 5 times they tied.
Okay.
All right. So it's not great, but it's not as damning as you might think. And that reflects in the record, right? So the Mavericks are 37 and 40. And in my mind, they would have been, they would have 8 to 10 more wins. The Mavericks' record would be pretty similar if the score at the end of 3 quarters was the final score. You hear what I'm saying? Like, game's over at the end of 3 quarters. Their record would be 39, 37, and they would have a tie. So you can shift that.
Very hockey-like.
Yeah, you can shift that however you want. I was stunned to learn that, and I think maybe this is why it's top of mind. Okay? Because now, from that perspective, it doesn't seem like the fourth quarter has been as big of a deal as it appears. Here is where the difference has been. The last 10 games. The Mavericks are 3-7 in the last 10 games. They had a lead at the end of the third quarter 6 of those times, and they won 3. I'm not saying...
And they never came back. So their 3 wins,
exactly.
they had the lead and held on.
Exactly. And I'm not saying you have to win every game you're ahead in the third quarter,
Right.
but you would hope, surely, that more than half of the time. And so here is what I wanted to highlight from that perspective. They're 3-7 in the last 10 games. They were ahead in 6 of those 10 games. You might be like, 3 games, not the end of the world. In most scenarios, very fair. If you shift those 3 games, you go from 11th to 6th. So, like, right now, you're not even in the play-in. And if you shifted it, you're still not in the play-in, but for the good reasons, as you can just sit back and watch. And that's how big a deal, especially in these last 10 games, that fourth quarter has been.
And Corey, I have complaints on Luka. I think everybody that's a Maverick fan has some complaints on him. But here's one thing that is pretty factual here. You either make Luka take a contested 3 late in the game, or when he attacks the basket, you collapse everybody. Because if he kicks to Tim Hardaway Jr., there's a 13% chance he makes it. If he kicks to Josh Green, there's a 25% chance he makes it. If he kicks to Reggie Bullock, there is a 30% chance that he makes it, and that's the best percentage you're really going to get. Kleba, I think teams look at it and would look at that stat and go, he doesn't even want to shoot it. He has to shoot. When there's half a second left in L.A., he has to shoot it, and he did make it. That did go to a win. But when you look at the simplicity at times of coaching, is don't let Luka beat you at the rim late. Let those guys take 3-point shots. They will feel the pressure, and they will most likely miss it 80% of the time. If you combine all those guys together, besides Kyrie, don't leave Kyrie open. But if I leave all of the guys open on the Dallas Mavericks in the last 3 minutes, except for Luka, don't let him drive and finish. Let everybody shoot a wide open 3. We are going to win 80% of those defensive matchups. That's not good. Luka is now kicking to a situation that only has about a 20% chance of being successful.
This is what I don't understand is how it changed so drastically. Because was it just Dorian Finney-Smith being around? But they were starting to be like that before the trade even happened.
Yeah, no, and I think
I don't know how it
I
fell
think
apart
Brunson
like
factors into that as well, because that was another option. I think the reason why Brunson factors in, that was another option to get to the basket as well. So not just another person to kick to, you know what I'm saying, from last year. And that's one of the things why I wanted to do this study is not only you'd asked is maybe we can do a better job of diagnosing some of the problems instead of they just agitate the hell out of me. And so this is one of the things we're seeing is the problem with your pressure shooting and the problem in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. And now Luka's we also, right there, he's not a good clutch shooter either for 3-pointers because he takes such bad shots. But let's get into Luka's brain here and let's just ask the question. You can have your opinion on this. I have mine. If you're Luka Doncic, I'm pretending now that all of you listening and you guys and me, we're Luka Doncic. We are averaging 33 a game. We are one of the best offensive players in the game. And I've kicked to guys. 80 to 100 times this year in clutch situations. 20% of the time, Luka sees the ball go in the basket. So after Luka passes the ball, he breaks down a defense. He passes the ball to whoever on the team. 1 out of 5 times the ball goes in. If you're Luka, would you rather take a step back 3 yourself to see if you can get the team back into the lead or win the game? Or would you rather kick the ball to your teammate?
Luka, this is just watching him in the Euros. He'd rather kick. He's like, because I know I'm drawing a double team. I know I'm drawing a triple team. And
does that start to change, you think?
And I think it does. But that's why I'm always kicking to Kyrie now. I'm always making sure I find Kyrie. I'm not finding anybody else. It's either him or nothing. And the thing about
he's not open, take your
shot.
3 guys on you, take your shot. And I'm not opposed to that either. I think that's what Michael Jordan had to realize, but Phil Jackson and the Bulls had to get him Scottie Pippen, Horace Grant, Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
You know, they had to get him players that he could trust or John Paxton at the first time in like 91. Like, I have to get you guys that you trust, and they're going to prove it to you. They're going to make the shot. So as the season progresses, you're going to trust those guys to make the shot in the end that you give them. And Luka, I think, struggles with trust with his teammates.
Look what happened last year after the Dinwiddie trade. Remember, it was Boston whenever he trusted Dinwiddie to make the shot, Dinwiddie put it in. And then he was like, okay, I know I can rely on that guy. And obviously, like, Reggie and Finney-Smith did their jobs throughout the year as well. But, Kevin, you also have to understand that Kyrie, I don't know if is Kyrie a catch-and-shoot guy, or do you need to have enough time to be able to give him an opportunity to make, but he needs to know I'm taking the shot. There's no other option.
And if I can just put out a different idea,
open.
I think he can be a catch and shoot guy and is. But let's say you don't think he was. Well, you can always reverse these roles. If you don't like Luka taking an off balance step back three, you can have Kyrie. Kyrie can absolutely get to the basket, and then you can hopefully kick out to Luka, and you're like, pick. Because either you're going to double down on him and leave somebody open, or we'll just take a layup.
And I know there's a few games left, so it's not like we can really diagnose the Kyrie Luka thing very much. But I would assume this, Corey, if we watch tomorrow night, and it's a 3-point game or a 5-point game with 3 to 5 minutes left in the game, I bet your situation, I bet that Miami Heat coach Eric Spoelstra will say, I need to collapse on Luka late in this game. Do not let him finish at the rim.
Yes.
You, Corey Majors, are guarding Kyrie Irving. You do not help. You are the one person who's ever guarding Kyrie. You do not help. I want him to kick it to the so then
I should be able to screen that got me off then. You know, like somebody, Dwight Powell, somebody should be able to get that guy away from Kyrie. That's what. And if Jason Kidd can draw up something or get these guys in a, hey, here's how we're getting open, then it should help.
Yeah,
also, here's my thought. Just be up by 15 at the end of the game and don't worry about it.
You know what's interesting about that is not even a guarantee for a win, as we've seen a couple of times as well. From the 254 on a shout-out Friday, shout-out to the 432 for always paying all the bets he loses to me. We Tolo every day, and he claims to know sports. It sounds like that imbalance is there, but I'm glad that y'all are being good sports about it as well. And from the 469, shout-out to my wife and sister-in-law. We rescued a stray pit bull that had a broken leg and was abandoned, we think. Man, that is a hell of a job that you did right there.
Thanks for doing that.
Very well done. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will continue those shout-outs all day long. Coming up next, time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Man, was I wrong about this stat on opening day. Coming up next. Now, before we do that, I want to talk
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They have 63 acres of discounts and more than just Silverados. Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. A shout-out Friday. This definitely feels like a sarcastic shout-out. Shout-out to my boss for hosting the Zoom meeting that could have just been an email. All right, right now, you know that. We've all been through that in this new era. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
I love Zoom meetings.
Rangers didn't have to have a Zoom meeting last night because they won. But after every loss, they're going to have a 30-minute meeting and discuss why they lost and how to fix it.
They won't lose any.
They'll quit.
They're on their road to 162-0, Mike.
Are they?
I mean, they won the first one.
Let me ask you, Kevin, is that possible?
It is possible, but
That's
it's not
all we
gonna
need to know.
Yes.
Corey, we got our answer.
Anything's possible.
Finally, Kevin's joining the undefeated bandwagon of the Texas Rangers.
It can happen.
Let me ask you this. Who was better than the Phillies last year?
Only one team, right?
So we are literally beating the second best team in all of baseball coming into this
Does that
season.
now make us the second? Can we just transfer this along?
They do this some, don't they? But we
yes.
don't. We're now the National League champions.
Yeah!
I love it.
Hey, if the Astros can move, we can move over there. Let's go.
Will Reggie be able to keep up with this all year?
No way.
He kept up with the
That would be-
NFL
yeah,
one.
I want your linear champion along the way. We are currently the National League pennant winners.
All right, so hopefully
Congratulations.
hopefully you got to listen to us yesterday. We had the 4.5-hour show leading up to Rangers pregame show with Mike Peasley, who did an outstanding job. I got to listen to that. I had to go home yesterday, and I watched most of the game at home, and then had to take my son to a 3-on-3 basketball tournament, and then to baseball practice, and then we got back home at about 9:30 last night. So, fun night for him. I was a very good Uber driver yesterday.
Is that
after the show.
sarcastic or?
I feel like a lot of parents, if you have kids that especially are in a lot of activities,
Yeah.
you become an Uber driver after
for
work,
sure.
just for them. So you got to make sure that they get to the places they need to get to.
That is one of the great things about, I don't know if you felt the same way about Mary Grace, is when they get their car, you lose some of that like closeness, but you're also like,
Right.
I'm really glad I don't have to do all this crap.
I'm with you. I thought, and she's leaving obviously for college pretty soon to University of Texas in Austin, I thought that she would really help out with taking the boys different places. But it seems like she's busy with going to her own places. Now, I know that you don't have Brandon, taking Noah to baseball practice yet, but maybe to his ABCs and reading lessons.
Yeah. I mean, we're running out of time. TikTok.
Yeah.
We have been taking him to the library.
But anyways, let's get to what I was really wrong about after one game.
Robbie Grossman.
Well, I didn't have a huge opinion about him.
You didn't. Yeah, absolutely.
I'll take that.
I didn't have a huge opinion about this, but I thought, just going off of the way baseball has been now for, I don't know, a good 10 years, maybe longer than that, was you just don't try to steal bases unless it's given to you.
Yeah.
I mean, it just felt like unless it's given to you, you don't try it. Yesterday, there were 21 stolen bases out of 23 attempts.
Oh, wow.
On opening day. Now, I don't have the exact stat here on what year it was, but I was watching MLB Network this morning, the show with Mark DeRosa. It's a great show. I love watching it. They're kind of sitting down on a couch and breaking down a lot of what happened in baseball.
World Baseball Classic manager Mark DeRosa?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And the stat was, it's like 21 stolen bases on opening day, tied for the most, and it was since the early 1900s. Like, it was about 100 years since there's been 21 stolen bases on opening day. Now, that being said, they did put sometimes you don't have 30 games happening 30 teams playing on opening day, because sometimes you'll have 3 games on Wednesday. Then you have 10 games on Thursday, and then you kind of consider opening day the day where most of the teams play. So with 30 teams playing, 21 stolen bases is by far the most, and it was an over 90% success rate if you stole.
That is an incredible success rate. I had this number yesterday, we just didn't get to it, from CBS Sports. One of their bold predictions was that stolen bases will go up 30%. And last year, they were the highest since 2017. You tack on another 30%, That would be the highest since at least 2011, which is not that long ago. But if we're talking more than a decade, you are going to see the shift. So this is something I thought could happen.
So that is 1.53 attempts per game. Last year, it was 0.67 attempts per game at a 75% success rate.
I think do you think that's going to eventually, and I know it's just one game, it's going to slow down because pitchers are going to get a better feel of when to use their pickoffs and everything like that since they're limited, or will the runners find a new way to take advantage?
I don't know. This is something to watch this year, and I'm wondering, Kevin, if we get to the end of this season and go, wait a second, did we overcompensate on this one with the bigger bases?
So next year it's going to be like a tiny base?
I don't know. Like, do you go, well, no, we're going to give them 3 attempts now. Like you just give the pitcher one more attempt to pick off? I don't know. I don't know the right answer, but if it does become there's 20 stolen bases a day in baseball and you're stealing them at 90% rate. Every day you're pretty much 18 of 20 in stolen base attempts. Do you go, this is kind of like the onside kick in football now. We're trying to come up with a new rule. Now that was more safety, but now we know that it's a 92% chance you recover the onside kick. So when there's and we're as fans, we're like, that's just, I get the safety, but that's not fun if it's that easy to recover. We need it to be a little bit more competitive. And you just wonder, do you get to guys are stealing bases at 90% now, and we go, that's a little bit too much of the success rate when you take off and steal. But as of now, it does look like you will see pretty much one more stolen base attempt per game than you're used to seeing, and a very successful rate when you decide to steal the base.
Which is interesting, and it goes into the action. You know, so many people got caught up in the action as in like more hits, but this is action as well.
So 2 main metrics also on everybody's radar besides the stolen base was the time of game. The average length of the 15 games was 2 hours and 45 minutes. Last season, average game lasted 3 hours and what's your guess?
23.
It felt like it, right? It was 3 hours and 3 minutes on average. So sometimes, obviously we all can do it, is maybe it feel like or exaggerate, right? I did it earlier this week. I've apologized for it,
That might be what I missed the most about Eric Nadel. He's like, and if you're just tuning in, yes, it is still the 5th inning. And I was a huge
So if it just stays at 245 on average, I think that's great. My opinion. I know people have different opinions. Our friend Derek Holland has a different opinion. Obviously, my friend Jeff Fry has a different opinion. But I would say if you get these things down to 245, great. Now, one thing that hopefully gets cleaned up, we had 15 pitch timer violations.
Do you think some of the players were like, yeah, but when we're really playing, you're not going to do that? Or they were just like, I'm going to do it anyway. Like they didn't think they would really get penalized. They were like, I know spring training, but come on.
No.
It's serious. You're not going to do that.
I think that they felt like, I'm assuming, it's all assumption, I'm assuming they felt like, no, man, they're going to be pretty strict with this, even though they were told before the season started. Rob Manfred did tell the umpires, have a little bit of discretion, not a lot, just a hair of discretion. Because yesterday during the Rangers-Phillies game, the pitching coach came out to talk to Aaron Nola. The timer ran out, the 30-second timer ran out, and the umpire, I'm forgetting who the home plate umpire was yesterday, he gave them an extra about 10 seconds to discuss what they had to discuss on the mound. Then he started making his move to be like, all right, guys, I've actually given you leeway for 10 extra seconds to talk about this, and it didn't help because the Rangers put up a 9 spot in the inning. So 9 were recorded by pitchers, 5 were recorded by hitters, but it says 9 were recorded by pitchers or fielders, which is confusing to me because I'm like, maybe I missed it. But the biggest one is they're talking about Rafael Devers in the 8th inning.
That's the one I think I saw.
He struck out without getting the strike 3. He had to just go back to the dugout because he violated the clock by not looking and being ready to hit. That's the tough thing is like, even if the pitcher isn't ready, you have to look ready. Even if the pitcher isn't even come set with his hand set, you have to look like you're ready to hit. So Rafael Devers was kind of the biggest violation, at least the one that kind of made the biggest noise in this. But 245, game time.
Is
Games
amazing.
like the Rangers game that ended up being 11-7 with a lot of pitching changes. The Baltimore-Boston game 11-10 with a whole bunch of walks in the game, which means a whole bunch of pitchers pitching. That game was just over 3 hours. So you're talking about the games that would usually last 4 hours because of bad pitching and good hitting will now be down to, yes, those will be 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Which means you can get more get right.
But when you are in a game that seems to be more of a 5-run game, what I mean is 3-2, 4-1, kind of a little bit more of a common game, you're looking at more of a 2 hour and 40-minute game. So think about this, Ranger fans, and I'm telling you to buy tickets right now. Buy tickets to this Baltimore series coming up because Adley Rutschman went 5 for 5 yesterday. And it looks like when you are there for a 7:05 first pitch, you will be leaving the stadium at 9:45. On average, you will be leaving the stadium and getting into your car around 10 p.m. Now, I do get you have to get out of Arlington. It's not the easiest thing to do. But if you want to see 9 innings of baseball last year, you probably weren't leaving the stadium till about 10:15 and getting to your car at 10:25 and then getting back home at 11 p.m. or after. You should be getting home watching all 9 innings by 10:30 this year. And I do think that's big for the fans.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%.
Kitchens are still open after around that time sometimes.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
there's plenty of opportunities to grab some more food.
From the 817.
And drinks.
Shout out to me.
Yes.
My wife does dog rescue, but she's out of town. So I stepped up and I'm taking care of our current 22 dogs so she can do her thing.
What?
Because they do dog rescue.
22 dogs. That's amazing. You have to have a hefty piece of property to be able to have 22 dogs.
The Rangers, we'll talk more about the Rangers, but they start winning tomorrow again at 3 p.m.
And you know what, Kevin? That's what you get from Baseball Nuggets and the Baseball Show of Record in DFW.
And look, baseball loves our show. We yell, let's give something away, and they gave away stolen bases.
Yeah.
That's a good point. We will give away something in this show today as well. Coming up next, Michael Jordan, Tim Hardaway Jr., and naked A&M baseball fans. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Do you need forgiveness? Does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? Let us know.
I would like to ask for forgiveness, Kevin.
What did you do?
I really didn't do anything.
Hold on. I'm going to stop you right there. Then are you really asking for forgiveness?
Yes. Well, I guess I kind of did something.
Okay.
Patrick McLemore came up to the studio.
Great musician.
Thank God you said this. I'm sorry, Patrick. I have to apologize because I forgot to mention it on the air.
Okay.
So go ahead. You got this.
He came up here the other day to throw baseball with
Yes.
Mike because he donated to My Possibilities.
$1,000.
And I retweeted it from the KNC Twitter yesterday, by the way. That's a cool video. But he came up here, and it was late in the show, and I ran down to get him, couldn't find him, so eventually they got up here. But I needed to get my stuff and go. And I don't know, like, I'm going to explain this real quick. My kids get out of school at a certain time, and I need, right after the show, I barrel out of here, and I go pick them up from school.
Right.
And that's why I don't hang around a lot, unless
Uber.
my wife.
You're the Uber.
I'm their
freak,
Uber,
right?
yes.
Yeah.
So I didn't get an opportunity to like really invest time with Patrick on was it Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday.
That is correct.
So I didn't get enough time to invest with him and say, hey, man, and go down and watch him and Mike throw and everything. So I wanted to apologize for that. But I still don't think I did anything. It's just I like the opportunity to spend a little more time than I was able to with Tolos when they come up.
From the 817, shout out to Mike and the rest of KNC. When I came to the station the other day to play catch with Mike, y'all were super nice and gracious.
Okay.
Thanks for the
That makes me feel better.
experience. Boo. And that came in 15 minutes ago. So
That's
that was
awesome.
even before
Patrick
your
was awesome.
apology.
We went over to the park and played catch, and he videoed
It's a nice
it.
park.
Did he throw a curveball at you?
Nope. But I was trying to get him to turn his, shoulders a little bit.
He's
and
coaching him.
I was I was working with Patrick a little bit, but they videoed it, put it on social media. I think I retweeted it on Twitter.
Nice.
So
That makes sense.
It's fun.
He retweeted it on
Tweeted it on
Snapchat.
Twitter instead of tweeted it on Instagram. Mm-hmm. Grammed it on the Instagram. Is that what you said?
I don't know.
Insted it.
Joey's saying yes, and he
Thank
is the youngest
checks out.
person. So
The
I don't know
817.
if I believe that.
I want to ask forgiveness for Tracy never responding to Dan's emails. So there you go.
You know what I really hope? Like in my mind, I love this level of passive aggressiveness.
I love it too.
I
They
hope,
know that Dan's a big listener.
and
or Tracy.
Yeah, and Tracy, and they're both sitting there, and then they look at each other, and they're just kind of like, well,
I guess
you
we
should
need to-
respond to that email.
Yeah, we need to have a conversation now.
All right. Asking for forgiveness?
I don't need to ask for forgiveness.
Good.
But my school does.
Butter. Here we go.
This is
What's up with your school, bro?
we do really dumb things.
How much money, first of all, tell the story, and then I want to know from you two guys, how much money would it take to do what this track and field star for Texas A&M did?
I would be out of the running because I would want like at least $1,000, and you could for sure get.
No. It needs to be more. I'm just going to tell you, when you go to jail, you're going to need a few more bucks.
Yeah.
Than $1,000. So when you do this, you need to tell your friends. Do you understand? I always remember Mark McLemore telling me this back at the old stadium, Globe Life Park Field. That one was Park.
That was Park.
Now we're at Field.
At the
Yes.
Yes.
So at Globe Life Park, a guy did this. Unfortunately, he did this when like Memorial Day was on Monday, and Mac reminded me that was really dumb because he's not going to get out until Tuesday.
And there were so many things to this that were ridiculous and amazing. So Tuesday night in College Station, this guy runs on the field in just his shorts, and a Darth Maul mask, mind you. That's right.
Why a Darth Maul mask?
That's a great
so
question.
Nobody would know who he was,
Yeah.
except he's on scholarship on the track and field A&M
And then
team.
he pulls his pants down in the infield, but then perhaps to help him run better, so he exposes his butt, and then he pulls his shorts back up and makes a beeline for the wall jumps up at the wall.
Hops on the train?
Yeah, well, no,
They
he
need
did
a
not
bit- they
hop
need a
on the train.
bigger wall.
It took him a little bit to get over the wall, but eventually he got over the wall. I don't know where security was.
There's not a wall you can't get
during
over.
all. Oh my God, politics is. I don't know.
What did his sign say? Does anybody know?
It said something 24 on his body. So I don't know if he was endorsing a weird presidential candidate or like his frat. It's got to be his frat, right? And so, but there was cameras everywhere, and
I'm watching it on Twitter. There's a 40-second clip of him literally jumping over the first base side and then running directly to the shortstop area, then going to center field, and then trying to jump over as he can't jump over, so he takes multiple tries, finally gets over, and then like, oh yeah, nobody's ever gonna know.
There was another video I saw where there was a security guard just waiting for him on the other side when he got over the fence
so
with
that's
like
why
a
they didn't
taser.
chase him out there.
Yeah,
He's like, don't tase me, bro.
He jumps down and the guy's just waiting for him with a taser, and he goes down on his knees and puts his hands up.
Oh my gosh.
He's like, nope.
Did he just lose?
We put out the best and the brightest at A&M.
And
gig him.
I'm gonna assume, I don't know if it's a full ride or not, but it's about $30,000 a year in state to go to Texas A&M.
You would feel like there would be some. I'm not saying he deserves whatever. There's got to be some consequence, whether it's, you have to do this community service or whatever. So that was a fascinating decision.
I'm hoping that he doesn't lose his scholarship.
For sure.
But from what I understand, he is suspended off of the track and field team. So he's off the team for now.
That makes sense.
I mean, there is learning this through your son and my daughter. They are going to college next year. And places like UT and A&M, two major universities, they turn down 80% of the people or more. It's only, in fact, it's a 6%, I believe, exception rate at UT.
Something like
it's
that.
so low because so many people are trying to go to UT. So many people are trying to go to A&M. And when you're there, don't screw up like this because it's so easy to replace you. They literally are taking 300,000 kids a year and saying, no, go somewhere else.
From the 214, I need forgiveness for eating peanut butter on breakfast sausage patties. That's fine.
I'll tell you what I do like, which we would disgust you. I
like those two things.
Pieces of toast.
Okay.
Put peanut butter on it.
Yeah.
And then put scrambled eggs on top.
I don't.
Never tried it. Do you like it?
Is good.
Here's the thing, Mike. Here's something about me, though. I do not fear foods that are mixed up as long as all the elements are things that I like. And I like
peanut butter
and scrambled eggs. I like all of those things. That might not be my first combination, but I like all of those things. And I'm
water.
like, I was like, let's go for it. And
Put
so
meat and water together.
Yeah, no need to apologize. If that's what you like, that's fine.
From the 682, I need forgiveness. I took a beer glass from a restaurant last night. I really liked it. It was the glass. It was like a glass can almost something, so I took it.
Did you tip extra what you think would be a fair
That's the
comp
restaurant. Now, if the
to the
restaurant's
glass?
keeping the tips, then I guess so. But that's not the employee.
Hold on, are you stunting for big restaurant
I'm
right
not
now?
actually. Somebody
Come
texted in and
on.
said, "Hey Corey, you're assuming that the people at Globe Life Field get the tips instead of the business." And I was like, I didn't even
that's
think
right.
about that.
Man, one of the most ballsy things. Let's just talk about it while we're in this space. Years ago, when pizza places, we all had an agreement. You'll deliver it. We will tip accordingly. But the balls it took for these pizza places to be like, you know what? Now, $4 delivery charge, $5 delivery charge. And then eventually you're like, okay, well, maybe that's what I would have tipped anyway. But then that was screwing over the delivery drivers. And then they made a big show. It's like, hey, that charge does not go to the drivers. So they're like, so I'm going to need you to go ahead and pay again. I thought we had a system where the drivers could be rewarded, but the corporate's like, no, we want our cut.
Yeah.
And then hopefully you'll still reward the drivers, but honestly, we don't really care.
Yeah, it's
And
frustrating
not
to see
cool.
that and then be like, oh, man, I'll just walk in and get it. And 717, want to shout out to my stepdaughter with her heifer.
Like a pig?
Who won Supreme Champion Heifer at Henderson County
yes.
Livestock Show last Friday and was Grand Champion. Nice.
Wow.
I think a heifer's a cow, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Duh.
Sometimes.
Oh, what? What else is a heifer, Mike?
A cow makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Forgive me.
Somebody said meat and water is called stew, Corey. So yeah, Kevin loves stew. Do you love stew?
No, he doesn't.
It has.
Yeah, but then they try to muck it up. You could put potatoes in there, carrots, but then they're like, hey, let's put weird green things in there. Or like weird.
Are you okay with
onions.
potatoes?
Yeah, I like potatoes.
Celery? You're like celery?
Yeah, you don't need that.
It gives it flavor.
It's don't need it, all right? I've already got.
He's like the meat flavored the water.
Corn?
Yeah.
Tomatoes?
I can live with that because you can move around that. But the onions, they infiltrate. And
I'm
the
inviting
celery
over you
infiltrate.
and Jess. And do you want both your sons coming?
I mean, well, Noah will probably have to be there. He goes with us most places.
And I'm going to make some beef stew for the family.
You better have a book for Noah.
To eat?
Yeah.
Man, so that's what we do now when we read books at night. Usually we read 2 books, and I see which one he wants first, not to read, but to stick in his mouth. And I'm like, all right, well, I'll read the other book then.
From the 817, want to ask forgiveness to all the Redditors that were ready to cut Degrom from the team after 2 innings yesterday.
Oh, man, I feel like after
in the second inning, the first inning, we were great.
He looked like he was going to be Cy Young. I was like, he's going to pitch 7 innings at this pace.
Strike out everybody with 101 mile an hour strikeout pitches.
Does Michael Jordan need forgiveness, or does Isaiah Thomas just need to move on with his life? I feel like we've done this story every year since The Last Dance came out. It is the annual time of year where Isaiah Thomas has said he's still waiting on Michael Jordan's to tell him sorry for calling him an a-hole during The Last Dance.
It's not going to change.
That's what I think. That's what I think too.
Why would it change?
I don't know why it's not okay with Isaiah. Because does he not realize, like, he created a championship team? Obviously, yes, Chuck Daly, whoever the general manager was in the 80s for the Pistons, but he created a championship team in a different way than the Celtics or the Lakers. And then obviously Chicago found a way to overcome the bad boys and Detroit Pistons. But you guys murdered Michael Jordan psychologically and physically for years. And he still holds that. It's okay. Michael holds it that way. Isaiah, you created a team that was going to upset everybody in the NBA. So
It is weird that the bad boys is now like, I would like an apology. Like that is.
That's not very bad of you.
Yeah,
you
no,
know?
that is very odd. From the 206, wherever that is, do I need forgiveness for calling out of work last minute so I go to the Rangers game? Nope, you don't.
I like that.
And this one's tough. Then 214, guys, I need forgiveness, please. They're not asking, they're telling us they need forgiveness.
Ooh.
I just let out a silent but deadly one in our meeting in the conference room and blamed it on my female coworker. And now
that doesn't work.
And now everyone is laughing at her. That's a follow-up. I am going to trust this person. That is bad. What if you got
okay
on
blaming it on another guy for some reason? There has to be some chivalry here.
I think this was Family Guy.
Chivalry.
Where Peter farted in the elevator and a person walked on and smelled it and he goes, "It was you." Like a dumb thing.
Usually I will say if that happens and it's bad, I'll be like, you need to check your pants right now. Like that's how bad it was, that everybody needs to check their pants after. But yeah, that's a good way to do it. It wasn't me. It was definitely you.
Oh.
And then they have to like, hold on.
And then from the 903, I want Kevin to ask for forgiveness for not recognizing that the 24 was for the student's class. So it was class of 24, which again, you have to wonder
That's next year.
about the intelligence
He's
of
19 years old, so he's Doogie Howser on the track and field team until he ran on with his butt out.
Well, and now you've just limited where to search. They're like, all right, it's somebody from the class of 2024. It's like you're playing Guess Who. Don't ever pick the guy with the hat or the gal with the glasses. You pick the nondescript person. So when they're like, does your person have glasses? They don't go, all right? You pick the most generic looking people. And so that guy, well, obviously he got caught anyway.
Man, his exit strategy must have gone really bad, as old Slim Scotty in there told us that as soon as he jumped over the wall, security was waiting for him. That had to be the biggest, dang it, should have planned this one out better.
Did you ever find the snipers yesterday in the stadium?
I never looked.
Kevin, did you ever see any snipers?
I looked way too early, but I did see when I walked out. When I walked out of Globe Life at 2:40, I guess, I did see the major security with the police and the black vans, like SUVs. So I do know where like they were all waiting for either President Bush to come into the stadium or when he was going to leave the stadium to make sure that was super secure.
Sounds like, based on what Derek was telling us, that we may have the former president on the show at some point.
That would be amazing. From the 214, you guys don't need forgiveness for being awesome and owning baseball opening day coverage.
My God.
Thank you very much.
We took it. We ran with it. It's ours. We own baseball opening day as the baseball show of record in DFW.
And I didn't get to this the other day, but do you want to give Tim Hardaway Jr. forgiveness?
Make your shots and I'll forgive
Well,
you.
also he said growing up that his favorite player was Dwayne Wade.
Oh, God. Makes all the sense in the world.
Get rid of this guy.
They tried. Didn't work. Shout out to Henry, who's in studio right now.
Hey, Henry. What's up, buddy?
Did he text that in, though, or you're just...
he texted that to me.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
I'm in studio
Just wanted
right
to
now.
shout out.
Yeah, what's up?
I forgot Patrick. Sometimes
Shout out
I
to
forget.
Carter, who's running our golf contest as well.
Oh, I lost.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, could this be the Rangers' surprise all-star in 2023? We'll do next right here on The Fan.
The reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel. The consultation, it is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Here's the 2-0. That ball is hit high and deep out into right center field. A chance to leave the yard. It is gone! Into the Rangers bullpen. Robbie Grossman with the Rangers' first home run of the season. He's tied it up at 5.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it is a shout-out Friday, so shout-out to Robbie Grossman for that. But also from the 214, shout-out to my fiance and I moving into our new apartment today. That is from Tyler. Congratulations to you guys. I was reading an article, and it's not specifically about Robbie Grossman, but it was putting forth, like, could this be a surprise impact player or a surprise all-star for the Texas Rangers this season? And so we could talk about Robbie Grossman if you want, but this particular article brought up Andrew Heaney. And, you know, we had a discussion yesterday is if DeGrom's your number one, I know it was rough yesterday. We will get back into that at noon.
We have to go through the whole rotation and then reshuffle where we see him.
I am not prepared to do that. But you would love to see somebody define themselves as the unquestioned number two, whether you make it to the playoffs or not. That would just be super helpful. What do you think about the idea of Andrew Heaney as being the Rangers' surprise all-star? Because he had injury issues last year, but when he did pitch, 3.1 ERA, 1.09 whip, and 110 strikeouts in 72 innings. That's 13.6 Ks per 9. So, like, strikeout. Yes, the look on Corey's face is appropriate. Strikeout. Could you see him as being the guy that emerges from the rest? Because it feels like, you know, Gray, Perez, Evaldi, I mean, people might feel different about Evaldi, and Heaney, they might all kind of be, like, in that group of you can be 2, you could be 3, 4, 5.
Well, and as the baseball show of record in DFW, right, Kevin, I'm glad that you say this and bring this topic up. You know, Degrom had 7 strikeouts in 3 innings yesterday, 3.5 innings yesterday.
He did 3 2/3. How dare you?
And like that was like even though all the other things happened, he still struck out 7 dudes.
He did.
I'm gonna say no to this because I need to see him pitch this year first before I go there.
Well,
and the only time
Corey, I'm needing you to be bold here.
Yeah,
all right, you need to make a prediction before it even happens.
I'm going to keep saying no because the only time we got to see him pitch in spring training, the first 3 pitches, Mookie Betts goes yard off of him.
That is true.
So I'm going to say no.
We stopped a video interview discussion with the Tolo in Arizona because you just heard the of the bat, and you're like, holy crap, that's not staying in the yard.
I was doing the webcast with Sandler, so I was calling the game, and yeah, that was fun to watch from a Mookie Betts standpoint, but maybe not from the Andrew Heaney standpoint.
That was very early in spring for Heaney.
Right, it's probably his first outing, I'm assuming.
So based on, Mike, you were watching him for part of the day until the green rain started making its way in.
Yeah.
And then the yellow rain.
I forgot about that.
It never got yellow, which meant it could never get to red.
Right. So
if it got yellow, would you have been pissed?
No, because, it would have stopped the game. Maybe the clouds were really hydrated. They do weigh a lot.
Carter flipped you off for that.
Oh, no!
But, Mike, you watched him pitch. So what did you think of him just in that early outing? Were you like,
it wasn't great that day.
Okay.
But I think he's going to be a good fifth starter.
Okay.
I don't think he's going to compete for the number 2 starting spot for the Rangers as the season progresses, just because last year he threw, you said 72 and 2/3 innings, right? And I just look at his history. Now, look, honestly, Martin Perez's history wasn't great going into last year.
Yeah.
But what we did see from Martin Perez was an innings eater. So you could always look at his stats, besides when he had the Tommy John in 2014-ish, I think was the year that he got it. I could be off on my years. But when you look at, he would eat innings. So you're like, okay, so I do know I'm going to get 150 innings or more from Martin Perez. But if you look at 2018, Heaney did throw 180 innings. And in 2021, he threw 129 and 2/3 innings with a 5.83 ERA that year. Those are the only 2 years for the most part, that he's thrown 100 innings or more. I can go back to 2015. He threw 105, his first full season somewhat in the majors, but that was off of 18 starts. So 16 games last year, 14 starts. I guess if you get all of that, sometimes it doesn't mean a whole season, but if you got off to a hot start, if you pitched well in April and May, maybe you are considered an all-star candidate, even though you might not be able to continue that throughout the season. So I look at 72 and 2/3 innings, and most teams will say, look, what can we push him to? And I don't think you can push him to 150 innings this year.
Okay.
I think you'd get into a danger zone of what he can do come September if you're pushing his innings that hard.
I don't want to poo-poo on the idea, though. What I do want to say is, like, with Mike Maddox, like, any of these dudes can pop up and be good. I think we're going to, like, the rotation will be solid. Go back to when Maddox was here. You got solid pitching. You didn't have extreme talent. Like, you had C.J. Wilson, a guy you were just like, just throw him out there. Let's see if he can pitch.
And then he became very viable.
And Colby Lewis, for that matter, nobody was like dying to get Colby Lewis, but that dude was a bulldog whenever he got chances. Now, Cliff Lee,
Matt Harrison too,
yes.
right? Like those two guys. I'm sorry, Corey. Colby Lewis and Matt Harrison are like the two prototypical guys to me that people are like, who cares, whatever. But when they were here, you're like, those are my guys.
Yeah.
Like those are my guys.
So I believe that Mike Maddox can, if pitchers listen to what his philosophy is, which is, it seems very simple, Mike, whenever you hear the Maddox's, the Mad Eye, what do we call them?
Mad Eye.
Mad Eye?
Gift of the Mad Eye.
Yeah.
Oh my God, there's your headline. When the pitching goes well, gift of the Mad Eye.
Whenever you listen, like do what they tell you to do, I think you have a better chance to keep the runs and the hits low.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think that any of these guys has an opportunity if they stick to the plan.
And it doesn't work out this way because if you look at a lot of times when NBA teams are putting together rotations and they're kind of sixth man, they're like, ooh, could he really thrive playing against the other team's second unit? Like when I know that Joel Embiid's going to be out the last 3 minutes of the first quarter and the first 4 minutes of the second quarter, can this guy thrive? Because I know that the other team's starting center will be out of the game. But when it comes to Andrew Heaney, sometimes people look at it this way. Well, if he's starting against everybody's fifth starter, he's better than most teams' fifth starter. I agree with that. Unfortunately, today's an off day for the Rangers. I need to look at Baltimore's schedule. He might be going against the Baltimore Orioles' best pitcher. Because if they don't have an off day,
skip it,
and they're just pitching every fifth day, you're pitching every fifth day. So it doesn't work out that your one pitches against a one, your two pitches against a two. It does for the first 3 games of the year. And then after the first 3 games, it starts getting mixed up. Sometimes it works out as the season progresses that once again, it's the 1 versus the 2 versus the 3 versus the 4 versus the 5. But it is rare. I do like Andrew Heaney. Happy he's on the team. I think he's a great fifth starter for the Texas Rangers and will have a solid year. But I also expect him to possibly bounce out of the rotation for arm security, for like making sure that we have an arm that can last throughout the season.
Usually ESPN, Kevin, will have predicted starters through the rotation.
Yeah.
They only have, for Baltimore, the first 3, so they don't have the next 2 starters for against the Rangers. So.
Okay, well, if it's not, I wanted to bring him up to start, right? But if we go from there, Robbie Grossman is somebody that, like, I wasn't against the fact that he joined the team. I was against the fact that it seemed like it was just kind of given to him before the competition even started.
Well, he was a major leaguer. Does that make sense?
But he was a guy. You know what I'm saying?
But they were like, but these guys aren't major leaguers. Like they don't think of some of those other guys as proven major leaguers or even spare major leaguers. So that's I understand what you're saying, but that's sometimes kind of the way the Rangers were looking at it.
Yeah, and sometimes I don't love that. So I didn't love it. Just seemed like he was going to fit, but I know there's a lot of people who are saying, hey, you look at the plate discipline and everything like that. Do you think Robbie Grossman could be?
Yes.
And the reason why I say surprise all-star is like, Corey Seager, Marcus Semien make the all-star team. Okay.
So you're going into, he could be our Hunter Pence.
Yeah, yes, kind of. Do you think Robbie Grossman fits that bill?
Yes. I mean, he hit a 3-run home run yesterday, Kevin.
Did
you hit a 3-run home run yesterday?
No,
because you hit a grand slam on the pregame show.
Yeah.
I think
it was the anger.
I think he has
turned to the dark side before the show started.
We talked about that.
He has a chance to do that for sure, and he'll get the playing time that puts you in position for that. He went 1 for 3 though. So, and that's day one. But yes, he would be a surprise. He would definitely be a surprise all-star for me if he was the one out. Because here's the other thing too, Mike. When Kevin brings this up, he does point out, Simeon and Seager, you probably expect if they were to be selected as all-stars, that's an expectation.
Sure.
And so now, Kevin, let's say you're good enough. Both of your guys are now already there. Are they really adding Robbie Grossman into this mix too?
I think so, just because, I bet your record is representative of it.
Okay.
And it's not that
Do you think Adolis is in there before him too?
Yeah, probably.
So,
probably.
This, Kevin, this may be the perfect depiction of a surprise, is Robbie Grossman, because there are too many other people that would be in front of him. I
found his splits for 2022. He's going to have to improve on this tremendously.
For sure.
He was a 163 hitter last year versus righties,
Yeah.
320 against lefties. I'm clicking on real quick 2021 to see if it's consistent.
And his home run yesterday off of a
and
righty.
while you do that, and that's one of the things we brought up, is I don't dispute how well he's done against left-handed hitters.
Right.
Just the problem I ran into is we moved him into an everyday spot, not like a platoon spot.
Yeah.
It seemed like everyone's like, he's going to go every day. And I was like, well, how's it going to go against right-handers?
And you know who the Rangers, to your point, and he also made the All-Star team on the Rangers. First, we mentioned Hunter Pence. He came in as a utility guy. Let's use him. We need a little bit of veteran leadership here as we're kind of rebuilding. And ended up Hunter Pence made the All-Star team. If I have my year right, was that 2019?
Maybe. But I understand I think that
Mike
is
Napoli was brought in to the 2010 Texas Rangers as a utility type of guy. He had bad splits. I remember he was great against lefties, I believe it was, and struggled against righties. And that changed. He was actually, he brought his average up to now he's average against righties and still great against lefties. If I remember Mike Napoli's career right when the Rangers brought him over. And so if Robbie Grossman in 2021, his splits were 221 against righties and 279 against lefties. If he were able to bring that up, now 163 last year, if he were to bring that up to he's a 240 hitter against righties and a 300 hitter against lefties. Now you're looking at a guy, you'd have to be, instead of bringing it to the middle because you're going to face more righties than lefties. If he's a 260 hitter and he can he had 23 home runs, I believe, in 21 with Detroit, is that if you can bring that to, he's going to be 25 home runs, 75 RBIs. Maybe you're hoping more because you're hoping guys are on base. Because RBIs is based off of, are you having opportunities to drive guys in? If I come up with nobody on, I can only drive myself in. So now I'm looking at solo home runs. So I would say Robbie Grossman, it would be very difficult just because you look at how many guys can be all-stars. And then you get to a point of how many guys do we want to put on this team on the all-star team? And I do think Seager is going to be an all-star. I do think Degrom will be an all-star. I know he didn't have a great start. I think Simeon has a great chance if you think about it too. Jose Altuve is not going to be an all-star. He's not going to play until June. So now that opens up a spot at second base that we already know will be available because Altuve is a perennial, I'm on every year all-star type of guy.
Yeah.
So I think you look at those three guys first, and then you go, can you get two more guys on the all-star team? Possibly, but then that would max it out. And then I would look first at Adolis Garcia and Nate Lowe to possibly be there, or one other starting pitcher.
I do want to point out also with the RSBI comment that Mike just made there, how amazing would it be if every time he had runners on base, he never drove them in, but he drove in everything with home runs. So he has 50 RSBI this year, but they're all solo home runs. But every time...
Didn't we have that before?
Yeah.
Who did that? Name a player.
I'll tell you what, he's a good defensive first baseman again. The Minnesota Twins are playing Joey at first base.
Oh, that's where he belongs.
It is. He is so great defensively. Joey Gallo can play all three outfield positions. He's a great defensive first baseman too, and that's what he's playing for Minnesota, which once again, I will say this, Minnesota screwed up their hat tremendously. Now it's just an M with a star on top of the M.
Awesome. I love it. As a majors, I think I kind of want to invest in it.
All right.
We're the
They're TC, man. They're Twin Cities.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Cowboys lose a defensive player, but do you really care? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up tonight on The Get Right, we're Reggie KG on 105.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts and more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
They'll run it with Dante Smith, and Dante Smith is planted for a loss of a couple. Jalen Carter was in the backfield.
KNC Masterpiece, let's talk about Jalen Carter just a little bit more in just a second.
26th pick.
But actually, you know what? Maybe. From the 940, shout out to my son Vince. He said his personal best of 49.87 seconds in the 400-meter at their track meet last night. He has worked his butt off the last 2 years to break 50 seconds. Congratulations, Vince. Well done.
Do you think, real quick, during the NFL draft, as we get into football nuggets here in a second,
we might be together on the draft.
Okay, awesome. At a pluck.
Yes.
Good. Okay. At a Pluckers. All right. When it comes to the draft, will they mention the Miami Dolphins don't have their pick? Like, will they go up and like, with the Miami Dolphins pick, they tampered? Are they?
No way. They will
not. Do it that way. Do not get their pick, so we move on to the next pick. Because will they say the Cowboys have the 27th pick with the 27th pick? Because it's
no, it'll be 26.
They'll say 26.
They just pretend like it's not a thing that ever existed.
All right.
Yeah, no, well, they will say that it's. I think they'll say something about it, but I think they.
But not Roger Goodell.
But they'll be like, Miami's pick has been conveyed. Next on the clock.
It's not a traded pick, so yeah, maybe y'all are right. They'll just move on to. They'll just skip it.
Because it's always tough right now when we say the Cowboys have the 26th pick. Some people say, well, they have the 27th pick. Like, well, yes, technically they do, but there's no pick when the Miami, supposed to have the 22nd pick or whatever it is, but it is voided because they talked to Tom Brady or whatever it was.
There's a whole bunch of stuff, but yes, it is voided. All right, now you ready to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
I'll dip that 2-foot burger or burger. You can dip a booger, I guess, too.
Yeah, but instead it's the 2-foot burger that Chiafalo is going to try. You know what?
You think you can do it?
I kind of do.
I don't.
Because, oh my God.
The man has arrived.
Hold on. Yeah, turn on his mic.
He's on a mission.
Eric, I want it known for the world that I said I do believe that you will be successful. I support you and the G-Bag Nation. Even if I don't think this is the best idea you ever had, I think you can do it.
Why? Because it was all over Corey's floorboard this morning? Yeah, I heard that. I appreciate the confidence, though, Hagee, seriously. And I would have said your name to the fan question this morning about who you would most want to have your back in a fight. I know you kick windows and stuff.
I love it.
So, have you ever watched Competitive Eaters? Because I think you're thinking I have 3 hours to do this, but Competitive Eaters say that's a bad way to do it. You're supposed to eat as much as you can as fast as you can.
Okay. Yeah, well, that's my plan. My plan is to sprint, and then if I have to hopefully catch a second wind in the final, 30 minutes to an hour, then so be it.
The other thing, too, is they never eat the bread till last.
That's too much bread to attack all at once.
It's like not a fun thing. You're saving the worst for last in that scenario.
Is it against the rules, I'm assuming, to, let's say, boot and rally?
I think if I boot, then
that feels like that would be against the spirit of the competition.
Unfortunately, yeah, because
I
will do that. I would go full on the index finger in the back of the throat there to make that happen. If I had to.
I will. I think I love the timing, by the way. This is amazing. He hears his name, he kicks the door open. It's very wrestling style. You should have had the nudes playing right then.
I wish I could say I planned that, but I heard Gridiron Gravy, we're dipping cheeseburgers. Haig is on my team. I said, yes, let's get in here. Thank you, by the way, for getting that, Corey.
It's in the fridge right now.
Did you train today at all?
There was so I was
train like how?
Not
He's got an iced coffee.
Well, Dawson was saying that I should have been trying to expand the stomach like Kobayashi would do with the lettuce and stuff like that for a couple of days. Yeah, the cabbage, the lettuce and the cabbage. So I didn't do that. My plan was actually, because earlier this week I had a small 3 eggs for breakfast and didn't eat anything, and then got to the show and realized how hungry I was. So I was like, I need to do that again. I need to have small breakfast and then do it. But things got out of hand. I haven't eaten anything. So I am on just full on fasted. because I wanted to be hungry, and because hearing you describe it this morning, I was like, oh no, this is going to be a little bit grosser than I was hoping for on the floorboard of your car.
No, but not like it fell over on the floor.
I'm imagining he went like big time hard.
When I
stop.
turned right, it fell. No, I'm just joking. It smelled. My whole fridge smelled fantastic today. It smelled like the ballpark. And here comes Gavin Spittle.
Oh my!
Boss man Gavin bringing it in.
How heavy is it?
Here's live coverage of Eric Chiafalo realizing what 2 feet means. This is what's happening right now.
I should have brought a tape measure to make sure this is 24 inches because this feels like it could be pushing 30.
And Tolos were everywhere out there yesterday asking about where to find it, and they were excited for you that you get to experience this opportunity.
This is the analogy I'm going to use. There's a very famous wrestling match where Mick Foley gets thrown off the top of the Hell in the Cell. He was
with the nails?
Yes, they're in thumbtacks.
Oh yeah.
And he said he lied to Vince McMahon and said he had been to the top of the cage. And then he goes, if I had been to the top of the cage, I never would have agreed to it. Right, if you would have been in line and would have picked that up, you'd have been like, I'm out.
Yeah, because it's eye-popping with the length there, but I'll tell you what, the weight of that feels like it's 5-6 pounds of just full-on food.
Yeah, no, it definitely was
I still believe in you, man.
A heavy carry.
Thank you.
I have a couple things to help you out. I've been watching this Beard Meets Food guy on YouTube quite a bit, and him devouring stuff like this and doing it very quickly.
Yes, yeah, you showed me some stuff he was doing.
You need to have a big soda with you too. Somehow when he starts struggling, he asks for a Diet Coke or a root beer.
Burps.
And somehow, I don't know and I've noticed this with competitive eaters, if they can get a big soda while they're doing this, I don't know if the carbonation, the sugar, I don't know what it is, but it helps them eat more food.
Okay, I like that. Well, Dawson's always bringing up Diet Cokes, so maybe I could steal one of his, or I'll just go get one from McDonald's
7-Eleven.
Yeah, downstairs.
I'm also a big fan of the fact that we've kept the gridiron bed running throughout this segment. Props to Joey for that professionalism.
That's nice.
Let's keep it
We're
going.
dipping.
I support you, man.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You want to finish? You want to do football nuggets with us here?
Yeah, I'll football nugget.
Yeah.
Do you care that the Cowboys lost Carlos Watkins? Because I know when the Jonathan Hankins news came out, there was buzz that hey, we still want to swing back and try and pick up Carlos Watkins. He is going to go to the Cardinals on a 1-year deal. Last 2 years with the Cowboys. I just didn't know if that moved the needle for people.
I mean, it is disappointing because I feel like he's an underrated player, and just to have a guy you can't really have enough of those guys that you can trust to go in there and stop the run consistently. But I would much rather have had Hankins. If you told me I was only going to get one of them, getting Hankins is cool. Maybe late in the draft you can get a guy, or maybe there's a veteran big man if you need another one. But losing Watkins, not the end of the world at all.
I saw that Jaron Kearse was like, please bring him back yesterday on Twitter. But this is a business, and that happens sometimes.
Right.
I do think that Dan Quinn has his eyes on some other defensive tackles right now as he's traveling the country.
If you had to make a guess, how many teams in the, let's say, top 15 will take Jalen Carter off their board? Because somehow the news came out yesterday from The Athletic that the Raiders do not consider him an option at pick number 7. Now, that doesn't mean he's off the board entirely, because you'll get to a point where the value will be too dumb to just pass up.
Sure.
How many teams in the top, let's say 20, just because of off the field stuff, not because they're drafting a quarterback or anybody else, they're like, he is not an option for us?
It's a good question. I think the Raiders are an interesting one because we know about some of with the Henry Ruggs situation and knowing the driving stuff, connecting that with the Jalen Carter deal.
Supposedly that is the force behind their we ain't doing
it. That I get the Raiders being that team. And then maybe there's a couple other teams that are just a little bit uptight, we can't afford to miss on this guy. Maybe we're in the final year of being a GM, and if this doesn't strike for me, then I'm getting fired. But I would say maybe another 3 or 4 teams.
I could see that. Where do you guys right now see him falling? Because at one point, number 1 pick, then quarterbacks set in as we kind of figured they would, and it looked maybe more like 3.
Right.
Now you're seeing projections of 7, 10.
Tannenbaum 18 the other day in his draft.
What a shocking mock draft that was, too, with Hendon Hooker.
Yeah. I was convinced that he wouldn't get past 6. I was, but now this kind of starts to make me think I guess they're questioning work ethic a little with him showing up a
'cause
little
the pro
heavy
day
for his
went
pro
poorly.
day.
He's not helping himself
You
much.
would have thought that would have been the best pro day because he's like, oh man, that kind of sucked. I need to show everyone who the hell I am.
But you also understand when things go bad, sometimes you eat and sit around a little more, right? Like
Totally, man.
sure.
I'm like, man, this is a
I
bad.
hear ya,
this is a
buddy.
bad time to be like, try to be on your best and be your sharpest, because what has gone on for him is probably, I mean, dealing with that for anybody, let alone a young guy. You know, a young guy who's like, oh crap, this is the biggest moment of my life. I need my Q rating needs to be through the roof high, and now I'm like kind of shooting myself in the foot a little bit because dealing with this stuff, like this life stuff, is freaking hard sometimes.
Couple more quick things for you. Willie McGinnis is out at the NFL Network. I feel like we've kind of seen that coming for a while.
Yeah.
And
is there? I forget a story. Is there a story
there
about
was
it?
a thing that happened at a bar,
but
in
also
a club
TMZ video. You should watch the
several
video.
months ago.
Yeah.
But also Jim Trotter,
They've
Rachel
been laying,
Bonetta.
they've been laying people
Giardi.
off,
Yeah.
and it kind of feels like one of those things where like you should hope you don't have any other like lingering baggage, or else that's probably going to work against you. Who do you think is the favorite for NFL Coach of the Year next year? You can give me the betting favorite or the favorite in your heart.
McCarthy, 1,000%.
That'd be tough after back-to-back 12-5 seasons.
Yeah.
What does he have to do to win Coach of the
Win
Year?
13, and then he'll get Coach of the
I
Year.
feel like that's enough, right?
I have the entire coaches picture from the owners' meetings in my mind right now, and
You
I just
don't know any of those coaches.
I can only see Mike McCarthy. I'm with you,
Thank
Corey.
you.
It's a no-brainer.
Is that because you're like, oh yeah, the big guy?
Yeah.
No, I know him. I thought about wanting to
The two
play
big guys, him and
the
Andy
Kelsey
Reid.
video. It's so long.
It is long.
We didn't play it, but yes,
So long.
make your way out and go watch Jason and Travis Kelsey talking about coaches, and he's
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, my guy there. I know him.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, that's my dude. And what's his actual name? You know him.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That guy.
Lips.
Oh, boy.
Like that's, and they're like, why do you say that? Because he talks a lot. Like that's how he was kind of describing everything.
That's how Mike describes a lot of people.
Give me
That's
Robert
true.
Saleh,
Okay.
by the way.
He's like, oh, he's an Oklahoma State fan, or he's an OU fan.
Yeah.
That's how I know him.
I wish I could remember names.
He is
Saleh
about
could be a very
12th
interesting
on the list.
wow, dude.
Sean Payton, shockingly enough, is the betting favorite. Matt Eberflus, second. Mike McCarthy's fourth from last. Just because, like, you're going to have to go 15-2 or something to show, like, hey, look what we went.
Yeah.
Where's Dan Campbell?
Dan Campbell is third.
All right, I'll take that one.
There you
12
go.
to 1 on your money.
Him
That
right
feels
behind
like
McCarthy.
That feels like it. Well, Mike McCarthy's way further down the list. All
I
right.
like those odds, man. Throw some
I
scratch
feel
down.
like
Yeah,
Dan
let's do
Campbell
it.
needs a new hairstyle, by the way. He doesn't need one, but
More than Mark Davis.
Does he even have one?
he kind of puts it up top.
I gotta look.
Like I saw him getting interviewed about Lamar Jackson, and
Yeah.
that's what, the first thing I thought is, I feel like Dan Campbell needs a little bit different hairstyle.
Like
But
less gel, less
Yeah,
hairspray.
something. I'm
He
not
seems
sure.
like he's too rugged for that. Like we don't need any gel in there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you very much, Chiafalo. We'll talk
stuff.
with you in a
Thanks,
bit.
boys.
Keep training as he tries to attack the newest
We only
food
got a
item.
few hours. Like how much? It's like
you just try not to eat, and then
Do
make
some
sure you have a
cram
big
training.
soda with
Lunches
you.
and stuff.
And he is going to
Crunches help?
sprint. He's going to sprint.
Coming up next, we said we were going to do it at the beginning of the show. We didn't. Let's give people the opportunity, for better or worse, and I know Mike's going to talk about that OPS, your complete overreactions to Texas Rangers opening day. 877-881-1053 for the Tolos. We want the YouTubers and the Twolos as well. We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you. and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We'll have a giveaway in this hour, but it's time for perhaps my favorite segment for each sports season. For better or worse, your complete overreactions to Texas Rangers opening day. There are already,
we're going to be a good rebounding team.
And an astonishing amount. Yes, that was one of our bold overreactions for the Mavericks, and that did not work out.
Well, Mike's right, though. The Rangers are a good rebounding team. It started off rough, and they were like, we got to rebound from
All
this
right,
one,
we're
guys.
down 5-0. And then they got into the dugout and said, let's score 9 this inning.
Yeah.
Dude, Mike.
It feels like a strategy we should implement more.
Here's the thing that, like, I really loved about that yesterday. They did it with 1 home run. Like,
true.
They put 9 runs on the board and only had 1 home run in that inning.
Okay,
And that's awesome.
If we're going to talk about that, can I shout out Josh Smith? I thought that was a really heads-up play with the lead where he was able to score on the, was it the
wild pitch?
Yeah, thought it was a foul, ended up being a wild pitch. He was able to score because I thought he cheated over off of third.
Oh, no. That was the Nate Lowe grounder that the pitcher had to flip. He hustled hard on that.
He had no shot, but he almost made it happen. Josh Smith scoring on that play, I thought was really heads up.
Yes. I mean, he obviously, his bases were loaded.
Yeah. But him being able to score, I thought was because of the heads up lead that he had established.
And to your point, watching that with my son, I said he never looked at the ball. Once he saw the ball on the ground, he put his head down and ran as fast as he can. So many times, you'll even see it in the major leagues, guys will look at the ball and kind of follow the play. Is he going to throw it home or is he going to, spin and throw it to first? That slows you down. At no point do you see track runners decide, hey, let me look over to my left and to my right and see if it, like, that is slowing you down. Now, I know that every once in a while you'll see a track star take a peek. But I'm like, when you know the ball's on the ground and you have to run home, what's the point at looking at the ball? If you've hit a ground ball to short, what's the point in looking and seeing if he's making the play? You know that you've hit the ball to the shortstop. Just put your head down and run to first base and run through the base. So I use that as an example of how hard Josh Smith put his head down and ran as hard as he could into home plate, sliding head first.
Now,
which I'd rather you slide feet first.
Yes.
Slide head. He hustled.
It probably won't surprise you to know a lot of the immediate overreactions. From the 903, Degrom is $1 billion bum. From the 281.
We didn't give him $1 billion.
Yeah, that's true. Degrom and Dak are both overrated and overpaid. Poor Dak got thrown out there. Although there are positives too from the 903. The Rangers scored double-digit runs in every game. And let's be realistic, you can't win them all. So 160-2.
Okay.
Will you accept that, Corey?
You might be resting for the playoffs.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
But if that's the case,
You
Mike,
lose 2 in September.
at this point, after yesterday, I have enough faith in whatever arms they bring up for that day, they're still getting dubs. So, I don't know, man. I still think if you have the chance, go for it,
When we're back on Monday, are they undefeated?
Oh, yeah.
Cole Reagans getting the win. I mean, we saw Cole Reagans pitch well in spring training, and then he gets the win on opening
How many
day.
pitches did he throw, by the way?
Let's not check that.
He threw 5 pitches and gets a win. That's amazing to me. Yeah, I had a friend message me yesterday. I think there's some very serious betting going on. And he was like, hey, why does Cole Reagans get the win here? This doesn't make sense. Or it had something to do, Mike, with his fantasy baseball team. I think that may have had, like, he's like, hold on, this doesn't make sense to me. But, man, like Cole Reagans comes in, does well. I think this team is going to lead the league in strikeouts this year as a pitching staff.
Well,
that's my overreaction.
I mean, we're going to need to because Jacob deGrom's on pace to have an ERA of 12.27 for the season, whereas Cole Reagans is on pace to go 162-0 as well. So those are pretty impressive individualistic.
He'll beat Mike Marshall's appearance record. He has to appear in every game.
Yes,
which I think the record is 106.
Oh, well, he's going to destroy that. On the flip side, Adolis Garcia and Jonah Heim will be battling each other for the batting title as they both seek to hit 500 for the season.
So I went to look, Mike. This is wild. Who leads the ML? Yesterday, the Rangers had 13 strikeouts as a pitching staff.
All right.
Like we registered
13. As a pitching staff, we struck out 13.
A lot of times
well, I'm assuming maybe this. I'll just go off of, I do know that Garrett Cole struck out 11. So they might have
They have 16.
Okay.
They're second. The Padres have 17 strikeouts.
Yeah, you know what? Thanks a lot, Blake Snell. That's a -7 on my fantasy team yesterday.
Good God, 17.
He did strike out a lot of guys.
And the Giants had 16. The Rangers are tied, Kevin, for 5th place in strikeouts right now after a 13 strikeout outing yesterday.
I will say it is weird that Cole Reagans did get the win. So to your friends, he pitched in the 4th inning and then didn't pitch in the 5th. And usually you'd give the win to Brock Burke.
Yeah.
That is interesting that they gave it to. It is the scorer's discretion.
It's the scorer's discretion.
On who to give the win to. It does not have to be the guy who was of record in the 5th inning. For some reason, the win was given to Cole Reagans, which is interesting because Brock Burke pitched the 5th and 6th inning. So that's always an interesting scorer's discretion. And if I was the keeper of the wins and losses, I probably would have given it to Brock Burke.
Now, somebody asked how many strikeouts is Jacob Degrom on pace for? I don't think you'll like my answer. It's 231 because I'm factoring in a max of 33 starts, whereas Cole Reagans as a reliever could theoretically get into every single game. All right. So if it's a different deal, then it's, I don't know, 1,124, something like that, maybe 1,134. More than 1,100 strikeouts, but he will not get that many appearances.
Corey, I did the math because usually we ask Kevin and he feels like he's a math wizard, and I wanted to really show him up here.
All right, let's do it.
Last year, the Rangers' OPS was 696. Do you know what the Rangers' OPS is this year after one whole game? It is 952. That is, Kevin, a 256-point adjustment. If the Rangers can hold this and have a 952 OPS for the year, I don't know how they don't go undefeated.
I don't think they'll go undefeated. What's wrong?
They're tied for 6th.
Or lose 2 games.
The Orioles have a 1.179.
I don't know if they'll go undefeated for that exact reason, but that means your average OPS is that of an MVP candidate.
Yes.
So I can't wait to see. They're like, well, it was a tough decision this year. We went with Seager over Simeon, and then Lowe finished 3rd. Garcia finished 4th. Most shocking turn of events in the history of MVP voting.
I'm typing it in right now just to show how unbelievable this player's career has been. Right now, OPS for his career, because I just said 952. I mean, the Rangers freaking mashed the ball yesterday, right? 11 runs in 8 innings because you don't hit in the 9th when you're winning. And you're like, man, 952. That's unbelievable. So far in Mike Trout's career, with 5,094 at-bats, he has a 1.002 OPS. So, I mean, he's played now in 10 plus years. I don't know, there's been injuries, there's been obviously COVID and stuff like that, but in over 5,000 at bats, his OPS is 1.002. Just to give you an idea of Mike Trout versus what you saw yesterday, his OPS is higher than what the Rangers did yesterday as a team.
Overreactions for better or worse from opening day from the 469. Rangers still have no pitching from the 214. World Series or bust. And then I hate to use too much logic in this segment because this is a really fun segment. Were you concerned, though, about the Degrom outing, or did you think he didn't get hit hard? I know Bochy all the same.
Bochy did say that. Bochy did mention, hey, some of those hits weren't like the strongest of hits.
Do you want to hear from him? Cut number 6 right here. We have Bochy's thoughts on Degrom's outing yesterday.
Probably wasn't quite as sharp today. That's fair to say. They did throw out some good at bats, but also, he had some bad luck too with some balls that got through. But you know what? The guys rallied, and I mean, what an inning! Just had some great at bats in that big inning there, and that's a great win, especially on the opener. It's so exciting out there. The guys were all excited, and again, after a tough start, it's a great way to finish it.
And the second inning, where he gave up 2 runs, he gave up the Nick Castellanos double and the home run to Alex Bohm. Castellanos hit the ball off the end of the bat, and it ended up going into the right field corner for a double. So I can understand that ball wasn't hit very hard. The first hit he'd given up. Well, Bohm obviously hit the ball hard. It went, 390 feet. I don't know the exact distance, but it obviously went over the fence. What was interesting to me watching highlights yesterday in Major League Baseball is have you heard, like, you have to throw in the upper tier of the strike zone? For years now, we've heard, I would say for a good 4 years, we've heard, do not throw in the bottom part of the strike zone. That's where all home runs are hit. Throw in the upper part of the strike zone. Watching MLB's quick pitch yesterday, watching Alex Bohm hit his home run, watching Robbie Grossman hit his home run, watching other guys hit home runs around Major League Baseball in the highlights. You know where all those pitchers were? The upper part of the strike zone.
Under the strings.
It's been for, I don't know, let's just say 50 years before, when home runs started becoming more general. When Babe Ruth was hitting home runs weren't happening except from one person in baseball. But it was always, if you throw in the upper part of the zone consistently, you're going to get hit hard consistently. And I think that's coming back. For some reason, there was this weird adjustment of don't throw the ball in the lower part of the zone. They're all home runs. And yes, Mike Trout loves the ball in the lower part of the zone. You have to, different guys are different. But for the most part, in general, if you're throwing kind of belly button to thigh high, you're going to get hit hard. And if you throw above the belly button, it's a ball. It's too high. And yeah, at times you get guys out throwing the ball too high, but I thought Jacob Degrom missed too much of the middle part of the plate yesterday. It just goes to show, even if you are throwing 98 to 100, if you do miss your spots, especially in the middle part of the plate, major league hitters will turn it around and usually hit the ball pretty hard. And then the other thing I'm wondering is are we going to hear more and more this year, dude, throwing in the upper part of the zone, you have to set that up. If you do not set it up, it will get hit hard. And at times, those are the pitches that usually get hit out of the ballpark. The balls that are belt high, belly button high, those are home run pitches. The balls that are around the knees, you're going to have a better chance. I saw your face. Sorry. I just realized what I said. You're going to have a better chance of having a positive result as a pitcher.
Kevin, I'm sorry if you read this and I missed it. I was uploading that Kinsler video that I love so much from yesterday.
Where he was like, "You're damn right. That's what I did."
Did you see Jason Stark's stats on Degrom yesterday?
Ooh, maybe not.
All right, Degrom is a Met. 464 Philly hitters faced, 1 triple allowed in 2017 to Andrew Knapp. Against the Phillies, 464 at bats. DeGrom as a Ranger in 1 inning gave up 2 triples to the Phillies in a row. And so that was kind of one of those this isn't going to be great. This isn't going to work out for us.
Well, then you're not going to like this from the 6A2. I thought, oh, awesome. Another stud that gets to Texas sports and forgets how to play.
Oh, my gosh.
But from the 614, 90 wins, and we make the ALCS is their overreaction. And from the 214, Robbie Grossman's on pace, of course, to hit 162 home runs.
The most runs the Phillies allowed in any inning last year, 7.
Oh!
We gave them 9. The most runs the Rangers scored in any inning last year, 7. And we put 9 on them. So you know what that means? That means we're winning the damn World Series.
I think that means we're losing the World Series and that the Phillies will win 68 games this year. Let's just go ahead and
what
Freaky Friday. It's Freaky Friday, this thing, right?
I don't know about Freaky Friday.
Now we're going to make it to the World Series, and the Phillies are going to win 68 games.
We're out of time.
Crisscross.
But I would say
I like crisscross more.
Looking at game log, which is not fun to look at because there wasn't a lot of games last year that DeGrom pitched in.
Yeah.
But I would say there's a high likelihood the Rangers win the next DeGrom start.
Okay.
So it's not like you usually see. Now, late in the year, he did. Lost 2 games back-to-back on September 24th and September 30th.
But it doesn't happen often.
But literally every game he pitched last year where his team lost, because he didn't get the loss last year, he won the next game.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's going to be a giant segment. We got Mike Likes It. We've got our giveaway. Plus, it's the combo platter, National Tater Day. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what is your favorite way to eat a potato? 877-881-1053. Lots of options. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Expressway on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Rockwall Ford.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. As we enter the Expressway and the lunch rush, we will have a giveaway in a little bit. Plus, Mike likes it, but we're going to start it off with this. It is National Tater Day. Oh, the potato!
And you love your favorite potato is?
Oh my gosh. I love the tater tot.
Okay, you weren't supposed to answer that question.
Because I didn't get my
You didn't
sports
give your
opinion
sports
first.
opinion. Yeah, I just tricked you.
Man, I did not. Of all the people I thought would entrap me today, I would not have guessed Mike Bassing at the top of the list.
That was pretty special the way he did it.
Well
That was my
played,
nickname,
sir.
the Entrapper.
Well played, sir.
You want.
So give us a sports opinion, and then what is your favorite way to eat a potato is my question. Who would like to start this off, especially since I kind of violated already how it's supposed to go? By the way, somebody hit us up on our Facebook page and said, I can't text right now, but my favorite for the potato is the way underrated potato skin. That was not a
huge skin like potato skin fan. It's not my favorite.
If I get a baked potato, I eat all of the potato.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, and that being said, I'll mash up the skins into the mashed potatoes.
Okay.
I'm perfectly fine with that. I was never a huge fan of the potato skin for some reason. It just felt
It's the crust of the potato.
I don't know. Yeah, that makes sense.
I would rather eat bread crust than the potato casing.
My sports opinion is after, and I just posted this on Twitter, Kevin, the interview with Ian Kinsler yesterday. There's a little section where Ian Kinsler said something that really was special for me more than anything else. It's on Twitter if you want to go watch the video. In the majors. I now think that he's the most competitive person I've ever seen play sports. This is a dude that once told, and the Rangers may not want me to say this now that he's back with us, he told the media, I hope the Rangers go 0-162.
Yeah.
And then yesterday when I said 162-0, there's part of me that thinks that he was laughing with us and going, you're
That got
referring
big
to that.
headlines, and I remember defending Ian going, we all think that. He just said it.
Yeah, he said it.
Like, who walks out the door and, like, if you leave a job, like, I told you that when I got fired from Blockbuster, I was like, I hope these MFers burn to the ground.
Yes.
So I get it. It took a while, but it happened.
But like I saw him in a game catch a foul ball and not give a ball to. It wasn't kids in the stand.
Oh, see, I
but
thought
it was Angels fans. There may have been a kid there. He didn't give them the ball, and then he validated me yesterday by saying, "No, absolutely, I want to go find a Rangers fan to give that ball to."
But even before that, Mike, think about how much baseball Ian Kinsler has played.
Yes.
While Corey starts to tell the story, he doesn't even get to the end part. Ian Kinsler already started to smile, and he's like, oh, I know exactly what you're talking about. F them Angels fans.
And Derek might be playing golf right now. And congratulations to Derek for being way better at baseball than I was, so he could play golf a whole bunch.
Yeah.
If you talk to Derek, or if you talk to Murph, or you talk to Michael Young, most of those guys that played with Ian Kinsler will tell you he was probably the feistiest guy they ever played with. Like, I can't remember the exact story, so I'm being general in it, but Kinsler was going to give the other team the least amount of credit possible so there was no pitcher that was good. There was Kinsler was always looking at, like, he's got nothing.
Can we
had an edge, man.
It's King Felix, man. He's striking us all out. He's like, ain't that good.
That's what
his best hitting was against Felix Hernandez, by the way.
Man, every Monday, I know he drives people crazy for a variety of reasons. Every Monday, if the Cowboys lose and we have Stephen Jones on, it makes me mad every time when he goes, you got to give the other team credit. No. Have you ever been a sports fan? That's not how it works. We lost because we played like garbage or the refs screwed us. It's not because of the pinpoint accuracy of the other team. Come on.
And you know what? And that was his attitude when he got up to the plate. He was like, I'm going to hit this guy. I'm just going to show everybody. So I have a newfound respect for Ian Kinsler. I will also add this, Mike. Derek yesterday. Just that team must have been just an ultra competitive team, because even talking with Derek, he's like, I want to make sure every Rangers player listens to this station.
Yeah.
I want to make sure this is This is the best. I want to kill every other station. I want to defeat all of them. That's what Derek is telling me. I love hearing that from a dude that's that competitive, and he's on our team. I love it, man.
What's your favorite potato?
Well, Kevin took the tater tot, so I will go with hash browns. I love hash browns
with or without ketchup.
Without ketchup.
Okay, I'm
salt
a
and
ketchup
pepper,
guy.
and I'm good to go, man.
All right, I like that. Now I want to add to what you were saying right there. I didn't want to ask this when we had on Chuck Morgan yesterday before the game. It was, around the 10:15 time, and he said his most favorite thing was saying the 2010 American League champions in 2011. And in my head, I was like, I have this question, but this isn't the time to ask. How did it feel in 2012? Because Derek was like, it was so awesome, but I'm just wondering, in 2010, right, San Francisco just outplayed you. You could have been the better team, but it didn't matter. They beat you in 5 games. They outplayed you, right? And so it's like, yeah, we were the 2010 American League champs. We did beat the Yankees, and we're coming back to do it. And I'm wondering when they said the 2011 American League champs in 2012, if that felt almost like icky in a way. Like, yes, it was a huge accomplishment. You made it to Game 7 of the World Series. Detroit did have Scherzer. They did have Verlander. They did have Miguel Cabrera. They did have a really good team. But I just wonder if, like, 2012 saying the 2011 American League champs kind of felt a little bit yucky.
It just, and I know it wasn't against the same team, but it felt like the stumbles that you had to go through in the NBA when, like, the Pistons lost to the Lakers in the NBA Finals in 7 games, and you're like, just barely. You just watch.
Yeah.
Then they came back and smoked them. Or the same thing happened with the Bulls overtaking the Pistons. It felt like we got here earlier than expected. It wasn't our time yet, and then we were smoking folks the next year. And then even the next year. But then it fell apart.
All right, so my sports opinion, which I hope is going to be wrong, but I'm just afraid it's going to play out. The Mavericks are going to finish exactly where they are at today, and that is going to be out of the playoffs in 11th place. And after the lottery, because right now the Mavericks have a 9.4% chance of finishing in the top 4, that their lottery ball would be picked, or however the computer-generated thing is now, and a 2% chance of getting Wembanyama. But I have this feeling that the 9.4% chance won't happen, the 2% chance won't happen, and the Mavericks will finish. And I even feel like even if they finish in the top 10, somehow like Utah or Chicago's lottery ball will come up and push the Mavericks to 11.
Right.
Just the luck of the Dallas Mavericks, and they deserve it probably with kind of the way that they've managed the team over the last few years and trying to put a good team around Luka. But I just have this feeling the Mavs are going to have the 11th overall pick at the end of the day, which means it goes to the New York Knicks. They didn't even play in the play-in, so you didn't even have that outside chance of winning 2 games to make the real playoffs. And so my opinion is hot sports opinion. The Mavericks have the 11th pick in the draft, which it has to go to the New York Knicks. So you give them the best possible pick you could in the Porzingis trade. And my favorite potato is y'all's favorite potato, and that is the tater tot hash brown. It's very similar.
It's the best fry.
But when you fry the outside, if you crisp up the outside of a potato and then the inside is still soft, it's the best.
Well, and that kind of feeds in with this.
But I like mine with ketchup.
I mean, that's fine. I don't use ketchup from the 682. You shouldn't put an S anywhere in RBI, just like you don't in MPH. Saying RBIs is like the same as saying MPHs. I think we actually agree on this. We've just had several arguments about it.
I say RSBI because it's runs.
Yes, I am aware of that. And then obviously fried potatoes are the best potato, but just not very healthy.
From the 214, Luka is a better version of James Harden. We should trade him now and stock up on picks. And twice baked potato with cheddar cheese and bacon bits is the best.
What does it mean a twice baked potato? They bake it and then
my buddy went to culinary school and was a chef, and he did thrice baked potatoes. So he even took it another step to do that. Mike can explain it. Go ahead.
So you bake a potato, you cut it in half, you take out the inside of the potato, and now you mix it up with, let's say, butter and sour cream and bacon bits. And now you put it back into the baked potato, and then you bake it again. So now instead of having to, so now a twice baked potato is that. So you bake the potato, you take the filling out, the potato part, then mix it up with whatever you want to mix it up with, put it back into the potato, and then bake it again.
Fascinating. From the 817, who would have thought the Rangers would show more promise than the Mavs? And potato wedges are the way to go on National Tater Day. Give us a sports opinion. And then what is your favorite way to consume a potato?
Guys, how scared are you that Luka a year or two from now will be considered James Harden?
Yes. No, I'm very...
I've been that way for a while.
Yeah, I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about... That's not what happens, but he demands a trade because we're just not able to bring talent in, or they just don't mesh well, or whatever the case is. I think that's very fair because that's the perception of a lot of people right now.
Yeah.
I think he's better than that, or can be better than that, but
I think James Harden's mentality is a lot different. I'm hoping that Luka off court is a different person and kind of turns a different corner and realizes what James Harden may have done wrong. And I don't know what James Harden did wrong that never got him there.
Maybe, I mean, from what we hear about James Harden is he's a party animal.
Mm-hmm.
He does love the club. He does love things like that. And Luka doesn't love that at all. Luka's not staying out till 4 a.m. or after a game, flying to Vegas or flying to a party or whatever and be like, I'll meet you guys 2 days from now.
what about staying around? Because I've heard some rumblings that he likes to do some of that stuff. He just won't go fly anywhere for it. But you know, is that something that it's just part of being a human?
I guess so at his age. And now he does have, as far as I know, and look, we don't know what's going on with him mentally. He mentioned something we have no clue. Is he does have, from what I understand, a pretty serious girlfriend.
Yes.
So
it could be that, but who
so
knows?
I don't.
Yeah,
But what I'm saying is the partying is it's a little bit when James Harden's trying to catch butt all the time around the league. Is that chase it? I guess is that or tail, right? Chasing tail.
That would have felt less weird, like when you said the Greek perverts.
I'm bad with words, you know. Is that James was chasing a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think he still is, but I'm not 100. But I mean, that got kind of documented that Harden.
You're right. No, you're right.
Harden was chasing a lot and was with a Kardashian at some point. But it's one of those things where it's really weird, right? Didn't the Kardashian come out? Wasn't it with James Harden say, "Hey James, I'm okay that you're going and doing a whole bunch of other people. I just want to do other people too." And James like, "No,
I'm not disputing that. I'm not as familiar with that. Sometimes when it's about them, I just kind of tune out.
I tune out a lot. That's why I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like that was part of the James Harden thing. But I'm just afraid of. I thought it was a great point that dang it, you're going to get, if the Mavericks, let's say next year, just make the playoffs and lose in the first round and aren't very competitive, I think you start getting, well, who cares about 33 points in these stats? It doesn't lead to anything.
Now, this one's amazing because of the potato. For the 7-0-3, the Rangers win 90 games. And their favorite potato is a baked potato, but held and eaten like an apple.
Yeah, my uncle used to do this.
What?
He would just sit there and eat the raw potato.
Dip it in butter or anything?
Nope. And it wasn't even cooked. Just raw.
No.
Yeah, he'd hold it and eat it like an apple.
I disagree.
I can't. He's dead, so I can't have him come show you. But
was it passed down to his family?
The potato,
the eating of the potato.
So does anybody else in your family still do it?
I don't know. I'll have to ask Wendell about that because Wendell's still with us, and so is Maxine.
It doesn't taste good. And it's hard to chew.
Every softball game, because he was an Audubon Park king, dude. And any softball field in DFW, people knew him. He loved to have a potato, man. He was. I don't know. He would do it. I watched it.
It's a thing. You know what? I bet now more people will text in and be like, "Oh yeah, for sure." From the 903, we should draft Bijan if he's there at 26, but not trade up if he's not. And the barbecue loaded baked potato. That might be my wife's favorite as well. Like if we go to a barbecue place or whatever, she's a big fan of.
With brisket in it
exactly,
or pork.
exactly.
That is a good one.
From the 214, I'm still sticking with the Stars going to the Stanley Cup final, and their favorite potato or tater is the waffle fry. How do you feel?
Lucy loves waffle fries from Chick-fil-A.
You take in if it's a mini versus curly fries or waffle fries?
Waffle. I'm not a huge. Well, hold on. Is it seasoned curly fries or just regular?
I think all curly fries are seasoned.
That's what I
guess
thought,
they're
too.
not. I guess there's a few, but most curly fries, like Arby's,
Burger Streets, are not seasoned.
Okay.
I will eat Burger Streets non-seasoned curly fries, but they have better tater tots, so I'm going to eat the tater tots.
I wish that Chick-fil-A, which is great, I wish that they would cook the waffle fry just a little bit more.
I see what you're
Like
saying.
if they added 30 more seconds in the fryer, I think it would be A+.
I think that's fair because then you
I'll
get
go to
more
Mr.
of the
Chick-fil-A
Then you get
and
more
ask
of the
him. Good
potato and less of like that crisp factor. I think.
Yeah.
From the 817, Nathan Eovaldi will throw 6 shutout innings, giving up 4 hits, and the Rangers win 5-1 on Saturday. And potato wedges with bacon, cheese, and sour cream is their favorite. What was that noise, Mike?
Al Leiter was there with Anthony Volpe's family.
Oh.
Because you guys asked me to text him. I did. He hasn't responded, but maybe it's because he's at the Yankee game yesterday.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Joey, do you want to participate in our combo platter? I do not want to leave you out.
I appreciate that. I don't know if it's nostalgia, but I was thinking about this the other day. I wish opening day was always on April 1st. I just felt like it was something that was always a staple of my childhood. That's when baseball started, was April 1st. I don't know why. And I'm not a big fan of the off day after opening day.
I hate
in the world of baseball.
I know. I want the Rangers to play bad tonight.
Yeah. Like he
What?
very badly wants to see them play.
I want them I wish they were playing
No.
tonight.
He very badly wants to see them play.
I don't want them to play bad.
But you can see how we might have taken that. All right. And favorite form of potato?
I would probably say baked potato, but I'm big on just like crinkle cut fry. I think that is a great potato.
That is true.
That's the Brahms fry.
That is the Brahms fry, man. And Brahms, they nail it every time.
Canes does a good crinkle cut too.
They just don't salt them. That's what I found is they're like, no, just dip it in that sauce we got. You'll be fine.
And you can do the Brahms with a milkshake. You can dip them in that.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Corey is a monster. He is against this
I'm
concept.
opposed to people putting their Wendy's fries in the frosting.
Yeah.
No.
Wow.
come on. Ice cream does not belong on a potato.
Man,
I do like the French fry milkshake thing.
See, that could be a fun future one, like food combo that people might not do or might not know about. Because I remember once went over to Jess's family's house and they had candy corn mixed in with I think it was peanuts.
Oh, peanuts!
And I was like, "What is this?" And they said, "Try it," and it was freaking amazing.
Evidently, you can ask for your stuff well done at Chick-fil-A, and they'll do it that way.
Oh, really?
So you can say, "Hey, and I want the fries well done." I don't know what that means, but it sounds like it'll be crispier.
And from the 817, I just wanted to hit this real quick. Is the only way for the Mavericks to have hope is to get Wembanyama? I don't think so. Like, that's the fastest way to hope. I will tell you, depending on how you feel about these players, I know we keep bringing them up, but whether it's Scoot Henderson, whether it's Brandon Miller from Alabama, who just declared for the draft, whether it's the Thompson twins, like there are, and I swear, I know that was a band, but they really are 2 twins with the last name Thompson. It's Amen and I want to say Ausir.
Yeah,
I apologize.
AUSAR.
Okay. There are talented players at the top of this draft.
6'7" because they are twins.
Exactly, but it's just with
how many twins are different heights?
That is,
I guess obviously if you're a girl and boy, they're going to be different heights. But if you're girl twins or boy twins, aren't you going to be the same?
That makes sense to me, but I do not know the genetic breakdown of that. So
Who are the twins in the Coors Light commercial?
You need to find them.
I got to go look that up.
So I'm not saying Wemby is the only way. He's just the guy that, everybody in the league is like, oh my gosh, this guy looks
By the way,
how do you say that? How do you say that name right there?
Kilmazuski is what I'm going to go with. I don't.
That was Klimazuska.
I don't know if this will happen or not, and maybe this goes into Mike likes it, but I just looked up Tankathon's mock draft. I'm not saying it's the mock draft of all mock drafts, but they have Duncanville's or Coppell's, whichever one you want to say. But he did go to Duncanville's last year. Anthony Black all the way up to number 6 now. So just to give you an idea real quick, 7'5" is what he's now listed at. They said he did grow this year. They did say he grew 2 inches.
18, right?
Obviously, he's just turned 19, but they'll obviously have to measure him at some sort of situation. Scoot Henderson, 6'2", but then the next guys in the draft go 6'9" to 6'7" from number 3 to number 9. So if you're like, man, the Mavs just don't have wings. I'm not crazy about Bullock. I'm not crazy about Hardaway. You need wing help. Yes, they need center help tremendously.
And I think Taylor Hendricks is there for that possibility, but I know people joked about Grady Dick from Kansas is coming up. Right. We talked about the Thompsons.
But there's a lot of wings. Black. This is a huge wing draft. After you get past Wemby and Scoot being a point guard, you literally have about 8 wings to pick from.
From the 817, Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger were not the same height in their movie Twins.
And
then also from the 817, Mike, Arnold was taller than Danny DeVito in their movie Twins.
How long has it been since you watched that movie?
When did it come out? Do you know?
1989 is my
something
guess.
like that.
That year.
Yeah. Okay.
Like that's I remember watching it, but that was the last time.
Now, Mike just said he's going to dip into Mike Likes It, but I feel like before we get to any of that, we do one other. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10.
Here.
Now
Give the
will
number
win.
again. I talked over it.
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see the Gaslight Anthem Wednesday, May 3rd at the Southside Ballroom. You can buy tickets at livenation.com or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053.
5-6.
Now Mike
7,
likes
8.
it.
What? 9, 10.
He's
10.
reading
this
the
one.
phone.
I just watching the phones.
Oh
light
yeah,
up.
okay, so we did it.
So just so you know.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Hey, but you know what? We have an addendum in there where we're like, the fan is not responsible for drop phone calls or whatever. So, stick it out for a second.
I don't know this, but I'm asking you, Kevin.
Yep.
Where do you think the biggest drop-off is in watching the tournament? Because you asked last week, hey, we're going to the Sweet 16. How many are kind of done because maybe the bracket's a little bit busted or you watched enough basketball? And now we get to, there's 2 games on Saturday afternoon night, and then you have the game Monday night for the championship. Do you think there's a bigger drop-off from watching 64-32 and then you get to 16-8, or do you think there's a bigger drop-off now that there's only 4 teams left?
I think the biggest drop-off is from 16-8 because I actually think it ebbs and then flows back up. So what I've always thought happens is people are locked into that first weekend because your bracket is still, for the most part, in play. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, unless you have one team lose in the first round, then it's busted.
By the way, don't be friends with those people. Or just, you know what, be friends with them. Just correct them.
We're not
If
friends.
you had a team that was losing in the second round and they lost in the first round, their bracket is not busted. They're fine. All right, so from 64 down to 16, everyone is locked in. But I think that round of 16, I think some people drift out and either pick up on that Saturday and Sunday for the regional finals and then the Final Four, or just skip straight to the Final Four. Because like last year, people were really locked in. This year, I think the ratings are going to be abysmal.
So I think this is kind of interesting. I have the Final Four coaches and the bonuses they have made so far because of getting to the Final Four or doing things throughout the season. Connecticut's coach, Dan Hurley, has made...
That's Bobby Hurley's brother.
$300,000 plus a 2-year contract extension and raise. Do you want me to break it down or just go to the next guy?
No, that is really interesting. We go to the next guy.
All right, so he has, and he can get a little bit more money. So this is making it to the Final Four. Obviously, if they win it all, there could be more bonuses.
Yeah.
San Diego State's Brian Dutcher. Dutcher?
I think you're fine.
What is it?
I'm honestly, I think it might be that. I thought it was
Dutcher? Brian Dutcher?
So
$200,000.
Okay. $200,000?
He has made $200,000 in bonuses.
That's pretty impressive.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I thought it was Dutcher.
Okay, Dutcher. Close enough. Florida Atlantic's Dusty May. I know I got that one right.
Pitcher for the Dodgers.
Yep.
No, this one's better.
He's from Fort Worth. $135,000. That is his.
In bonuses, huh?
In bonuses. Now, he can get another $150,000.
Okay.
If they win it all.
Not that you wouldn't be motivated, let alone, but for sure.
All right. So now I named those guys. Those are the bonuses that are being made from the Final Four coaches. I'm just making sure I'm going through it to make sure. Yes, those are the bonuses. So I guess I only named 3 coaches, right?
Yes.
So I guess who's the other coach?
Did you leave out the FAU coach?
FAU got $135,000.
Oh, Jim, is it Larinagas?
I guess he doesn't get any bonuses.
Miami?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
He didn't put any bonuses in his contract. Sorry. How about this?
It's like, this team's never making it to the Final Four. I don't need a bonus for that.
Who got the most bonus this year in college basketball? Former UT coach and Tennessee Volunteer, Ricky Barnes.
Wow.
Rick Barnes. He got $700,000 in
Holy
bonuses
smokes,
and has a
good for
chance to
him.
make $100,000 more if his students make good enough grades.
Really?
Yeah.
I appreciate that they included that in there. I'm a little surprised.
There's $100,000 bonus in there for grades.
Man, would you love to hear that hype up speech? Hey guys, I know we're 13-21 this year and our team sucks, but if you guys could all ace your chemistry finals or whatever, that would really help me out.
All right, I do want to break down Rick Barnes' bonuses. Just say, like, how did he get to $700,000?
Yeah.
$200,000 for making the tournament. So if in his contract, if they make the NCAA tournament, he gets $200,000, which was the same as last year. $100,000 if top 25 through 16 in the AP poll finish number 20. So that's $100,000 bonus for finishing in the top 25 in the AP poll. Another $200,000 if they win in the first round of the tournament. So $200,000 to make the tournament. $200,000 if you win a game in the tournament. Guess what? Another $200,000 if he wins in the round of 32 to make the Sweet 16.
Let's go.
So I'm going to assume this. I don't
Those
know
elevator
this.
clauses would be in there.
I'm going to assume Tennessee gives him $200,000 for each tournament win.
Yeah.
If it's like that, $200,000 to make it, $200,000 to win a game, $200,000 to win the next game. So he got the most bonus money in NCAA basketball for his coaching.
Yeah.
Arkansas's Eric Musselman got $250,000 this year plus contract extension and raise. He got $50,000 for winning a game in the tournament and $200,000 for beating Kansas.
Okay.
Alabama's Nate Oates got $200,000. A lot of this is based off of making tournaments or winning in the tournament. Rodney Terry, it says to be determined. It says under the terms of Terry's contract as associate head coach, as modified on January 5th when Chris Beard was fired and Terry became interim head coach, Terry would have been due an apparent $180,000 in bonuses for the team winning the Big 12 conference tournament title, then advancing to the round of 8. So they are assuming that he got a $180,000 bonus, but to be determined.
Wow.
Which hopefully the Rangers don't have too many of those.
Yes.
I feel like last year we had too many TBTs.
Yes, we did.
Not knowing who was going to start. College of Charleston, Pat Kelsey got $175,000. Purdue, Matt Painter, he should have owed money for how they do in the tournament, but he got $166,000 for winning the Big 10 conference, for winning the Big 10 tournament title, and for getting a bid into the tournament is his bonuses. So
that's a good gig.
Anyways, I can keep going on and on, but there's a lot of coaches here that end up getting a 6-figure bonus for having the year that they had.
From the 903, I really need to reconsider my profession. Sounds like coaching college basketball is the way to go.
Do you know how to coach?
Ooh,
First question.
For the 806, wouldn't you just say yes? I'm still laughing about Dusher. And from the 940, I think Larinaga got a $300,000 bonus for making the Final Four and gets $1 million if they win.
Corey, what's wrong?
No!
I have no clue.
Is the sandwich got eaten?
Let me just guess. I'm
Jacob
scared.
DeGrom?
I'm scared that DeGrom's hurt. That can't be it?
No, sorry. This is one. You guys won't care.
Your North Texas coach is leaving? You knew that was happening last night.
They took away the NIT.
He just, there's a video of him in a Texas Tech pullover walking to the airplane, and Texas Tech basketball tweeted out.
I think it'd be really baller if he had his NIT.
Grant McCaslin is headed to Lubbock, and then the source is him, and that makes me sad.
You knew that was going to happen.
I knew it was going to happen.
Let me ask you this. I know we're almost out of time. Do you usually coaches don't tell the players that when they already know 2 weeks ago or a month ago that that's where he was going? Would you feel betrayed as a parent, since we're parents now, we're not players, you can say as a player, would you feel betrayed that he's leaving and he knew he was leaving and didn't tell you?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely I would.
I'll tell you this. all he did was win a weak NIT tournament. You know what I mean?
Because North Carolina didn't.
Hold on, you've
now
already,
the players
in the same show, you've
the
already
players,
turned on him?
amazing that they accomplished that.
They
Knowing
also
that their coach was going to leave.
Not win a week NIT
but
tournament?
him as a coach, I mean, come on, be better.
You know what? This
now
reminds
you're a
me
Texas
of
Tech fan, though.
the season 1 finale of Friday Night Lights, where Coach Taylor is going to leave and go somewhere else. Sorry, it's been like 20 minutes.
I only got like to episode 7.
That's on you. He's
going
gonna,
to A&M, right?
Their version of that. And they ask him that right before the state championship game. And then he rails against, he's like, I hate the media. I always have. And I was like, why? Because you actively lied to your kids about leaving the school? That's on you, man. That's not on the media for doing their job. Still love Coach Taylor, though.
Full eyes.
Clear. Well, you said it in the wrong. Clear heart. You said it in the wrong order.
Full heart?
It's clear
Full
eyes.
stomach.
Yeah, full stomach.
That's how Chiafalo's going to feel later today. You know what I mean?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here
Need
on
fiber.
105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors. We'll get the wave of emotion that comes along with UNT basketball.
I'm going to need a minute, man.
Just quit.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Let's see how committed Corey really is. Hey there, folks. Want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel & Frankel. If you or somebody you know has been hurt in an accident, maybe a car, motorcycle wreck, hit by an 18-wheeler, and it's not your fault, what should you do? You should call the Frankels at 2.
and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Multiple things happening here. One, it is literally raining sideways at the Fitzhugh building here. If you look right outside, Mike, the rain was going horizontally. You
Garth Brooks too.
Huh?
The thunder rolls. Did you hear the thunder?
I did not hear the thunder.
Rolls.
What color is this rain, Mike?
This is dark green to possibly yellow rain.
There you go. There you go.
I think that it is moving so fast, the sun is kind of coming right behind it already.
Interesting.
Nice.
By the way, coming up today, I just saw
Is it
this.
even raining anymore?
Eric Chiafalo has 3 hours and 4 minutes to take down the Boomstick burger. He tweeted back to Zach Wolchuk on this. If you see me, Alka-Seltzer me. So that'll be on the G-Bag Nation today.
Yeah. How unpleasant are things going to be for his wife this evening, too?
It's one of those nights where you just say, hey, I'm going to be in the other room, and you be in the other room, and you just leave it at that, and just let her know. It's going to be a tough one for me. Unless, I don't know, man, his body might digest differently than ours.
I think it's going to be delicious for a while, but then he's going to hit the point where they were like, this is a shareable food.
Mm-hmm.
I find out, too, I have no clue how the bread's going to be because you have to warm it up. But chewing can be a also hindrance in the end. They talk about you have to build up your jaw. It's not easy to eat that much food. You do get tired of chewing. And so there's also a kind of conditioning of, if you're not eating, like, let's say a banana or a milkshake or something, you are having to chew through the bread. And so they do say that steak challenges can be the worst, even though if you love steak,
because you
get tired of the
out.
chewing.
Yeah.
So now obviously the meat should be somewhat fine. It's the chewing through the bread that gets tiring.
Wow. All right. The yesterday I know we aren't Cardinals fans here.
No.
I don't mind them.
But during the World Baseball Classic, Adam Wainwright, who is with the Cardinals, had his moment, right? Where he was representing our country, and he's a great rebounder too, based on what we saw out of him. He had a bad first inning. And then he came back. As they were getting ready to do the national anthem yesterday, Adam Wainwright stepped up to the microphone and delivered this.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last.
So we'll take it down just a little bit when we get to the end of it, though. Let's see how he delivers at the end, because that's really the punctuation at the end is what matters the most there.
A little bit of a rough start, but I thought he did well.
I think it's very good for a baseball player.
Okay, all right. And we'll see if we could, once we get towards because Kevin, we go to spring training, they always have some teenager that just delivers.
Yeah, and this is a decidedly slower version of it, which is fast. He's not playing the guitar, too.
I don't think he was.
Okay, I was going to be really impressed by
that. If you go to MLB.com right now, you can see a picture of it, and you can see the guitar player.
All right, so I'll give him credit. Listen, man. Again, Mike.
No, I thought he did well for sure.
You gave me the opportunity, the first chance I ever had, to hit in front of 8,000 people. All right, whenever you said, "Hey, I challenge." All right, come on, let's go. And that was nerve-wracking to be in front of that many people. Seeing Kevin on the front row was kind of helped me feel better a little bit, though. But it was nerve-wracking.
Cheering for Corey, Mike,
I can't imagine. I don't know if he's ever done this
Did you
before.
feel like streaking on the field?
No, with my Darth Maul mask. No, I did not.
But that's for opening day to step up to a microphone and sing like that. I do know that News Radio 1080 KRLD, John Little, he has sang the national anthem. I know for sure at a Mavs game. So a guy that's in our building has sung the national anthem.
Yes.
And people say that it is like the hardest song to sing. I don't know.
It doesn't have, I think I've seen this too I'm not like a big musician guy. It's always funny, like people ask, do you like music? Who answers no? Do you like food? No, you know what? I don't like food. Well, how are you alive?
Music feeds
I think
my
like
soul.
You would be more, I think, what kind of music do you like?
Yeah.
But like, do you like music? Oh, you must not like music. Yeah, there's humans that don't like music at all. But the United States of America
One of them
song,
used to be a beat.
called the national anthem.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that most musicians say it just doesn't have, there's not a good flow to it. It's not a, what you'd consider a well written kind of.
Oh, burn, Francis Scott
Key.
I think that's kind of what I've heard
The
too.
words make sense, but the song structure doesn't make sense to a lot of musicians, I think.
But
But
I mean,
don't ask me. I don't know if I like music or not.
I would love to try it once. And I would practice so much beforehand and everything.
Corey, I'm going to make you a guarantee right now before you go any further. You sing the national anthem at an event where there are people there, I will be there.
Okay. Maybe I can talk to Chuck about that. Maybe one day he'll say, you know what? The 4 tenors or whatever. What is the 3 guys that
That'd be the 3 tenors.
The 3 tenors?
Could you be the 4th?
Maybe if they want one. Yeah.
Maybe you're the alto.
All right. I'm fine with that. The soprano.
Oh yeah.
And then I get to
Or
be
the
in
bass.
a mafia.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's.
It's bass.
Would you ever sing the national anthem in front
Where's
of
the E?
No, I would not.
You're not a fan of that?
No, I would
No.
not. No, I would not.
I'll do it in front of you guys one day, but not in front of
On air?
like not 30,000 people.
What about
Even on
air?
a Monday day game or something? I'm not doing it.
What about a spring training game?
No, wait. What about on air?
To sing it?
Yeah, you don't have to see any of those people.
I'm afraid I would disrespect the song by forgetting some of the words.
Oh, man, that is a huge fear.
I feel like
isn't it?
you always know it when you're singing along to it, but if somebody said you sing it, I'm afraid that I would repeat a sentence or mess it up. It does happen at games, and I always feel for that person because you think you have it down and you know it, you've heard it 100 times, maybe you've practiced it going into it, and then all of a sudden nerves hit or you feel like you're inside your head. I might have messed up that note or something, and the next thing you know, you're repeating a sentence because it's not not a song that really flows that perfectly.
But it is for sporting events. It is the song that we all it's about to arrive, and it lets us know that the event's about to start. Like,
That's
hey,
true.
if you are here, it's
it
about
used to be
get rolling.
God Bless America at Reunion Arena. It wasn't the national anthem for Maverick games. I
didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Mark Cuban who changed that. I don't know what year it changed, but it used to always be when I went to Maverick games in the 80s with Orlando Blackman, Mark Aguirre, all those guys. It was never the national anthem. It was always God Bless America. I think that was a Don Carter thing. And I don't know if Ross Perot Jr. changed it. I don't know if Mark Cuban changed it, but at some point they changed it to we're not doing God Bless America anymore. We're doing the national anthem.
From the 214, my music teacher was the great-granddaughter of Francis Scott Key. Shout out Richardson for hiring a legend.
Man, kind of not shout out Mike for bashing that song. No, I'm just kidding. From the 254, they sent in a shout out earlier, and this is now going to come into play. Shout out to Matt War Pro Wrestling for crowning the first ever Trinity River Heritage Champion tonight at Martin House Brewing. They went on to say,
I love Martin House.
Moments ago, it starts at 6 o'clock.
I know.
Come out tonight, Corey. I'll let you sing the national anthem before the show.
I'm not sure I can make it. We do have family plans tonight, but I do love some
Family
Martin House
plans
Brewing.
could be to watch you put on a show.
They have some of my
Sounds
favorite
like I'm
beers.
about to switch my plans to go see that.
I like that, Kevin.
I'll support you.
UNT's Jared Mosley, athletic director, has issued a statement on the future of its basketball program. They look forward to introducing the next UNT men's basketball head coach soon and will not have any other comment until that time. But, McCaslin was great for them while he was here.
Catino Mosley.
All right, Mobley? Yeah, I can do that. You guys arm wrestle?
No, because I always think about that scene. I think it's from The Fly.
Over the Top?
Where Jeff Goldblum, breaks that guy's arm
And
out
I've
of
seen
it.
that happen before.
Yeah. No, Over the Top's an amazing movie where Sylvester Stallone tries to get his kid back by arm wrestling. That's a real thing.
Turns
That's
his
a
hat
real
around.
thing. Yeah.
And he goes after a guy, they have to arm wrestle, and he drinks diesel or gasoline right before he arm wrestles. I'm like, that's not good. You shouldn't do that.
Was it Diesel? Which ones, if you were to drink one of them to be most manly, which one do you think is more manly? Diesel or just
what is worse for you or
just
better
unleaded?
for you? There's just no way. You can't drink a half gallon of diesel or gasoline and your body take it.
Don't you like how the gas companies do it? They're like regular. It's not like poor unleaded. It's regular unleaded.
Yeah, you start at the base, just like extra strength. Who's ever bought strength of
No,
something?
I always buy
never
extra
want a
strength.
car that I have to do the 93.
Okay,
Yes.
I get that. Now, real quick, if I may, Corey.
Do you want to know why I asked if they arm wrestle?
No, I want to get to that in a second. Well, hold on. This will feed back in.
I don't want to at all.
This will feed back in. Joey looks skeptical about my description of the movie Over the Top. Here is a blurb of the movie plot. Lincoln Hawk, of course, who Sylvester Stallone plays,
A car and a bird.
He's a struggling trucker who arm wrestles on the side to make extra cash while trying to rebuild his life. After the death of his wife, he tries to make amends with his son, who he left behind 10 years earlier. Upon their first meeting, his son does not think too highly of him until he enters the World Arm Wrestling Championships in Las Vegas. He hopes to win the grand prize so he can get a custom semi-truck to start his own business and win back his son. Told ya.
What's better than like to get your kid back? Is it that or Commando? Commando was awesome.
Oh, well, maybe it wasn't bad. I'm watching John Grizzly was the name of the person. He ends up drinking motor oil. So he didn't drink gasoline or diesel, so he's probably fine. It's probably just like olive oil.
Pretty bad.
It's just motor oil.
Yeah, I think Mike's right.
And then he
Olive
ate
oil.
a cigarette while it was on fire. So then when he's screaming at Rambo,
I feel like I would lose.
I think it was Lincoln. I believe it was Lincoln Hawk.
And is this any dumber than, what was it, Hugh Jackman tried to win back his son with robot fighting a few years back?
Actually, was not. I liked that movie.
Did you?
and what did Denzel Washington do in the hospital? He held it hostage
for
so his son
for his kid.
John Q.
Yeah.
So the reason I ask is over the holidays, my oldest son, Avery, was, I don't know, challenging the older cousins to arm wrestling competitions in the house. The older cousins, one had just graduated and was off to college, and the other one is going to graduate in May. So I'm really excited for their graduation. I got to ask for a day off. So he's challenging them. They're older than him. One of them's taller than me, and he's like, this kid. They play sports. They're athletic and everything. Avery challenges both and defeats both of them.
Oh.
Both of the older cousins so much. Like the first one, he did it. He was like, I'm never arm wrestling Avery again. And I was like, wow. Avery challenges me all the time. I beat him. It's fine. The second cousin, he's the younger brother, but still older than Avery. He's like, all right, let's do it. Noah's weak. I'll take you on.
Yeah.
And so, not your Noah, our Noah. And so Avery gets him too, and he can't stand it. The whole weekend, he's like, all right, I'm ready now. And so he keeps going after him. Well, we're going to see him in May for graduation, and he's already challenging Avery again, saying he's been preparing. And Avery's like, bring it. And this is one of my favorite things is cousins getting after it like that is awesome for me. I love that they're competitive like this. But I think if we had the opportunity to settle most arguments in the world, would arm wrestling be the choice of ways to settle arguments?
It might be now, because I need to remember to never underestimate how vast our listening audience is. For example, yesterday or the day before, my mom sent me a text, and you know how sometimes you'll just see like the preview part of the text? It said, hey, I'm in Denver with 2 friends from work. And I was like, hold on. Did my mom leave the state and not give us a heads up? And like, she runs her own business.
She's a woman. She can do whatever she wants.
No, I know. But like, what friends from work? And then she followed up at the end and she goes, I probably should have told you that's what my neighbor just texted me. She was up in Denver. It was yesterday because they were listening to our opening day broadcast and was like, it's so cool that you live next to Kevin Hagelin's mom. And I thought that was really cool. But this is even better from the 940. I am actually a professional arm wrestler been on ESPN a couple times even. Fun fact, he actually did drink motor oil in that scene.
No. What? I mean, I just assumed they would put like some sort of edible oil in the can of Valvoline. It was Valvoline that they used there.
And the dude was just like, no.
Why did he do that? And the audience, there's like 73 different arm wrestling matches going on at once. It didn't even really, there's no fan that even saw him do it, it looked like, in the background. It's
But
just
his opponent.
Would that intimidate you? If I was ready to...
Hell yeah! Mike, is your question if we're about to arm wrestle and you chug some motor oil? I'm like, well, guess what? I'm about to lose.
Okay, I feel like if I'm going up against Nolan Arenado at the plate and he drinks motor oil on the on-deck circle walking up to home plate, I'm like, guess what? I already got strike one. You're too late to home plate. Next point. I don't care that you drank motor oil.
Topical.
We're not having a motor oil drinking contest. We're having a baseball competition or an arm wrestling competition.
What if your opponent picks up a car and just cracks the bottom of it and the oil starts pouring out and that's how he drinks it, Kevin? Then do you
If
think
you just
could
took
beat
a
him?
metal baseball bat and broke it over your head, I would be like, oh my God, this guy is strong.
Okay, and it just depends on what you're doing. Because if you're about to run a race, I think I got an advantage over the motor oil drinking guy. I'm like, I drink water.
Yeah.
I'm going to be okay. But if it's a competition of strength, I'm going to be scared.
But dude, race cars don't just have water in them; they have motor oil in them.
Okay,
so now
you're not a car.
That dude has motor oil in him. He's gonna go faster.
He's not a car either.
You don't know that?
Yes, I do know that. Well,
How?
wasn't there a show like
if he
My
says
Mom's
he's
a Car or something?
Your mom's
I
a
swear.
car?
There was a show
No.
that was like My Mom's a Car.
MILF
or my,
Manor?
What's that?
MILF Manor?
No, it's not MILF.
God,
What a
I
show.
forgot
MILF
about
Manor.
that.
My Mother the Car from
Yes!
1965 to 1966 on NBC.
I can see why that show would not have been on longer.
Anyway, I want to settle all arguments with arm wrestling from now on.
And then somebody, yes.
Should we have Dude, we should have an arm wrestling competition as the stage, like for the fan, instead of like, or in addition to
Instead of
fan
the
bowl.
golf one?
Yeah, in addition to fan bowl, we'll just over the top this son of a gun.
And by
I
the
like
way,
it.
multiple people have followed up and they're like, yeah, he had to go to the emergency room.
Oh, crap.
Which makes sense. Don't drink motor oil if you're a human.
Yeah, there's no way that worked out well. And he lost.
We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Some dude ate a cigarette.
Here.
Lit.
That would intimidate me as well. Coming up next,
You're
again,
getting cancer.
Not if we're running a... Oh, yeah. Well, guess what? He's not going to get cancer and die during the arm wrestling match. That will be later.
I would wait him out. I'd be like, you know what? Time out. Let's see how this thing digests 15 minutes from now.
Coming up next, random sports reports. We're bringing it back at the behest of Carter plus Masterpiece of the Week. It is the fastest segment in all of radio, and good news for you. It's up next right here on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a couple of minutes. But first, it's time for the Random Sports Report. This was inspired by
Arm wrestling
Carter
championships.
Freeman. Yeah, maybe we can carry over.
It is sunny outside in downtown Dallas.
What
now.
just happened?
That is super weird. And our windows are still like covered with rain. And it felt like it was raining really hard like 10 minutes ago.
It was.
By the way, from the 940, if y'all are serious about having a tournament, my uncle has been arm wrestling for over 35 years and has 7 tables.
Gavin Spittle. We need to get this underway.
I think you might be right.
I like this idea, and it can be done anytime. It doesn't have to be near football season. It can be done anytime.
Now, we're going to get to what Carter brought up in terms of rugby. Don't do that. But first, let's talk about the 2 Final Fours. Men's college basketball Final Four and the women's college basketball Final Four, which is going down tonight at the American Airlines Center in Dallas. The ticket prices are way higher for the women's Final Four than they are for the men's Final Four.
Is it because they play the men's in a football arena where there's 8 million seats?
I think that is part of it. However, last year, the men's Final Four tickets were about an average of, I believe, 10 times as expensive.
Duke, UNC.
Yeah, and then Kansas was in there too. And so this year it is Florida Atlantic, San Diego State, Miami, and UConn. And UConn has name recognition.
Right, but not a fan base.
Yeah. That.
I mean, I don't know how many people graduate from UConn. I'm going to guess 15,000 a year.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess.
I hear what you're saying. So the fan base not as large. So for the women's Final Four, as opposed to the men, you're talking about price discrepancies of about 6 times as expensive for the women's Final Four. Like you said,
who's in the women's Final Four? I'm sorry.
So the women's Final Four tonight is LSU and Virginia Tech. That game gets going at 6 o'clock. And then the highlight we played for South Carolina, they are a freaking juggernaut. They are 36-0. They play Iowa in the Final Four tonight. Iowa's a 2 seed. South Carolina's favored by 11 points.
By the way,
that is how good that team is.
UConn, I think they're full undergraduate and graduate students, 27,000 is what it says here.
Yeah,
so Mike, 15,000 would be, I think 4,000 is or what they had like 16 and 18. So just wanted to kind of give you an idea there.
So Final Four, I think I know the answer. Any interest on either Final Four, with one being in Dallas and then the other one having not the best lineup?
I'm an NIT guy.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. My
Final Four is already done.
I had interest a lot last year because of Duke, UNC, Coach K, last time to coach. I wish I did. I wish I could say I do, but I don't know if I'll turn it on Saturday.
I have a reason. I do have a reason to turn on the men's Final Four. How is Reggie doing in the Odyssey?
So Reggie just needs UConn to not win the title.
Oh, really?
If UConn doesn't win,
And he wins all the money?
finishes first. If they do, I think he finishes second.
But he'll win. He'll get first if they don't win.
If UConn
I'm
does
rooting-
not
all right.
win.
Yeah, so that's my interest is I'm rooting against him so Reggie can win. The person who's in second place, though, and could win, she's kind of awesome. So that's one of those, like, this is kind of a
Are you
coin
rooting
flip.
against Reggie?
No, because I know Reggie is also very interested in the women's Final Four. Like, that's
Yeah.
a dude who loves all sports. And
He
when
does.
it comes to, what's the top name of this segment, Kevin?
All
Random
sports.
sports
Random
report
sports. Reggie's a fan of all of them.
Yeah.
So I'm rooting for Reggie no matter what.
is from the 469. My dad's working the women's Final Four.
Nice.
Okay, that is very, very cool. Now, by the way, tonight, 6 o'clock and 8 o'clock, though, you could probably bet on that second game starting a little bit later.
You think the UConn mascot's going to be there? And he'll be like,
Yes.
can't take off my,
Yeah.
I can't take
It's a
off my
husky.
head. He wouldn't take his head off to talk to us, to do an
At
interview
least,
with
yeah,
us.
not on camera.
He's not allowed to.
They don't have a real husky like the Aggies do. The
don't
real
recall-
Aggie
I
dog.
don't- They won here. I don't recall seeing that when they were here at the Final Four. Now,
They don't bring Bevo out. If they would have made the Final Four, Bevo doesn't stand next to the court.
I think
while
that
dropping
would be
patties during the game.
amazing, but I do not believe that's the case.
There's another cow patty.
I don't know if you've announced this, random. Jaron Curse will wear 0 for the Cowboys,
Oh, really?
according to Patrick Walker.
Okay. So there's your random sports report, including a better known sport, but a relevant note nonetheless.
Random note.
Well, let's really get to what we need to talk about here, the Dallas Jackals. The Dallas Jackals,
What?
don't worry, you're going to love this.
This is Carter's fault again.
Yeah,
isn't
for
it?
sure. I will admit that.
I don't even know what they are.
The Dallas Jackals are a rugby team.
Ooh,
They have shown remarkable progress this year. Now, sure, will the naysayers tell you that since they were formed, they haven't won a game, and they weren't formed this year?
How are they naysayers if they say that?
Well,
That's just
because
true,
they're
isn't it?
naysayers.
Okay.
Sure. Has the team gone 0-22? I guess.
Okay.
That's what's happened since last year. But let me show you their remarkable progress. Now, it's true. We have to wade through some absolute garbage to get there. But stick with me. Last year, the Dallas Jackals went a robust 0-16. To make matters worse,
I don't think that's good, Mike.
10 of those losses were by 36 points or more.
Okay.
Yeah, but nobody even knows how to keep score.
Okay.
But and that also should mean they got the first pick in the draft.
Ooh,
So
they got Wimby.
Here's an example of some scores from this year: 33-25, 35-10. Unfortunately, they were in games that were like 78-20 and everything. But that was last year.
That was last year.
New era has dawned for the Jackals. Have they won a game? I already told you the answer was no. Now you're just being a jerk. However,
Have they won a game?
no.
Hater.
When do we get to the segment? Go. I'm excited.
Relax.
I'm excited.
10 of their losses were by 36 or more. This year, their worst defeat, only by 25.
That's better.
They're 0-6. They're only lost by 25. The Dallas Jackals are on their way up. A win could happen. I don't know when, but it could happen.
Have you ever seen a jackal in DFW?
It's like a
Mike?
coyote or something. Is that
Really?
right?
And
Is
you
that
know
what
what?
a jackal is?
Kind of. And I know what you're wondering. Well, when the hell can I see this happen? Tomorrow, Choctaw Stadium in Arlington. They take on the vaunted Toronto Arrows.
You know, if you make enough noise, the jackals will hide.
Now it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said,
She said, list this.
That was my favorite
That was a
random
good time.
sports
That was a
report
good time to
ever.
yell snap, and I didn't. Joey. you're
Howdy,
the-
fellas.
You're the best.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Sending good vibes to all the Jackals out there.
Yeah.
Hope they can pick up a few wins. It is time for Masterpiece
They
of the
have
Week.
big ears, I think.
We will play some of the funny clips throughout the past couple of weeks. And this one is from a couple of weeks ago. Corey at spring training. So we will start with this one.
But with a lot of these guys, it's like, man, I'm ready to move on to the next one because they're just pumping them out every year. Wide receivers, not what you guys were thinking, Mike.
I was thinking about running backs.
Okay. No, they don't pump out running backs every year. I guess they do. Just nobody's paying them.
Yeah. That's why you just keep drafting running backs every other year.
Yeah. Draft more quarterbacks too.
They don't pump those out.
What did they pump out?
Gas.
Motor oil.
Yeah.
No, I don't think you pump it. I think you pour it.
Okay.
Fair. We'll move to Mike, per usual. And this one is, we know about Jason Kidd.
Well, how come somebody can't get through to the 24-year-old man?
I don't know.
Call Luca and tell him, Kevin.
Why do they have adults and call them bat boys
It's
and bat
just dumb.
girls? I don't know.
Listen, guys, stop distracting me. I'm watching a game, and that's our head coach.
Stop distracting me.
When his voice gets high like that, is when I laugh.
They'll turn it around tomorrow.
Yeah. And on Sunday.
They need to, Mike. Otherwise, it's over. Yeah. Just completely over.
Yes.
If their goal was, hey, we want to be the first team ever to be the last place team in the play-in game and then get the NBA championship, they have a chance at that. It's just going to be such a steep hill. Maybe.
We had Derek Collin on a couple times this week, which was fun. But this is from Wednesday, and I thought he had an incredible impression of Kevin.
And so I think they're going to be like, hey, let's let it die down for a minute, and then let's attack it again in May.
What are you giggling about over there, Derek?
The way he just talked, he's like, let's let it die down. And then we'll bring it back.
Oh, yeah.
His voice.
You like Kevin's voice?
Yep.
Thank
was
you
good.
very,
Same
very
thing.
much.
Just call and leave a message or just text me.
That actually is pretty accurate. I don't know if you should have said it like that. That hurts my feelings.
What do you mean? That's how you said it.
You're right.
Do you know how you talk?
Yeah, for sure.
What's your favorite thing that you say?
Next.
Maybe for sure.
For sure?
Yeah, so is in the mix. Some people don't like the way I say is. And I told them, hey, sometimes it's because that's my calling card to get everyone locked in and paying attention.
How do you do it? I don't know.
Because sometimes I'll be like, now, is?
Yeah.
And I'll like kind of, because.
Long S.
Or he'll say like Jason Kidd is, and then he goes to a different part of it. It is unique. I will say that. I don't hear it very often. Like my grandmother will do it. She'll say it that way. But you
because
do
you
that.
try to turn is into a question word.
No.
Sometimes it's to get your attention.
Yeah, it's just it moves to the next thing. He didn't even really use it. He just says it, and then you're like, hold on. What?
I feel like if you just scream "Hey."
Right, I try not to do that, and I feel like is better, but you know what? I should have learned mine.
I think there's a promo with you in it where you go, yes, of course, and that's one of those. Like I think it's you, and I got to confirm with Spittle about that or whoever put that together because I think it is you from like some event. But that is something like when you say it, I get really excited. I'm like, yeah, man, that's awesome. I am excited.
Mike was talking
Not
about
sexually.
a specific. Speaking of maybe Mike was talking about something sexually.
But I'm kind of forcing it in there at this point right now.
I don't know. I hope it's not, but that.
I hope so too.
That's wrong.
You talking about pitching, cooking,
forcing it in? What am I forcing in?
Don't say that for the love of goodness.
Why not?
Well, I'm trying to, sometimes it buys you time, and then you think, if I say it again, if I say, what am I forcing
Just like
in?
retracing your steps.
Yeah.
Earlier, Kevin, you retraced your steps to a water bottle that I moved 2 feet away.
It
that
has
you
to
didn't
do with
see.
baseball or basketball, I assume.
Yeah,
But I
probably
don't know.
so. Yeah, or pitching. I'm trying to force it on the inside corner.
That's
and
baseball.
Yeah.
This one comes via Carter, not Corey's Carter. Our Carter.
Vince Carter.
Mike. Oh, not my Carter.
Yeah.
Our
yeah.
Carter.
He was driving around yesterday listening to the Get Right, and Broadus was on for a little bit. And then he noticed this.
Quarterbacks in this day and age can handle the stuff that comes off the edges. It's the stuff that comes in the middle of their face,
right,
or is part of in the rush in their face, is what makes things problematic for them.
Cross it off. Next.
It's because it wasn't on our show.
Was it on our show or in our crosshouse?
I just wanted to throw that.
That being said,
Kevin,
did you hear how
That's a
quickly he
rule?
corrected himself? Did
Yes.
you hear it? He immediately went, I got to change
Well,
that.
and you know what
real
he'll
quick."
say? He's like, well, because I have to work with these juvenile idiots. He didn't tell us that every single week. He was like, because I'm with you morons when you come in studio.
Arrive at the studio.
Yeah.
Well, not from what I just heard. There you go.
This one is from yesterday. We had a Steve Buechele on. And I love that Kevin interjected this while he was talking.
I think it
today.
will be today. I mean, think back to last year when you played the Yankees or somebody. There were so many Yankee jerseys in this stadium. We're going to see a lot of Phillies jerseys here today.
Gross.
And coming, yeah, for sure. And coming off that.
Yeah. See, Steve Michelle's like, I get it.
Yeah, for sure. He didn't even break stride on that either. He knew.
I always respect that when somebody can, whether they're walking or talking or whatever, just bounce off of something and not even break what they were doing. That was amazing.
214, how's Corey's bracket? Still perfect. I was very, very scared that it wasn't, but Kevin corrected me, so I'm glad that we're back in the game.
Good deal.
Go Miami.
One more for you guys. Mike does not want this jersey.
It's going to
You know what? If that is the big
LeBron.
You know it's Dwight Powell. You know it's Dwight Powell. That's the deal. You have to keep Dwight Powell forever, but you get the rest of this team.
I do think they're re-signing Dwight Powell in the offseason.
Let's go.
5 years, 60.
I'll buy you a Dwight Powell jersey.
All right.
Please don't.
Please don't. That was the most defeated I've ever heard Mike, I think.
I do think, I don't know who's played the most in Mavericks history after Dirk. I do think Dwight has a chance to set that record.
Most games or most minutes?
I'm not kidding. No, just being on the team. Like, I just think that, I do think Dwight has another 5 to 8 years with the Mavericks. I think he's going to be our Udonis Haslem. And and
Udonis Haslem
I don't know, he might have spent 40 years, it felt like, with the Miami Heat. But I just,
like Drew Timmy. Everyone's like, what season is he in?
Every time you look at the Heat, you're like, we'll see the Heat if you watch the game, and somehow Udonis Haslem's still going to be on the team. You're like, I think he played with Ronnie Cycli.
The early 1990s.
There's nobody.
Out of Syracuse.
No, there's
yeah.
not.
Ronnie Cycli had this like dark hair that looked like he got it permed. He went to Syracuse. Oh, absolutely. I remember.
I'm trying to type this in. Nobody
is this
knows.
Still the Udonis Haslem, or is his son now on the team? And you're like, it's still Udonis Haslem. And I'm like, Dwight Powell is going to be on. If Dirk's kid plays on the Dallas Mavericks, somehow Dwight Powell will still be on the Mavericks.
Time to vote.
And maybe starting. He might be starting still.
He might be the player coach.
And we're going to hear, you know what? Stats don't define this player. Well, then what the hell does?
From the 469 Dwight Powell statue coming.
Honest to God, there's a 50%
You have
chance.
the leftover beads that we took off the dirt.
It'll be him dodging an elbow from his face.
Oh my God.
Or holding his mouth after the.
He'll be holding his mouth. That will be the statue of Dwight Powell holding his mouth.
Dude, he gets hit in the mouth a lot. Every game, at least once or twice. I don't know if at least works there.
I'm going to vote for. This is amazing. Like, because of Mike, I'm looking this up. Let's see. In the Dwight has Udonis Haslem. I'm okay. That's your fault. That's your fault. Has played 64 games for the Heat in the last 7 years combined. 64 games. But he's still on the team in 7 years.
That's less than 10 games a year.
Yes, it is.
And they're like, keep him, dude. He's a fixture in Miami.
Guy.
He's a locker room guy.
Stats don't define him.
Vote for.
They don't have stats for pick setting.
I'm going to vote for Mike talking about forcing it in, especially because he can't remember what it was from.
What he was forcing it in on. I'm voting for, because it was a Steve Buechele highlight. I'm voting for Kevin and Steve Buechele. Actually, I'm going to say that Boo gets the credit on this for Kevin.
I'll go with Dwight Powell.
The defeat.
Fine. You know what? Dwight.
Mike just wanted to win.
Mike, you're an
That's how
enabler.
competitive
Dwight
Mike is.
Powell
I'm giving in.
Is your masterpiece of the week.
He's
Play that
gonna
one.
miss
If
one
that
more.
is the big,
LeBron.
you know it's Dwight Powell. You know it's Dwight Powell. That's the deal. You have to keep Dwight Powell forever, but you get the rest of this team.
I do think they're re-signing Dwight Powell in the offseason.
Let's go.
5 years, 60.
I'll buy you a Dwight Powell jersey.
All right.
Please don't.
Statue incoming.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here
So many
on
Dwight Powell
105 through the fan.
supporters.
Ooh, Mike, you were forcing in the food at Loop 9 Barbecue.
Oh, that's right.
That's
It was
right.
really
That
good.
is right. Well
really
done.
good.
Thank you very much from the 214. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105 through the fan.
Tolos, let's talk about
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts and more than just Silverados. Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, all of your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 903. Shout-out to you guys for talking with the fans at the game yesterday. It was great to see y'all. From the 817, shout-out to my wife and I. We got married 2 weeks ago, and on the week of the wedding, we found out she is pregnant. Prior to that, we've been trying to conceive for 5 years. Wow, that is incredible. Shout-out to you guys. And then from the 469, I got a shout-out to all that fan crew. You guys rock. True Tolo. Excellent stuff. Y'all have been fantastic all day. Now, courtesy of D&M leasing it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today? Uh-oh.
Joey.
Peggy, you're doing better than Joey?
Yeah, rare mess up from Joey there. He did a real nice job for us earlier in the week, so I know that's a rare mess up for him, but we're giddy. It's a Boomstick Burger Bet Payoff Friday.
What are your thoughts, or are there betting odds about Chiafalo and how he will do? Because I'm on record as saying I think he can pull it off. What kind of betting odds are at play here?
Ooh, this is good. This is a good question. Should we do a time, like over under?
Yeah, I think on time. Time is the most important thing. I have no doubt. I would be willing to lay 10-1 odds, Mike, that Chiafalo gets this job done here today in the allotted 3 hours and 4 minutes
without throwing up.
I think, I think even money should come in around an hour and a half. Around the hour and a half.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Have you seen the sandwich yet?
Yes.
Okay.
I've picked it up.
Okay.
I've seen it. Laid eyes on it.
It's a 6-pounder.
Yeah. It's a big burger, It's you can do some fly shoulder work.
What gives you confidence? What have you seen from?
Seen him eat so many times. He just crushes food. He's like the guy that played with the Rangers that we went that one time to dinner with Dutch in Arizona. Smolinski.
Okay.
It's the best eater since Smolinski. Now, Smolinski ate a Chipotle burrito and then had a double bacon cheeseburger.
Good God.
Yeah, and he was just like, what? Let's go out.
So I think of the wing place from Arizona that y'all said was trash, and then Chiafalo went around and cleaned off everyone's wings, even though they were awful. It's a good sign that he's like a trash compactor.
He can do meat, but we did this when it comes to Waffle House waffles. My guy was like, I can put down 10 easy. Put down about 4.
Yeah.
But I only had 60 minutes, to be fair.
Well, so you wanted to eat more? After 60 minutes, you're like, gosh, if I just had another hour, I would eat more.
Well, if I had the full 3-hour allotment that I'm going to get for the Boomstick, I feel like I certainly would have gotten much closer than halfway roughly home.
I've been watching a lot of.
I have to change the betting odds a little bit off of this new information.
You have to eat fast.
Yeah.
Your brain, as soon as your brain realizes it's full, that's when you're done. So these competitive eaters, they have to eat this food very fast. Like the faster I can eat it, the better, because my brain eventually will tell me your stomach is full.
You got to shut it down.
I'm actually hoping for absolute disaster.
Me too.
Because disaster leads to Dawson also having to do a bet payoff.
Yeah, he's my champion.
Yeah. So there is going to be.
That's where the confidence is,
by
Kevin.
the time we get to what you're thinking, what you're drinking, Dawson could be in a really bad mood.
Yeah,
really bad mood.
Yeah,
and
I
that
was
would be
rooting
fun
for Eric, but now I'm not,
because I want to see him I want to see Eric struggling to finish the challenge.
Yeah, that's just so.
But
you
I
can
want
go get
Dawson
a bite of it.
MFing him the whole time while he's doing it.
What's the
That's
point?
what I want.
What's the point in the burger?
Yeah.
How much will be left of the sandwich where you're like, you better effing finish that?
Oh, no.
There's like 4 inches left.
Yeah.
Finish it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be whooping him like a jockey on a thoroughbred. And down the stretch they come.
Yeah.
That starts at 220.
Eat, damn it.
All right.
220?
That starts at 220. What else? Not as if that wasn't enough reason to listen. What else you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. LaFonso Ellis talking hoop. NCAA tournament 4:00.
Nice. Fascinating.
Yep.
And then from the 817,
Legend.
Does anyone on G-Bag know the Heimlich? That's probably important information. Roll home with
Everybody
the
say no.
I think so.
Nation.
I know.
Reggie, be on alert.
We've been the KNC Masterpiece, not to save him, but to go on air.
That's exactly right.
Roll
Yeah.
home with the G-Bag Nation and Sandwich
not gonna
Champion
joke, are you?
Eric. We'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. KNC right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Eric.
Say potato, Kevin.
Potato.
Potato.
The latest from the Star in Frisco.
20 minutes. We're 20 minutes away from a bet payoff here in the nation. Once again, Eric Chiafalo, the Boomstick Burger bet payoff. Chiafalo coming up at 2:20, ready to rock the house with that. And he will have, thanks to the Rangers playing one of the longest games of the day in MLB yesterday, he'll get just over 3 hours to pull this off, 3 hours, 4 minutes, following the Rangers' 11-7 win over the Phillies. So you're going to want to watch, if you can, get a look at this bad boy and get a look at Chiefs' pace. I think you'll be pretty impressed. Maybe some of you know better eaters than Chiafalo, but not many. Not many. This is a true champion of the eating space over here. He's going to put on a show coming up at about 2:20.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You got it. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus. Alec Medford in for Lucius Alexander today. Woolchuck and Chiafalo, Carter Freeman coordinating the video along with you. We are the G-Back Nation here on 105
baby!
The Fan. Yeah. Trying to build up some confidence in Chiafalo here. I know he doesn't need it.
Yeah, you're overselling hard.
He's going to walk in here and body slam this Boomstick burger.
See, that's the thing. I do like that I at least have one portion of what feels like a road game with Broaddus and Wolchuk here rooting against me. It's nice to have a little bit of a student section. I'm glad Mom and Dad showed up to cheer me on today.
You're definitely my guy,
Yes,
Chief, and I've seen what you're capable of.
I cannot wait till the fan base turns on you, Chiafalo. I can't wait.
When I start letting them down on the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and like Dawson's kind of thinking like, oh no, I've got to do another bet payoff.
I've been burned.
I haven't had to do one of these in a while.
I've been burned on one of these eating challenges. I put my faith in Eric, and he gave me the bird.
But there wasn't anything really on the line other than pride for Wolchuk. There's something
That's
serious
true.
here. And I grew up, I'm a team sport athlete, okay?
Yeah.
So I know what it means to have
so you held
your
out
guys
on me?
back, okay?
What
You
the
look to
hell?
the man to the right, to the man to the left, you say, I'll take care of you, okay? Let's go into the trenches together.
Yeah.
We're going in the trenches
That's
together,
when you do
Dawson.
your best work, when you're playing for your friends.
That's right.
I'm just by the way, the sandwich looks beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's huge.
It's gorgeous.
It is a gorgeous
They
sandwich.
should call it the Serge Ibaka, but that thing's impressive.
Yes, I think we should go ahead.
I'm going to go grab it so we can just have it
If it was
here
at an
sitting.
NBA game, I think it would be the Serge Ibaka.
Now, Wolchuk, you claim to know inside information here that gives you confidence in being pessimistic, and that Chiafalo cannot handle the carbs and the bread as well as he can like wings. Because I've seen him demolish 4 dozen wings and still be hungry.
Yeah,
4 dozen.
If it's a wing challenge, Gavin, I would have your back on this. I'd be like, our guy's going to demolish this thing. But I do think when you add the bread element, and you've got the breading on the onion rings, and even the chili here, I think the chili is going to really sit heavy in the belly. But, our guy's a carnivore, but you're right. It's all about the bread element here that I'm worried about.
Every stomach's different.
That thing looks like an aircraft carrier.
It's a chili burger suitcase lunchbox is
Get
what
that
this
on the
is.
camera.
Get the camera. Get a little better camera
There it is.
position. There we go.
That's a good spot right there.
Yeah.
I'm going to get a nice carrying case they
is.
set Majors up with on out the door last night.
Beautiful.
I'm going to get to the gate, and they're going to be like, no, you're going to have to check that, sir. I'm sorry. That thing's not going up in any of
They'll
these
make you throw it out
compartments.
like the baseball bat.
Definitely not TSA approved over there. So, yes, that's coming up at 2:20. We're going to open with a little bit of Cowboys here for you. A lot going on, but Mike McCarthy did an interview with Tom Pelissero, NFL Network, and it's fresh audio. Just a little bit of a teaser of what's to come up. I don't know if this is like a weekend interview they're going to post or something like that. But cut number 1, Mike McCarthy, his updated state of the Cowboys as we sit today. Here's Mike.
State of Dallas Cowboys? We're in an excellent space. I really like the way the offseason's gone. Number one, you always go into free agency, try to sign your own back. I think we did a really good job there, and we've added some excellent veterans. So exciting times.
Yes, I would agree. Absolutely, no dispute there. You can hear the teeth sucking is in midseason form, and you can hear more energy. He's got some pop to him, doesn't he?
Yep. Fired all my coaches.
Yep.
Got rid of the OC.
He is. Everybody, the heavy breathing's the headliner, but it's the teeth sucking that really steals the show.
I never
You're
really
right about
noticed that.
Okay, what are you looking to see be improved? Here's cut 2, Mike.
Definitely efficiency. I mean, and you're always chasing that. I mean, I think we have the same numbers that you do as far as the how we perform, but it's really the efficiency of those numbers and how you're throwing it. I think situationally we've done some real good things, but there's some other areas we could be better in.
So, I think that's good because we talk a lot about how this Cowboys offense is great, and it is, but Dak Prescott's like QBR hovers somewhere just below Pro Bowl level consistently, right? Like, so you get all of these great numbers and touchdowns and scoring is there, but I think he believes they can make it more consistent and more reliable, and as a result of that, stand up against better defenses. But that's an interesting idea, and it goes back to what's more important, the total counting numbers, we put up the most yards, we put up the most points, or the numbers like, total QBR, which measure the efficiency of a down-by-down basis. And I love that Mike is focused on that and not sort of sitting there with his arms crossed like, what? We put up the most points when Dak's been healthy the last 3 years. What more do you want? That's the appropriate tone to take with this offense, because no matter what some stats say, it hasn't been there at all, if you ask me, when you need it most.
Yeah. But time and time again, you see it in the regular season versus really good teams, and then you've seen it certainly in the postseason. And so we'll see if this works out. Hopefully it's not like full Jason Garrett conservative. Maybe you dial things back in, and find a happy medium between Kellen Moore, Jason Garrett. I don't know, but I'm not necessarily optimistic it's going to work, but I am looking forward to seeing something a little bit different here.
Well, the reason that I have hesitancy is just McCarthy, coach does stress complementary football, which I think is what he's aiming for here. But his track record as a coordinator is he wants to throw the ball. So I just don't know if once you get into a game and he's actually calling the plays and you get the adrenaline flowing, is he going to stick to basically managing himself and preaching and practicing what he's preaching here? Is he just going to go super pass happy?
Don't you think it'll be real easy when he realizes it's number 4 and not number 12 behind that line? Be a bit easier to keep running that ball, I think, when it's not Aaron Rodgers.
The question,
no disrespect.
The question I wanted to ask you guys is this offensive personnel group who they have, the receivers, the line, the quarterback, is it capable of just being vanilla and winning games?
That's a great question.
Is it capable
just beat the man in front of you,
Is it capable of lining up and just saying, okay, this is how we're going to have to play? Or I could say, because if it turns it, and one of the things we've been super critical of the Cowboys is lack of creativity.
Yeah.
Right? And it
they have
sounds
talked
like
about
to me
more pre-snap movement.
Right. But if
I don't think you can line up and be static and win.
It sounds like to me that he is interested in kind of dialing back some things on the offense.
Yeah.
If you're talking about being a run first team, then that means to me that you're trying to say, well, listen, don't have a lot of faith in throwing the football. Got to limit the number of passes, because my receivers can't catch at times. It ain't all on the quarterback.
Okay, so I think CD and Brandon Cooks are good enough, right? Michael Gallup needs to prove it again, and I believe that he will. I think Michael Gallup's going to have a bounce-back year. So you got 3 good receivers, in my opinion, and we'll see what ends up happening in the draft. The question will be, is your offensive line taking that next step? Does Biotish continue to improve? Does Tyler Smith get better in year 2? Right? What ends up happening on the right tackle? Is it Tyron? Is it Terrence Steele? I believe it's still going to end up being Terrence Steele on opening day.
So you're saying that you feel like that they, with this current group of players they have, with some add-ons,
right,
that they're good enough to dial it back and just go beat people?
I think I would lean yes, but I also think there's a happy medium here, right? You don't want to be overly conservative, but I think we found out, and it's not that Dak doesn't put up numbers when you ask him to throw the ball 40-plus times a game, but that's not conducive to consistently winning.
And I'm not sure they're talking about just totally lining up and trying to man beat man. There's still room for creativity, and I think they still need it, because in order to line up man beat man, you got to be able to win with power at the line of scrimmage. And this team is not ready to do that right now.
Well, but it's okay. Yeah, to your point, you're right. But what's the first thing they talk about going into the offseason? Talked about the offensive line.
Yeah.
They didn't talk when we were all screaming to add Hopkins and guys like that. They're looking at this thing going, we need to think about what's going.
It's got to be the biggest thing going into the
draft. They're talking about getting their best 5 on the field is what they're talking about.
We haven't best 5 pass blockers was something that they mentioned as well.
Okay, now let's talk about how different this offense is going to look. This is fresh audio in Mike McCarthy talking with Tom Pelissero, cut 4. What will the new offensive changes look like?
It's not going to be a bunch of major changes. The offense is clearly built around making Dak successful, and the things that we are changing, the things that we are adding, he'll be part of that conversation as we work to that point. As a whole, number one goal for offense is we got to take better care of the football.
Yeah, protect that football, and hopefully they'll be flexible. It doesn't sound like they exactly know what everything is going to look like, but I think they want to try new things with Dak, and particularly get the ball out early, get the ball to guys on the move, and see if that works.
The taking care of the football thing is just so funny, though. Like, you're talking about, one, the larger sample size tell you Dak is a guy that does take care of the football, and even despite all of these different, like some of the interceptions, like the ones in the Niners game, those were definitely some backbreakers. But, I mean, across the board, you're talking about less than 2% of all the plays that you have on offense end up being the turnover stuff. And so, yeah, there are critical moments where you don't want them, but to build an entire offense of just being scared of them, to me, is not something that's going to result when you have a league of guys that are not scared. And they're not worried about throwing the interception because they're also going to throw a bunch of touchdowns.
I think what's happened, though, is that as the offensive line has deteriorated, Kellen Moore's downfield passing scheme has left Dak more susceptible to not seeing those extra defensive backs that are lurking. When he had a clean pocket, even his rookie year, he was going downfield between levels and dropping dimes. As he's gotten older, you've actually seen the benefit of his experience decrease because of how important the protection is and the offensive line is. And if we're going to ask plays to develop downfield that late, Dak's going to keep throwing picks. You got to get the ball out of his hand early to guys more open, close to the line of scrimmage. Guys that have dominated for Dak. Jason Witten, Cole Beasley, Dalton Schultz, all very, very close, right? That's where he's going to thrive, and that's where he's looking to for high percentage looks, because you're right, Dak has not historically turned it over. He's been conservative because he knows down there with bad protection, that's the danger zone, right? So I get what you're saying, though. If you're building a passing game out of fear, you probably need a different quarterback.
Right, yeah. If you're that scared of it, my gosh. I mean,
but I think the West Coast has thrived, and I think Mike McCarthy is going to pay great attention to what's working and what's failing and adjust accordingly.
Yeah, and there's so many aspects to it. Like, even in, you can be scared of the deep ball, but there's some games where you need it. And the Niners game was a game where we're going into the entire week was, hey, you can beat these guys down the field. You can beat these guys down the field. And all game long, it's Kellen Moore asking Dak Prescott to throw the ball between 5 and 10 yards.
They went one time down the field to CeeDee Lamb. What happened?
Yeah,
it was a completion.
It was a really, really good play. And so there are times where, hey, pushing the ball down the field is what you need, and your offensive coordinator, I guess, didn't see that. And so as long as, at least in those moments, McCarthy sees that and say, hey, against this defense, it is pushing the damn ball down the field. At least, that's just one thing. But I think those are things that you need.
Okay, a lot going on. Carlos Watkins is signed with the Cardinals. Cowboys wanted to keep him, but they lose him. So we'll see. Does that affect their draft strategy, or do you like Osa so much that you feel like you're good at that spot?
Kind of feel like it doesn't affect him. It would have been nice to get him done, but they'll move on from there, and they'll still be. I could say I think the signing of Hankins might take you out of that one at 26. Everybody had that one kind of maybe as a possibility, but I think it takes it out of it.
Terrell Basham is going to the Bengals. That's a name, not necessarily a key guy to their pass rush. Congrats to UNT, as Huntsberry had 21, Perry had 20, and they win the NIT. You guys are on cloud 9 over there.
That's right. That's right.
So proud.
I don't think Wolchuk's taken off that UNT shirt since.
This is a different one.
Been wearing it all week.
But I need to get some more gear from Rally House because this stuff's now gotten way too big for me.
So we're officially the 69th best basketball school in the country.
Number one, if you ask me, in my heart. But you're right. We are Team 69.
UNT did lose their coach, though, Grant McCaslin, going to Tech. So
are you bleeping kidding me?
Congrats to him. Good run in Denton. Great run
hell,
in Denton.
coach.
That happened right after the game.
Yeah, it did.
Maybe this could be like a Bob Stoops, Lincoln Riley situation.
The ink was drying in the middle of the third quarter, or I guess it's the second half, or whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's okay. Grant, we love you, and I think they're going to promote his associate head coach, who was also their DC during the season. He's been with Grant McCaslin since he got to UNT over the last 6 years, so Coach Hodges, I think, is going to end up getting that gig.
And then he'll be at TCU next year.
Well, if that happens, it means we won another damn tournament, Brian. So I'm thrilled with
all we do is hang the right banners, which is championship banners.
It was disappointing to not be able to watch the Rangers game yesterday. I forgot that the Bally's Plus app doesn't have the Rangers, but I turned it on and I couldn't watch it, so I listened. And it was glorious. What a comeback win, an opening day win for the ages. That's one you won't forget. That's for sure. And we'll see how they can carry on with that fun opening day. They have the night off tonight. They'll be back at it tomorrow.
I know, it's a bummer. It's like I wish we could just get right back out there.
Yeah. Okay, and then, Kyrie Irving says they aren't giving up on the playoffs, but they are at peace following the loss on Wednesday night. The Dallas Mavericks lows just continue to kind of redefine themselves, and it's unfortunate, but they're going to visit the Heat tomorrow, so at least they'll have nice weather as their second half of misery continues. Okay, we are now just minutes away from a Friday edition of a Burger Boomstick bet payoff. Chiafalo has 3 hours and 4 minutes. Check us out, 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. And then the G-Bag of the day is coming up at 2:30 here on The Fan. Yeah, it is time now for a Boomstick Burger. Bet Payoff Friday. Eric Chiafalo has the new Texas Rangers food item, and he's nuking part of it. He's nuking, I don't know, maybe half of it. Is that what he did? Maybe a third of it?
Yeah, it's a half. And
it's big.
I'll tell you what, I was holding it on the plate. He's not lying. That thing is seriously heavy. That's one of the heaviest sandwiches. It's almost reminded me of like when you go buy lasagna, you get it like to go one of these places.
Yeah.
And how, how it's layered.
Uh-huh.
That heavy.
You can feel the heaviness.
You can feel the heaviness of it. Yeah.
We really should have brought, and somebody asked, like, how much does this Boomstick Burger weigh? We should have weighed it.
I'm going to guess 6 pounds.
Yeah, that's what Eric said.
Yeah.
I mean, it does look, when you open that thing up and you can see the thickness of it, you're right. The meat is like a meatloaf consistency there, Brian.
Okay, segment is brought to you by Window Nation. Buy 2, get 2 free, pay nothing for 2 years. And Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel. Consultations always free, truckwreck.com. The text just ain't true, Gavin. He's had 1 year of turnovers and damn near half were questionable on whose fault it was. Dak can throw deep and not turn it over. I agree if he has great protection. And it's clear they're thinking, let's get the ball in guys' hands and have them run with it more than let's build Dak a great offensive line. But they can see it. You put any quarterback under pressure, you're getting more turnovers. And last year, on a per-throw basis, nobody turned it over more than Dak. You think these picks that are kind of the receiver's fault are rare? That's how most picks are. You don't get to say, oh, well, Dak had more because of this. Everybody has those, and everybody has a bunch more throws that could have been picked. Okay, so, I appreciate what y'all are saying, but it's clear the team is evaluating this correctly. Dak under a line like this is not going to be able to throw that much, make big plays without turning the ball over. I think they're dead balls on right. If you want to side with Kellen Moore on this instead of Mike McCarthy, be my guest, as Eric Chiafalo is back in studio now with a big Boomstick Burger shot for the cam. I'm about ready to start this timer, buddy. You just say when, and you'll have 3 hours and 4 minutes.
Yeah, 3 hours and 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's a bad boy right there.
That's half of it.
What are you pulling out?
I just want to pull out the measure.
Oh, yeah.
Get the tape measure. So this is going to be the first. Yeah, this is the first 12 inches. So this is the first half.
You cut that thing right in half.
Yeah,
huh?
we're going right down the middle. Half number 1. I'm hoping to just blow through this easy money right now. I'm hungry. It smells good. It tastes good. It's heavy. You got a nice,
smells like the ballpark.
A nice shine on the
Yeah.
bread.
The bun, yeah,
on the bun.
Tell me what's all in this thing, by the way.
This is a burger patty, chili, Texas chili. You got chili cheese, you have onion rings, and you have an ungodly amount of jalapenos, which, when we go...
You're going to tear your stomach up. You're in trouble.
That's going to hurt me more than anything, honestly.
Yeah, I remember that look on your face when you tried to take down a little nitro. And you had to regurgitate it. Hopefully there's no regurgitations, but
nope.
An amazing job.
So if you throw up, you lose.
By the Rangers yesterday with a comeback victory.
That's the white flag.
I think you'll be okay.
This is going to be a come-from-behind victory, I believe, for Eric Chiafalo.
Is it warm enough?
Here we go. Bite number 1. Yeah, it's decently warm.
As we're off and running here at 2:25:15. 2:25:15, the official start of this timer, is Eric Chiafalo has agreed to take down a Boomstick Burger in the time that the Rangers played their opening day game in.
That's delicious, man.
It was a historic opening day game. Brad Miller became the first Rangers player in 11 years to homer in consecutive season openers.
Yo, Brad, it's our guy.
Two-run Bombski made it 11-6. What you guys bond with him about?
Just in general, just life and just what a stud that he is.
Was he one of those guys that answered the steroid question?
Sam Huff gave the best answer, but he did. We asked him about that. He's a big fan of the dong ball. Is Brad Miller? He loves himself some Sonic as well, but he was just a good dude. He's the one that had the PS5 in the locker room because he donates to charity. He's a very charitable individual.
817, no way Chief can do this. 214, how much are the Boomstick Burgers?
$35. $35. I will say there is a pretty impressive, borderline unique density to this beef. This is not hey, we're throwing together the thinnest patty in the world.
Is it like a meatball almost?
This feels like a ham-pack kind of situation.
So it's usually
there's a beef density.
It's not a beef sausage.
Right.
It's an actual burger.
This is burger, and this is what I would amount to probably a triple meat level thickness.
Okay, that was my question because you go quad patty sometimes.
Yeah, I go quad patty on that, but my gosh, dude, yeah, this is going to be no joke.
2 feet of dog burger that Chiafalo's trying to break down. Now, if you check it out on video, 105throughthefan.com, you'll see, he's got quite a pace going already and taking monster bites of this, attempting to get as much down as possible in the early goings. How about the homer from Grossman as well? I didn't take much note of this guy. I just saw a new name and figure he wouldn't make the team in spring training. But this guy's got a nice swing, and he's built like a badass bomb hitter. I like this new guy Grossman brought us.
When we were there in camp, and we were having the opportunity to do our show, but watch as the games were being played, it always seemed like this guy found a way to get on base. Kind of it wasn't I wouldn't think about the power, but it was ground ball through the hole, solid base hit, kind of flares one here. I mean, Jared Sandler was talking about him, quite a bit. You watch this Grossman guy, and we were, and that's where I think that. It's nice to see him in the line, and it's nice to see him contribute this early as well.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but just the whole excitement of it, I think the main idea is that you're down and you feel like, oh, here we go again, another boring game where you can't score, you can't pitch, and then all of a sudden things come to life, and it gave you a confidence or an optimism about what we might be watching. Can you ever count this team out? I know it's after game 1, but maybe that's the kind of team this is going to be, and it's just a lot of fun right now to be talking Rangers with you.
I'm not going to lie, the early innings, and then all of a sudden they started kind of touching up Degrom a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was going,
Alec Bohm, man.
Please don't be this. Please don't be this guy that, that all our hopes are on his shoulders and he's just going to, he's going to scuffle along here and all that. And hey, good for his teammates picking him up. I mean, that was amazing, that inning that they had. But initially, I would have hated to see if the Rangers would have lost that game, it wouldn't have been about the bats.
No.
It would have been about Degrom's start.
Yeah. Bloodbath for Degrom after that. But he, in one at-bat, equaled the number of triple-digit pitches that the Rangers had in their entire season last year.
That. Yeah.
And one bleeping at bat, they had over 20-some-odd thousand pitches thrown last year. I think Jonathan Hernandez is the only guy to get to triple digits last year. He did it on 2 different occasions, and Degrom did it in one at-bat.
Yeah, it's definitely impressive, and his 7 strikeouts in 3 2/3 should not be overlooked when you look at his line, Wolchuk.
No, I mean, his first inning was exactly what you expect of him. The Phillies are a good team. I mean, DeGrom's not going to go out there every single start and just throw a perfect game
we need
shutout.
We need him to. We really need him to.
I don't know.
Do you, 30 perfect games.
If you can score 11 runs with your offense and every single person in the 9 batting order scores a run? That's optimistic.
I'm being very optimistic because this is exactly what the Rangers need. I don't need him to I don't need him to miss games. I need him out there every single day he can pitch because this team's livelihood is going to depend on this rotation. You can't have guys missing games.
Well, look, they had him 70 pitches or so. They took him out, right? That's going to be for health reasons. It wasn't because he was struggling out there. And the Phillies have a good lineup.
What did you say?
Huh?
You think he was struggling a little bit?
No, they didn't take him out because of that. I think that they had a pitch limit that they wanted him to get to. He got to that, and then they removed him from the game. They didn't take him out because they were like, oh, Degrom can't get his way out of this.
His previous starts in opening day were 8 innings, 7 innings.
They sure were, but I'm not
going
to overreact to one bad outing. I don't think you're going to see that.
No, not overreacting. Just saying the story of the day, if they lose that game, is that their $500 million pitcher was scuffling around.
Absolutely,
out there.
but now it's, my gosh, look at this lineup and look at this offense and how they were able to rally and save the game.
Absolutely.
We got a texter in here that doesn't have Wolchuk and Chiafalo straight. Wolchuk soda guy, Chiafalo is food trash compactor guy.
There you go.
He's like, I bet you 8 to 5 that Wolchuk has gained back all the weight he lost on soda, as much as he talks about pizza, beer, burgers, and donuts.
No, I cannot have any of this.
Wolchuk's dialed. We've traveled with him 3 times now.
Yeah.
Soda actually recommends Wolchuk not even making eye contact.
It's time now for the G bag of the day. Here's Alec Medford and for Lucius.
Gentlemen, good to be back with you. Good to be back. Eric, thoughts and prayers? Thoughts and prayers. I thought about putting on the Crocs today for the first time in years to give you some moral support, but
I would have appreciated that.
Yeah,
I could not have brought myself to do it. I'm sorry, but you have my thoughts, and this is fun. But last time it was Wednesday, because we were off yesterday. We had Bill Walton win, knocked off Deion Sanders, and Bill Walton just being Bill Walton.
Freeze up, Steve, got it! Arizona back on top. Rubbed his shoulder, wipes off the blood, and calls the crowd down onto the court. Jimmy Buffett next door, son of a sailor. We're on our way to Margaritaville. After 3 games and 3 nights with you, perhaps.
Yeah, there he is, the champ.
Off to Margaritaville.
My guy, Bill Walton.
Yeah.
Yeah, last time the men's tournament was in Houston, Bill Walton was down there. It was on Radio Row with Mark Elfenbein.
Oh, geez.
And having a good time. having a great time, but they interviewed Bill Walton, who's kind of a hero of mine, and I wasn't there, but RJ Choppy was. So RJ will always have that on me. He got to meet the great Bill Walton down there, still looking to make a connection. Sounds like it can be quite a trip if you meet Bill Walton these days, Alec.
It does sound like it, and that is a conversation I would love to have one day. But a conversation that was had on the New Heights podcast. Bear with me, this is a little bit long, but this is totally worth it. The NFL owners meetings were last week. They did their annual coaches picture with all 32 head coaches, and Travis Kelce could name maybe like 2 hands worth.
Let's give it a Travis Kelce try right now.
I can. I'm the worst with names, but I can tell you team.
Okay, all right. Starting on the left.
Chargers, Giants.
Yep.
San Fran. Who the is that guy? I don't know the next 2. Steelers. Is that Steelers? Tampa? Is that Tampa?
It's Tampa. Yep.
Detroit.
No chance you're getting this one. 0% chance.
No. Jets. After Jets, nothing. I've never seen that man in my life. 3 in a row. I have no idea who those dudes are. Everybody between the Jets.
Those are offensive coordinator Shane Steichen for the Colts. Come on, Travis.
Who's next to Dougie P? Who the
that one? You should definitely know that
I know
one.
D'Amico. Who's the other one?
You should know him because he's arguably your biggest rival.
Oh, that is. Yeah, that's Cincy. That's not.
Yeah.
He's a dog.
Do you know his name?
What's his name? Hold on. What's his name? That's Coach.
Oh my gosh, this is so good.
I told you I was terrible with names. I don't even know.
You're bad with names. Zach
I'm
Taylor.
the worst. Taylor. I knew it was a T.
Are you going back to the left? Or you starting on the right?
I'm starting
Matt Foley?
right and going back left.
Starting with Matt Foley.
Cowboy. Matt Foley. Again, never seen this guy in my life.
That's my defensive coordinator. You don't know either of the 2 Eagles coaches. I got head coaching jobs. Oh my God, this is so good. I love what's happening right now.
Miami. There's no way, man. There's no way that guy coaches in the NFL, man. Then Pete Carroll, Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know the next Rivera, QBs, Peacock.
QB.
Quarterback play. Broncos country, let's ride. Gordon Bombay. We got the Packers, and then just no clue. And then Bills.
What an adventure that was.
Those Kelce brothers, very entertaining.
They really are. That might be the best podcast running right now.
That was the first time that Bill Belichick showed up for one of these things in a while. He is notorious for not showing up for these things, these coaches' pictures.
Oh, really?
I wonder if he's thinking, this might be the last campaign for me. You know? Getting that one final
They
picture.
had him and Andy sandwiched next to each other.
Yeah.
It looks like they didn't want to touch.
Yeah. People are making some comments about Sean Payton. See Sean Payton's look at that thing?
No.
Oh, is he looking a little hungover?
What?
Well,
A little hung? Hey,
a little bit, yeah.
Speaking of an
That was just a
impressive
waist-up
display of dominance, Eric Chiafalo has taken down the first half of the Boomstick Burger. Now, there are little bread shards there. Are you guys going to let that fly over there, judges?
We got to finish
There's
the bread.
bread shards.
We got to finish the bread.
There's some others. I'm sorry.
No sharding today.
I didn't want you to lose on a technicality. Like if that was in the trash can and at 3:05, they said, but what about this? You lost. That would be good for anybody.
Jalapenos that fall off don't have to be eaten.
Okay. Yes.
That's not a capacity.
I would say this though, it's part of the sandwich.
That's cruel and
Yeah,
unusual.
so was the onion ring you pulled off and just lizarded into your mouth.
I just
earlier.
wanted to see what the onion ring tastes like. And Gavin, the breading is good.
Dominant.
Yeah, I bet it is, man. I that's the best part of
How
it.
many jalapenos we got over there?
There's 3 or 4.
Two.
I think those two need to be consumed. Put them on the bread. Let's go.
Wow. Wow. You going to stand for that, Chief?
Yeah, because I'm going to crush this thing.
Now
Doesn't matter the jalapeno.
There is
now
no
the backfire's going to suck.
There is no rule against punching one another during bet payoffs. Okay,
Well-
you got to watch your tone over there, Brian.
Oh no, you get to finish
I thought-
that sandwich, bro.
Yeah.
Now you getting nervous?
I'll tell you what, those jalapenos are hot.
Are they hot? And just put it on the bread and you'll be fine.
Hey, take your L. We're 15 minutes in, and my guy just housed the first half
went 12
of the
inches.
Boomstick burger.
We still got
sharks. The man.
And you know what? My man over here is jumping up and down
Yes.
like a cheerleader, like
That's
the
right.
Florida
Just
A&M
clean the
gal.
plate. You got
it. Yeah.
I thought it was more like a Philadelphia chicken or something like that. I'm
San
about to-
Diego chicken.
Yeah, San Diego
Like a
chicken.
Philadelphia What'd you chicken. just do over there?
I knocked my water bottle down. Don't worry about it. It's time to vote for the G-Bag of the day. Is it Bill Walton, our one-time champ? Is it the Kelsey brothers? Oh, we need another nominee. Alec, let's have another nominee.
Yeah, we got time for one more. Here is the rapper Rick Ross. I would not think he is afraid of many things, but he is afraid of something very specific.
I'm still not up on the almond. Oh, no, Ross. Rose still frightened. No. Get the almond milk. I just got up on 2% milk a couple years ago. No. Get the almond milk. Now y'all trying to conspiracy. No. And it's the question. Is it from the almond of the walnut? Is they squeezing it out of the peanut?
That makes no sense.
Where's that almond from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can you get milk from something that doesn't have a saucer?
I don't know. I don't think milk is quite Rick Ross's specialty.
Nah.
I don't think he's going to be dropping any bars about that game.
He does. You know what is his specialty? Buffalo, bison. My boys lives on ridiculous amount of land in like Georgia, a house in the middle of nowhere, and his neighbors are just his own buffalo and bison.
Oh,
that I believe you not. Just if you follow him on any social media, he'll just be sitting on his porch and he's like, "Yeah, there's my bison." He'll pet him and everything.
Really?
He's got straight buffalo on his property.
Is he eating
amazing.
Is he eating them?
I don't know if he's eating them. I don't know if he's eating them.
Very healthy for you.
That would be
yeah.
pretty cool to have some
Lean meat.
just
Lean
real
protein.
buffalo
Very lean,
out on your
That's
prairie.
what they say.
Way back. Is it Bill Walton, our champ, the Kelsey brothers, or the rapper Rick Ross? I'll go for the 1977 and 1986 NBA champion there with the Celtics. Bet you didn't know that.
Oh, I knew it.
Very good backup big man behind Parrish and McHale.
Absolutely.
It's Bill Walton. Chief, how about you?
I'll go with the
What number do you wear?
32?
Nope. Number 8.
number 8.
For the Celtics, you went number 8? Okay, you know more
Or
than I do,
5.
Brian.
5 or 8. This was a single digit number.
I'll go with the
8.
Kelsey Bros.
All right, we're tied at 1. Alec, how about you?
I'll go with the reigning champ, Bill Walton.
Wolchuk?
I'll go with the Kelsey Bros.
Tied at 2, Brian.
Kelsey Bros.
By a score of 3-2. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's the podcast with Jason and Travis Kelsey. Now, we have Krusty's Corner coming up next. Chief, you going right in for that second half?
I'll
or
probably take
you
a
gonna
couple.
wait?
I'll get a couple inches off of that one. We'll probably go about 3 inches. We started with 12. I'm going to scale down to 3.
Okay.
And then I might, we'll see. I got
Maybe
plenty
go
of
into
time,
grazing
man.
mode?
Yeah.
You do. Hey, life's all about options, baby.
I didn't know I was going to be playing with a lead today, but here I am.
Stop being so happy over there.
It was a good start.
My man went from being like terrified that you were going to like go over there and pass out to like, oh no, he's like dancing around and stuff. I'll have none of
I'm
that.
gonna Falcon
The
20
jalapenos,
today. This thing
the
is gonna be bad.
jalapenos are not coming off this burger.
The jalapenos are burning, bro.
Well, they're staying on that burger. Next.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Krusty's Corner.
Yeah. Next.
On the fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ.
at Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, and all your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Well, thank you very much. Young Alec Medford in for Lucius Alexander's been doing a heck of a job. It is time now for Brian Broaddus in Krusty's Corner. Here he is, King of the Krusties, Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Did I a lot of standing up going over on the other side of the table?
We're gonna get that Kobayashi shake going.
We got a lot of standing up. Did I hear some belching earlier?
You definitely heard some belching. Yeah, I'm trying to just make as much room in there as possible. You know what I mean?
How do you feel overall?
I feel satisfied. Like, I came into this thing hungry. So that would have been like a 12-inch cheeseburger, chili cheeseburger that was delicious, and I would walk out of the restaurant or the
like
ballpark.
a pull boy kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm full. I definitely can. I'm about to put down another 3 inches. I feel like that's no problem right now, but I'm also satisfied. This is like right at the sweet spot of like, that was kind of, the 12 inches was sort of the perfect meal. And I'm glad that I got much more time and a Miller Lite in there to help the burps here in a few minutes.
Do you feel like that you shouldn't have stopped?
You know, by the recommendation of the professionals, I think yes, but I'm also not a professional. They train a different way than the amateur, so we can't attack it the same way. Like, me and LeBron aren't doing the exact same things to get prepared, right?
Yeah, he's ready. Chief's got this.
Look, that first half was no problem.
It was a blowout.
Easy bees, easy peasy.
What are you doing over there now?
Well,
he's being honest assessment of the game.
Eric's my guy. I mean, it's hard to not root for him in these moments, Brian. I'm sorry.
I just can't believe that you're allowing this. Just to
I think us as a show,
always love to watch me eat.
We fumbled the bag by not putting more pressure on Gavin to have to do a bet payoff because he didn't put a bracket in. The three of us all did. Somehow he wasn't able to fulfill his deed of putting a bracket in.
You know, when a man offers a bet and puts his hand out for a shake, if you want the bet, say bet, right?
We did.
You can't be like, oh, hey, remember when he offered that bet 3 days ago? Now that it's his day off, let's accept the bet.
I don't know. It just seemed like we were all on that email or that text message. I think
I don't check my email, Brian.
But you check the text message.
I do. That's right.
Okay. Well,
maybe you don't check mine. I don't know.
I've had you blocked for the last 3 months.
Mute. I fully expect that by everybody.
I didn't know Androids had the capability of blocking. That's good. They've advanced over the last few years.
Hey, you know what? You're my guy today, Chief.
That's right,
Bring it on.
Cheers.
Whatever you need to be in the right mindset.
This day started off so bad.
You go get him a diaper, please.
It did, because Gavin saw the how long that thing. And he's kind of like, man, I don't know if he could eat all that. And you were thinking you were going to have to be a bet.
Yeah, I was ready for
There's
bet
still
payoff.
hope. There is still hope for me because that bread is going to expand in that stomach.
I tell you your best hope, and I'm going to be honest with you. I don't want to plant a seed, but your best hope is that Chiafalo has a little bit of gamesmanship, enjoys whatever part of the burger he wants to eat as a nice meal.
Yeah.
And then crosses his arms and puts his napkin on top of his plate to signify he's done, and have the waiter come pick it up and buzz his tray and be like, I guess we got a double bet payoff Friday. That's the real concern, because so far he's not done a bet payoff. He's just enjoyed a burger as he would at a game.
That's right.
Ooh,
right?
Okay.
Yeah, that would be pretty brilliant on my a great WWF heel turn.
That would be good.
A WWF you to Dawson.
Our best bet here, Brian, might be to hope he throws up, in which case
that's an L.
It's an L.
Yeah, and he's been known to throw up on the program.
He has.
Yeah. Those jalapenos can get to him.
Yes, that's why you got to stress the jalapenos.
Make sure the jalapenos aren't being knocked off.
We've got two that are off right now.
This is so much better than the straw dog.
It's the straw dog. You butchered that so bad.
Mm-hmm.
You just but I helped Wolchuk. See, I was a good teammate trying to help Wolchuk on this thing, but I didn't really want to help you, and I wanted to see you suffer a little bit over there.
But how does wifey and family feel about you not being able to handle any spicy food? Isn't that like,
I know, and especially with her background,
grounds for expulsion?
It's in small doses for me. Okay. Like, it's not so much my mouth, it's really the stomach. So if it's overdo it, like I love Flamin' Hot Cheetos. I like spicy stuff, but man, they hurt my tum-tum.
Yeah. Well, speaking of hurt you, this comes from ESPN. This is my buddy Matt Bowen. And he's looking at the top quarterbacks in the NFL draft. Best traits, highlights, throws, and stuff like that. But I want to play a little game with you guys. A little game. Because Matt, he takes these quarterbacks and he compares them to another quarterback. I love the comparison of when you guys say, nah, man, that ain't close. That ain't close. No, not this guy. But you tell me, if I give you this quarterback, would you be happy? If I give you this NFL quarterback, would you be happy taking this guy? Okay.
Yeah.
But we're gonna figure out the guy, right? I'm gonna make you figure out the guy. All right. Here we go. And I'll give you multiple choices.
Yeah. Does he pass the guy test?
The guy test. The eye test. The guy test.
It sounds like we're talking guys.
Okay. Talking guys. This college quarterback is compared to Matt Ryan as
I'll
an
take him.
NFL quarterback. Okay.
Yeah.
Is Matt Ryan C.J. Stroud?
Oh, hell no.
Will Levis?
Ooh,
Probably.
Hendon Hooker. Now, Tennessee Hendon Hooker, 6'3", 220-ish pounds.
I'm going to say he's Stroud, honestly, from what I know.
Yeah, the other two guys are more mobile, and Ryan's not as. But C.J. Stroud showed off some mobility in that college football playoff game
accuracy.
against Georgia.
Isn't there like poise and accuracy when we talk about C.J. Stroud? That seems to be.
I got accuracy questions from what I got to see live of him, but also I think it was one of his worst games of the season. Because when I studied him, he was better. I'm going to go.
You were also deep into the brown liquors that day.
Yeah, I was.
And really sunburned, I think. Oh, that was at the
Texas OU.
Yeah.
The sun wasn't that bad in Columbus. I'll go with Will Levis.
Will you go with Will Levis? It's actually C.J. Stroud.
There you go.
Stroud's the most natural and most accurate thrower in this class. 69.3% of his passes in over 25 college starts. So Matt Ryan on that one. Jay Cutler. We all kind of know what Jay Cutler is, right?
Oh, gosh. Gunslinger.
Like smoking Jay Cutler.
Yeah.
We're going to hang out.
Great arm.
Great arm.
Anthony Richardson.
All right. Anthony Richardson. Will Levis. Or Aiden. Okay, this is where this will be a little hard for you guys. But
Aiden O'Connell?
Aiden O'Connell for you from Purdue.
Oh, gosh. I like Aiden O'Connell.
Jay Cutler, big smoking Jay Cutler.
I want nothing to do with Jay Cutler. No.
You want
I'm
nothing
going to
to
stick with Will Levis.
I didn't want Jay Cutler on his rookie contract.
I like Aiden O'Connell.
Yeah, okay, you're going to say, you're saying no, you want nothing to do with Jay Cutler.
Nothing to do with
I
it.
wouldn't want anything to do with Jay Cutler either.
Okay. Will Levis is Jay Cutler.
I can
That's
see
what they're
that.
saying about
Unfocused, undriven.
Excellent arm strength,
Just
ability
a
to
talent.
attack all three levels.
Wants to hang out with his Bama Bangs and be depressed, probably on a couch somewhere.
All right, the next one is Josh Allen. Josh Allen.
I'll take him.
You take Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Big, strong, sturdy.
Okay.
I won't.
Gavin's on board with Josh Allen
You
here.
wouldn't take Josh Allen?
Going out on a limb here.
He's the
Wolchuk.
exception to the rule, man.
Tanner McKee, Stanford.
I'm out.
Gross.
Anthony Richardson, Florida. Clayton Tune from the University of Houston.
I saw him play for 2 quarters on live television and fell in love with him.
Yeah, local kid as well. He might be able to be here for the Dallas Day today. I'm going to go with Anthony Richardson on this one.
Final answer?
Yeah.
It's Anthony Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Gavin, you're on board with Josh Allen, or you question on Josh?
I'll take him.
Okay, and I don't. You were just being. You're doing a bit over there, right? You want Josh Allen, don't you?
No, you would take Josh Allen. You just don't think that would be duplicated by another quarterback.
Yeah, like we're talking about Josh Allen coming out of college.
Wyoming,
which
yeah.
is going to need a lot of fine tuning.
Sounds like Anthony Richardson.
A little
to
bit
me.
of yeah, 100%. So
I liked Clayton Tune, by the way, as well. When you say that name, I like Clayton Tune.
I don't want Josh Allen coming out of college. I want what Josh Allen ended up being.
Okay.
Because Josh Allen coming out of college, I think is going to fail a lot of times out of 10.
For sure.
They might not give him enough time. Okay,
What Josh Allen became was the exception to the rule.
Last one here. Drew Brees.
That's Bryce Young.
Jake Hayner from Fresno State.
Okay, also small guy.
Bryce Young from Alabama. Jaron Hall from BYU.
Ooh, Jaron Hall's interesting to me. The Cowboys actually visited with him.
Yeah.
I'm still going to go with Bryce here just because of the size factor. And I think Bryce Young is very accurate. I love watching him play, very poised. I think Drew Brees and him do check off a lot of boxes in terms of stature and physicality.
Okay, it's absolutely right. It's Bryce Young there. They say that Bowen says that Young's ability to maneuver the pocket and create throwing lanes reminds him of Joe Burrow. Would you draft a guy if you said, this guy's Joe Burrow? Would you draft that guy?
Yeah, I would draft
10 times out of 10.
Yeah,
absolutely.
a million times.
And I agree.
That's maybe why that Bryce Young is going to go first.
It's a good comparison for Young for him on the field, but if he has broadcasting aspirations after his playing days, that's a bummer for him.
That's a big bummer for him.
You don't think Joe's got a future in the booth?
No, Drew Brees.
Drew Brees.
Fair enough. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you,
boys.
Broadus. Appreciate you, man.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40 here in the nation. Big Friday. Chiafalo is over halfway done of the Boomstick Burger Bet Payoff Challenge. What you drinking, what you thinking's coming up at 5:30. I believe he's going to crack a cold Miller Lite to celebrate a dub. And Babe Laufenberg's going to join us at 6. We'll talk Cowboys offseason, draft coming up. Do the Cowboys need another quarterback? Babe will answer those questions and more coming up at 6 o'clock right here. How me not coming to work last night saved me from a near-death experience, plus some sports is next in the nation.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your
Langford in for Lucius today. Wolchuk. Chiafalo is working his way through a Boomstick burger bet payoff. You can watch him at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. Scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you? You're going to get the rest down?
I'm filling up. I'm pretty full right now.
Yeah.
But the idea that I still have 2+ hours.
Yes.
I'm still sitting sky high confidence, man. Sitting about a 9.5.
Right on. When do you think you're going to try to take your next leg?
I'm going to give it at least a good 20, 30 minutes right now.
All right. That gives you plenty of time. Check it out.
Got to finish some of this shrapnel from the last 3 inches.
The only thing that worries me is the jalapenos on your stomach.
Mm-hmm.
How is the burn on a scale of 1 to 10?
So far, not too bad.
Good.
Not too bad.
Right on. We are in good shape. And Carter Freeman is coordinating that video at 105thefan.com.
Hope you throw up, dude. Please.
Twitch and YouTube. Hey, 405, has Curse officially switched to number 0?
Yes.
He'll be the first Cowboy to wear that number? Yeah, I believe so. I don't remember a Cowboy in the past.
Patrick Walker of DallasCowboys.com does great work over there. He tweeted out that J-Ron Curse has defeated Micah Parsons on the battle for number 0, so he will be the new Agent 0, switching from 27. And Micah kind of backtracked on it the day of when he tweeted it and was like, I'm just kidding. I'm going to stick to 11 because a bunch of fans were saying, oh my gosh, should I cancel my Micah 11 jerseys that they've already bought and that are coming in the mail? And so he said, don't worry about it. I'm going to stay at 11. So maybe he got the call and was like, hey, no, you're not changing numbers.
So much going on. The women's Final Four at the AAC tonight. I thought I was going because last time I went to a Final Four, it was in Houston. Kemba Walker, men's Final Four. Amazing tournament. And I think we got in the door for like $40. Well, I'm on Ticketmaster this morning because Abby's like, hey, do you have the ticket yet? And I'm like, oh, I forgot. I better get these tickets for the women's Final Four. It's $1,000 in the lower bowl. $1,000 per ticket. Whoa. $300 for upstairs. I'm like, I'm not paying $1,000 for me, my daughter, fiance, wife carrying the baby, for 3 seats.
No way.
So I decided not to go. We're going to take it in on TV tonight, but I know there's a lot of people excited about that tournament, especially a lot of LSU folks who have made DFW their home, and Brian and his people are fired up for this tournament. But yeah, a huge ticket item, maybe double the men's game, triple the men's game to get in the door.
No, absolutely. I mean, and that's the what's going on. My mom sent me a text, a text message with the flag. She got the LSU flag up.
Hell yeah,
Suge. So when Suge puts the LSU flag up, that's usually a good thing. But yeah, the women's game much more popular right now than what's going on down in Houston with the men's game. I mean, you've got a star-studded field.
You do
in your backyard here in Dallas. Down in Houston, they got some teams are getting opportunities, but not like what you got up here at the AAC.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. The Morning News had an article. They project $30 million of impact from the women's Final Four for Dallas.
That's awesome.
But it could even grow to be more because, like you said, Gavin, these ticket prices are crazy. And you've actually got, a bunch of players that people know with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. And you've got some star-studded schools as well, which you're lacking in the men's Final Four.
Exactly. The thing about I think what the women's tournament is that will be interesting is if LSU beats Virginia Tech, what will happen is the teams that usually lose the games give up their tickets.
Okay.
They're like, I don't want to be around.
So we're going Sunday.
Yeah, we're going home. Yeah, we're out of here. So what happens is that
do I want to be outside the arena tonight waiting for people's tickets?
I think you have a better chance. I think you have a better chance of getting into the championship game than tonight.
Will they put their finals tickets on Ticketmaster?
Sure.
Then?
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay, maybe that's the play.
Absolutely.
Then. I just got to be ready to jump on.
Yeah, you got to be ready to jump. The thing you got to be. What are you laughing at over there?
I'm laughing at the old school idea of just going and waiting out for people. Cash. They're going to give you their hard.
Seriously, the Final Four was here in '86 with when LSU went.
Yeah.
And I had tickets, and LSU got beat. I didn't want to go to the finals. I gave up my ticket.
Yeah.
I sold my ticket. Is what I did.
Yeah.
So it happens. But what I think will also happen is the LSU fans that if they get in the finals and say it's against South Carolina, they'll mobilize. Like you'll have LSU fans come in.
It'll be even harder to get in.
Well,
an all SEC final.
Well, that's what I'll say. I think the LSU fans, they'll show up if they're
going
like,
to come get those tickets.
They're going to come get those tickets. But I would take a chance. I would keep an eye on this because when your team gets eliminated, you don't want to hang around.
Okay, I'll be ready.
I don't want to hang around.
I'll tell you why I think these tickets might be more expensive. It's because you probably have more name recognition on the women's side of the bracket.
Much more.
And what happens when a star player actually stays at a university for multiple years in a row and builds a brand and builds an image, and now you have people that want to come watch these ladies play. And there's less subs in the ladies' game, too. A lot less. The rotations are tight, so you get more of the star player action. Well, it was quite a 24 hours in Sunnyvale, guys.
Oh, no. What happened?
Last night, as we're watching the Rangers game, and I'm trying to determine, am I heading into the ballpark or am I heading into the studio or not? And at some point, I called our boss, Gavin Spittle. I said, man, it's going to be like a segment. How much you guys end up doing? 10 minutes?
Well, we got back. The show started at 7. We didn't have a show.
About 12 minutes.
Okay. I've gotten pretty good at tracking when these Ranger games are going to end and when you're going to get back at finishing.
It's great working with Mike Peasley again.
Oh, he's the man.
It was great working with him.
Shout out to Peasley. Did a great job yesterday.
He sure did. And then I hung around with the Get Right.
There you
did
go.
an hour with them.
Nice
so
job.
we had a good day of radio yesterday.
Well, you workaholics, you did a great job coming in. I called up Spittle and I was like, man, it's going to be like an hour and a half of driving and like a 7-minute segment. He was like, sure, go ahead. And I was like, all right, I'll catch you on the flip side. Oh, you boss, you're the man. Right? So shortly thereafter, Abby comes running into the living room and says, Daddy, there's a shooter in Sunnyvale. I was like, shut the front door. Right? We've had one fired shot in Sunnyvale other than people in their backyards if they have 10 acres or more. We've had one shot fired in anger in the 6 years that I've lived in Sunnyvale, and it was some guys that happened to be road raging as they were driving through, right, from one to the other. I was like, man, this is crazy. We got a shooter in Sunnyvale, right? So we start gathering the news and whatever, and I guess right around that time, somebody had been pulled over in possession of a stolen vehicle in Terrell, right? This guy says, nope, I'm out of here. So he bails, and he's coming down 80 and, heading towards Dallas on 80. They throw down the spike strip there at my exit, 80 in Collins, right? And the guy, his vehicle like spills out. There's still debris that I saw at that intersection this morning from the collision and things coming apart. Well, he gets out of his vehicle and starts firing on officers, bro.
Jeez.
Yes, so he's got two weapons, a long weapon and a pistol. And at one point, the girls in Abby's group chat are saying, yeah, he was shot in the stomach and he's in my neighborhood. And we're like, what the hell is going on? I didn't realize it, but he went from being in my route to the station to walking across the field and ending up within a half mile of my backyard.
While bleeding out?
I'm not sure. I don't know if it's been confirmed. He was finally arrested this morning at 11 a.m. But the thought was last night as we're going to bed, they have a thermal scope on him. He is shot in the belly. We thought he was gut shot. So I'm assuming he's dying, right? And he wants to die in peace, like the guy in Breaking Bad. Just leave me the hell alone, right? They brought his mom out. His mom's like, son, it doesn't have to end like this. He was like, Mom, I appreciate the message. I'm staying here. I ain't coming out.
It does have to end like this.
So, from what we'd heard, he had a long rifle and a pistol, and he had shot multiple times at officers. So if you're an officer, you're not going into the woods trying to find this guy's hiding spot in the middle of the night.
No.
It's a great way to get ambushed.
No, right.
So they're just chilling, but we wake up this morning, still ain't got him. They put the school on 2-hour notice, right? Like 2-hour late start. We're like, makes sense. You don't want the bus routes running and people trying to get to school if this guy decides he wants to try to hijack another vehicle and make a run for it, especially in a school bus. It's a no-brainer.
Right.
What if he takes over a school bus?
Right.
Hijacks it. Hostage situations, yeah.
And that's what our guy Doug Williams, the best superintendent in all of American schools, that's what he was thinking. By the way, he's in his final year, and we're going to miss Doug greatly, but he's had a great impact on the ISD, and of course, he shut it down. So a couple hours later, still hadn't arrested him, no school. So the kids got an extra spring break day today. A
I
little 3 day.
love a good snow day this time of year.
Oh, it's nice.
Unfortunately, had to be a shootout with the police to make it happen. Usually you don't want to under these circumstances.
I can honestly say we never missed a day because of a shootout.
No, me either.
Same.
We had
Are we living in a different world now?
The best one we had was a teacher strike. They wanted higher wages and better whatever, and they shut it down for a month, but we had to make that up at the end of the year.
So the month of June? You went to school the whole
July
month of June?
4th,
Yeah,
you were
and-
doing math equations? That sucks.
And in Washington State, we were in school until like July 14th.
Oh, geez.
Because usually the school year ends about June 10th or June 14th or something like that. So that sucked. That did. But it was amazing while it was going down. Oh, it was so much fun. Just hanging out with your buddies, playing video games and doing snowball fights all winter.
So you were on board with the teacher strike to get paid more. I thought you were the lone kid up there going to class saying, damn your pay, teachers. You get the whole summer off and all the spring breaks.
No, I was the lone student in my I don't know what class it was when the kids decided to do a walkout onto the field. I was like, you guys are a bunch of nerds.
You didn't do it? You didn't participate?
I didn't do the walkout.
I'm not
I was
walking
like,
out.
We're not getting anything. They're just going to tell us to go back in and
They're going to threaten us with ISS.
Anyway, all night we're hearing helicopters last night. Helicopters are spotlighting this dude. And I was like, this is really weird. The highway is like a mile away, but we could hear this chopper really good.
Is this like full 5 stars Grand Theft Auto? Or like 4? It sounds at least 4.
At one point, I think you would have had 4 stars Grand Theft Auto because at 80 and Collins there for a few minutes when the Mesquite SWAT was showing up and the Forney guys and the Dallas guys were showing up. I don't know if they ever had a tank or an armored vehicle, but that's what I'd have been looking for.
Yeah.
And we're going right into that forest with a big bulletproof Humvee or something like that, and finding this dude with our thermal scope like we're hunting hogs.
They were holding back a group of like 10 or 15 of these guys that were ready to just go barge in there.
Yeah. Well, ultimately they found him. I can't wait to get the rest of the story on if he surrendered or if some John Wayne son of a gun just ran in there, and took matters into his own hands. But I'm glad nobody else got hurt, and the guy's mom has a chance. Maybe it was a bad day. Maybe he had really gone off the rails and could turn his life around or something like that. But it's crazy when something like that is happening, in your actual neighborhood. Reminds me of the time in 1996, I was living in Seattle, Washington, and this super famous bank robber that there were like 60-minute shows on, and like he ends up living like 10 houses from me. And I come home one night and I'm like, why can't I even get into my neighborhood? And it was like this world famous bank robber that was
he was hiding out?
He was
They had
pulled a
wanted
job. They had pulled a job that afternoon.
No
and they had finally figured out they had like a source inside the crew tip them off of when the next one was coming.
We had a rat.
Yeah, so they followed the guy home, and I couldn't get into my neighborhood for a matter of hours. But that's always a trip when you're at your house and there's major police activity.
That's intense, man.
In the area.
If this guy bled out, is the bleed out like the worst way to go out?
I don't know.
Feels like that's a long, torturous night
or burning to death. I think would be worse.
Burning to death sounds painful.
Yeah,
But then it ends like pretty quickly. You're fried, right?
I think drowning's number one.
It takes a little bit.
The bleed might not be bad, bro.
I don't know, man. Eating
you got to suffer the bullet hole though.
Eating that sandwich over there, it seems like it might be a slow death of you right there.
It's when I catch that itis. Dawson eats the burps. I'm eating yawns over here.
you're starting to
wants to put you down. Yeah.
It was a school resource officer that arrested him. If that's true, that's badass because I know those guys. I want to go
shake their hand,
share an NA with them.
Yeah, that's quite a story to be the school resource officer that got to take down the fugitive who got in a shootout with police.
Yeah,
you should get a patch for that or something.
Maybe a couple.
Bring this guy down to Austin, give him an accommodation.
A couple of stars on the helmet.
Yeah,
give him a wildcat paw.
If you could be anybody in the police force, the SWAT or just a police officer. I mean, I guess they're officers and stuff. Would you be like? I'd be the helicopter guy. I want to be
chopper gunner or chopper flyer?
Chopper flyer.
Okay.
I want to be the guy. I want to be the chopper flyer who's like got the spotlight. Oh, he's over here. He's over in,
Okay, this guy pointed his long rifle at the chopper at one point.
I'm avoiding. Okay. I'm kind of doing some.
You're afraid of flying.
But I think it would be cool.
This is in the hypothetical world. You get to be something way more badass than what you are.
I am afraid of flying, but I think it would be. it would be better to be in the air, kind of like finding out, than being on the ground, than maybe getting.
What if you get shot out of the air?
Well,
Then you're bleeped.
I think
parachutes, bro.
No, I think that I could avoid. It
doesn't
can
work.
move around a little bit.
Broadus has those cat-like reflexes.
Yeah, he does.
910, you should have shot him. I was ready. If he'd come to the back porch, I'd have heard him. Of course, the boys would have been hollering at him, the dogs, and the
blind one.
I'd have taken him out.
Yeah. I mean, the girls were
That
like,
would've
"Why
been
do you have
sweet.
your gun out?" And I was like, "Better safe than sorry." Why do you think I have
It's the
them?
reason why I
Let me
have
ask you
it.
this.
Yeah.
You weren't over there hoping, were you?
He was
No.
a little bit.
No, I wasn't hoping.
Would you admit it?
No, no. There's no way I want to kill somebody.
Well, no,
but if
I
I have
mean-
to protect my family,
No, that's
I-
what I'm saying. That's what,
Yeah.
no. I'm saying, okay, you may, just like a wound in the shoulder or the thigh.
Yeah,
like
a flesh
that.
wound.
Just like the
In the
school
gut.
officer, like you'd feel like you'd be coming in here chest out like we've never seen before.
You'd be hero Gavin Dawson.
If he had attacked the family, right, and I gunned him down, I think I'd be pretty proud of that. But going into it,
what a citizen's
I don't
arrest
want that
officer.
situation.
How do you think what were your chances of
Down on the ground.
taking him completely out?
Oh, I'm a pretty good shot. Yeah.
Would you? Would it,
yeah.
Aim small, miss small,
Yeah.
but he don't miss.
you hit him in the chest?
Yeah. I think that'd be easy. Center mass, yeah, for sure.
Left nipple. That's what you aim for.
You don't want to be in one of these situations where he survives and then sues you. I was
No,
just coming
hell
to
no.
your back for help,
Yeah.
and you shot me. Oh, we're in Texas.
For
I don't
help,
have to
you're
worry
a
about
bleeping
that.
convict.
If he's on your property, you don't have to worry about that. You're not going to. Yeah.
Okay, we're getting some great stories here on this truckwreck.com fan text, but we got to go, guys. Thank you so much. NFL news of the day with Wolchuk is coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Got a bit of an audio bonanza for you. We've got a local state championship legend. And speaking of food, what does J.J. Watt consume in a day? Next on the fan.
Okay, let's talk about our friends at D&M Leasing. Here we go. Any area code 35 lease. It is the weekend. Look at this. Traffic is already building. You don't want to haggle and waste your time trying to get around town, negotiate a price on a new set of wheels. That's wasting your time. You want to enjoy this weekend, so get home ASAP. Just call D&M Leasing in the meantime. Any area code in 35 lease, dmautoleasing.com. I don't know why you need a new vehicle. Maybe somebody stole it yesterday in Terrell. Entire NFL at interception percentage last year. Okay, 3.7%. Jalen Hurts was number one at 1.1. Okay, Jared Goff, 1.2. Tom Brady, 1.3. You got all these guys in here, and throwing an interception 3 times is more frequently. It was Dak Prescott. Only 34 quarterbacks qualified. He was dead last. And I don't know how sustainable that is, but I think saying, well, it's probably not that big of a deal and we shouldn't overreact to it is what a bad coach would do. I love that Mike McCarthy is in there and saying, we got to make sure this is fixed. All right, we got to tell you, though, the segment is brought to you by Soda, that's state-of-the-art weight loss, and Franklin Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. Check it in on Chia Follow. What you got, about 9 inches left over there?
Yeah, we're 15 inches deep, so we got 9 inches remaining, and we got another, what do you say, roughly right under 2 hours now, 1 hour, 59 minutes. So
right.
Feeling fantastic.
So you feeling hungry still? Like
Not hungry, but the fullness has already dissipated a little bit. So I won't say hungry, but definitely not max capacity full like I was when I got on the couch during one of those commercial breaks a few minutes ago.
Yeah, you did look like you were about to pass out.
Yeah.
All righty, here it is, the NFL news of the day with Zach Wolchuk.
All right, we've got a lot of good audio here for you. Before that, there are reports that Lamar Jackson could sit out the entire season if he is not able to get a contract. Multiple outlets from ESPN to NFL Media have reported that Jackson could end up sitting out entirely. Now, there's no current indication, even from desperate quarterback-needy teams, that Jackson is a viable target. We've gone through the list. The Commanders have said they're out. The only team right now that seems like maybe they'd be interested would be the Indianapolis Colts.
I'm telling you, if the Commanders would sell their team, they would be in. I think they would absolutely be in if they sold their team.
And that would make more sense. The thing is, we just don't know when that deal is going to happen.
New ownership would come in there and say, listen, we have an opportunity to, with our roster, with our defense, with the skill people we have, if we can add a quarterback. You know, I don't know how you couldn't. I just think the whole thing with Daniel Snyder owning this team is why they're not trying to add a guy like this.
Doesn't make any sense that they wouldn't.
There is I believe it was Bobby who was talking about this. I think May 12th is the signing bonus payout day that all of the newly signed free agents for Washington has to get their initial signing bonus. Usually that happens within the month. You sign with a team,
right.
That signing bonus comes within 4 weeks. They pushed all of these back to May 12th, and the idea is, okay, Dan Snyder won't ever end up having to pay those because by then the franchise will be sold. So I think that is a good date to circle on the calendar, May 12th. I'm guessing the sale of the team will be done before then, and then it'll be the new ownership who's paying out these signing bonuses to all the free agents that they just signed.
Yeah, and look, RG3's trying to get involved with this as part of a sale to buy the Commanders. He's part of this group that's also trying to do this, and he's talked glowingly about Lamar Jackson, right? So
he was with him, right?
He was in Baltimore. He was his backup for a little bit. So it would make sense once this thing's sold, especially if RG3 is a part of it, for them to get involved and make the deal. And it would be a post-draft trade. So then you're looking at 2024 picks, and these teams could go ahead, whether it's Washington, they've already taken their selections for this upcoming draft.
I think the Commanders could be. I think they could be a really good team with if they could just get their quarterback situation fixed, and then rid themselves of what's going on with the current ownership group. Man, that to me is one of those franchises that I would worry about.
That's the only one, right?
It's a great fan base.
It is. It is a great fan base, and that's we always hear about the battles that the Cowboy fans have with these Commander fans. And it's a great thing. Can I circle back real quick on Dak Prescott? We can't have an argument. I shouldn't say an argument. We can't have a discussion about Dak Prescott anymore, can we?
We can.
You can't.
We will just get littered with text and take it out of context of what we say.
No, I'm just saying it like I had a guy send me a mock draft the other day, and he had Will Levis sliding to 26.
Okay.
And I commented about it in a way of, when I used to run mock drafts for the teams, I would always put some kind of curveball where, oh, wait, a quarterback or somebody appears on there. Guy was asking, he did the mock draft, and he was just saying, what do you think? And it was a teaching moment for me to say, this is the things you prepare for when you get ready for a draft. It turned into a 3-day fight, which every one of you that commented, I muted you because I got tired of it. Okay?
No wonder you're not responding to my dang tweets anymore.
No, I'm serious. If you're going to sit there and fight somebody about Dak Prescott all day on my timeline, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm out. But we cannot have a discussion about him and without people losing their damn minds.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which
that's
is
what happens.
unfortunate.
It's terrible.
I get it. There's the defenders, there's the people that don't, are not a fan of his. But man, just give it a rest. I mean, you got to evaluate these positions, right? You just got to evaluate the quarterback position, and whether it's Dak or whoever, you got to evaluate. It's crazy how you just cannot have a discussion with anybody about him.
Jared Goff got the Rams to a Super Bowl, and they moved on from him. And they got Matthew Stafford, and they won a Super Bowl. Teams do this. It's not ridiculous to talk about. Other news, Joe Burrow, when it comes to his contract negotiations, apparently there's been a pact made between Burrow's representation and the Bengals that they have agreed on a vow of silence, that the two sides will work this deal behind the scenes. They will not talk about it publicly. They don't want a Lamar Jackson type situation going on there in Cincinnati. So we'll wait and see what happens with the Burrow deal.
That's the way to do it. I don't think the Cowboys would ever agree to something like that, though, because they like putting stuff out in the media so much, it seems like.
I think Steven would like to fight this
quietly.
Adam Pacific, I think they'd like to fight it quietly. You just have the owner general manager that's interested in telling you all the information about his team. He believes in the media. He really does.
He really does, yeah.
I mean, he really believes in that the media is there as a tool necessary for him to deal with. And I think there are people in the organization that would love to keep things under wraps, but the owner, not so much.
Bengals executive Katie Blackburn told reporters of The Athletic this week in regards to Joe Mixon. Right now he's on the team, and we are going to count on him until that wouldn't be the case. You've seen other teams have to make moves. Could we get to that point? Maybe, but it would be down the road here, and we'd have to see if that's what makes sense or not in regards to possibly cutting Joe Mixon, who is due almost $12.8 million this upcoming season. And we've already seen Lyle Collins rumored as a potential cap casualty, and Joe Mixon might be as well in Cincinnati.
Katie Blackburn Brown is the daughter of, and she's starting to take more of a role in the organization of her father is the general manager and all that, and president of the club, but she's starting to take more of a role as her father transitions out. This is she's good at what she does.
Yeah.
She really, really is. I mean, I give her a lot of credit. You see her on the road. Back in the day, she used to scout and stuff like that, and she's got a good eye for this stuff.
You've got Keanu Neal, former Cowboy safety, signing a 2-year deal with the Pittsburgh Steelers today, and there were rumors that Patrick Peterson, who they signed at corner, might switch positions to safety from corner. But now they've gone ahead and added Keanu Neal, although we saw him play a lot of linebacker.
He's a
here.
linebacker, yeah.
So that might still be. Now you're going to have Patrick Peterson possibly move to safety, would move Minkah Fitzpatrick over to strong safety there in Pittsburgh.
This is very much similar to what we saw with Charles Woodson back in the day. Yeah, Charles Woodson goes from a corner with the Raiders to transitioning to a safety with the Packers.
And a dang good one.
And maybe even it furthered his career.
Mhm.
He was a defensive MVP. Separated his shoulder in the Super Bowl, got hurt. But Charles, this is what you see, these really talented corners able to maybe get a couple more years out of them playing as a safety.
All right, got lots of audio. I might have to carry some of this over before we get to our top 10 list. But J.J. Watt, as Eric's doing the Boomstick Burger today, was on a recent podcast talking about how much he eats. Here's J.J.
Your buddy was telling me that when you lived with him for a while not too long ago, the grocery bills would be $300-400 a week. He's like, this is absurd. How often do you eat?
I mean, honestly, I eat probably 7 to 8 times a day. I'm always eating, like whether it's in between a meeting, in a meeting, immediately before practice, after practice, I'm always eating.
He was telling me for breakfast, you would have every morning half a dozen over easy eggs, oatmeal, and yogurt.
Yeah, my breakfast, I eat 2 breakfasts every morning. I eat probably on average about 10, 12 eggs a day. But yeah, for my normal first breakfast in the morning, it's 5 eggs over medium, not over easy. So he got that wrong. 2 pieces of wheat toast, whole wheat toast, oatmeal, yogurt, and then milk, water, and orange juice, and then apple banana.
That sounds like your personal hell, Brian.
Absolute stud, man.
The milk, water, and orange juice is a bit excessive.
All 3. Wash
it down.
That's just for pleasure.
All 3. We do have.
Is that playing days, or is this like even while retired?
I
is he
think
still,
he's
like
still
an
doing
animal?
this.
Who is this guy?
J.J. Watt.
I'm telling you, he's coming back. He's not going to let Tom Brady steal the Hall of Fame shine from him in 5 years. J.J. Watt's going back for one more.
This is a guy that had trouble putting on weight or keeping weight on. That's J.J. Watt. That's all that is to me.
That sounds like what a guy does when he's on steroids and he's trying to bulk up. Like, man, I want to get the most out of the steroids, so I'm working out like 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
I can't stay out of the gym because all the testosterone's fueling me like a madman.
You can't keep weight on.
I need
eating like
5,000
that.
calories.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah, I think he's just. I guess, but wow, that seems so excessive. I don't know how you could be as lean as he was with all those
That's what I'm
calories. I
saying.
guess it's just an
Genetics.
insane, gifted metabolism.
Yeah, absolute genetics there. And that, he was, when he went to college initially, he was a tight end.
He was at
And
Wisconsin.
he tried to, but he was a transfer.
He did, yeah. He transferred from like Central Michigan or something.
Exactly. So yeah, it's something that he struggled with. It's surprising he still eats that way, but
Yeah, like being retired and eating
unless
that way
he's ready to
does
come
not-
back.
Yeah,
He's gonna
unless
make
you're
that
ready to
comeback.
come
Maybe
back.
he is. Maybe he's just keeping himself ready to go.
Because that's not healthy.
No. Well, I mean, for
That
a
much
professional
animal
athlete,
protein?
you think not?
No, that's way too much cholesterol and fat.
He's from Wisconsin, right?
No,
Yeah,
all
they
those
lead the world.
eggs, that's
I lived up
fantastic.
there in 5 years. There's a lot of cholesterol in Wisconsin.
And it ain't-
A lot of cholesterol.
It's not the eggs problem either.
It's a lot.
Yeah. And lastly, here, the New Heights podcast, we go back to the Kelsey Bros. We had Travis talking about Orlando Brown Jr., his left tackle that he won a Super Bowl with. Now he's left for Cincinnati. How did it make you feel?
The big one, obviously, is Orlando Brown. Signed a 4-year, $64 million contract with the Bengals.
Ah, it stings. He went to the dark side.
He's officially in Slytherin. How do you feel about this?
Hurts my soul, man.
Yeah.
Watching your best friend just turn evil on you.
It's kind of how we felt when Javon signed with the 49ers last week.
I mean, the past 2 years, we've struggled beating the Bengals. So there's been a lot of build-up and emotion of, I would say, not necessarily hate, but just dislike towards the Bengals because they keep beating us and they keep talking about it every time they do. Man, to see him go to the dark side, it's an awkward feeling. Obviously, hope that he has a absolute Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, of course.
Wish nothing but the best for OB. He was an unbelievable leader, an unbelievable teammate on and off the field. We got countless memories that I'll cherish. Obviously, him going to the dark side, it's on and popping, OB.
Do you think the mayor helped recruit him?
I have no idea if the mayor, is he even still the mayor? I thought he resigned.
The jabroni.
Great
stuff.
bummer, dude. That is a bummer that he's going to a different team.
I know. Well, especially their biggest rival
their
right
biggest
now.
rival.
They might be able to go full McAfee right now, and even though they're at the top of their careers making $20 and $25 million a year, they could get super paid off this.
Definitely.
This is just waiting for them to both retire and shut down talking about football. I think from a player's perspective, that's content gold. Thank you, Wolchuk. Biggest L, biggest dubs coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? That's next.
Coming up tonight on The Get Right, we're Reggie KG on 105 through the fan. We get you ready for an incredible weekend of sports.
and off the field. No one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. Its biggest L, biggest dumb.
Shout out to the 405 2 weeks ago messaged in, said big L because I had an interview at a heart hospital. Turns out I got that job and I will be starting in May. That's a huge opportunity. Great job, 405. That's a monster victory. Congratulations to you, sir. 682 biggest L. The car my wife and I just recently paid cash for had battery and starter issues. We dropped another $500 on repairs for that bad boy. That's a bummer. That's a bummer.
Can I once again say I took a dub with my car coming back today?
Yes, biggest of the week.
Thank you. Yeah.
I thought I saw it.
Back in the saddle.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks to everybody out there that
for you.
helped with me.
Does it still
Jeremy
have that
over at Collision Repair.
fresh new car smell still in there?
Yeah, it's still good.
Because me and Walchuk were raving about that smell when we got up in there a few weeks back.
I love that new car smell.
It might have been months now. I don't even remember. It's been a long time since you got in that Fendi.
Been a while. It felt like I didn't have it for a while. Yeah, but it was good to get it back.
That's sweet, man.
Yeah.
What, over under 1 month before there's another tragic car?
Don't even go there, please.
Okay.
I was driving back and I was coming.
Dump that. Things happen in threes, though.
The thing. What are you doing over there?
Oh, what the hell?
You've been messing with me all day, buddy.
Yeah,
okay.
Turnabout's fair play.
That's true. The thing about it, I came the old route that you and I used to go.
Oh, yeah.
And so I'm over here, driving through downtown, and I'm kind of expecting something.
Yeah,
to happen.
just waiting.
I'm just waiting.
Kind of flinching for that
I'm
rear ender.
I'm waiting for somebody to come flying through a light or something like that.
I believe it, dude. Yeah, that PTSD is no joke. And in car accidents, I mean, we're joking around, but they are like the scariest thing. I know you guys last week were talking about biggest fears. Top 10 fears, maybe.
Top 10
list,
fears,
whatever.
yeah.
Other than like anything happening to my kids, like just car accidents in general freak me out, man. So I'm so glad Broadus is okay, and officially his car is okay. And we weren't 100%
For right now,
confident.
it is. Yeah.
If you're riding shotgun, are you constantly like, whoa?
I'm not. I'm not like actively afraid. You wouldn't know it, me sitting next to you, but that is definitely the biggest fear, just because it's something that feels like, I mean, the math tells you you're going to get in a couple of these things. Just like, how bad is it going to be?
How did you feel that night we were driving around in Arizona when we had one windshield wiper and Dawson was standing up basically in your lap trying to look out your window? How did you feel about that point in time when it was raining like sideways?
No, that was pretty fun, honestly. And
we weren't going fast enough for real damage.
Gavin was in total control.
He really was.
Until Dawson decided he wanted to bounce it off the median that one time.
Well, I didn't see it either. I don't think any of us did.
I don't blame him though.
That's when I became his eyes. He was steering and he was pedaling, but then from passenger seat, I was the one telling him left,
Dawson
right,
was
left.
literally standing.
He couldn't see out of his front windshield.
It's because
that was more of a curb than a median, by the way.
It was, yeah.
I was terrified though.
I'm
I
lucky.
thought for a second it could have been a body.
It did sound like it might have been.
Yeah, it was heavy.
I went back to check.
Somebody just laying out in the middle of the road.
Couldn't see in front of me.
Really,
I thought it was safe because we were in a parking lot. I was just creeping along.
Some elderly person fell down in front of us.
Oh no! Super surprising.
It was very body-like. I think we're lucky that the left front tire didn't get ripped off.
Yeah, because we went up over it.
We
like,
did.
boom,
We
boom, boom.
did. Yeah.
Yeah. That woke us all up a little
Because
bit.
Brian went and checked that. Meanwhile, Eric and I drove it to the clubhouse the next morning. We didn't think twice about the tire. So
Yeah, no, we
thankfully,
didn't.
there wasn't anything wrong.
Hey, you're talking to a guy that hangs around, 24-hour races. I'm used to like problems in a race car. I check the car all the time.
Yeah, you're ready to.
all the time.
That van looked like it'd been through a 24-hour race.
I don't know how you can say that though with the big white X on the side of it. I don't know what made you guys think.
That's where Tony Stewart hit it.
That thing had been through a lot. There's no question.
But you weren't scared driving?
No. It's just kind of a general fear, not an overly active one, I guess.
Because me and the Woolly Bully were always in the back. And we could never get the door. I was worried about that door opening up.
There was
that
one
door
rant.
just automatically opening up and me just falling out.
Brian went on the rant of all rants. I wish we had a rolled on it because there was one time you were like, bleep you guys, I'm never traveling with you again. Like you lost it over that door not closing. And it was
hilarious. Big dub to the Rangers getting the victory, of course, but specifically that fourth inning. Are you bleeping kidding me?
Offensive eruption.
That's fourth inning of my life.
9 runs. That ties the most
Dawson,
runs.
He didn't have to come to work that day.
How about this one?
Fourth.
It actually ties the most runs Texas has ever scored in a single inning on opening day since 1992, which was in
Seattle.
In Seattle.
It was Randy Johnson versus Nolan Ryan in that game.
The big unit.
You would think that would have been 0-0 into the 8th with those two guys.
No. I learned that listening to the broadcast yesterday.
Well, I learned this from Jared Sandler. The last time a Rangers manager won his debut with the Rangers was when Buck Showalter did it in 2003, bro.
Wow.
That's how long it's been. That
20
was a
years?
giant Ranger dub. It's going to be an awesome season.
Yes, it makes sense. I thought maybe Banny
7 or
won
8
his,
years
but-
old. How old were you guys?
No,
Matt?
no.
7
In 2003?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was 9.
I was 12.
I was 8.
I was 11. I was 11.
16.
You know, the sad
I'm not
thing
good with
is,
numbers. You know that.
a collective L, I think, from Rangers fans. Probably fewer people than ever watched it. You know, they got to listen to the game. But that whole Bally's thing.
I listened
after having the Mavs and Stars on the Bally's app. I think we had a false sense of security.
Yeah, that's
and we were going in
ridiculous.
blind.
Don't tell me that because I haven't watched the game yet. I mean,
You ain't gonna watch
not,
a game on that Bally's Plus.
Really?
No.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's not the Plus. I got the normal Bally's.
Oh, you got the Bally's that comes with the cable subscription?
I got it on my phone. I paid the. Remember
No,
I
you
told
don't.
you
Yeah,
it's not available on the phone.
Plus, yeah.
What?
Bleeds to be you, homie.
Yeah.
You got to have a cable package that gives you access to the app, not just the app.
I think the
Oh,
Rangers
just the app.
dropped the
Yeah.
Diamond Sports Group or something. So because they're bankrupt, right? So now the MLB's putting contingency plans in place for if they need to take over.
Sounds like they do. It sounds like there's no longer an if involved, and it's like, how about you just take over the game? The season's underway now. Okay, it's opening day. This is the biggest opening day that we can remember in Rangers
paid money
history.
to have all 3.
Yeah, no, you didn't. You paid
You just
money
got the
to
Mavs
get
and
bleeped.
Stars.
We'll have
Yeah,
to see
fine
when
print.
check it tomorrow night. But I mean, I had it working on Bally's with the DirecTV stream.
There you go. Yeah,
so
that'll work.
thank
Yeah.
goodness
So
I
I
was
can't
saved.
watch it on my phone.
No.
No, we're just gonna have to go to all the games. I just got my credential. You can come with me.
Got no parking though, right?
I didn't get parking this year. Yeah, I know they hooked me up last year. I didn't get parking.
It's all right, man. Wait till you
Just
try
take
that
Jared's.
Boomstick burger.
Jared might park.
Jared gets a sexier spot than I used
He
to.
might be
get.
under the stadium.
Yeah.
Well, we need to give an L to the Tampa Bay Rays because did you see the banner they hung yesterday for opening day?
Yes. This is second place.
Is it? No, not second place.
Wild card participant.
This is like the sad.
They did?
Is this the saddest one? They revealed their 2022 AL wild card banner, and it's a wild card round that they got swept in. It was 2 games.
Yeah,
2
it's
games of
pathetic.
wild card where they lost, did not advance, and now they're unveiling the banner. To me, that's an immediate L.
Look, they made it in one of the most contested wild card series you've ever seen in your life. Shout out to the Tampa Bay Rays.
Let me ask you this.
So
though.
contested. They got swept in 2 games.
Oh,
Would
just
you
to get in there, man, they had to claw with their fingernails.
Let me ask you this though. They played a lot better baseball than you have, haven't they?
Oh hell
Hey,
yeah, the
all right,
Rays.
now you pipe down. What have you done for me lately?
I'm just
The
saying.
Rangers are
I'm-
1-0.
Did
Time
they-
for the best
did
record
the
in the
Rays win
sport.
or lose yesterday?
I'm just
I don't know.
saying, man. They play in a tough
We're gonna say
division.
they lost.
Yeah, they took the L the moment they hung the wild card
Bleep
banner.
them.
Are you kidding me? Why would any fan want to look up at that and be like, "Oh yeah, I remember that 2022 wild card
all
run,
12 of them?
that lasted 18 innings and we didn't win a single one of them." That was awesome, man. That was great.
That is really sad. They should not be putting that up. As a fan base, I'd be like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it's
9-4-0.
disrespectful.
9-4-0
Dang
got
it.
married Saturday. It's a big dub.
Congrats.
Congratulations.
Maybe or a
9-4-0.
dub.
Yeah, Shane McClanahan was
or-
awesome
or an
yesterday. The Rays won 4-0.
Dub for now.
No, 3-2-1. I have not given up on the burger. My dub is to come over the next 90 minutes or so. I got 9 inches. We're on the back 9. We're on the back 9. I've completed 15 inches of the Boomstick burger. I got extremely full. Now I'm just kind of full, and here pretty soon I'm going to get my mouth back on that thing.
Love it. He does have an hour and 27 minutes or something like that to finish the challenge, and Chiafalo is very confident. Okay, there it is. Biggest L, biggest dub. We do it most Fridays at 3:40. What you drinking and what you thinking is lurking. It's coming up at 5:20. Babe Laufenberg at 6 o'clock. We're going to talk Cowboys off season with him, see what he thinks of the moves they've made and what else they should do. Okay, we're going to talk with LaFonso Ellis, ESPN College Game Day analyst, talking Final Four with the Fonts next here in the G-Bank Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Let's chat about my friends at Twin Peaks, though, because it's the best place to go for eats, drinks, and scenic views. It is your ultimate sports lodge with the menu to match. Twin Peaks.
always live on the free Odyssey app. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in, home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. We're talking sports with you every afternoon at 5 o'clock. My name is Gavin Dawson. If you see me, bear me. NA stands for a non-alcoholic beer, by the way, if you've ever wondered. Some people do. What that means. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout and NFL executive. You have Woolchuck and Chia follow Rock in the house. Alec Medford's in for Lucius, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Joining us now, talking some college basketball, is a star from the world of hoop at Notre Dame. He was awesome, and he was the 5th overall pick in the 1992 NBA draft. Played 11 years in the league. And LaFonso Ellis joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing really well. How are you guys today?
Oh, we're doing great. You know, it's Friday. We got the women's Final Four in our city and the men's Final Four down south. So we're in basketball paradise down here in Texas, LaFonso. How about you?
I love that. Doing really well. Actually, here in Houston and taking it all in, and then got a chance to go over and watch a couple of the shoot-arounds earlier. And it's just really cool to be here and taking all of this in. I'm so excited to watch the games tomorrow on Monday.
What were you looking for at shoot-around, or did something jump out to you?
I was just looking primarily at body language coming out and just curious, who's loose, who's tight. And had a chance to see Florida Atlantic come out on the floor today, and they were just as loose and as confident as you could possibly be, working hard, going through their drill sets and things of that nature. And then San Diego State came out, worked equally as hard, but I find it interesting. Usually when teams come out and they start shoot around, guys are heaving up half-court shots, shooting threes, just loose. San Diego State, first thing they did when they came out on the floor today, they did box out and close out drills to just get it started. So it just tells you the different philosophies that are out there around college basketball, which I enjoy the unique nature of it.
Yeah, they say, you just want to stay in your routine and treat it like any other weekend or whatever, but is that possible? I guess the coaches are trying as hard as they can, huh?
Yes, and I think you're exactly right. The coaches are trying to make this as normal as they possibly can, but as you know, today with social media and the access to it, it's very difficult to keep kids from kind of venturing outside of the locker room, so to speak. But each team seemed to be very focused and ready to go. I just think their approaches are a little bit different.
We were talking earlier about the women's Final Four. You got some big-time programs. This year's Final Four on the men's side, you don't have those blue bloods, right? You don't have Kentucky. You don't have Kansas. You don't have Duke. You played at a big program there at Notre Dame. Do you think that's good or bad for college basketball on the men's side?
I think it depends on how you look at it. Everyone said that they wanted to see a lot more parity, if you will, throughout college basketball. We have that. I made a point about 14 years ago when I first came to ESPN that because of the one-and-done nature, so players that are coming out of high school were coming to college for a year and then going into the NBA, that there would be a natural overall reduction of the talent pool or the talent level, if you will, while at the same time, many of the high major programs started to adopt the same philosophy that had been so successful with low majors and mid majors, and that is get old and stay old. And so now, as we look at the 4 teams that are in the finals or the 4 teams that are in the Final Four, they all emulate that to a degree. UConn's done it with a couple of transfers, with Tristan Newton coming over to fill a much-needed position at the point guard spot. Miami, of course, has done it with 2 of them. One of them, Norchad O'Meara on the interior, who's been the anchor. San Diego State, they have a couple of transfers, and Florida Atlantic has done the same. And so all those teams have gotten older. They've been together for a little while, and if they haven't been together for a little while, like we see with Miami, they were important pieces that came in and filled a great need. And so now we see some unusual names. However, don't forget, I actually refer to UConn as a blue blood because they've won 4 national titles, 3 of them in this state.
And do they have a big target on their back right now? It kind of feels like they're the team that feels like they're of the Final Four. They're the 1 seed, and everybody they're the heavy favorite. And I wonder how that affects a team.
it is my like if there's any obstacle that they'll have to overcome, it's just that, because their fan base are looking around. They see whether it's on ESPN or they see it printed in newspapers or whatever it is that they decide to read, that they're the heavy favorite. And so I wonder internally if that creates a bit of pressure, because now all of a sudden, instead of kind of coming into it as an underdog, the target's on their back. And of course, they haven't been here in a little while. So I am concerned about that being their main hurdle. But when we talk about firepower, this is a team that's deep in every single position. They can play big, they can play small, they can play fast, they play in half court. So they're the deepest, most talented team of the four teams, and I think the favorite to win it, but I am wondering if that could be a little bit of mounting internal pressure, especially if the game is close down the stretch.
ESPN's LaFonso Ellis here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Is UConn the clear favorite in your eyes as much as it is in Vegas? What could trip them up?
Yeah, I had four teams. I was asked that question about a month ago. I had four teams that, if you look at their numbers, they were the four teams that had they had a legitimate chance to win it. UConn was one, Alabama, Tennessee, and UCLA. And obviously the other teams have fallen away, but here we are. UConn still stands. But
nice pick.
I don't like using this terminology, but it really is theirs to lose. But in order to lose something, you have to have it first. So they've got to go win two games to make it happen.
Huh. How has it been for you with so many of the top seeds going out? How's that changed the viewing and the media experience from your perspective?
It didn't, because coming into the season, we felt that the top teams, so we would say the top 10 teams, all of them had major flaws. And if we use Alabama, what was their major flaw? Not talent or length or athleticism, but their major flaw was youth. And then you combine the whole off-the-court situation with Brandon Miller, or in and around Brandon Miller. I just think a couple little injuries along the way, his health not being where it needed to be, along with the relative inexperience, starting three freshmen out there on the floor caught up to them. And so you look at Houston, for example. That's what I think. This is a classic example of what makes the NCAA tournament so special, is that it's a one-game single elimination deal, and you could run into a team who you're better than. You have more talent. You're a harder, tougher playing team. You have a style that's unique to play against, but all of a sudden you play against a team like Miami, who is the absolute worst team that Houston could play against, because Houston likes to trap you in the backcourt. Ball screen situations, they trap those and make you give it up. The problem is, when you do that against Miami, now all of a sudden, if you have two on the ball, that means that they have four on your three, and three of their four are all capable of shooting it from three and making plays off the dribble. And so that's why at times that they made offense look so easy against that really tough Houston defense. And so I think that's what makes the NCAA tournament so unique and so special, is just you just never know, because the best teams don't always win. And certainly that's been the case with the number one seeds this year.
LaFonso,
very worthy number one seeds at that.
Yeah, excuse me about that. LaFonso, the fact that these Final Fours are played in these huge stadiums, is that a talking point at all? We talk about shooters' eyes and stuff like that. Is that something that you even think about, or is it, hey, these kids, we play in arenas all over the country, but is playing in this stadium going to change the game in any way?
I don't know. I mean, they've been doing it for a long time now, and so you would think that kids would have the opportunity to adjust. But I always thought that was an interesting question, because Coach Digger Phelps, who I played for my first 3 years at Notre Dame, used to enjoy taking us around and allowing us an opportunity to play in historical venues,
right.
Pauley Pavilion, Madison Square Garden, you name it. But when we went to play at the Carrier Dome, and I was a back to the basket, 15 to 18-foot jump shooting big. And I'm telling you, when we went in there, it literally felt like I was shooting into space. It's almost like the backboard and the rim was like hanging out in space because of the backdrop or lack thereof. And so you have to wonder if that's impacting the kids, because the three-point shooting is down. And this is 2 years in a row now that is down. I think a little bit of it is the teams that are playing now, their freedom of movement has just gone out the window. So there's a little bit more holding, bumping, cutters, clutching, that kind of thing going on. So that could be impacting it. But I wouldn't doubt at all if it's also the atmosphere. But it's a business too. They got to sell tickets, right?
Right.
ESPN College Game Day analyst LaFonso Ellis with us here on 105.3 The Fan with the G-Bag Nation. So, LaFonso, you played in both the NCAA tournament and the NIT. You led your team to the 92 finals in the NIT. My North Texas Mean Green, we finally won our first championship, winning the NIT last night. Thank you very much, sir. Now, people want to be like, oh, you're the 69th best team in college basketball. But for you, I mean, what was the experience like playing in the NIT? Because I'm thrilled and I'm so proud of my guys.
Yeah, same here. We started 4 seniors and a freshman, and we seniors, we just wanted to keep playing. We put ourselves in jeopardy, and that, if I remember correctly, I think it was 16 and 14 or 15 and 14 going into the last game, and we needed to beat DePaul. We had a really strong strength of schedule because we played and beat some of the top teams in the country, top-ranked teams in the country. The problem was we lost to some teams that we shouldn't, and we lost to DePaul in the last game, which sent us to the NIT. And as 4 seniors, we wanted to just keep playing and to have something to play for, and we took that very seriously. We were fortunate to win 3 games on our home floor that got us to Madison Square Garden. And then also what was at play is those 4 seniors all had an opportunity to play in the NBA at a certain level. Damon Sweet had an opportunity to try out for the Orlando Magic. Keith Howard played in the league for 3 or 4 years. Elmer Bennett was drafted by the Atlanta Hawks. And so there were all these motivating factors. But if you had to ask me what was the main motivating factor, we wanted to keep playing and hopefully keep winning.
Which one of these men's Final Four games is most interesting to you here, LaFonso?
I think it's the Miami UConn. The San Diego State one in Florida Atlantic is interesting because of contrasting styles. As San Diego State likes to play slow half-court physical defense, Florida Atlantic likes to get out and go. But it's the UConn-Miami one because UConn should win this game because of the size that they have. With Adama Sanogo on the interior, who's averaging 20 points and nearly 10 rebounds throughout the NCAA tournament, passing it well. So they have a tremendous strength inside for Miami, and depth at that position because when he goes out, Donovan Clingan, the 7'2" freshman, comes in. But Miami, one of the ways that they've been able to get here is they have 4 guys from their 1 through their 4 who can all shoot it, who can all pass it, who can all handle it, and can get to the rim and make plays. And so it's going to be interesting to see how Coach Larranaga plays against UConn with Adama Sanogo. Will they give him a steady diet of doubling? Will they double him on the catch? Will they double him on the first dribble? Will they allow him every now and then to go one-on-one inside with Norchad Omier? Norchad Omier cannot. The Miami undersized center cannot get in foul trouble. If he gets in foul trouble, they are in big trouble because they have no depth at the 5 spot. So I think the UConn-Miami game is the most intriguing.
How about Caitlin Clark against South Carolina tonight? How intriguing is that for you?
Well, when you have one of the more amazing players in all of sport, it's going to be interesting. I'm interested to see if South Carolina tries to get the basketball out of her hands early, and meaning really double team her to get the basketball out of her hands and make someone else out there on the floor. Because that's what's so unique about South Carolina is they really have 5 to 6 women on that team who can really score the basketball and can really go get 15 or 20 any night. So will the balance and depth of South Carolina be able to offset one of the great scorers in all of basketball in Caitlin Clark?
Yeah, she's something to watch, man. I can't wait for that game. Who's your favorite NBA teammate of all time? Let's go back to the 90s or something, LaFonso. What do you say?
Bryant Stith. He's like my brother. He and I were drafted together 5 and 13 for the Denver Nuggets, and they're connected at the hip, and he's my all-time favorite.
Oh, that's fantastic.
My best friend from the league.
That is so cool. Well, congrats on your tremendous playing career. It was a lot of fun watching you then, and your post-playing career as a broadcaster. You're just killing it, and enjoy the Final Four, sir. We thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for the compliment, and thanks for having me on the show. Blessings to you and your families.
Salute to you, sir. What a great guy, LaFonso Ellis. First time I've ever talked to him. A wealth of information and a full total gentleman here in the G-Bag Nation. All righty. Where are we going here, gentlemen? We got the Bullies Top 10 at 420 coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Well, in honor of Eric trying to put down this Boomstick burger, I've got the top 10 best food item at every MLB park, okay? So they've got all of them listed. I'm going to go through the top 10 plus audio of a growing Texas high school football legend next on The Fan.
Always always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way.
going on. We have the top 10 at 420 coming up here with Wolchuk. Chiafalo now has 1 hour to finish the burger, or his challenge will be denied, and I will be thrown into Challenge Hades, into Purgatory. So he's got an hour to finish this the Boomstick Burger Challenge.
Is there some left over there? He's warming up some right now.
Yes, he cut about half of the 9, maybe a little less than half.
Oh, so he's got another 5 inches.
I
of
would have
burger
liked to have seen him try and do it as fast as he could have. That would have been fun.
I hope he just backs up.
He might have done it in 30 minutes if he would have just gone straight through, maybe 35 minutes, but he might have got 6. So he's making the wise choice here. Segment is brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultations always free. Truckwreck.com. Here is the Woolly Bully, Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. I've got the top 10 food items. This is across all Major League Baseball stadiums. So somebody ate all these and went ahead and ranked the top 10. Yeah. So this is going to be from last season because they haven't gotten the
I think I saw this on TikTok.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
It is a very good challenge, and this is well done.
So, and I was listening to KNC yesterday, and for those that have traveled around to different ballparks, text in, let us know what was your favorite food item, 877-881-1053.
They had some people that were texting it had been like 22, 23 ballparks.
Incredible. I was blown away.
I know that Kent Nelson, who's the assistant general manager of the Texas Motor Speedway. By the way, they're racing at Texas this weekend, the Indy cars.
I might be going tomorrow to the truck
race too. But yeah, he and his son, who works at, I believe, at Bristol, the Speedway at Bristol, have been to, I think, all the Major League Baseball parks.
That's sweet.
They travel around every summer and hit them all. So good for him.
did want to, because I didn't get to do this during NFL News of the Day, I had some audio of Clemson's new quarterback, and he was with Austin Westlake. And I saw this on TikTok. He was doing an interview with Adam Brenneman, and it's Cade Klubnik, who won a couple of state championships here. And
he played a little bit last year.
He ended up kind of taking over for DJ Uiagalelei towards the end of the season.
Remember the Syracuse game he came in and played. Yeah.
And he should be their starter moving forward. So Cade could potentially have a great career, but he talked about the state championship game that Westlake played in against South Lake Carroll, which happened to be Quinn Ewers on the other side. And he apparently suffered an injury prior to it, played in it. Here's how the story goes.
I cannot pick up my shoulder. I was like, this is not going to be too good. You know, we're going to play Quinn Ewers in South Lake the next week in the state championship game. And I did not throw a single ball the entire week. My backup, who was another guy, also like one of my best buddies, a guy named Stoney McGuire, he took every single first team rep the entire week at the state championship. So the whole week, I'm sitting there behind Stoney and literally just doing everything but throw the ball. And so he's doing everything. I'm standing 3 yards behind him, acting like I'm getting every rep, going to the game, and had one of the best games of my career.
Legend. Literally. I mean, the legend in Texas high school football lore, that's a big deal. And he did.
Medicated?
Medicated,
maybe?
Tell me, what do you think about those docs? Huh?
I don't know. The docs do a great job of getting you ready to go.
They sure do.
Yeah.
Even in high school? They're going to shoot you with cortisone?
It's championship.
They're going to put you on that T train?
Bro.
Those are big programs.
Bro, we're talking about, we're trying to win a
I mean, they three-peated over there at Westlake.
Yeah, we're trying to win a state championship here.
I hear you.
The T in Texas high school football stands for Toradol.
Yeah, it sure does. You get out there by any means necessary. Your arm going to fall off? I don't care, kid.
I'm sure there's people going to text in and say I'm evil for saying that. We're talking about a big game, right?
Yeah. Huge game. Yeah. And Quinn Ewers, who at that time was the #1 recruit, and he was going to Ohio State, and then you had Cade, who was going to Clemson. I mean, this was a big-time quarterback matchup.
Maybe the second biggest game of all time outside of last night's North Texas.
Damn right. God, I love it. Go Mean Green. Shout out to you guys. All right, as we slide into baseball talk.
Parade down Fry Street?
We should have a parade. Dude, Fry Street was probably going ham last night.
I honestly, I'm dead serious, Chuck. I was blown away when you walked in and I said, "Were you on Fry last night?" And you said no.
I know. I wanted to.
There's part of me that still doesn't believe.
I weigh in tomorrow. I can't. I got to limit my alcohol consumption.
I should have got on the scale before I got here and then weighed when I got home to see how much weight this 2-foot cheeseburger
It smells good.
It smells delicious.
It does smell
good. It really
good.
does. I'm glad my hunger's coming back.
We do have some trolls. The 214 far too much time, extremely weak challenge.
Hey, blame Degrom for that, okay? Blame 9 runs in the 4th inning yesterday. Blame one of the most entertaining opening day games of all time because of that, dude.
We're celebrating, baby.
Like, freaking sorry about it.
Very quickly before we slide into the top 10, Adam Wainwright, did you guys see the Cardinals pitcher?
Did a great job
sang the national anthem.
great job.
Not as good as the Tone Rangers in the stretch
Tone
yesterday.
Rangers crushed it, but here is a little bit of Adam Wainwright singing the national anthem yesterday.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes
He's good.
bright stars.
Pretty good, man. Yeah,
Right?
pretty good.
I was very impressed. Very impressed by Adam Wainwright yesterday.
What's funny, did you see they were lined up for the lineups along the first baseline there? And then they made the announcement who was going to sing, and he just kind of went out of line. Everybody's kind of looking at him like, bro, you're really going to sing?
Yeah, they were shocked.
And he took
And
his
then he
hat off.
crushed it.
He crushed it.
He really
Absolutely
did great.
yeah.
I do think that'd be a fun G-Bag Nation payoff for one of these Ranger games. You got to sing the national anthem.
That's not fun. That's
I'd
terrifying.
do it if they let me, but it would be bad. I think they would say I disrespected
Would
it.
you?
Yeah.
Would the singing part or throwing out a pitch be more terrifying?
Singing would be more.
Singing would be more terrifying.
The pitch is at least very quick. I mean, I get up there unless I want to drag it out. But
What was it? Who was it? 50 Cent? Who was that?
I'm way more confident.
50 Cent was terrible.
In
Number of
throwing it.
people.
We've
I
seen a
think
lot of
Floyd's
bad
been
ones.
bad.
Yeah.
Meg the Stallion was dynamite last night.
She looked so good.
I would say though, throwing the first pitch would be the most nerve-wracking because I feel like my manhood's on the line a little bit here.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There's actually
You
expectations involved.
skip that bad boy, or you throw that
Yeah.
thing far left, far right.
Yeah.
You got to wing it. Now, if I throw it 70 miles an hour and it's off target, I'm fine. But if you like do a little chintzy throw or it goes looping in the air or something like that, that's the embarrassment. If it's clear you do not play youth baseball, that's what you're not looking to do.
Well, I'd own that. I mean, it would probably look terrible, and I'd probably skip that sucker in there. But then we'd have a laugh about it, and it'd be funny.
But if you had the choice, tomorrow's day 2 for the Rangers, Globe Life Field, they say you can sing the natty or you can do the first pitch. I think we're all going first pitch.
I'm going first
I think
pitch.
this might be a generational thing. Like these whippersnappers, they don't care if they look bad throwing, Brian. You can't look bad throwing.
I've never looked bad
But that's
throwing.
the problem is the right shoulder, crawfish shoulder.
See, you got to know yourself.
But that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you're
I
not
think
you're
I
not
would
up
sing.
for it anymore.
I think I would sing.
Yeah, you're going to sing. Yeah.
I'm gonna sing
if you
'cause I
can't
can't
throw
throw.
well, you should sing.
Yeah.
Gosh, I wouldn't want to butcher the American national anthem like that. I feel like I'd be just shaming my country.
No, dude, you give it your best. That's all. I mean, you're not going to disrespect the sport of baseball
Would you
when
forget
inevitably
words?
you
Hell yeah, I
double
need to
hop
read
it
that
the
thing just in
catcher.
case. That's my biggest fear is you miss a verse or something. You skip over and everyone's looking at you like, this jackwagon.
Do
What
like
the hell?
do like these half-ass maid of honors are doing now at these weddings. Just look at your phone and just read off.
You're
it,
right.
dog.
That's probably what I should do.
You could recover from that. I don't think you could recover from a bad throw.
It'd be harder to recover from. It'd be harder to recover from a bad throw.
I think there's been plenty of bad throws, and we just laugh at them, and I'd be laughing with them. Like, did you see me throw that? God, I looked like hell.
Yeah, dude. But then when you give a sports take, and then guy who disagrees with it just sends in your mentions you throwing a terrible pass, and it's look, you can't even throw a baseball.
Yeah.
They
Why
put
can
in
you
my
talk about
mentions
football?
bombing the national anthem.
Yeah, but
it's just as bad, if not worse.
You have kids and like they it's on YouTube and like, now your child has to deal with like, hey, your dad, I saw him throw the first pitch out, and you're like,
I'll be like, well, that's why I got Mikey B coaching him up on how to properly throw a baseball, because I sure as bleep aren't. Yeah. Will not.
I think Marshawn Lynch had a bad one yesterday. He doesn't have to worry about his manhood. He proved it.
Where did he throw one out?
Seattle.
Hell yeah. Let's go.
Where else?
Could have been Oakland.
Oakland, yeah.
3, 2, 1,
I'm sorry,
Dawson.
You're right.
In front of all 9 fans that were there.
That's a good point. I wonder at opening day how many they get. All right, let's slide into the top 10 food items at Major League ballparks from last year. Now, Medford, as somebody who goes to a lot of different events, mostly concerts, but I don't know if you've gotten to try any curious item at a ballpark before.
Ooh, man. I did what did they call it at the Ranger game? The foul pole?
Okay, that's going to be on here.
Yeah, the
How was
massive
it?
chicken tender. Fantastic.
All right.
Fantastic.
Nice. So number 10 on here is an 18-inch hot dog at Chase Field. So what is this bad boy? We said 15 inches? How long is
you
this
measured
Boomstick?
it,
24.
Oh,
You measured-
24?
It's a 2-footer. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I didn't realize how
It's
big
like,
it was.
It's like me in the basketball hoop. Just threw a random number out
So
there.
this
I did
one's
15
smaller.
inches in the first
31.
30 minutes.
Right, you
It's
should have
the
just kept
back-
going.
No, dude.
Are
I'm
you
telling
struggling
you.
right now? This
Yeah.
one is looking a little slower.
I'm hurting.
You got this, dude. This is
He's
$30.
active. He ain't hurting.
It's an all-beef hot dog, bratwurst, and a variety of toppings. Looks like they've got pickles on here. They've got some coleslaw on here. And I don't know. I think they've got mustard or some weird-looking...
Dawson just sent in the punt team on that.
Yeah, because of the coleslaw.
No,
and the pickles.
I think it was the pickles.
Oh, yeah, two things. Yeah. Yeah, it's not going well.
This is $30, but they said that is the number 10 best item that they tried last year. Now, number 9, this sounds delicious, and I think we need to try and make a trip up here, but it's the crab cakes at Oriole Park at Camden Yards.
Yeah.
$11. They've been serving this since 1994. It's a jumbo lump crab cake, Old Bay seasoning.
There you go.
Crab cakes in football. That's what Maryland does. This thing looks divine.
I told you the time there at the old in Baltimore when I gave the lady an extra 20 in the food line, like we were in the press box for an extra crab cake.
Did you have them at there?
I had him.
At Oracle?
No, I didn't. I had him at the
at Camden Yards. I'm sorry.
Camden Yards.
Yeah.
Gave her an extra 20 to get one.
That's one of the items that a lot of people like, and I respect their taste and everything. And I'm just like, why don't I get this? I want to like crab. You know, I like lobster. I like shrimp.
You don't like the smell?
I don't know what it is. I think it's the texture.
Maybe you've had overly breaded crab cakes because we get a lot of those here, and that's the issue. You need you need like a lightly sear, kind of like a pan fry on either side, but you want to make sure you've got a bunch of the jumbo lump crab. The crab meat has to be the star.
Okay, next time we're somewhere and you're like, these are freaking amazing, let me try them.
All right,
yeah, I got to try the good ones.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Number 8.
This is the fisherman's basket at Popeyes. We're going to try.
Now that's a good tackle box.
Tackle box
with the shrimp.
I've never seen Gavin so excited before.
God, he totally just left us like, oh, you guys keep by yourself.
I thought you should have gotten a second one, man. I think you could have housed it.
Oh, easily.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Number 8. This sounds interesting. It's a peanut butter and bacon sandwich from Target Field. So they're selling this for $10.
Okay, I'm digging this because
sounds delicious.
There's a possibility Minneapolis, Minnesota, and all that known for like maple syrup and stuff like that. The bacon kind of like
a maple bacon.
Yeah,
Ooh,
maple bacon.
Yeah, peanut butter, bacon, strawberry jelly, and sourdough bread.
Oh.
Yeah, that's bomb. With some milk, like some cold milk to wash that down.
Wait. The sourdough bread though, that's a different flavor for all those.
It is, but
it looks sweet and sour kind of a thing. No, I'm just. If all right, Texas toast.
They do.
Give me the Texas toast on that.
And you might be onto something.
And I love sourdough bread.
They do say the grilled sourdough bread really brings a new dimension to the sandwich.
See, I thought they would know how it complements the flavor profile well. Now, speaking of the flavor profile, we got a lot of belching coming over from Chiafalo as he is attempting his Boomstick Burger Payoff Challenge. And the heavy breathing has come into the picture. I noticed the bite frequency is down to like 1 every 2 minutes, and there's a lot of...
Thank God there's not a pitch clock on me.
Do you
right
have
now.
meat sweats right now?
Does he have to have a beer with this at some point in time? And what you're thinking, what you're drinking?
I think he should.
I
It might help actually to wash it down.
I brought you a Miller Lite.
Yeah, Wolchuk did the good teammate thing. He brought me the Miller Lite. He heard Baskey say that there's a carbonation thing that the pros do because the belching helps you.
Baskey called in.
Like with every belch, you are one more bite. Like you're one bite closer.
Settles it.
Yeah. So I'll
those air
probably
bubbles out.
after these final 2.5 inches of this one, before we finish on the final four that I got sitting in there. Shout out to the final four this weekend. I'll probably do a Miller Lite in between.
Okay.
Yeah, see this text. Cheech is fading before our very eyes while you guys are sitting here conversating. It looks like we might have some real meat sweats.
Yeah, this.
Yeah, you notice it too on the cam.
It's going to be a final stretch. Like the final 5 minutes of this fourth quarter is going to be the real freaking deal. Genuinely full.
All I
Genuinely
want.
full.
How much do you have left over? Oh, no, you have another 4 inches over there.
Oh, are you getting nervous?
This is gonna. I am more nervous than I've been all afternoon.
All I
Do you
want
regret
is
waiting?
Dawson to like start MFing you for not getting this done.
Okay, Chief ate the first 12 inches in about 20 minutes, and then he has been waiting, and now he's about to work it down to about the final, I don't know, 5.5 inches or something. But are you concerned yet, Chiafal? That's what I want to know.
Absolutely.
You are?
There's a little bit of concern setting in.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, this is going to be a fun finish then.
The opposing team's shots are starting to fall. You can tell you're looking your players in the
Where
eyes.
the Mavs for the last 4 minutes.
It's like
of
North
the
Texas
defense.
with a 10-point lead at half, and then UAB stormed back and made it a game.
It's going to come down to clutch time.
And if Chief doesn't finish, not only does he have to do a payoff next week, but I do too.
Yes.
This is for both of us.
Oh, goodness gracious. There's a lot on the line here. Okay, number 7 is the elote at Dodger Stadium, which Gavin would be out on because there's mayonnaise in here, street corn cheese, spicy aioli. It looks divine. line.
Yeah,
Number
I like the
6
spicy aioli.
is the foul pole. Alec Medford, Little Red Medford with the pierced nips from Globe Life Park. Yes, last year. Now, I don't know if they're still serving this, because I think that our Boomstick burger is taken over. This was $27.50, but they loved it. They were like, not even McDonald's, not KFC, not Popeyes, not Chick-fil-A has a chicken tender like this bad boy.
Did you house that whole tender solo, Medford?
Oh, no. I was there with a group of people, and someone just said, hey, I'm going to go buy this massive chicken tender. Do you want some? And I was like, absolutely.
Yeah.
Did you eat it like Lady and the Tramp style with your bro?
Oh, yeah. You know, that's the only way to go.
That is the only way to go. Number 5 is the Waffles at City Field. It's a waffle cone, ice cream, and any treat you can possibly imagine stacked on top of this. It's got like brownies. It's got little cheesecake bites, sprinkles. This thing looks amazing. They've got Fruity Pebbles cereal that they'll throw on this thing, plus whipped cream, vanilla and chocolate to cake batter, and more. Looks loaded. Number 4 is this 32-ingredient salad at Rogers Center. Now, I know you're thinking, what the hell is a salad? But apparently it's delicious, and I couldn't name you half of what the hell's in this thing. I don't know that I'd order it, because it sounds a little too healthy for me. Number 3.
What's the one protein? Just give me a protein.
It looks like you've got some tuna in here.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You might like that, because it does kind of have like a poke feel to it.
It's like a poke feel to it, I bet, yeah.
Number 3 is the triple threat pork sandwich at Petco Park. Pulled pork, bacon, pork loin schnitzel.
Pork loin?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Pork,
My favorite kind of
pork loin schnitzel, pepperoncinis, relish, shack aioli, and brioche buns.
Shack aioli.
Looks like it is overflowing with goodness.
There's no definition for porn loin, but when you see it, you know.
Did I say porn loin? I apologize. You know what I'm thinking about, boys.
I'll tell you what, you're unbelievable for doing this segment right now.
Yeah.
You really are a jackhole.
I did it on purpose.
I know you did.
Number 2 is the toasted grasshoppers at T-Mobile Park. I would not try these.
Toasted hoppers?
But they sold 1.6 million of these little buggers.
Are they dipped in chocolate?
Got to be put in chocolate.
They're chocolate dipped, right?
They are straight up grasshoppers from this picture, boys.
Wow, that you ever catch grasshoppers as a kid and hold them by the wings and that black tar they spit out?
No.
There's a bunch of that black tar in their bellies.
Yeah.
You can,
we used to pull them apart.
Yeah.
You could see it.
You can coat it in all the chocolate you want and want nothing to do with that. That's disgusting.
No, it's disgusting.
Is that in Seattle?
There was the same
T-Mobile
thing
Park.
with the Texas. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say Texas grasshoppers are the same, but I get what you mean.
I get the Seattle ones might be a little more dense in flavor. Who knows? Number 1.
Speaking of dense, man, I'm telling you, this beef patty on here is a triple.
You're
decker.
struggling. You better finish those fixins.
I'm gonna finish the fixins, Jack.
47 minutes to go.
Number 1, though, is the bow to the pork at Wrigley Field, Brian Broaddus's most hated stadium in Major League Baseball.
Overrated.
Pulled pork, a bow bun, pickled daikon and carrots, cucumbers, and jalapeno relish, baby.
Probably could get that in Wrigleyville outside the stadium somewhere.
You know who Jeff Morrow is?
Yes.
Food Network star. He
Yeah.
is the inventor of this sandwich.
Oh, man. It does sound good, but I could do without going into Wrigley Field.
Thank you so much, Wolchuk. The top 10 every afternoon, 420. Coming up next here on The Fan, I believe Chiafalo mid-bet payoff is going to take us around the rim. That could get dangerous.
Yep, playing a dangerous game. There's a rivalry that no one knew existed, but it does. That's nice.
All right. Let me tell you about our
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
Segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Don't miss the Grand Champ Truck Month at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. 63 acres of discounts, more than just Silverados, Equinox, Tahoe, Traverse, Malibu, and all your favorite Chevys. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
Thank you very much. Eric Chiafalo has about 36 minutes to get the rest of this Boomstick burger down to win the challenge. It is it's quite a bet payoff Friday here, and it officially became a bet payoff in that last segment when Chiafalo started laboring through a food challenge. You know the look on somebody's face. It's undeniable when they've had too much to eat, and they have to keep eating. Here's Chiafalo to take us around the rim.
Splash a little water on my face there at the break just to kind of like revamp everything, just
reset.
Yeah, reset, wake me up, get the body going. Got me a nice little Miller Lite here. Hopefully that opens up some bubbly burpee opportunities to we just need enough room for about 3 or 4 more inches, whatever we think that is right there.
I think you're going to do it.
All right, the rivalry we did not know existed. As we cut the lights out, we put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer, and on a Friday, the G-Bag Nation's going all 18 inches around that rim.
Let it ride! Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Friend of the show, Mario Chalmers, joined us a few weeks back.
He is a friend of the show.
He's on record saying, yeah, nobody's scared of LeBron. Nobody's scared. I was his teammate, got in my face all the time. Nobody's scared. Opponents aren't scared of him. We feared Jordan. Feared guys like Kobe. Nobody fears LeBron. Well, Cameron is not here for that. And Cameron is, he's got a little basketball pedigree himself.
He's got some good basketball opinions, too.
Got a couple of basketball opinions that'll rock with you. And he does a podcast. It is what it is, pod. And he was personally offended at Mario Chalmers saying that no one fears LeBron. And so here's Cameron with a little clapback action at old Chalmers.
Yeah, I'll tell you one thing, Mario, ain't nobody scared to play against your ass. You play you tonight. Shoot up, I'll play you tonight.
You bet you'll beat Chalmers.
Chalmers?
Yeah.
10-day workout, whatever you want to bet. We put the house on. I need 10 days, though.
For Chalmers?
Yeah.
Chalmers.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Got a lot of confidence. Cameron must be close to 50 years old by now. Chalmers not even 40, still playing. It's a lot of confidence, although I did hear he was quite a player.
Mario Chalmers quote tweets the video on Twitter and just says, "Run it." So I think we got ourselves a good old-fashioned one-on-one opportunity. He says,
"The deed of a house," it sounds like.
Yeah, he said, put the house on it, bet the farm, whatever it may be. Now, the rapper Cameron, he did have a pretty decent basketball career. Not going to lie. He was allegedly recruited by schools like Georgetown, Syracuse. His real name, Cameron Giles, received an offer to play for Navarro College, as we know here in Texas. Apparently tore his hamstring at the start of his collegiate career. Later got kicked out of school after a weapons arrest. So there's a basketball background inside of him. Now, I don't know how often he's getting shots up. I'm sure he's not in outstanding shape. And that's the thing about one-on-one. Like,
yeah, you got to go.
You gotta have, like, Chalmers, as a guy he's getting set for the big 3.
Yeah,
he's in good enough shape. If you could just let this guy run around for a few minutes, he's going to tire himself out, and then you're Chalmers, and to me, you always acquiesce to whoever was the professional in that. I don't care how long it's been. Like CY right now, Chris Young for the Rangers. I don't know how often he's picking up a basketball and stuff, but we know he's got that in him. He put up 20 against KU in college. That's a guy that at any given moment could show up to the YMCA and probably dominate 9 out of 10 of the dudes that are there that day.
He's not giving up that court that day.
No.
Chalmers is 11 years younger and 1 inch taller. I think that's key. If Cameron had a huge jumper and could just jab step, shoot over the top, maybe.
That's your only chance, I think.
Winners outs.
Right.
Yeah. But once you have to defend at 11 years older and 1 inch shorter, I think you'd get exhausted.
Man, I'll tell you what, it was fun. Did you guys see, it was Clippers and Grizzlies, and we know that Dylan Brooks for the Clippers is the guy that likes to get in everybody's ear and talk a lot of trash. But did you guys see Russell Westbrook just screaming at him? It felt like the whole game.
No.
Trash. You're trash. And Dylan Brooks wouldn't even make eye contact with him. It was like Dylan Brooks didn't want any of the Russell Westbrook smoke, and Dylan Brooks is the guy that is trying to fight Shannon Sharp on any given night. and call him out and basically go shirtless into the arena, like basically signaling, yeah, I'm ready to fight at any time. No shoot, no shirt, no problem kind of deal. So I don't know. It was weird. I don't know what the background is between these two, but Russell Westbrook was yelling trash in the face of Dylan Brooks, and he wanted nothing to do with Russell Westbrook.
Well, Russell Westbrook's a true alpha. You know?
Is.
And Dylan Brooks is kind of a bully. So I love it. You know, I'm just seeing it right now on Twitter. Exceptional. You know,
it's great.
Yeah, taking down the bully like you're supposed to, like Russell Westbrook.
Yep, and then I'll have a nice little quiz for y'all coming up in the Friday news dump that I thought was rather intriguing. It's got an NBA twist on it. How about that?
I love it, man.
LeBron.
Thank you so much. Okay, 26:15 is your mark. Okay, we started this at 2:22:15. He had the hours and minutes the Rangers took to finish their game yesterday. So 5:26:15 is your mark to finish this Boomstick burger. I have faith in you, Chief. Okay, I know you're going to rally.
Appreciate
I
it.
know you're tough, and I know you're a team player. Tune in at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube, and see if he can fight through these meat sweats and still eat at least a burger's worth. He's got a burger to eat, but he just took a huge bite out of it. I'm telling you.
He's got a massive onion ring I saw and some of those peppers. I think those peppers are giving him some problems.
They're spicy, bro.
Yeah.
They were.
Yeah.
They did have a kick to them.
Troublesome.
Okay.
Okay, we have Mike McCarthy audio. He sat down for an interview this afternoon with Tom Pelissero. How do you feel about getting back into play calling? What's the new offense going to look like? You'll hear from Mike McCarthy. What you drinking, what you thinking is now right around the corner. It's coming up at 5:20. So if you want to start calling in now, get in line first, 877-881-1053. And we're back with that Mike McCarthy audio here in the G-Back Nation. I would love to chat with you, though.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Oh, look at this. It's a Friday as we go into hour 4 of the Nation. 7 callers on hold already for What You Drinking and What You Thinking, which comes up in 20 minutes. They're ready to sound off, and I can't wait. You know, we have a fun Friday show going. So much sports is in the air, and Mike McCarthy did a random sit-down interview with Tom Pelissero, so we have updated Mike McCarthy audio thoughts on things. Plus, in the background, Eric Chiafalo is attempting to finalize the Boomstick Burger bet payoff. It appears that he's got, I don't know, maybe a half burger's worth of food to go.
2
but
bites?
He's so exhausted now that it's taking him out of it. It looks like he's got a half jalapeno sitting over there.
The density of the beef is really starting to take hold. Every bite now is I'm chewing on it, for it 2-3 minutes at a time. That's why I'm really trying to time this out right to make sure I can complete it, because it does have to be fully swallowed, right? It can't just be all in the mouth at the buzzer. The ball's got to be through the net.
Yeah.
So that I'm making sure I time it right. But yeah, I'm taking a bite and then I'm laboring 2 good minutes of chewing and
It's so weird how you can't swallow when you get full. It's like something in your body knows.
Yes, dude.
Yeah.
And it doesn't help when Walchuk is just whispering in my ear, puke, puke, throw up. I'm like, and Broadus is bringing trash cans over. I'm like, get away from me.
Well, if he can't do it now,
Walchuk had fun last night.
If he can't complete this mission in something like the next 23 minutes and 18 seconds, he is going to have another bet payoff due next week.
And so are you.
And I will have one as well. So I'm really in his corner as the deadline's coming up here at 5:26:15. Okay, Mike McCarthy audio here, G-Bag Nationals. What are you looking to see be improved? Here's Coach Mike McCarthy with Tom Pelissero.
Definitely efficiency. I mean, and you're always chasing that. I mean, I think we have the same numbers that you do as far as the how we perform, but it's really the efficiency of those numbers and how you're throwing it. I think situationally we've done some real good things, but there's some other areas we could be better in.
I think it's tough to talk about efficiency without being real specific, and coaches answer questions so vaguely. It's hard to totally understand, how this offense that's been so highly graded could need to be better efficiency wise. But it seems to be a pretty consistent talking point from Mike McCarthy. Brian, what do you think he's going with?
I'll tell you what, though, the things that I continue to believe the things that worry me are what they're doing with this coaching staff. I fully trust what's going on the defensive side of the ball. I'm not so sure I trust what's going on. So when you start to talk about evaluations, who's leading the evaluations? Is it Brian Schottenheimer? Is Jeff Blasco, who's the new running backs coach, involved? I mean, is he talking about what we need to do at Mike Solari? What's going on with the offensive line? That's the thing. You can evaluate all that you want, but it's going to be about, are you able to execute what you need to do? And that's the biggest questions I have is I just don't trust them to pull this thing together in order to potentially help Dak Prescott the way he probably needs to be helped.
Yeah. I'm sorry. My biggest fear is that they get too conservative, and we know that Dak had the highest rate of tight window throws last year. That probably has something to do with some of these interceptions. So can we help him with better players that can get themselves open? Can we help him with better scheme? I don't think the thing is, let's tighten up, get scared, and we'll go tight B-hole on this thing. We'll hand it off as much as possible. We'll try to get the easiest 6-yard throw we can find. Or let's get better players. We've done so a little bit with Brandon Cooks. Still more room for improvement there. And then how can we help him scheme-wise to dial up receivers that can be just based on me as an offensive play caller and play designer? I was able to scheme this guy open so that my quarterback's not consistently having to put the ball in keyholes.
Yeah, no,
that would help.
About it. I think consistency against the best teams, and it's been a talking point since Romo was here. How often the Cowboys have played great against the really good teams. That's where I want more efficiency, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think that certainly when you talk about that scheme issue, we talked about it all year long when we would go back and study the All-22. and the route combinations and how Dak's having to either force something over a linebacker right in front of his safety, and maybe we think, oh, did he not see that linebacker? It ends up getting intercepted. Some of that might be on the quarterback. Some of that might also be on the play calling, right? And the design of the plays in which the route combination, it's difficult. You're basically forced to make a pinpoint, accurate, perfect throw, or else that ball's at risk of being intercepted.
Yeah. And by the way, if the guy does catch it, he's going to get tackled immediately.
Sure, right. And all these things are, let's try and get, when it comes to the West Coast offense, you're trying to get people in space, on the run, and try and get yards after catch.
I hope Dak can hit that little timing anticipation throw out into space in front of runners so they can get it and run with it. And I wonder if the previous play callers with this team avoided those kinds of things because it's not a strength for Dak. And I wonder why Mike would have confidence he can pull it off, or if he's thinking, well, we got to go for this. You know, I wonder how confident you could be right now in Mike McCarthy that your quarterback can execute that game plan. It's easier if you have Joe Montana and Steve Young and Aaron Rodgers and some of the quarterbacks that Mike McCarthy's worked with during his career.
Yeah, I just don't know how more conservative. I mean, can you get more conservative? Can you, and can you score points? That's the thing. If Mike, I don't think playing ultra conservative doesn't help. I don't think it helps Dak.
Well, it helped Cooper Rush go 4-1. You know, that's the secret sauce, I think, for Mike McCarthy. He's playing complementary football, getting conservative, and then setting up the defense for when we want to get aggressive. And he thought Kellen Moore was getting aggressive so much that the defense was ready for it. And I think, Mike McCarthy at least deserves an open mind about how this might come together, because he's done a nice job.
No, he absolutely. I mean, they've won 25 games in 2 years, but why do you feel like there's pressure for his job right now? We'll see. The Cowboys, we'll see if there's a commitment to Mike McCarthy, especially with Sean Payton gone now. I think that Mike could breathe a little bit easier.
Yeah,
but I think he has to worry about somebody on his own staff.
You see Florio trying to drag up Bill Belichick into it, though. He's got a big story today about how Belichick could be the next coach of the Cowboys. I'm like, well, what are we doing here?
I'll tell you what, though. It's funny, and I'm not a huge Mike Florio fan. There is a great, great deal of respect between Bill Belichick and Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
And if somehow, some way that Bill Belichick becomes available,
he can miss playoffs for 3 out of 4 years.
Bill Parcells-esque, right? And who'd Belichick work with?
I'm just saying, I am not a Florio fan, and there's things that he puts out there that I'm like,
okay.
But the friendship aspect, I know that for a fact.
All right, a little bit more McCarthy, and then we'll hit on some of these other stories of the day. What will the new offensive changes look like? Here's cut 4.
It's not going to be a bunch of major changes. The offense is clearly built around making Dak successful, and the things that we are changing, the things that we are adding, he'll be part of that conversation as we work to that point. As a whole, number one goal for offense is we got to take better care of the football.
Yeah, I think. And who knows, maybe last year was the worst possible scenario and you're overreacting, but I can't risk that. I got to make sure, I got to double down on ball security and making sure we're avoiding the kind of routes and the kind of looks that gave Dak trouble. How does Dak get back to his peak? Here's cut 5 from Coach.
Well, I just think like anything, it's, we all spend so much time on the decision-making process and, the responsibility in each decision. It's all been identified. We've actually had a chance to already sit down and watch the interception tape really from the last 3 years and just go back through it and just make sure that the communication, between, Dak, Brian, Scott, and myself is clear.
Okay. All right. And then you got something on that, Brian?
So they didn't have communication, and I guess, huh?
Yeah.
It's not like a talking point.
Make sure the communication's clear.
Maybe the communication between Nussmeier, Dak, and Kellen was good, but they kind of left Mike.
He wasn't involved.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. It might be by choice though too.
Yeah. I think if he looked left out on the sideline often, he looked like he wasn't doing anything, and I think you got to have a lot of respect for what Kellen and Doug Nussmeier did for this offense and other guys as well, because it has been a good. But I think he feels like, hey, listen, I'm the coach that took a team to the Super Bowl. I've coached with all these great quarterbacks, and I've made them good. And it's now time for me to put my fingerprints on this team. And who knows? Maybe it's going to blow up in his face, and we'll get a real fresh start next year. But how do you feel about getting back into play calling? Here's the final cut from Mike McCarthy.
Oh, no, I'm loving it. I'm really enjoying the meetings. It's great to be back in there full time, with the offensive staff. So I'm enjoying it.
Be back in there full time with the offensive staff.
Full time.
It's boring when you go through a job and you don't really have any responsibility. Like always as a kid, I thought, well, yeah, I'd love a job where I do nothing. But it's like you just sit there and look at the clock and you feel unimportant.
It's just funny that you would feel like that as an offensive coach, if you were having struggles, if you're having some struggles, that you would be in those meetings.
It's your job.
Yeah. I'm just, if I was responsible for the team, I would want to know what Kellen Moore was doing. I would.
But you know how it is. If you're not a guy that's around all the time, the guys that are there all the time are going to get their own ideas. And then when you come into the room, maybe they get a little quieter and information's not flowing. And you're like, I'm trying to help.
Yeah,
but it's also Jerry's guy.
Yeah, but I hired you. I mean, you're the head coach, so you're on the staff. Hey, what are you thinking about on third down this week?
Yeah.
I mean, I was sitting down watching some tape, and I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine like a Kyle Shanahan just not going into a meeting, and not, it's good to be back in the meetings. Well, why were you out of the meetings? You're the head coach.
What was he doing? Was he going to defensive meetings? Were you getting a sandwich?
I don't know.
I would want if I'm Jerry Jones, I want Mike McCarthy in all those meetings for sure. Hey, did you see the Cowboys are the favorites to draft Bijan Robinson? What do you think about that?
Well, I don't know that he's going to be there. I think that there is a lot of buzz about Tampa. I
think Tampa. If he gets past Tampa at 19, you might be looking.
Then there's
at
a shot.
Vegas knows there's a lot of Texas and Cowboys fans out there that are combined.
Are you about done over there?
Is that the last bite?
Was that the last bite?
No, we got a little bit of leftover
chili and bread
scrapings,
remnants,
but that was the last bite of full meat.
Yeah. So.
Thank you, Chief. You got 10 minutes and 15 seconds. I like his chances, guys. You guys look defeated. Chiafalo,
I'm not defeated.
He's hanging on the rim on this one.
I wasn't having to do a bet
tell you
payoff.
What you look kind of like white, like ghosty. You got a little ghosty look to you right now.
You know how we usually get the Joey Chestnut box score?
Yeah.
I would like to know what the box score is on this. Like how much consumption,
calories and everything.
Yeah.
Are you gonna eat when you go home tonight?
No, my wife just texted me. So no, I don't need to cook dinner tonight? Absolutely not. Don't need breakfast or lunch tomorrow either.
Wow, that's something. Well, the Cowboys are 4-1. The Commanders are 9-2. The Chargers are 5-1. I just want to say, like, to all these Longhorns fans and running back truthers that said, oh, there's no way he's going to be there. You guys are wasting your time with this conversation. Sports books learn things. Yeah. Sports books get access to information because of how good they are for the teams and how much money they bring in and how much interest they bring in for the leagues. And if Vegas is feeling that way, and I tell you what, if it does happen as against it as I am from a team building perspective, you do that at 26. And I'm just going to be ecstatic about what might happen in the first 3 years of his career. I'll put aside all of the running back debates and everything. I just want to know, like, could he make the handful of plays that could, win a playoff game for you? And if that's the case, then shoot, we'll worry about lost opportunity in the years to come. But maybe like Tony Dorsett, as a rookie.
Yeah.
The beef with drafting a running back, they're not going to have the longevity. By year 4 or 5, they're breaking down. But hell, if we get back to a Super Bowl in the first 2 or 3 years, it'll be the greatest pick they ever made, Brian.
I just feel like that this is going to test the war room for the Cowboys, and they've taken best player before, but this is going to. I feel like that if Bijan Robinson's on that board, I'm interested to see War Room Cam, and I'm interested to see how Jerry Jones reacts. And I'm going to be interested to see if everybody tries to talk him out of it. If you start to see more discussion. We've seen that sometimes when you follow us on the draft. We go into War Room Cam, and they're talking him out of Johnny Manziel.
Right.
Or they're talking him out. And I know for a fact, like I say, Sam Williams was Jerry Jones. Like, we're taking Sam Williams here in the second round, boys. So I'll be interested.
Thanks, Jerry.
I'll be interested to see
hell of a pick there, boss.
Great pick. If they do this with Bijan Robinson, if he's there.
Okay, LaMarcus Aldridge, DFW guy, Seagoville's LaMarcus Aldridge, citing Tom Brady, has retired for a second time and said, as Tom said, you only get one big announcement, so I'm out of here. as LaMarcus Aldridge unable to complete a comeback. I know the Mavs were looking at him earlier in the year. The Kansas freshman Grady Dick has declared for the NBA draft. MLB is investigating an incident with Rendon, altercation with a fan.
Ooh.
And the quarterback Davis, the number 35 prospect in the 2024 class, has picked Michigan. That kind of gives you a feeling of what's cracking around the world of sports. Oh, Barcelona confirms they're in talks to bring Messi back to the club after his contract at PSG runs out in June. Chiafalo's going to attempt this bet payoff final conclusion, and then it's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking coming up next here on The Fan. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having an outstanding day. It's time now for that one segment of the week where you're encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. That's right. It's time for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Now, we also have Chia Follows Boomstick Burger Bet Payoff, and he is making the finishing touches on this plate. Some jalapenos, some chili, a little bit of the bun, and with 3 minutes to go, my main man, Chiafalo, is about to get this done. Is there anything that's going to stop you, sir?
I really want to puke. I'm not going to lie.
Okay, he might puke.
Oh, no.
That would be a travesty to get to within 1.5 mouthfuls to go with just under 3 minutes. We'll check back in with Chiafalo, but he is definitely suffering.
He might have a puker.
Okay.
We might have a puker, Brian.
It
We might
was-
have a chance.
It was delicious, but it was not advisable. Now, currently, what am I drinking? You know me, the 20-ounce Diet Coke, and I love it, and that's what I'm drinking. I'm thinking Chiafalo might be the greatest co-host I've ever had. A man willing to fight for my honor. The hero that I've been dreaming of. Eric Chiafalo, my main man right there, getting me off the hook at a bet payoff. So
freaking coward.
Feeling appreciative here, Brian. What are you drinking and what are you thinking, Brian?
I've just got a glass of water here right now. I mean, I ran out of my drops, which
no.
we gotta
2
get more of
minutes.
that.
2 minutes.
Got any Alka-Seltzer?
Bro, I mean,
We should have brought you some.
I will say this though. I honestly, when the way you took down that first half of the sandwich, I thought I was in trouble. Right now, seeing you in this agony, I am hopeful that the last 2 minutes here, I hope it gets even worse for you.
You got your money's worth. He's down to the last minute though, and there's quite a bit of food. It's taking him 2 minutes to chew a mouthful. So he's got to significantly pick up his pace if he wants to finish this fight. We have 1.5 minutes to go.
Yeah.
G-Bag Nationals. Maybe I need to retract my confidence. No,
we're good here,
he's
dude.
picking it up now.
I'm not losing this.
Okay, 1 minute and 20
You've come
seconds
so
to go.
far.
Got to
He is in
swallow. Got
such
to make sure you
misery.
swallow. Yeah, it's got to be full chew swallow.
It's always been your standard.
Yeah.
Is this good here then? This good?
That's
We'll
good.
check.
It's a clean
Yeah,
plate. Go
we're
bleep
good.
yourself.
Clean,
Freaking
that's a clean
clean
plate. I
plate.
think you need to lick it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Gotta get a swallow out of this.
Let's go over to Wolchuk as we now have 1 minute for Chiafalo to get the down the hatch. Wolchuk drinking and thinking.
Oh, man, I just powered down a delicious lemon razzie soda shake, and I'm thinking I'm very proud of Eric.